In the bustling heart of 202X Seoul, where towering skyscrapers pierced a starry night, the stage was set for a destiny to unfold. Rain cascaded outside a luxurious penthouse, the muffled sound a solitary accompaniment to the quiet opulence within. Suddenly, the serene silence was shattered by the urgent voice of a news anchor, her silhouetted form announcing "breaking news" on a dimly lit screen. The tense, anticipatory grip on an armrest spoke volumes as the narration declared the 13-hour shareholder meeting for Samjeon Group, a national titan, had finally concluded. After the grueling, intense deliberations, the future of Samjeon Group now rested in the hands of the young man before them. The news officially proclaimed him CEO Jeon Seongguk, while in the privacy of his opulent bathroom, he wiped the triumph from his face. A smug smirk played on Jeon Seongguk's lips as the narration praised him for being unlike other third-generation chairmen, celebrating his perceived superiority. His laughter echoed boisterously through the vast apartment, a jubilant sound of pure, unadulterated self-satisfaction. In his mind, subordinates bowed before him as Jeon Seongguk declared himself the king of the Samjeon Group, a true heir to an empire. He mentally tallied the years of arduous effort, from endless studying and rigorous training to managing his foolish siblings, all for this pinnacle moment. With a self-congratulatory thought, he recalled perfectly handling his uncle's problems and even his arranged marriage partner, his past efforts and impeccable resume. His carefully crafted public image, reflected in vibrant online comments and glowing survey results, proclaimed him the most likable and truly perfect. With a confident smirk, Jeon Seongguk took a sip of wine, convinced of his rightful and natural ascension as Samjeon's master. His fingers gripped his smartphone as he declared this a new beginning, vowing to purge all the filth of the past now that he held power. A devilish chibi version of Seongguk cackled mischievously, planning to begin his reign by ruthlessly eliminating his predecessor's subordinates. But then, a sudden sharp sound echoed through the room, and Seongguk gasped, his wine glass shattering as red liquid spilled. A guttural cry of pain escaped his lips, his wide, panicked eyes reflecting the acute suffering that seized him. Collapsing to the floor, blood pooling from his mouth, Seongguk gasped for breath, his heart seizing within his chest. He choked, an overwhelming dread washing over him as his fading eyes locked onto his grandfather's portrait above. The shimmering memory of his grandfather, the founder of Samjeon Group, confirmed his chilling realization: he too had passed away from a heart attack. Despite the fatal connection, Jeon Seongguk desperately stretched out a hand, fiercely denying that such a common ailment could claim someone like him. A gentle finger poked his cheek, and an unseen woman's tender voice cooed, drawing him back from the brink of oblivion. Kim So-young and Jeon Ji-sung, two young adults, smiled down at the infant, who stared back with wide-eyed surprise. He instinctively reacted to their playful affection, only to realize with a jolt of confusion that he was the cute infant they adored. Adult Jeon Seongguk clutched his head in horror as his infant body wailed, his mind reeling from the impossible transformation and the unfamiliar faces. Meanwhile, a cheerful voice exclaimed from outside, as the scene shifted to a simple, everyday suburban street. A soft, chubby infant hand rested peacefully, a testament to his new, tiny form. Kim So-young gazed adoringly at the infant Seongguk, who lay with a pacifier, proclaiming him utterly cute. The young mother, Kim So-young, her face alight with warmth, asked her partner if their Seongguk wasn't truly handsome. Jeon Ji-sung, the young father, smiled affectionately, agreeing that their baby was even cuter than most celebrity infants. Kim So-young playfully teased Seongguk, telling him he was lucky to be born so handsome, while his young parents admired him. The infant made soft, contented sounds as he slept, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Yet, Seongguk's internal monologue raged, scowling with fury at the suggestion of being lucky in his current pathetic state. He angrily kicked away his pacifier, surprising Jeon Ji-sung, who wondered aloud if the baby had disliked his comment. Tears streamed from his eyes as the infant Jeon Seongguk cried in deep frustration, questioning the bewildering reality he now faced. He mourned his lost physique, the 183 centimeters, 75 kilograms body capable of lifting 500 in a big three, now reduced to a tiny, stubby infant form. His mind replayed the golden memories of his past, where he, Jeon Seongguk, the king of Samjeon, commanded prestigious family status, an impressive physique, and a flawless resume. Then, the stark reality of his new existence hit with a heavy jolt, reflected in the shabby, cobweb-laden ceiling above him. He looked down at his tiny form, utterly disgusted and calling his new body pathetic. He bitterly observed his new parents, a young couple in their 20s from an orphanage background with absolutely nothing to their name, a stark contrast to his past wealth. He reminisced about celebrating with expensive Chardonnay Sauvignon, over $1 million per bottle, only to confront the miserable reality of his present. His new mother's voice broke through his thoughts, affectionately calling him "our baby" and offering milk. The infant Jeon Seongguk recoiled in disdain, angrily rejecting the cheap formula milk. But then, his eyes widened, and a hint of drool appeared as his primal instincts took over, and he instinctively craved the bottle. Despite his internal protests, the infant succumbed to the overwhelming instinct of feeding time, eagerly gulping down the milk. Kim So-young praised her baby for eating so well, beaming with joy as Seongguk let out a content burp in her arms, with Jeon Seongguk watching happily. His father, Jeon Seongguk, lovingly kissed his cheek, a gesture that Seongguk internally found gross and an unbearable display of affection between men. The absurd transition from dying on the best day of his life to becoming a wailing infant was all too surreal, yet overwhelmingly real. Honestly, the most challenging adjustment to his new life was adapting to his overly affectionate new parents. As an adult's hand playfully poked his cheek, he grumbled internally about their unbearably cheesy affection and the entirely foreign sensation of actually having loving parents. His new parents sat beaming, their faces radiating warmth and love as they adoringly watched their baby sleep peacefully between them. It was a feeling of familial love and tenderness that the former chairman, Jeon Seongguk, had never known in his isolated, empty past. He remembered his original parents, distant, shadowy figures who had never offered such warmth. His birth mother, her back to him, coldly told him to take care of his own responsibilities as she left for work. His birth father, holding his younger brother, demanded that Jeon Seongguk, as the eldest son, look after his siblings properly. His younger brother, Jeon Tae-guk, offered a seemingly helpful but ominous smirk, his eyes glowing with ill intent. Suddenly, a jolt of alarm ran through the infant as a realization struck him. He burst into tears, internally scolding himself for being sentimental, while chibi versions of his new parents floated by, concerned and wondering if he was sleepy. The infant fought against the powerful urge, desperately trying to remain awake even as his eyes struggled to stay open. But the second irresistible force of a baby's body, sleep, finally claimed him as he drifted off peacefully. Jeon Seongguk noted his baby's sleepiness, while the infant, though asleep, internally vowed to deal with his profound situation later. Kim So-young admired her cute son, and Jeon Seongguk gently urged her to rest while the baby slept, promising he wouldn't be long. Kim So-young insisted on resting together, but he tenderly encouraged her to relax, as he had to go to work. With a caring gesture, Jeon Seongguk pressed the TV's power button, suggesting his wife relax and watch television. The television screen flickered to life, showing a news report on the Samjeon chairman Jeon Seongguk bribery scandal, before moving to the next segment. News images flashed, detailing the prosecution's investigation into bribery allegations against Samjeon Group's chairman Jeon Seongguk, with camera flashes illuminating the chaotic scene. The news anchor reported Chairman Jeon Seongguk's personal appearance for questioning, causing the infant to stare at the screen with wide-eyed surprise. The infant suddenly sat up on his own, his gaze fixed intently on the television, shocking Kim So-young beside him. Kim So-young gasped, calling out to her husband in disbelief, "Honey, did you see that? Our Seongguk just sat up on his own, no way, that's..." A wave of shocking recognition washed over the infant as he mentally exclaimed, "That's my late grandfather," seeing the man on screen, whose image eerily merged with his grandfather's portrait. The day unfolded like any other, as the family settled down to watch the evening news report on the notorious Apple Box bribery case. Amidst the relentless clamor of camera flashes, Chairman Jeon Seongguk of the Samjeon Group made his public appearance in court, accused of bribery. Seongguk's baby body was suddenly rigid with shock as the scene on screen registered as something utterly impossible. A powerful jolt of recognition surged through him, the disgraced figure on the television was none other than his late grandfather. The impossible sight had jolted Seongguk with such force that he instinctively moved, leaving his mother utterly speechless. The memory was crystal clear, imprinted not just on his mind but in the very fabric of his reborn consciousness. He was dragged back to the year he turned 10, to a pivotal moment that had shaped his previous life. His grandfather, a titan of industry, had been caught bribing politicians, a scandal that those who feared Samjeon's power eagerly seized to condemn the entire corporation. The infant silently scoffed, dismissing the public's narrative as utterly nonsensical. A dark, powerful aura pulsed around him as he affirmed his absolute truth: money was power, and connections, a superpower. He harbored a deep disdain for the naive notion that one could amass true wealth simply by saving up little by little. While his parents celebrated his first clumsy crawl with pure, unadulterated joy, Seongguk internally scoffed at their aspirations as a naive dream only the poor indulged in. He recalled the day his grandfather faced the prosecution, how he, a 10-year-old, was made to push the wheelchair, a memory that still churned in the infant's gut. What was a calculated performance for public sympathy became, for the young Seongguk, his grand debut to the world, bathed in the relentless glare of camera flashes. It was on that momentous day, standing stoically beside his grandfather, that he revealed his destiny to the world. He was the undisputed, rightful successor to the Samjeon legacy, following in the formidable footsteps of his grandfather and father. Yet, the path to that destiny was not as clear as he had once believed. A name that brought a jolt of pure, unwelcome surprise to his adult memory: Jeon Tae-guk. A wave of deep disgust washed over the infant, thinking of his foolish, greedy younger brother. His brother, sent abroad to study, had instead squandered his opportunities and succumbed to a ruinous drug addiction. In his adult memory, a furious Seongguk recalled striking his arrogant brother, condemning him for constantly trying to usurp his place and failing all his responsibilities. He stared at his tiny hand, a profound, chilling realization settling over him: becoming a baby was not the actual problem. The terrifying thought solidified: he had somehow gone back to the past, a silent dread that made his parents' concern for his strange behavior only more unsettling. The infant wailed, a primal scream of desperation and fury that echoed his inner terror that his very fate and position were about to be stolen. Amidst the swirling gold of new ambition, his declaration echoed: "I will raise this family." From somewhere unseen, his mother's gentle voice called out to him, a soft chime in the quiet evening. As his mother offered a spoon of apple juice, Seongguk expressed his profound disgust, pushing it away with a sharp slap. Engrossed in the television, Seongguk silently seethed, furious at the interruption of his critical information gathering. His mother's worry deepened, a quiet tremor in her voice as she called his name. The cheerful sound of the door opening announced his father, Jeon Seongguk's, return, bringing a brief moment of brightness to the home. Jeon Seongguk, a chef at a nearby jokbal restaurant, beamed with pride, announcing that his boss had generously given him leftover meat. As his father promised a delicious meal, his mother's voice, laced with worry, cut through the cheerful domesticity. "What's wrong?" his father asked, puzzled by the look of deep concern on his wife's face as she gestured toward Seongguk. His father expressed surprise to find Seongguk still mesmerized by the television, and even greater shock when he realized the infant was fixated on the news. His mother explained Seongguk's inexplicable crying fits whenever they tried to change the channel, but his father, Jeon Seongguk, confidently declared he would handle it. With a playful peekaboo, his father tried to distract him, hoping to lure him away from the screen and into a game. But the infant abruptly slapped his father's outstretched hand away, leaving Jeon Seongguk utterly speechless. A terrifying, crimson aura flared around Seongguk as he mentally roared, demanding the television be turned back on, leaving his father stunned into silence. His father admitted defeat with a sigh, his mother's concern echoing nearby, but Seongguk internally brushed them aside, declaring he had no time for such nonsense. His eyes blazed with intense determination, fixed on the urgent, singular goal of gathering every scrap of useful information. He needed to understand everything about the current situation, his strategic mind already processing data. He needed to know about his grandfather and the powerful Samjeon Group, the bedrock of his former empire. But most desperately, he needed to find a way to return to his original body, a burning frustration that radiated in waves of electric blue energy from his adult self. His father, unable to bear the silent intensity any longer, lunged forward, his voice sharp with command: "Seongguk, that's enough." Held gently in his father's hands, Seongguk still chafed under the insistent words to eat and rest, his internal grumble loud with annoyance. His mother cradled his sobbing form, her heart aching with profound worry as she whispered his name. Tears streamed down his face as he struggled, the silent cry of, "No, let go," a desperate plea for freedom from his baby body. His adult self, a menacing sneer twisting his lips, raged at the thought of losing everything to Jeon Seongguk after fighting so desperately to secure his position as Samjeon's successor. A guttural cry of desperation tore through him, an absolute resolve to reclaim his rightful place. His mother gently stroked his hair, her voice a soft balm as she urged him to rest and be good. She promised he could watch the television again tomorrow, her gentle pats an almost hypnotic rhythm against his back. Perhaps it's this baby body, he mused internally, a wave of involuntary giggles followed by a groan as his once sharp mind felt a disturbing dullness and his emotions became utterly erratic. Even his once complex thoughts seemed to shorten and simplify, a disconcerting surrender to the simple contentment of drinking from a bottle. He found himself unwillingly succumbing to sleep, effortlessly lulled by his mother's tender touch, a complete surrender of his will. A soft, contented whimper escaped him as he drifted deeper into an inescapable sleep. His father gently noted Seongguk had finally fallen asleep, his voice warm with sympathy for his wife's undoubtedly difficult day. But his mother's worry ran deeper than simple exhaustion, she confided her growing fear for Seongguk. She voiced her deepest fears, how their son was almost a year old, yet had uttered no words, only stared at the news screen with an unsettling intensity. His father admitted his own anxieties, his fear that their inexperience might be leading them to raise Seongguk incorrectly, addressing his wife, Seoyoung, with tender vulnerability. Yet, amidst their worries, a comforting light of unwavering love shone as they reassured each other, trusting that their son, Seongguk, would grow up just fine. A few days later, the relentless struggle to absorb information had left Seongguk utterly depleted, his baby body bearing the heavy marks of exhaustion. A deep, resigned sigh escaped him as the grim realization settled: he was truly and utterly screwed. His days of secretly, exhaustedly watching the news had yielded nothing useful, only a rising frustration at his inability to gain critical intel. The world spun on, oblivious to his plight, while he remained trapped, a potent consciousness confined within a helpless infant's body. What a life, he sighed, a profound weariness settling over him, just as his mother's concerned voice cut through his thoughts. His mother, surprised, asked why he wasn't watching the news today, oblivious to his internal, defeated admission that he had simply given up. With a soft chuckle, his mother suggested a walk, gently scooping up the sleepy infant into her arms. She spoke of visiting the market and admiring the flowers along the way, the simple pleasures of her life. With a bright smile, his mother commented on the lovely weather, carrying him happily in the carrier. A neighbor greeted his mother, addressing her as Miss Landlord and asking if she was heading out for work. His mother, the landlord, replied that she had an errand, observing that the neighbor was leaving later than usual today. With a polite nod, his mother concluded their brief exchange. The neighbor wished her a good day as she walked away. The owner of this building is such a young woman. Seongguk thought, surprised by the revelation before his mother prompted him gently, "Shall we go too?" A deep, resonant thud echoed ominously through the air, vibrating through the ground. His mother announced their arrival with a cheerful sigh, oblivious to the infant's quiet detachment. His mother enthusiastically pointed out the cheaper bean sprouts at the market, eager to start shopping, while another woman spoke of making soup. She talks a lot, he mused, a clatter echoing nearby, though he found it irrelevant, knowing he was still confined to drinking formula. A sudden, sharp tremor rattled through the air, originating from the nearby construction. A primal gasp of terror caught in his throat as his eyes widened in sudden, horrifying realization. As a deafening rumble tore through the market, his mother clutched him tight, her face contorted in a silent scream of pure panic, desperately fleeing the unknown danger. A primal fear tore through Kim So-young as the world exploded around her, the impact threatening to rip her precious infant from her arms. Her scream, a raw testament to a mother's terror, ripped through the chaos as she tried desperately to shield Seongguk from the crushing force. A deafening crash punctuated the tragedy, the sound itself a physical blow. Frantic voices echoed in the aftermath, desperately clinging to a fading consciousness, urging Room 107 to stay with them. The landlord's terrified cry cut through the debris, discovering Kim So-young gravely injured amidst the wreckage. Even in her broken state, Kim So-young's last conscious thought was a murmured, desperate plea for Seongguk, as the landlord recognized the daughter of her building's owner. With the last of her strength, Kim So-young reached out to her unharmed infant, a silent promise that she would protect him, even as her hand fell, lifeless. Young Seongguk, his small hand reaching toward his mother's blood, called out to her, a heartbreaking sound of innocent distress. A raw, desperate plea tore from his tiny throat, the horrifying reality of losing his mother reflected in his wide, terrified eyes. A flurry of movement and shouted commands swept Kim So-young onto a gurney, as medical staff rushed her through the emergency room, an urgent blur. Amidst the frantic commands for immediate treatment, Seongguk's birth father relayed the critical diagnosis, a head injury from falling construction materials. The doctor paused, a sudden realization dawning on her face, a new complication emerging in the critical situation. A pained groan escaped Kim So-young's lips, a faint signal that she was stirring back to consciousness. Her husband, Jeon Seongguk, gasped her name, his face etched with shock and overwhelming relief at seeing her awaken. As Kim So-young slowly regained her bearings, disoriented and confused about her whereabouts, Jeon Seongguk's relief was palpable, confirming she was indeed awake. Panic seized her as her first frantic thoughts turned to Seongguk, demanding to know where her child was, remembering he was right there with her. Jeon Seongguk hesitated, a worried expression clouding his face, as he struggled to find the words to answer her desperate question. He finally revealed Seongguk was safe on the bed, a quiet, pensive little figure touched by a lingering sadness from the ordeal. Jeon Seongguk explained how his son was saved by her actions but had been deeply terrified by the accident, a truth Kim So-young absorbed with a quiet gasp. Kim So-young reached out to her crying infant, reassuring him that she was unharmed, desperate to soothe his trauma despite her own lingering pain. Holding Seongguk close, a warm smile graced Kim So-young's face as she expressed her profound relief that her little one was safe. Seongguk, wide-eyed and contemplative, silently absorbed the emotional weight of his parents' exchange. Overwhelmed by everything, Seongguk's silent observation broke into an intense, emotional release, his tears streaming down his face. Jeon Seongguk reiterated how utterly terrified Seongguk had been, embracing his wife as she held their crying son. Jeon Seongguk's raw fear erupted in an anguished question, demanding if Kim So-young understood the preciousness of her life and what losing her would have meant to them all. Seongguk continued to cry, releasing all his pent-up fear into his mother's chest, as Jeon Seongguk watched them with a gentle smile. Even in recovery, Kim So-young's practical concerns emerged as she questioned Jeon Seongguk about the cost of their private hospital room. Jeon Seongguk awkwardly cleared his throat, blushing as he fumbled for an explanation, trying to evade her pointed question. He insisted she needed complete rest, a declaration that left Kim So-young bewildered, wondering why her injury warranted such a measure. Jeon Seongguk hinted at a delicate time, a deeper, more personal reason for her required rest. Kim So-young gasped, stunned and disbelieving, as the truth of her pregnancy settled upon her, while Jeon Ji-sung simply told her to focus on recovery. A tender smile lit Kim So-young's face as she addressed her husband, embracing the hopeful new future they now faced together. A gentle knock on the door signaled a soft intrusion, reminding them of the world outside their intimate moment. Jeon Ji-sung, imagining staying longer with his wife, reluctantly agreed to leave as a staff member announced the end of visiting hours. Jeon Ji-sung reminded Kim So-young to rest, promising to return the next day, and as she bade him farewell, Seongguk quietly sniffled, a blush on his cheeks. Leaving the hospital under the starry night sky, Jeon Ji-sung entrusted Seongguk to his wife's care. With a warm smile, Jeon Ji-sung gently spoke to his son, nestled in his carrier, suggesting they head home. His cheerful demeanor wavered slightly as he contemplated the cost of bus fare, his footsteps echoing a quiet, lingering concern. Jeon Ji-sung suggested they simply walk home since it wasn't far, prompting Seongguk to internally lament their dire financial situation. Seongguk internally raged at their miserable household, unable to even afford a bus ride, his thoughts creating a vivid, stormy image of frustration. But Seongguk reflected on his hard-working father, who tirelessly toiled to provide for their family. And his mother, whose love was so profound she would risk her very life for him. A peaceful sigh escaped Seongguk, the warmth of his parents' selfless love washing over him. Then, to Jeon Ji-sung's utter surprise, Seongguk spoke his first clear word, calling out, "Dad." Jeon Ji-sung erupted with joy at Seongguk's first word, while Seongguk silently accepted the profound truth, these people were truly his family now. 1 week later, a quiet settling of things brought a shift. The home was decorated for a double celebration, Kim So-young's safe discharge and Seongguk's first birthday. Dressed in a traditional hanbok, Seongguk observed the festivities with a serious, focused gaze. His parents knelt before him, utterly delighted by their adorable son, capturing the precious moment with photos and exclamations of joy. They doted on him, comparing him to celebrity babies as they snapped picture after picture, overflowing with pride for their impossibly cute son. Despite his father's effusive praise about his preciousness, Seongguk remained unimpressed, silently enduring the adulation. A quiet huff of frustration escaped Seongguk, a silent sign of his growing irritation. Inside, Seongguk raged, a furious question echoing in his mind, was this truly the time for a celebration given their financial plight? The memory of his parents' struggles, of hospital bills and bus fares, crashed through his mind, fueling his internal outrage. He scorned their decision, thinking how his old, pragmatic self would have scolded them for spending on a party when every penny counted. But in a flash of profound insight, Seongguk understood, this was love, a treasure far beyond any monetary value. It was the kind of love that would make a parent risk their life, a love his parents proudly displayed as they called him closer for a photo. Seongguk's genuine laughter filled the room as he reached for his mother, ready to be part of their shared moment of joy. The week his mother spent in the hospital had solidified a new resolve in Seongguk, he knew he had to step up. He made a pragmatic assessment, his parents, lacking any financial acumen, would never escape poverty on their own. They could barely make ends meet, let alone save, and the future he knew warned of an impending economic crisis. A sudden, heavy knocking on the door drew Seongguk's attention. His mother, startled, quickly rose to answer, learning it was their landlord, Kim Myeong. The landlord entered, stating she had come to check on Kim So-young after hearing of her discharge, subtly hinting at another reason for her visit. Then, to their surprise, the landlord declared herself Seongguk's godmother and proposed an unexpected path, child acting for their baby. In Seongguk's mind, a charming vision materialized, himself as a charismatic child actor, already winking confidently for the cameras. A distant chirp signaled the grand opportunity advertised on a soaring billboard, open auditions for child actors, seeking the next generation of stars. The enticing billboard, glowing with promise, loudly declared its hunt for the next child stars, a dream beckoning from the 11th floor. As they arrived, Kim So-young's breath caught in a soft gasp, a jingle of awe echoing her unspoken wonder at the audition venue before them. Seongguk, ever the shrewd judge, smirked as he registered the significant investment in the building, declaring it decent enough for his grand plans. Kim So-young's anxiety swelled, a quiet fear that her efforts might be for naught, but Seongguk erupted in an internal shout, incensed by her doubt. For Seongguk, this was more than an audition, it was a shimmering, golden opportunity, and with a surge of unwavering resolve, he silently urged them forward. A few days prior, in the quiet intimacy of their home, Seongguk's mother echoed the question, her surprise a gentle ripple in the air, a child actor. The professional visitor, her words carefully chosen, explained the grand scope of the TV commercial for a famous conglomerate and the crucial child actor role they sought to fill. Her gaze swept over them, a silent testament to her unwavering focus and serious intent. The woman's words, infused with gentle flattery, singled out Seongguk, praising his undeniable good looks and the spark of talent she perceived within him. In the bright, impersonal hallway, the air buzzed with silent anticipation as a diverse group of hopeful parents and their children gathered, awaiting their turn. Kim So-young managed a nervous smile, but within Seongguk, a dark, mischievous aura pulsed, the quiet humming of his devious plans now beginning to take shape. With a deep breath of conviction, Seongguk, glowing with an inner blue light, declared his unwavering belief that true success awaited only those destined for it, a truth his adult self affirmed. His mind was consumed by a single, powerful ambition, as golden coins and banknotes cascaded in his thoughts. This was his undeniable chance to rebuild his fortune. Seongguk's past life flashed before his eyes, a world where the relentless clicks of cameras had been a constant, familiar presence since childhood. In his previous life, makeup and camera angles were second nature, and he, the actor like Chaebol, Jeon Seongguk, had commanded every lens, confidently advising on which side showed best. With a powerful rumble of conviction, Seongguk inwardly scoffed at the simplicity of the audition, certain he would effortlessly crush the competition and seize every prize and guarantee. His mind, already strategizing, chimed with the certainty of reinvesting his future winnings, a sly smirk playing on his lips. Kim So-young's impatience clanked with the whirring of the elevator doors, her sharp question cutting through Seongguk's grand internal monologue, jolting him back to the moment. A frustrated whine escaped Kim So-young as she hesitated, trying to defer entry to the approaching rival mother and nanny. The rival nanny brushed past them with a dismissive sigh, her words provoking Seongguk into a silent, furious accusation against the brat who dared to disrespect them. As Kim So-young gently patted his head, the rival nanny murmured something indecipherable, the tension in the elevator thickening around Seongguk's simmering frustration. The rival nanny cooed over her young master, flaunting his cuteness, but Seongguk's inner voice roared back, "Don't talk to me, lady," silencing her perceived arrogance. A sharp, silent observation passed between them as the rival mother's stern gaze intensified, her frustration barely contained. With a piercing stare, the rival mother accused Kim So-young of casing the competition, leaving her flustered and stammering denials. With a sinister hiss, the rival mother's eyes glowed red, confident in her child's victory, a dark purple energy radiating her arrogant certainty that all struggle against them was futile. A primal growl rumbled deep within Seongguk, his eyes blazing as an ethereal tiger materialized behind him, fueled by unbridled rage at the audacious declaration. Kim So-young gasped, a deep shock rattling through her as she wondered at the fierce intensity in Seongguk's eyes, while the rival mother merely sneered, dismissing them as arrogant. Seongguk's discerning gaze took in every detail, mentally dissecting the rival mother's excessive display of luxury brands and the subservient role of her nanny. The elevator chimed their arrival on the 11th floor, cementing Seongguk's internal verdict, a textbook rich house madam. With a new, steely resolve that surprised even herself, Kim So-young declared her intention to utterly destroy her rival in the audition, the elevator doors clanking shut behind them. The audition director's voice cut through the studio, instructing child number 8 to shift for a side-angle shot, punctuated by the sharp click of the camera. The audition staff coaxed the child to look at the camera, and with a swift, approving nod, the director signaled their satisfaction. As the next child was called, Kim So-young's concern quietly surfaced, wondering if this was truly easy, but Seongguk, ever confident, dismissed her worries with a silent, "Not really." Seongguk's internal monologue revealed his expert assessment, this was merely a simple camera test, nothing to be intimidated by. The rapid clicks of the camera confirmed Seongguk's understanding, they were merely assessing screen presence and a rudimentary ability to perform. But as a distressed cry echoed and a small body thudded, Seongguk understood the true challenge, the intense lights and unfamiliar surroundings proved too much for most young children. Seongguk's eyes widened in surprise as the audition director's voice rang out, calling for the next contestant, child number 10, Lee Jae-hui. As the audition staff bowed low in recognition, calling her the wife of Deokpung Paper, the rival mother merely offered a smug sniff, basking in their deference. A light bulb illuminated within Seongguk's mind as he processed the name Deokpung Paper, his eyes widening in sudden realization of the rival mother's true family connections. Seongguk's mind, projecting his former corporate empire onto a towering skyscraper, coldly assessed Deokpung Paper as merely a decent mid-sized business, a mere subcontractor of a subcontractor, diminishing the rival mother to a shocked, tiny figure. An intense flash of red eyes seemed to pierce the rival mother's very being, causing her to tremble in fear as Seongguk's silent challenge rang in her mind, "Let's see how good you truly are." The audition staff, smiling with practiced encouragement, addressed the rival mother's child, "Okay, baby." As the staff member prompted for a pretty smile, the studio lights intensified, sizzling around the distressed infant who struggled under the pressure. The rival mother frantically urged her child, "Smile. Smile," her panic mounting as the director's concerned expression deepened. With a loud, defiant "Kwaaya," Seongguk perfectly mimicked the crying child, shocking Kim So-young with his unexpected and fierce outburst. The audition staff politely suggested the crying made continuation difficult, but the rival mother, bristling with anger, vehemently insisted her child would cease soon. As the rival mother's desperate protests dissolved into ethereal sparkling around her, the audition director's firm voice cut through, calling for the next child, Jeon Seongguk. The audition director gravely examined the papers in his hand, a decisive flip of the page echoing the weight of his decision. The director, his expression firm and unyielding, instructed the assistant to escort the agitated madam and her child out, a clear sign of his final decision. The rival mother's face contorted in furious rage, her entire body trembling as the director's words about continuing the auditions echoed with her humiliation. As the director called Seongguk's name with a hint of urgency, Kim So-young quickly responded, presenting the calm, ready child, whose small foot tapped impatiently. Seongguk calmly tapped his foot, a tiny drumbeat of anticipation before his moment. With a reassuring smile, the audition director signaled the long-awaited beginning of Seongguk's audition. Kim So-young watched, a nervous blush rising on her cheeks, her whispered, Seongguk, a mixture of hope and anxious support. With a violent shove and a sharp bang, the rival mother forced her way forward, making Kim So-young cry out in surprise and pain. Seongguk, his eyes glowing with fierce confidence, internally challenged the enraged rival mother, "You better watch closely, because I'll show you exactly why I succeed. And why your child never will." Seongguk finished with an ecstatic, mocking laugh, surrounded by a celebratory cascade of hearts and flowers. A rattle of shock and immense excitement shook the audition director, who, flustered and blushing, frantically demanded his camera. His enthusiasm now uncontained, the director eagerly gestured for Seongguk to come forward. Seongguk effortlessly adopted a charming, blushing pose for the side-angle shots, bathed in a sparkling light that amplified his undeniable cuteness. A delightful chirp of pure joy escaped Seongguk as he smiled widely, captivating everyone with his endearing performance. Seongguk masterfully incorporated the props into his adorable, bashful poses, eliciting a soft, charming sound of approval from the director. A sigh of utter awe escaped the sweating director, followed by the staff's stunned declaration, "Amazing. This child is a genius," the director declared, oblivious to the rival mother's seething fury, which manifested as a silent, inner crack of suppressed rage. The audition director's declaration that Seongguk was a genius and his immediate demand for recruitment echoed the profound impact the infant had made. Kim So-young blushed, bewildered by the director's praise, while a knowing smirk played across young Seongguk's lips, as if he understood everything. The furious rival mother stomped her foot, her voice cutting through the celebratory mood as she called out to Seongguk's mother. Director Kwak Jun-ha, ever the professional, extended a friendly hand, ready to engage in a formal greeting. The director's excitement was palpable as he eagerly seized Kim So-young's hand, pushing for an immediate contract while her mind reeled from the suddenness. Kim So-young, shy and overwhelmed by the situation, questioned if Seongguk truly possessed such talent, while her son watched on, serious and observant. Regaining his composure, the audition director offered a charming smile, reassuring her that Seongguk's talent was indeed overflowing, despite his earlier rush. The director marveled at Seongguk's innate ability to command the camera, following every direction as if born for the spotlight. Seongguk, in his thoughts, humorously confirmed the director's observation, hinting at a profound understanding far beyond his infant years. The director's anticipation for working with Seongguk was suddenly shattered by a sharp clattering sound, abruptly ending his enthusiastic speech. The audition director and staff turned in surprise as the enraged rival mother fiercely knocked over a light stand, demanding an explanation for the unfolding chaos. Her face contorted with fury, the rival mother shouted, accusing them of prematurely deciding the audition's winner before the final round even began. Kim So-young clutched Seongguk, her face etched with worry, while the audition director looked on, gravely concerned by the rival mother's outburst. The rival mother's voice resonated with indignant certainty, declaring that only Jae-hee would be an acceptable winner in her eyes. An official announcement confirmed the two final candidates for the Next Generation Child Actor audition, Jeon Seongguk and Lee Jae-hee. The rival nanny, her smile a veneer, politely directed Kim So-young and Seongguk to wait, while the rival mother stood stiffly, radiating annoyance. The rival nanny's annoyance was barely contained as she let out a dismissive sound, while the rival mother walked away, her indifference a pointed insult. The rival nanny, feigning sweetness, informed Seongguk that he was a finalist despite the fierce competition, leaving the infant momentarily confused. A proud smile spread across Seongguk's face, basking in the rival nanny's whispered praise that he was, without a doubt, the best. The rival nanny fidgeted uneasily, a sudden wave of nervousness washing over her, while the rival mother beside her looked deeply worried. With an embarrassed whisper, Kim So-young confessed her need to use the bathroom when the rival nanny, noticing her distress, asked what was wrong. The rival nanny kindly offered to care for Seongguk, a gesture that surprised and gratefully relieved Kim So-young. With a quick hup, the rival nanny swiftly took both infants into her arms as Kim So-young hurried off, promising a swift return. The rival nanny gently patted Seongguk's head, admiring his unique charm, to which the infant coyly responded, acknowledging her attention. A terrifying red aura radiated from the rival mother as she asked, "Are you serious, causing the rival nanny to gasp in sheer terror. The rival mother's fury erupted, declaring her absolute annoyance at the comparison between Jae-hee and that child, questioning the nanny's lack of discernment. The rival nanny's face glistened with panic and sweat as the rival mother's menacing question threatened her livelihood. The rival mother's angry suggestion that the nanny raise Seongguk herself was met with frantic apologies, while Seongguk himself fumed internally at her audacity. Inside his infant mind, Seongguk seethed with comedic rage, clenching his tiny fist, wishing he could physically confront the infuriating woman. The audition staff members' knock and polite, "Excuse me," broke the tense silence, signaling an interruption to their private conversation. The audition staff, looking slightly troubled, addressed the rival mother as assistant director, informing her he was about to call regarding Seongguk's guardian. Seongguk's annoyance grew as he heard the audition staff explain that his guardian had left him with someone else, allowing them to speak freely. The rival mother vehemently protested the fairness of the audition, passionately declaring that she only enrolled Jae-hee for the experience, not for competition with another child. Seongguk's eyes widened in shock as the rival mother's outburst implied a predetermined outcome for Jae-hee. The audition staff nervously tried to appease the rival mother by confirming her statement, while Seongguk internally grappled with the implications of this revelation. The narration revealed a common corruption: the CF model had already been chosen, making the entire audition nothing more than a hollow formality. The scheme, designed for one child's glorious debut, shamelessly used other children as mere props, tossing them aside once their purpose was served. The audition staff nervously pleaded for the rival mother to maintain composure, but she indignantly asserted that the decision had been made by higher-ups, rendering the director's opinion irrelevant. The audition staff, remembering the director's acclaimed achievements, privately decided they absolutely had to conceal the pre-selection from him. The rival mother, with a smug smile and crossed arms, confidently affirmed that she had hired a private tutor to meticulously prepare her child for the final audition. The audition staff smugly dismissed Seongguk, confidently asserting that Jae-hee, with his private training, would easily outshine a child who had not practiced. The audition staff slyly suggested to Jae-hee that they practice a line, a proposal that confused both the infant and the rival nanny. A shadow fell across Seongguk's face as the audition staff's voice commanded, "Repeat after me." A knowing smirk spread across Seongguk's shadowed face as a sudden realization dawned on him. With a decisive flash of light, the audition director's voice boomed, declaring the final audition officially open. The narration confirmed the criteria: the winner would be the baby who could naturally deliver lines and perform the act, setting the stage for the formal competition. Kim So-young cheered with sparkling hope from the sidelines, while Seongguk, with steely determination, silently commanded himself to stay focused. The audition director's powerful action echoed through the studio, signaling the true beginning of the performance. As the audition staff directed the babies, Seongguk internally noted that their responsiveness to commands would be a crucial part of the scoring. Seongguk strategically crawled directly towards the camera and director, knowing that optimal positioning would secure a better angle, surprising Jae-hee with his determined haste. The rival mother frantically pointed and yelled, ordering Jae-hee towards the correct camera, as the confused infant trembled under the pressure. The audition director, his patience waning, suggested to the audition staff that they set Jae-hee aside for the moment and proceed with Seongguk's test. The audition staff, flustered and overwhelmed, frantically called for the lines, agreeing in a rush. The audition staff's smug thoughts dismissed Seongguk, certain that he knew nothing compared to the well-rehearsed Jae-hee. Filled with confident expectation of failure, the audition staff began to prompt Seongguk with the first syllable, AP-. A triumphant smile spread across Seongguk's face as he joyfully and perfectly pronounced APPA. The audition staff stared in utter shock as Seongguk, radiating pure charm, giggled and called out, "Daddy." The audition director proudly acknowledged Seongguk's performance, confident in his own judgment, but then quickly added, "Now, wait a minute," a new thought crossing his mind. The shocked rival mother desperately pleaded for Jae-hee to be watched, clutching the worried infant in her arms. The audition director critically observed how the child was being handled, then simply stated, "Understood," his gaze serious and concerned. The audition staff asked Jae-hee to say, "Daddy," but the infant could only manage distressed, incomplete sounds. Jae-hee's loud cries filled the studio, distressing the rival mother and dismaying the audition director, plunging the atmosphere into chaos. The rival mother grimaced in disbelief, clutching the wailing infant as she lamented that the turn of events made no sense. The audition director's face clouded with suspicion as he heard the rival mother's implied claim of training, repeating the word with a questioning tone. The flustered audition staff nervously declared he would hastily wrap up the audition. As the audition staff thanked everyone, a confident and sparkling Seongguk internally declared his undeniable victory, knowing there was no turning back. The announcement of Lee Jae-hee as the final winner left Kim So-young utterly shocked, while a defeated Seongguk's face remained hidden in her arms. The announcement proclaimed Lee Jae-hee the final winner of the Next Generation Child Actor audition, leaving Kim So-young in utter disbelief. A collective murmuring swept through the crowd, echoing one woman's voiced disbelief that the results could possibly be correct. Kim So-young erupted in protest, insisting that Seongguk had performed flawlessly, while the rival mother feigned a hesitant surprise. The rival mother's thoughts clicked into place with a sneer, believing that cuteness alone was insufficient to make a child actor. With a dismissive sweep, the rival mother scoffed at aiming for victory based solely on charm. A low growl underscored the rival mother's condescending question, challenging Kim So-young to know her place. As Kim So-young attempted to retort, the rival mother cut her off with a sneering declaration that second place was more than sufficient for a low-class kid. A cruel chuckle accompanied the rival mother's sarcastic commendation of Kim So-young's efforts. The rival nanny led her employer away with a swift movement, leaving Kim So-young to tremble with suppressed anger. Kim So-young clutched her hand, agonizing over how such cruel words could have been uttered in front of her innocent Seongguk. As Kim So-young questioned him, Seongguk calmly grasped her shirt, urging her to stay composed. Seongguk's confident smirk confirmed his prediction, the outcome was unfolding precisely as he had foreseen. His intricate calculations suggested the next phase of his plan was already in motion. Footsteps pattered urgently as the audition director frantically called out for Seongguk's mother. The audition director, wide-eyed and flustered, desperately requested a private conversation. Seongguk inwardly acknowledged Jaehee's predicted victory, a realization that prompted a drastic shift in his own strategy. His past life had taught him the futility of fighting corruption directly, having witnessed countless times how money paved the path to the top. With a golden resolve, he knew a true businessman never engaged in a losing battle but always aimed for a higher, more advantageous path. The audition director, sweating with eagerness, urgently implored Seongguk's mother for a private word about crucial connections. The director, exasperated, admitted his own surprise and frustration at the damn bastards who had manipulated the process. He bowed his head in apology, revealing that higher-ups had rigged the entire audition process. While the director regretfully patted Seongguk, apologizing for exposing him to such a dirty scene, the infant impatiently demanded to know the actual point of the conversation. With a confident smile and a gasp of realization, the director invited Seongguk's mother to a commercial shoot the following week, declaring it their chance. His mind exploded with a glittering flowchart of ambition. A one-time gig was not enough. The true goal was to captivate the director, secure continuous roles, become a child star, and most importantly, establish a stable, consistent flow of wealth. The director enthusiastically explained the vast opportunities such commercials offered, while Seongguk celebrated his impending success and the rival mother wept in silent defeat. With a cackling giggle, Seongguk plotted to reel in the director and amass a fortune through his cunning. Ultimately, his grand vision extended beyond personal wealth. He intended to use that fortune to support his entire family. Kim So-young, puzzled, questioned their need to attend the shoot, prompting the director to explain the necessity of backup baby models in case of unforeseen circumstances like illness. The director confided his anxiety regarding the official winners, a sentiment Kim So-young understood perfectly as the rival mother glared and Jaehee let out a fretful whine. With a desperate thump and a gasp of surprise, the audition director prostrated himself on the floor, pleading for Seongguk's mother to help them just this once. Kim So-young slyly feigned concern for Seongguk's well-being, prompting a curious glance from the infant. Seongguk's eyes gleamed with the prospect of money as he enthusiastically urged his mother to accept, declaring their participation was a definite yes. The director laughed warmly, acknowledging Seongguk's uncanny understanding, wishing all child actors possessed such easy comprehension. The director eagerly offered his business card and requested her contact information for Seongguk's future projects, leaving Kim So-young hesitant and overwhelmed. Near Seoul, a bustling commercial filming set awaited them. A cacophony of chattering voices filled the air as Kim So-young looked around in wide-eyed wonder. Kim So-young expressed her disbelief at finding such a location nestled within the forest, just as staff footsteps pattered towards them, calling out for Seongguk's mother. The audition staff member bowed slightly, extending a warm greeting. Seongguk's mind seethed with recognition of the corrupt assistant director, while the staff member awkwardly chuckled, noting the infant's fierce glare. The audition staff member confirmed their role as backup models as he led them towards the waiting room. The staff member gestured them forward, and the movement around them clinked and clattered. Seongguk's eyes widened in profound surprise at something he spotted. He gasped in recognition of the Samjeon Turbo Washer, a revolutionary third-generation washing machine now advertised as taking care of your laundry. Its revolutionary drum system had made it a massive hit and super appliance of the year, causing Samjeon's stock to skyrocket and thrilling his grandfather to the sound of triumphant applause. A new, profound realization dawned on him about the true significance of this commercial. A dark aura of rage consumed the rival mother as she furiously questioned why these people were present at the set. The rival nanny nervously tried to interject, but the rival mother's fury mounted as she demanded to know why the failed contestants were allowed to be there. Kim So-young calmly explained their presence as backup models, earning praise from Seongguk, before she snapped in anger, warning him against using foul language in front of a baby. The rival mother repeated, backup model, with open skepticism as her nanny nervously bowed, explaining the need for a substitute should Jaehee's condition worsen. The rival mother scoffed, confidently asserting that her Jaehee was in top condition and would never require a backup, despite the infant's obvious distress. Jaehee let out a tearful sniffle, confirming Seongguk's cynical internal observation that the child was far from top condition. The rival mother dismissively waved them away, only for a new voice to cut through the tension, questioning the unfolding scene. Actress Im Se-mi arrived in a serene glow, commenting softly on the sudden noise. Im Se-mi, somewhat confused by the scene, hesitantly introduced herself and asked if these were the infants she was scheduled to film with. The audition staff quickly introduced Seongguk as the backup model and Jaehee as the official audition winner, clarifying their roles. Actress Im Se-mi cheerfully extended a greeting, only for Jaehee to recoil with a wail. A flush of confusion and embarrassment spread across the actress's face. With a resigned sigh and a turning movement, Im Se-mi concluded that Jaehee simply wasn't interested in her. She then hopefully turned to Seongguk, who ecstatically welcomed that new connection and eagerly agreed to greet the lead actress. Actress Im Se-mi smiled warmly, touched by Seongguk's immediate connection. Actress Im Se-mi expressed her astonishment at Seongguk's remarkable friendliness, a sentiment Kim So-young echoed with maternal pride. A playful thought crossed actress Im Se-mi's mind, suggesting she film with the cuter baby instead, which instantly ignited the rival mother's furious shock. The rival mother furiously gripped the actress's arm, yelling at her for speaking nonsense, as Im Se-mi cried out in pain. Im Se-mi angrily demanded to be released, and the grip on her arm suddenly broke free. A chaotic clash erupted between the two women, each accusing the other of barging in and spouting nonsense. The rival mother let out a surprised gasp, touched on the neck by an unexpected intervention. A new figure arrived, calmly questioning the raised voices, his hand firmly grasping the rival mother's as she stammered to inquire about his identity. Actress Im Se-mi beamed with sparkling relief, addressing the newcomer with profound respect as vice chairman. He casually explained his presence, stating he couldn't miss the commercial shoot for our new product. A blue aura of profound shock engulfed Seongguk as the unbelievable truth began to dawn on him. Seongguk exclaimed in utter disbelief, his own father revealing himself as Jeon Jae-hyung, the vice chairman of Samjeon. The formidable vice chairman of Samjeon, Jeon Jae-hyung, stood before them, leaving Seongguk to ponder what kind of man his birth father truly was. Though he never quite matched the legendary stature of his own father, Chairman Jeon Jushin, the weight of that legacy was palpable as subordinates bowed respectfully before him. Yet, Jeon Jae-hyung held his own as a highly competent vice chairman, effortlessly managing crucial documents with a professional smile. He heroically spearheaded the company through restructuring and organizational improvements during crises, inspiring enthusiastic cheers from his devoted team as success soared. His reputation as a forward-thinking business leader, never hesitant to invest in specialized fields, even earned him a coveted spot on the cover of Korea Forbes. This was the undeniable truth of his public persona, a supremely capable and successful vice chairman of Samjeon. But as a man, a husband, or a father, the reality was a stark, distressing contrast, leaving a CHUBBY Seongguk shrouded in a cloud of despair. Witnessing such a chaotic scene still churned Seongguk's stomach, bringing back a wave of visceral memories. His father, Jeon Jae-hyung, always had countless mistresses, and a young Seongguk watched tensely as a new woman was introduced when he was only 10. The woman's smile, though outwardly kind, held a sinister edge as she greeted young Seongguk. "How adorable, please take care of me, okay," she said, words Seongguk instinctively knew to erase from his mind the moment they were uttered. The memory, however, was clearer than he cared to admit. That woman was none other than the acclaimed actress Im Se-mi. Actress Im Se-mi, unaware of the family's turbulent past, pointed to a young boy and declared, "I like him," much to Jeon Jae-hyung's visible displeasure. The narration whispered of a smart child, as a footfall marked the subtle shift in focus. Jeon Jae-hyung offered a casual, "hello," to a young Seongguk, who stood with his head bowed, the weight of unspoken history between them. Suddenly, the infant Seongguk's surprised exclamation of "father" startled Kim So-young, who held him protectively. The infant Seongguk's call of "father" was met with his birth father, Jeon Jae-hyung, who seemed to glow with an otherworldly aura. An unidentified staff member interjected, reminding the confidently smiling vice chairman that it was time to head inside. Jeon Jae-hyung chuckled, feigning surprise at the late hour before regretfully announcing his imminent departure to actress Im Se-mi and the other women. With a sly, knowing smile, he instructed them to take good care of the filming. The rival mother, witnessing the exchange, couldn't suppress a frustrated sigh. A timid, unidentified woman agreed to his implied command, knowing full well it would be impossible for someone like Deokpung Paper's wife to defy Samjeon's vice chairman, while CHUBBY Seongguk smirked at the power play. This dual nature defined vice chairman Jeon Jae-hyung. He was a man of undeniable influence and charm. While he often seemed like a playboy, Seongguk reflected on how his father, in crucial moments, always projected the formidable image befitting a major corporation's vice chairman. "Kid, take care during the shoot, too," a hand gently patted Seongguk's head, an instruction laced with an unspoken meaning. Then, Jeon Jae-hyung uttered softly, his gaze distant as he prepared to leave. As his birth father walked away, the infant Seongguk watched him go, a silent observer of a life he was determined to escape. Looking at his father, the infant Seongguk vowed to himself, "I'm going to live a different life from my past life now." When Kim So-young called his name, Seongguk's eyes burned with resolve. "I found something worth calling a family. I will protect these people." And then, his ambition soared, conjuring a vision of a skyscraper that would someday house a company greater than Samjeon itself. With a resolute closing of his eyes, Seongguk declared, "There will be a time when we will meet again." The audition staff's booming voice cut through the quiet, announcing, "All right, everyone, we will begin filming." As the audition staff directed Kim So-young and the infant Seongguk, and sent the rival mother to rest, the director's imminent arrival charged the air. The rival mother, holding her baby carrier, impatiently instructed the child models to wait, surprising Kim So-young and the bored infant Seongguk. Seongguk smirked in the shadows, his thoughts clear. "Right, the past life is the past life. Right now." His eyes glowing with fierce determination, Seongguk internally commanded himself, "Let's focus on the things that are important right now." The advertisement's concept was simple, a sparkling, picturesque forest villa where a mother and her baby did laundry. Actress Im Se-mi grimaced, holding her nose at the stench of the father's sweat-stained white shirt. Miraculously, the shirt became dazzlingly white, making a chibi Seongguk rub his cheek against it with delight, happily calling out, "D-dad." "The laundry's done," actress Im Se-mi cheerfully declared, concluding the advertisement with a refreshing shot of the shining washing machine. In Seongguk's past life, this ad was a colossal hit, earning a Donghee Advertising Award and catapulting the child actor, a blushing, celebratory chibi Seongguk, into stardom. With a shadowed smirk, the infant Seongguk knew exactly what he was thinking. "Shouldn't I be the one doing this advertisement?" he questioned mentally, as actress Im Se-mi and the rival nanny looked on in distress at the loudly crying infant Jae-hee. Actress Im Se-mi, utterly frustrated, threw her hands up, questioning, "No, this baby, what on earth is going on?" Infant Jae-hee, crying and aggressively slapping, confirmed the rival nanny's exasperated complaint that he started hitting hard whenever someone got close. Kim So-young voiced her surprise at the baby's sudden misbehavior, wondering aloud why he, who once seemed so gentle, was acting this way, while Seongguk secretly smirked. The narration revealed Seongguk's genius plan. He had given the tormented infant Jae-hee an amazing tip. Every time Im Se-mi gets close, Seongguk had communicated, if he resists with all his might, he'll be able to go home early. He mused how, despite being babies, they had somehow managed to communicate, a surprising babble of understanding passing between him and a bright-eyed infant Jae-hee. "This isn't going to work," the audition director exclaimed in frustration, shocking the rival mother with his decision, "We'll shoot with the second model." The rival mother furiously demanded, "What do you mean by that? My baby was the winner," but the audition director retorted, "The shoot has been stuck for an hour." The director explained his exasperation, saying the baby refused to cooperate and kept slapping the actor's face, while infant Jae-hee continued to cry and struggle. An audition staff member angrily reminded them of the pressing schedule, but the rival mother defiantly asserted, "Don't be ridiculous. Don't you know which family we are from?" The rival mother spoke into an old-fashioned phone, boasting, "Deokpung's chairman cherishes his grandchild a lot." She pointed an accusing finger, threatening to contact the chairman immediately and have everyone replaced, leaving the audition staff stunned into silence. The audition director's face contorted in confusion and worry as an alarm shrilled through the tension. Actress Im Se-mi delivered a sharp, shocking slap that sent the rival mother reeling backward. The audition director, Kim So-young, and even the infant Seongguk watched, wide-eyed with shock at the sudden outburst. The rival mother gasped, clutching her face in stunned disbelief. Actress Im Se-mi's eyes glowed crimson with intense anger as she demanded, "What is this nonsense?" With a chillingly calm smile, she articulated her strong dislike for those who were not involved but chose to disrupt her set. As actress Im Se-mi coolly acknowledged the rival mother's status but suggested she take her baby inside, the audition director, Kim So-young, and Seongguk watched in stunned admiration. Energized, the audition director, now focused, excitedly called out, "Director. Let's start again." With a glowing hand, actress Im Se-mi decisively pointed at the infant Seongguk, declaring, "I want to film with that kid," delighting him and surprising Kim So-young. Actress Im Se-mi, radiating an undeniable energy, boldly declared to the director that they would start over, insisting she wanted to film only with Seongguk. Seongguk's infant face flushed with a surprised blush, while the rival mother, defeated and furious, retreated with infant Jae-hee and the nanny. The audition director's voice cut through the tension, commanding everyone to stand by, which jolted the rival mother from her knees with a furious gasp. Her face contorted with rage, the rival mother shrieked, unable to comprehend why anyone else would be chosen over her precious Jae-hee. Seongguk's mother, her heart heavy with a mixture of fear and protectiveness, drew him close, shielding him from the venomous words, whispering for him not to listen. The rival mother's mind seethed with a cynical certainty, convinced that the entire shoot was destined for utter disaster. The camera's red light, a haunting echo of his past life's demise, now shone on Seongguk as a chorus of voices, like specters from his old empire, called out his name, CEO Jeon Seongguk. The flashes exploded around him as the phantom staff clamored for his attention, a familiar barrage he met with the practiced confidence of a true CEO. With a soft, knowing smile, Seongguk effortlessly commanded the room, a silent acknowledgement of his inherent power. Confident acting was always a weapon in his arsenal, and Seongguk knew instinctively how to wield it before the lens, a skill that now delighted the audition director and actress Im Seon-mi on set. Actress Im Seon-mi cradled him gently, her warm smile radiating affection as she playfully inquired about the clean and fluffy outcome of their commercial magic. His tiny hand squeezed the white cloth, a silent, focused gesture of intent just before his performance. Then, a brilliant, pure smile erupted on his face, and from deep within, Seongguk uttered his first, perfect word, Appa. The audition director's gasp was almost a squeal, utterly captivated by the overwhelming cuteness Seongguk effortlessly exuded. Still flushed with delight, the audition director barked new orders. The cameras would now revolve entirely around Seongguk, and the staff eagerly affirmed his command. Actress Im Seon-mi beamed, holding Seongguk as he playfully rubbed the cloth, a natural charm radiating from him. With an almost supernatural awareness, Seongguk locked his gaze directly into the camera, commanding every click and capturing every soul. The audition director's astonishment deepened. Seongguk's gaze was not just on the camera, but piercingly, directly into him, leaving the director utterly bewildered by such an infant. Actress Im Seon-mi regarded Seongguk with a sly, knowing smile, her eyes sparkling with an admiration that saw far beyond his infant form. Her musings were abruptly cut short as a sharp, demanding voice called her name, snapping her back to a tense reality. An audition staff member held up the script, a tangible reminder of the lines that needed to be delivered. With a happy rustle of fabric, actress Im Seon-mi embraced the giggling Seongguk, playfully announcing his love for clean laundry. Their performance was a vibrant crescendo, as actress Im Seon-mi, with Seongguk, enthusiastically endorsed the trustworthy Round and Round detergent. The audition director, his face alight with overwhelming satisfaction, roared, "Perfect," his voice poised to declare the scene finished. With a triumphant shout of "Cut," the crew erupted in cheers, celebrating the success as actress Im Seon-mi struck a pose, holding the triumphant infant Seongguk. As the rival mother's furious voice shattered the serene twilight, dismissing the outcome as ridiculous, the world outside remained indifferent, painted in hues of orange and gold. Her indignation reached a fever pitch as she raged, questioning how a mere, cute performance could usurp her own child's rightful place as the commercial model. The rival mother, transformed into a miniature demon of fury, shrieked her protests, her questions about Jae-hee's inability to act falling on the audition director's stubbornly stoic expression. Infant Jae-hee, utterly drained by the ordeal, let out a deep sigh of pure fatigue as the nanny held her. With a comforting pat, the audition director offered a quiet reassurance, telling them there was nothing to worry about. Actress Im Seon-mi, a confident smirk playing on her lips, dismissed the rival mother's screams as utterly ineffectual. They would change nothing. The audition director wondered aloud about the futility of the fuss, questioning what could be done if a child simply couldn't act, as the chibi rival mother's rage reached a screeching, demon-like crescendo that actress Im Seon-mi found darkly amusing. Actress Im Seon-mi chuckled, declaring Seongguk the undisputed best, a sentiment that surprised the audition director who never expected such a quick shoot, but was met with a dismissive, "Don't make me laugh," from an unseen voice. Trembling with a palpable, hostile rage, the rival mother spat insults at the actress, then launched into a furious tirade about the vast sum she had squandered on this pathetic ad. Her fury then turned to the audition director, accusing him of illicit gains, making him gasp and avert his gaze from her piercing anger. A wave of exasperation washed over the audition director as he muttered with disgust, questioning an assistant director's alleged payment. With eyes glowing ominously in the shadows, the audition director tightened his grip on an audition staff member's head, warning him that their separate conversation would come later. The rival nanny, her eyes narrowed with disdain, declared herself done with the entire debacle, questioning who would tolerate such a pathetic commercial. With a dramatic puff of fury, the rival mother stormed off, vowing to sue everyone involved, while a tiny, chibi Seongguk let out a melancholic sigh. The audition director turned to Seongguk's mother, his voice laced with apology, acknowledging the shock she must have endured, to which she simply acknowledged him. Seongguk's mother offered a gentle, reassuring smile, kindly deflecting his apology and acknowledging his own hard work. Beyond anything, the audition director poured out his profound gratitude, admitting he couldn't imagine how the day would have unfolded without Seongguk, to which a thoughtful, chibi Seongguk subtly replied with his own thanks. The audition director's words about no more shoots and a sincerely handled payment resonated like a symphony, sending a Chibi Seongguk into a silent, bubbling ecstasy over the thought of wealth. Seongguk's mother, her face soft with a loving smile, suggested they finally head home, and Seongguk responded with an exuberant, joyful cry. As a thoughtful silence settled over actress Im Seon-mi, Seongguk's chibi thought drifted nearby, urging her to go home and rest, sensing her weariness. With a gentle, radiant smile, actress Im Seon-mi turned to address Seongguk's mother. Actress Im Seon-mi graciously offered to drive them home in her van, the gentle hum of the engine a promise of a peaceful journey. Seongguk slept soundly, a soft, peaceful snore escaping his lips as he drooled contentedly. Actress Im Seon-mi watched him sleep, observing his undeniable cuteness, while his mother gently surmised that he must have been utterly exhausted. Seongguk's mother expressed her gratitude for the ride in such a luxurious car, while a thoughtful chibi Seongguk silently echoed her thanks. Actress Im Seon-mi, however, brushed it aside, insisting she was the one who owed Seongguk thanks. Seongguk's mother's eyes widened in profound surprise, the question echoing in her mind, why would anyone need to thank Seongguk? Actress Im Seon-mi smiled contentedly, acknowledging Seongguk as an excellent lead actor whose unexpected brilliance allowed her to leave work early. She continued, marveling at how Seongguk's gaze instinctively followed the camera's light, as if he possessed an innate understanding of its intricate workings. Even more astounding, she revealed, was his seamless ability to synchronize his performance with her rhythm, creating an effortless harmony. As she wondered if he had by chance even matched her face's angle, Seongguk himself, with a quick movement, astonishingly confirmed that her right side always appeared better on screen. Her eyes glowed with intense insight as she reflected on Seongguk's profound grasp of the shoot's flow, a natural ability that allowed him to deliver a dominant, screen-commanding performance. Seongguk's mother stared in utter shock, the weight of actress Im Seon-mi's words, that Seongguk was already a complete actor, echoing through her very soul. Her eyes welled with tears, her voice choked with overwhelming emotion as she gazed at her sleeping son, realizing the extraordinary truth about her Seongguk. With a sly, knowing smile, actress Im Seon-mi leaned in, telling Seongguk's mother that she had a suggestion she wanted to make. Seongguk, with an adorable, chubby pout, watched the exchange. Actress Im Seon-mi, radiating a brilliant glow, extended her hand, her expression one of profound invitation. Seongguk's mother gasped, her eyes wide with shock and confusion at the actress's unspoken proposition, while Seongguk himself flushed, avoiding her gaze. Seongguk's infant face dissolved into a knowing smirk, his eyes glowing an impossible, vibrant blue as he challenged her with a single, profound question, was she truly serious? The humble brick building stood under a clear, bright sky, a quiet testament to the life Seongguk was determined to transform. The landlord, with a triumphant flourish, declared the unexpected sum of 4 million won. Seongguk's parents watched, wide-eyed and utterly delighted, as the staff member revealed the director had insisted on increasing his appearance fee. Seongguk, in his infant form, burst with overwhelming inner joy as the true scale of his early success dawned on him. He reveled in the thought that child acting was indeed his golden ticket, dreaming of gold coins cascading around his suited, adult self. Even as his parents expressed their concerns, Seongguk's chibi form gleamed with a dark, scheming aura, already calculating his next strategic investments. His father, Jeon Seongguk, clutched the wad of cash, an ecstatic blush spreading across his face as he admitted he had never held so much money before. But Seongguk's mother, Kim So-young, was perplexed, her gaze drifting to something unseen. Startled by her husband's question, Kim So-young called out, addressing the landlord. A hand presented a sleek black card, and Seongguk, his infant face alight with curiosity, recognized it from the previous day. The landlord's eyes widened in profound shock, bathed in a green glow, as she grasped the card's powerful significance. The card itself revealed the truth, it was from Sinsung Entertainment, actress Im Seon-mi's agency. Clutching the card, the landlord speculated with thoughtful intensity that actress Im Seon-mi must have developed a strong affection for Seongguk. With a knowing, sly smirk, Kim So-young revealed the actress's audacious proposal, to sign Seongguk as an exclusive child actor with Sinsung Entertainment. Seongguk's chibi form reacted with a jolt of utter surprise at the monumental prospect of becoming an exclusive child actor. While his father worried aloud about their baby becoming a celebrity, Kim So-young admitted her own confusion. The landlord sank into pensive thought, contemplating the unexpected yet promising offer. Kim So-young's eyes widened in surprise as the landlord, with a sudden surge of determination, vowed to investigate the agency herself. In a stylized vision in her mind, the landlord, glowing with resolve, committed to uncovering the true nature of Sinsung Entertainment and its formidable CEO. Holding the business card firmly, the landlord's resolve deepened, determined to ensure the agency's treatment of its actors was beyond reproach. Kim So-young gasped, astonished by the landlord's unwavering dedication, a dedication Seongguk, despite his infant form, also keenly perceived. The landlord offered a reassuring smile, then formally congratulated Seongguk on his upcoming debut as a commercial model. She informed them the commercial would air in 2 weeks, then announced her departure, citing pressing work matters. As the landlord walked away, Kim So-young cried out, her voice tinged with a sudden, distressed urgency. The landlord paused, questioning her unease, but Kim So-young, nervously clasping her hands, denied it was discomfort. With hesitant sincerity, Kim So-young directly asked the landlord why she extended such extraordinary help to their family. Jeon Seongguk, blushing with gratitude, then added his own bewildered thanks for the landlord's consistent and selfless support. Kim So-young reacted with profound surprise to the landlord's simple, heartfelt confession. She merely wanted to support them. The landlord, with a gentle, reflective smile, shared her difficult past, having worked tirelessly to buy the very building they now lived in. In a touching flashback, she recounted how seeing the young couple's admirable hard work had inspired her to cheer them on. She humbly dismissed her actions as mere nosiness, wanting to alleviate any pressure they might feel. Kim So-young gazed at the landlord, her eyes wide and deeply touched by such unexpected kindness. A tentative question hung in the air as Kim So-young asked if she could call the landlord Uni. The landlord, surprised, watched as Kim So-young, with outstretched arms, eagerly reiterated her request. Kim So-young's heartfelt desire to treat the landlord as family touched the landlord deeply, bringing a glimmer of emotion to her eyes. The landlord's gentle smile confirmed her acceptance, her internal thoughts acknowledging the warmth of their household. Kim So-young let out a delightful exclamation as the landlord finally agreed. The landlord, now Myeong, inquired if she should start using Kim So-young's first name, to which Kim So-young enthusiastically agreed, prompting Seongguk to observe the new bond with thoughtful, chibi curiosity. Seongguk, a sly smile gracing his infant features, quietly understood the shifting dynamics as his father, Jeon Seongguk, wondered what he was thinking. The landlord and Kim So-young, now Uni and Dongseung, shared a warm, hand-holding moment, solidifying their newfound familial bond. 2 weeks later, the day ended at a neighborhood shop as an unidentified worker bowed goodbye to the last customers. Jeon Seongguk, beaming with excitement, announced the shop was closed for the day, just as planned. Owner Park Won, the cheerful owner of One Ajusi's boss Sam, held a rather unamused Seongguk. Jeon Seongguk thanked owner Park Won for closing early to watch Seongguk's commercial, and the owner modestly mentioned his shop's large TV. Owner Park Won's affectionate cheek-pulling drew an internal complaint from Seongguk, who only tolerated the skinship because he was his father's boss. Seongguk, dizzy with exasperation, begrudgingly endured the unwanted affection, conceding he owed the owner a favor, while his parents watched with surprise. A telltale jingle announced the landlord's timely arrival, her foot stepping into the shop. The landlord, now Myeong Uni, entered the warmly lit room, greeted by a welcoming Kim So-young and the gathered family. Kim So-young excitedly exclaimed that Myeong had arrived just in time, comparing their gathering to watching a movie together. Jeon Seongguk, his voice full of eager anticipation, announced the commercial was about to begin and urged everyone to take a seat. Static crackled as the commercial began, setting a common laundry dilemma, dull and dirty clothes even on a clear day. The commercial's mother, holding a baby, then posed a rhetorical question to the audience: what was the solution? Kim So-young shrieked with delight, identifying Seongguk on screen, while the landlord looked on with pleasant surprise. The commercial then proudly unveiled the Samjeon Turbo washer, a new laundry revolution promising sparkling white results. The commercial's mother asked Seongguk about the clean laundry, to which the infant, chewing innocently on a piece of fabric, offered a soft, baby-like response. Then, with sparkling eyes and an adorable grin, Seongguk charmingly called out, "Daddy," in the commercial. Jeon Seongguk, owner Park Won, and Kim So-young were utterly overcome with emotion, tears streaming down their faces as they watched Seongguk's performance. As the commercial concluded, owner Park Won clapped with enthusiastic fervor, declaring it excellent and absolutely perfect. Kim So-young, beaming with pride, praised the commercial to the landlord, who smiled contentedly. The landlord, with surprising insight, complimented the commercial's excellent editing and predicted it might even win an award, a judgment Seongguk smugly affirmed in his mind. Jeon Seongguk, overcome with paternal pride, smothered Seongguk in a joyful hug, much to the infant's chibi annoyance. The celebratory atmosphere was suddenly shattered by the insistent ringing of a telephone. Owner Park Won, his chibi face a mix of annoyance and confusion, answered the phone, stating his shop was closed for the day. On the other end, an unidentified caller reacted with an intense, blue-filtered gasp of shock. The audition director introduced himself, startling owner Park Won with the revelation that he knew they were all watching the commercial together. The director explained he had an urgent matter to discuss with Seongguk's family, asking if they could speak immediately. Meanwhile, Jeon Tae-guk, perhaps an older version of Seongguk or a figure deeply connected to his future, smiled slyly, a subtle glow surrounding him as he held a stack of papers, hinting at impending, significant developments. The bustling headquarters hummed with an unseen welcome, hinting at the significant events about to unfold within its walls. As Seongguk's parents were formally welcomed to the station, his father expressed his sincere gratitude to the director for the invitation. The director's cheerful greeting made the infant Seongguk sparkle with an excited curiosity, drawing his full attention. Seongguk, filled with an uncontainable burst of recognition, eagerly called out to the director. The director marveled at Seongguk's increasingly advanced speech, which his mother casually attributed to a natural developmental stage. His father sighed with feigned exasperation, describing Seongguk's endless babbling, as the infant's insistent calls for "appa" and "mama" echoed through their home. The director playfully suggested giving Seongguk more substantial lines, a notion his father seized upon with a determined glint in his eye. An eager, almost mischievous delight radiated from Seongguk, promising that soon he would flawlessly recite any script placed before him. The director, expressing genuine anticipation for Seongguk's future development, courteously invited the parents to be seated. As promised, the director clarified the day's agenda, to discuss a groundbreaking program, one with Seongguk poised to take the lead. The program's title, Just Baby, was decisively laid bare, marking the beginning of a new venture. The director unveiled the show's fantastical premise, a parenting reality series where 5 renowned idol members would share their lives with Seongguk. Just as the director was about to reveal the idol group's identity, a sharp click of a door announced an unexpected arrival. A cheerful greeting startled Seongguk's parents, though the infant himself remained calm amidst their sudden surprise. Stepping forward with an almost ethereal glow, Taehyun, the leader of the idol group Just, introduced himself. With a subtle, charming smile that reached his eyes, Taehyun expressed his genuine anticipation for their upcoming collaboration. Taehyun, now unmasked, radiated an irresistible charm, delivering a knowing wink that sparkled with practiced allure. Kim So-young's delighted squeals of fangirl excitement startled her husband, who questioned her sudden, uncharacteristic outburst. Taehyun gracefully acknowledged Kim So-young's clear familiarity with his group, and she, blushing, admitted to having seen them on television. With a modest, almost bashful smile, Taehyun humbly stated that his group still had many areas for improvement. As Taehyun passionately declared his group's ambition to become the nation's top idols and pleaded for support, Kim So-young's enthusiastic squeal confirmed her unwavering belief in their perfect talent. A dark, jealous aura enveloped Seongguk's father as he bitterly wondered if his wife's affections now strayed, while the infant Seongguk smugly admonished his father's unsightly emotion. The director's promise of meeting the other idol members during filming ignited a fresh wave of excitement in Kim So-young. But a sudden, sharp gasp of realization caused Kim So-young to abruptly halt her enthusiastic words. Kim So-young's maternal worry manifested as she vocalized her fear that such an intense program might overwhelm her son, a protective sentiment Seongguk inwardly acknowledged and appreciated. With a passionate intensity that brooked no argument, the director asserted Seongguk was, without question, the very heart of the entire program. The director effusively praised Seongguk's uncanny empathy and innate camera awareness, a sentiment the infant himself smugly, silently affirmed with a knowing nod. The director's voice resonated with absolute conviction, declaring that no other lead could possibly fill Seongguk's role. When the director pressed for their decision, both Seongguk and his father enthusiastically affirmed their commitment to the show. A sudden, potent surge of memory pierced through Seongguk's infant mind. He had witnessed this very show in his past life. The show's audacious concept, pairing a top idol group with an infant, undeniably captivated audiences with its unique charm. Viewers of every age instantly adored the infant, with exclamations of his undeniable cuteness echoing widely. The audience rallied behind the idols as they grappled with the challenges of childcare, a struggle that resonated deeply with those who recalled their own parenting journeys. Ultimately, the show ascended to national sensation status, pioneering the entire parenting reality genre and leaving an indelible mark on television history. Seongguk, recognizing the show as the perfect vehicle for his grand ambition to become a child star and amass a fortune, passionately called out to the director. Seongguk's father acknowledged his son's obvious excitement, but a quiet, contemplative silence soon descended upon him. With a hesitant sigh, Seongguk's father admitted to lingering concerns, catching the director entirely by surprise. Seongguk's father, scratching his head nervously, confessed his deep-seated worry that constant television exposure would rob his son of a normal childhood, a concern that momentarily stunned Seongguk. His voice heavy with emotion, the father revealed his profound desire for Seongguk to grow as an ordinary, cherished child, rather than a celebrity, leaving the director momentarily speechless. A voice of unexpected empathy cut through the tension, offering complete understanding. Seongguk's father gasped in surprise as Taehyun, bathed in an ethereal glow, stepped forward with an unexpected revelation. Taehyun, with a gentle smile, revealed his own past as a child actor, acknowledging the relentless scrutiny that comes with a life in the public eye. Yet, Taehyun declared he held no regrets, attributing his radiant success to being granted the perfect environment to hone his inherent talent for broadcasting and performance. Taehyun's direct question, "Why don't you trust your son?" struck a chord, causing Seongguk's father to gasp in a moment of sudden introspection. Bathed in a soft, verdant glow, Taehyun gently urged the father to allow his son the opportunity to shine, should he possess the undeniable ability. Overcome with paternal pride, Seongguk's father proudly proclaimed his son's unparalleled beauty and talent. With a peaceful smile, the father finally accepted his son's dazzling destiny to rise to the very top and shine the brightest. Amidst a swell of joyous applause, Seongguk's father formally entrusted his son to the director's care, sealing the momentous decision with a handshake. As the countdown to the first shoot for "Just Baby" began, Seongguk's father, with a distressed expression, reluctantly signed the contract, marking his uneasy commitment. For Seongguk, a concept shoot was a mere trifle, an effortless display of his natural camera charisma. The final, long-awaited day of filming, DO, was upon them, signaling the imminent beginning of the show. The first day of filming burst into noisy life as crew members scurried to set up equipment in a whirlwind of bustling activity. The idol group just introduced themselves with a burst of synchronized energy, proclaiming their status as the new standard of K-pop. First introduced were Taehyun, the confident leader, and Lucas, who offered a gentle, blushing smile. Next came Jaehyun, with a shy smile, and Byeonseon, whose demeanor was calm and composed. Finally, there was Michael, whose confident smirk and subtly glowing green eyes hinted at a deeper, more challenging personality. With a show of impressive enthusiasm, Michael greeted Seongguk and his parents, expressing his keen anticipation for their collaboration. Michael's flirtatious comment to Kim So-young, acknowledging her as a fan, both delighted her and enraged her husband, while Seongguk merely registered profound annoyance. The audition staff, clapping enthusiastically, announced that filming would officially begin that day at the idol group's dorm. The staff member rallied the team, proclaiming the station's high hopes for the show and urging everyone to give their best, a call met with eager cheers from the idol members. Seongguk, deep in strategic thought, decided to discard the notion of a rigid script, opting instead to guide the show with an effortless, natural flow. A jolt of recognition ran through Seongguk as he realized these idol members were familiar faces from his past life, having worked as Samjeon's CF models and exclusive idol-turned-actors. The idol group just formally greeted the chairman of Samjeon, who acknowledged their efforts with a casual wave. Seongguk's thoughts confirmed their identities as familiar performers from his past company events, prompting an inwardly possessive thought about "our baby." With a slightly dismissive tone, Michael reached out and made a snide comment about Seongguk's cuteness. Michael gasped in surprise as Seongguk, with a swift, furious slap, expressed his outrage at being touched so casually. Taehyun reacted with wide-eyed shock as Seongguk's father, his voice laced with anger, immediately reprimanded Michael for his unwashed, post-smoking hands. Seongguk's father furiously chastised Michael for attempting to touch an infant with dirty hands, then gently checked on his son, who inwardly griped that the Korean-American idol was as troublesome as he recalled from his past life. A mischievous, glowing grin spread across Seongguk's face as he declared his intent to seize control of the show and meticulously craft flawless character arcs for everyone. Amidst the noisy chatter, an unseen admirer found Seongguk undeniably cute, a sentiment Taehyun readily agreed with, leaving Michael sullenly silent. With a chilling, ominous smirk and eyes glowing with purple resolve, Seongguk delivered a silent, potent warning, "Just wait and see." The energetic staff member clapped, beginning to lay out the highly anticipated filming plan. He detailed the ambitious 3-day pre-filming session at the idol dorm, explaining how pilot episodes would gauge viewer reaction to decide the show's future. He then cheerfully outlined the contrasting filming styles, with general filming during the day and observation cameras discreetly capturing the true nature of the nights. The staff member casually mentioned the option of a nearby hotel for Seongguk's parents, a suggestion that brought a quiet gasp of worry from his mother, Kim So-young. Understanding their unspoken anxiety, the staff member fiercely assured them of Seongguk's absolute safety and meticulous care, pleading for their trust. Taehyun and Lucas eagerly affirmed their readiness to care for the infant, with Taehyun confidently declaring to Seongguk's mother that they would handle everything. A rallying cry echoed as everyone was urged to give their best, ushering in the bright, optimistic dawn of the filming. Clearing his throat, the staff member formally announced the first scene, which would open with a narration to be added by a professional voice actor later. In a semi-basement in Seoul, 5 young men known as "just" aspired to idol stardom, their daily lives poised for an utterly unexpected turn. That turn arrived abruptly, dramatically altering their world with the sudden, quiet arrival of a baby. Seongguk, the infant, surveyed his new environment with an inscrutable gaze, his silence betraying nothing of the keen mind within. Taehyun offered a subtle, knowing smirk, his eyes hinting at an unspoken assessment of the situation. Taehyun thoughtfully hummed, a small sound of contemplation passing through the air as he assessed the infant before them. Kim So-young gasped, her hand flying to her mouth in surprise at the revelation of an unscripted show, while her husband Jeon Ji-sung quietly reminded her of its raw reality format. The junior staff member noted one idol's clueless reaction, prompting the assistant director to immediately call for a brief pause in filming. Taehyun urgently whispered to Jaehyun to speak, reminding him the cameras were rolling, but Jae-hyun, equally flustered, whispered back in confusion about what one says to an infant. Seongguk huffed with an air of profound annoyance, a tiny, determined thought forming in his mind that these rookies clearly needed his masterful guidance. Reasoning that a baby in a new environment would naturally be distressed, Seongguk began to manufacture a sorrowful, rising cry. A piercing wail erupted from the infant, a sound of utter distress that demanded immediate attention. Lucas yelped in sheer panic at the baby's cries, while Taehyun urgently instructed him to somehow calm the distraught infant. Jae-hyun attempted to soothe Seongguk with gentle words, only for an unseen female voice to sharply criticize his awkward holding posture. As the infant's sobs hitched, a male voice calmly offered to take him, extending a hand to relieve the struggling idol. Jae-hyun tenderly cradled Seongguk, his voice softening as he asked if his baby had simply been startled. With a sudden, confident declaration, Jae-hyun proclaimed that babies were naturally drawn to handsome faces, much to the shocked disbelief of his fellow idols. As unseen staff members vehemently argued about what truly appealed to babies, Seongguk slyly rubbed his eye, his inner thoughts confirming his clever hypothesis about adult behavior. Amidst the rising chaos of their argument, Seongguk coolly observed the distinct characters emerging within the idol group. Taehyun, the smart and responsible leader, played the role of a father figure, gently asking Seongguk if they should go, to which the infant happily replied. Jae-hyun, the gentle flower boy narcissist, embraced a surprisingly motherly touch as he cooed, offering food to Seongguk. Lucas, the easygoing athlete, embodied the spirit of a friendly big brother, playfully lifting Seongguk as the infant squealed with delight. Byamseon, quiet yet consistently kind, offered Seongguk a gentle pat on the head, finding the infant utterly cute. With the perfect cast now established for his playhouse scenario, Seongguk, with his sharp, reborn mind, confidently decided he would assign each of them their roles. And as for Michael, the clueless one, Seongguk's inner strategist candidly admitted a desire to cast him as the villain, noting his perceived hassle with childcare. For the greater success of the group, however, Seongguk decided a rival role would be more fitting for Michael, who reacted with a surprised, to his suddenly decided fate. Jae-hyun mused thoughtfully, his gaze fixed on the infant, a quiet observation beginning to form. Jae-hyun suddenly realized Seongguk likely needed a diaper change, prompting a disgusted, almost heavy thought from Taehyun, who then exclaimed in shock that he'd never even touched a diaper before, to Jaehyun's amused scorn. The staff declared Michael would take charge, revealing his past experience raising 3 younger siblings back in LA as his glowing, confident aura seemed to affirm. As Taehyun called out, Michael knelt with an air of complete confidence, assuring everyone that changing the baby's diaper was nothing for him. With an exaggerated, determined effort, Seongguk strained, preparing for his next strategic move. Michael looked down with a sudden, puzzled, a flicker of confusion crossing his face as he sensed an unexpected turn of events. A sudden, visceral splatter erupted, catching Michael completely by surprise and eliciting a choked cry of disgust as he found himself covered in the baby's mess. Seongguk's inner thoughts gleefully acknowledged the refreshing feeling of his outburst, smirking as he provocatively challenged Michael to react to his annoyance. A palpable wave of shock seemed to emanate from Michael and Taehyun, leaving them stunned by the explosive incident. Taehyun stammered Michael's name in disbelief, watching as the mess-covered idol could only blink, utterly speechless. Michael erupted in a furious roar, calling Seongguk a little brat, as Taehyun desperately struggled to restrain him, reminding him that his furious opponent was merely an infant. The junior staff member exclaimed it was a direct hit, while the assistant director burst into laughter, declaring the incident pure comedy gold for the show. As the entire crew erupted in uproarious laughter, Seongguk subtly smirked, well aware of the entertainment he had so expertly orchestrated. The shoot was triumphantly declared an undeniable success, achieving every strategic goal Seongguk had set. An unseen staff member cleared their throat, signaling an end to the current segment and a shift in the filming schedule. The staff member announced a 2-hour break before the evening shoot, setting the pace for the remainder of their demanding day. The idols collapsed in exhaustion, Taehyun admitting the true difficulty of reality shows, while Lucas silently wished for the comforting predictability of a script. Kim So-young praised Seongguk for his good work that day, while Jeon Ji-sung playfully dismissed his son's efforts as mere trifles. Kim So-young, knowing Seongguk's favorite, lovingly offered him a banana, sensing his hunger after a day of energetic activity, to his excited babble. Jeon Ji-sung, a man who would have ignored such simple moments in his past, inwardly marveled at how profoundly enjoyable this quiet family scene had become, earning a gentle, chiding call from Kim So-young. Seongguk's father expressed surprise at Taehyun's formality, even as Taehyun thanked him sincerely for observing the shoot. With a charming laugh, Taehyun graciously invited Seongguk's father to speak to him more casually, easing the initial awkwardness. Taehyun's smirk deepened, his eyes narrowing slightly as he thoughtfully remarked on how truly fascinating Seongguk was. The assistant director reflected on how Seongguk subtly drew everyone deeper into the show without them realizing it, while the junior staff member grumbled to himself about the little rascal. The assistant director mused that despite everyone acting naturally, they were consistently capturing perfect and entertaining scenes, a testament to the show's effortless success. Jae-hyun smugly wondered if his flawless nature extended to childcare, while off-panel, Tae-hyun groaned in evident distress. Kim So-young, holding Seongguk close, voiced a chilling observation. It was as if her son instinctively knew everyone's roles and played along, asking if others had noticed this strange behavior. Both Seongguk's father and Tae-hyun nervously questioned if Seongguk's uncanny actions could truly be mere coincidence, given his infant age. There was no doubt, Seongguk was shining even brighter than his own meticulous expectations. The junior staff member, having just emerged from a shower, muttered in exasperation about the sheer impact of the damn brat. Michael's fury boiled over as he inwardly seethed, questioning why he, an artist, was relegated to mere babysitting. The assistant director handed Michael something, curtly instructing him to put it in the fridge, prompting a surprised and indignant, "Huh," from Michael. Michael demanded to know what it was, while the assistant director, internally bristling at Michael's perceived rudeness, calmly explained it was Seongguk's baby food. With a sudden, aggressive move, Michael demanded the baby food, snatching it from the stunned assistant director. Michael wore a malevolent smirk, his eyes glowing green as he inwardly decided to prepare the baby food himself, planning to make this dull babysitting task far more interesting. With a subtle movement, Michael revealed a packet of chili sauce, intending to ensure his babysitting efforts would certainly be worth watching. Michael seethed, internally lamenting how these idiots had forced an artist to babysit, vowing instead to orchestrate a scene worthy of true entertainment. His grimace twisted with the bitter memory of indignity, as if someone had splattered their contempt right upon him. With eyes glowing an eerie green, Michael declared it was the little brat's turn, slowly squeezing the red packet as its sinister contents dripped onto the floor, ready to taint the baby's food. Michael confirmed his hidden cameras were perfectly positioned, just as an off-panel voice instructed everyone to clear the set, setting the stage for his grand spectacle. As dusk painted the city in vibrant hues, a voice of gratitude punctuated the serene transition, signaling the end of the day's official shoot. A sudden, sharp sound cut through the air, followed by a terse utterance, marking an abrupt shift in the scene. Michael, sprawled on the floor, pondered what their next move should be, feeling the immense pressure of creating real entertainment, while Jae-hyun worried about the impossible task of relaxing under constant camera surveillance. Jae-hyun glanced upward, feeling the invisible weight of the cameras, wondering how they could truly be themselves with every move scrutinized. Seon, in chibi form, clutched his stomach with a pained expression, lamenting his hunger and his inability to cook. Jae-hyun sighed in defeat on the floor as Seongguk innocently crawled near, while Lucas's supportive voice cut through the tension, urging Jae-hyun to rest as they would handle the food. Tae-hyun mused about cooking ramen, then suddenly recalled Seongguk's baby food, a new thought dawning on him. Michael, blushing with a mischievous smile, triumphantly presented a small bowl, announcing he had already taken care of the infant's meal. Tae-hyun, still wary of Michael's previous antics, questioned his sudden helpfulness, but Michael simply dismissed him with a smirk, unconcerned by his words. With glowing green eyes and a sinister smile, Michael offered to feed Seongguk himself, a gesture that sent a jolt of surprise through Tae-hyun. Seongguk watched the approaching spoon with a displeased expression, prompting Tae-hyun to feel an unsettling premonition that something was deeply amiss with the child. Michael, with a forced smile, tried to cajole Seongguk into eating, praising the baby food as a delicious treat from his mommy, but Seongguk remained silently unimpressed. Michael cried out in startled surprise as the spoon was abruptly knocked away from Seongguk's lips. With a mischievous glint in his eye, Seongguk giggled, taking the spoon and its contents into his own mouth. As Seongguk unexpectedly offered the spoon to Michael, delighting Lucas with his perceived kindness, Michael shrieked in utter shock, demanding to know what was happening. Seongguk, with a sly smile, retorted that he was simply insisting Michael eat the food first. In a chibi-like burst of fury, Michael indignantly questioned why he, an adult, should eat a baby's food, oblivious to Tae-hyun's questioning gaze and the ever-present camera above. Tae-hyun, with a knowing smile, gently patted Michael's shoulder, playfully remarking on Michael's heartless nature before graciously accepting Seongguk's love for himself. Seongguk, with clear intention, instructed Michael to feed Tae-hyun, who reacted with a startled protest as the spoon approached his mouth. Tae-hyun's face contorted in an exaggerated mask of horror, eyes glowing with shock as the unexpected taste overwhelmed him. Lucas looked on with deep concern as Tae-hyun bent over, gagging in obvious distress. Seongguk, in a chibi form, watched with a smug, knowing expression, a silent thought confirming that he had anticipated this precise outcome. In a fiery, devilish chibi form, Seongguk furiously condemned Michael to death for daring to tamper with his bowl, while Michael cowered in abject fear, a bleeding lip manifesting his guilt. Tae-hyun, tears streaming down his face, revealed the baby food tasted like hot sauce, prompting Lucas to react with incredulous shock. Michael jumped in startled panic as Lucas's voice, laced with accusation, sharply called his name. Panicked and defensive, Michael frantically confessed to mixing chili sauce into the baby food, attempting to dismiss it as a harmless joke to make things interesting. Michael, still trembling, tried to justify his actions as entertainment, but Lucas, shaking with fury, emphatically declared that there was a line that should never be crossed, a sentiment echoed by an equally enraged Taehyun. Lucas and Taehyun furiously seized Michael, demanding to know if he was insane for risking Seongguk's health with the hot sauce, while Seongguk observed the chaos with a detached thought, noting Jaehyun's unexpected charisma. Jaehyun knelt, gently comforting Seongguk, who looked up at him with a soft blush. Taehyun knelt before Seongguk, offering a heartfelt apology for Michael's childishness and wondering if the incident had surprised him, then sighed in exasperation. Michael angrily confronted the others for speaking ill of a baby, unaware that Seongguk, in a chibi thought bubble, was firmly asserting his complete understanding and demanding quiet reflection. Seongguk, in a chibi form, thoughtfully advised on the proper way to apologize, then mused that these individuals actually possessed surprising potential. With a joyous, booming laugh, Chibi Seongguk declared he would personally guide them all from that moment forward. Cicadas chirped melodiously under a bright blue sky, their peaceful sound abruptly interrupted as an unidentified male voice began to speak. Seongguk, his mother, and his father reacted with synchronized shock to a sudden revelation of 20%. Jeon Seongguk happily announced to Kim So-young and Seongguk that the first episode of CHUBBY BABY had achieved a stunning 20% viewership rating, acknowledging Seongguk's contribution. Ji-sung excitedly questioned the magnitude of the 20% viewership, to which Kim So-young, covering her mouth in awe, confirmed it was beyond amazing. Kim So-young gestured emphatically as she explained that even MVC's flagship variety shows typically only managed a 15% viewership rating. Owner Park Won, in chibi form, joyously wept as he announced on the phone that the show was officially scheduled for regular programming, a revelation met with Kim So-young's excited affirmation. Kim So-young smiled warmly, offering her heartfelt congratulations to Seongguk, who blushed subtly in response. With a confident humph and crossed arms, Chibi Seongguk proudly declared that such impressive results were only natural, given his leadership. Chibi Seongguk's hand clenched into a determined fist, his expression revealing that he could not yet be satisfied with their current achievements. His ambition burned brightly, envisioning a future where he would achieve immense wealth, undeniable success, rise to become a chairman, and ultimately, conquer the very top. Chibi Seongguk burst into booming laughter, proclaiming himself a genius, while Kim So-young observed him thoughtfully, reflecting on his truly unusual nature. Jeon Seongguk, with a serious expression, addressed Kim So-young, indicating he had something important to ask her, prompting her curious inquiry. Kim So-young revealed, her worry palpable, that someone from Sinsung Entertainment had unexpectedly visited their home a few days prior, shocking Jeon Seongguk. With a troubled expression, Kim So-young recounted the visitors from Sinsung Entertainment, describing how they had offered congratulations and brought a fruit basket, though her tone suggested a deeper unease. In the dim, eerie light of a narrow street, an unidentified man in a suit presented Kim So-young with a fruit basket, formally relaying CEO Shin Sung-jung's desire for a meeting, leaving her visibly worried. A slightly glowing, unidentified man formally extended the invitation, requesting Kim So-young to visit the agency at her convenience, his imposing presence signaling the weight of the request. Kim So-young anxiously wondered if they should accept the invitation, while Jeon Seongguk revealed he had already begun researching Sinsung Entertainment. Ji-sung's thoughts drifted to a dark vision of Sinsung Entertainment's ominous reputation, acknowledging its vast influence but recalling persistent rumors of unsavory spots and even connections to gangsters. Both Kim So-young and Jeon Seongguk reacted with a shared gasp of profound shock at the mention of gangsters. Kim So-young pondered the difficult decision of whether to proceed, prompting an enthusiastic yes from an unseen Jeon Seongguk. Jeon Seongguk, with a thoughtful expression, reasoned that refusing CEO Shin's invitation would be difficult, offering to accompany Kim So-young to simply hear them out first. Chibi Seongguk rubbed his chin thoughtfully, deciding they could firmly sever ties if anything felt wrong, all while the name, Sinsung Entertainment, Shin Sung-jung, stirred a distant, unsettling memory. A sudden jolt of realization struck Chibi Seongguk, his eyes widening in extreme shock as he wondered if it could truly be him. Chibi Seongguk flailed his tiny arms in a desperate panic, yelling for his parents to stop. Seongguk's frantic thoughts of that guy were abruptly cut short as an unidentified woman addressed his worried parents, who sat in a tense office setting. The imposing figure of Jeon Jushin, glowing sternly amidst shadowy subordinates, inquired if the terms were agreeable, a question met by Seongguk's internal warning that Shin Sung-jung was a man one could not get involved with through a mere contract. In the luxurious office, Shin Sung-jung's smile widened, gesturing invitingly as he urged his guests to sit, his subordinates standing like silent sentinels behind him. Seongguk's infant mind sarcastically echoed the deceptive pleasantries, while his father, Jeon Seongguk, politely thanked CEO Shin Sung-jung for the invitation, a subtle tension underlying their interaction. From his comfortable recline, Shin Seong-young vaguely responded to Jeon Ji-sung's direct question about their purpose, claiming he wanted to discuss something good for Seongguk. The words, "our Seongguk," struck Seongguk with a sudden, irate jolt, making him furiously wonder if the man truly knew him. Kim So-young gasped in surprise at the CEO's cryptic statement, holding a squirming, annoyed Seongguk in her arms. With a subtle, calculating smirk, Shin Seong-young dropped his pretense, revealing his true intent, an exclusive contract for Seongguk. A subordinate enthusiastically echoed Shin Seong-young's pronouncement, declaring that Seongguk would become a partner with Korea's #1 agency, Shinseong Entertainment, much to Jeon Ji-sung's visible annoyance. The CEO then boldly proposed a daunting 10-year exclusive contract, throwing the length of the commitment into stark relief. Kim So-young's breath caught in her throat, utterly shocked by the notion of a decade-long agreement, while Seongguk merely pouted in infant displeasure. Shin Seong-young shamelessly boasted about Shinseong Entertainment's top-tier talents, citing famous actors and the prestige of such an exclusive contract, unaware of the history he was invoking. Though Shin Seong-young assured them of favorable terms, Kim So-young worriedly called out to her sister, while Seongguk, demanding to see the document himself, was appeased by Jeon Ji-sung, who calmly took the folder. As Jeon Ji-sung read, a shocking truth dawned on her, her eyes dilating with stunned realization. Jeon Ji-sung's voice, dark and sharp, cut through the tension as she read the contract's exploitative terms aloud, a decade of exclusivity with a lopsided 7-3 profit split. Shin Seong-young confirmed, a confident smirk playing on his lips, that his company indeed claimed the larger share, leaving Seongguk utterly aghast. Inside his infant mind, Seongguk saw the contract for what it truly was, a ludicrous, practically enslaved arrangement that would bleed them dry for 10 long years. Seongguk's internal rage burned like ink-splattered fire, condemning the exploitative methods of Shinseong Entertainment, even as a subordinate ignorantly praised the great opportunity. His infant face contorted with anger, eyes glowing with old memories. Shin Seong-young was precisely the man Seongguk remembered from his past life. He recalled the shadowy past, Shin Seong-young's close ties with his former corporation, Samjeon, through his birth father, Vice Chairman Jeon Jae-hyung. Seongguk's memory flowed with images of his father's powerful connections and Shin Seong-young's sycophantic loyalty, a loyalty born from lucrative advertising deals secured through actress Im Se-mi. The memories turned grim, as a news headline screamed about Shin Seong-young's ultimate downfall, jailed for allegedly threatening and assaulting his own celebrities, buried under scandals of unfair contracts and violence. Unaware of Seongguk's bitter recollections, Shin Seong-young smugly praised his special talent, claiming a decade in the business had never yielded such a prodigy. As Shin Seong-young promised to forge a great actor, Seongguk's cynical thoughts painted a stark reality. These companies merely sought to bind child actors with long-term contracts, milking their fleeting popularity dry before callously discarding them. With a quiet, decisive gesture, Jeon Ji-sung prepared to deliver her answer, a palpable sense of finality settling in the room. A triumphant cheer erupted in Seongguk's mind as Jeon Ji-sung confidently declared their refusal of the contract. Shin Seong-young's pleasant facade barely cracked as he feigned surprise, his eyes narrowing slightly while asking the reason for their rejection. Jeon Ji-sung calmly laid out her reasons. The unreasonable 7-3 ratio and the excessively long 10-year term were simply not right for Seongguk. With the metaphorical glow of a crown and cape, Jeon Ji-sung boldly asserted that Seongguk's future value would only increase, standing firm against the agency's manipulative offer. Shin Seong-young, with a condescending smirk, dismissed Jeon Ji-sung's confidence, suggesting she knew little about the entertainment industry. The CEO's dismissive comments about the child actor market, claiming they earned little compared to adults, ignited a furious, swirling rage within Seongguk. Kim So-young gasped in horror, instantly outraged that Shin Seong-young would speak so callously about a child's value and appearance, right in front of him. Shin Seong-young's dismissive scoff further fueled Kim So-young's anger, her frustration visibly rippling as she struggled to contain her fury. In a vibrant burst of fantasy, Seongguk's mind conjured an image of Shin Seong-young aging into an ugly toad, while he himself, with a confident smirk, vowed to only improve with age. Kim So-young frantically tried to calm Seongguk, who screamed in red-faced, infant rage, his tantrum echoing the chaotic emotions in the room. Jeon Ji-sung, with a resolute set to her jaw, declared they were leaving, accusing Shin Seong-young of a profound lack of vision. Shin Seong-young's malicious grin tightened as he cruelly questioned Jeon Ji-sung's right to interfere, dismissing her as an outsider because she wasn't Seongguk's mother. The accusation inflamed Seongguk's internal fury, while Kim So-young defiantly corrected Shin Seong-young, clarifying that Jeon Ji-sung was, in fact, Seongguk's manager. Jeon Ji-sung, glowing with newfound determination, calmly reasserted her role, explaining that as his manager, she had every right to speak her mind. Confidently drawing on her advertising experience, Jeon Ji-sung declared the contract unfair, dismissing Shin Seong-young's protests and insisting they leave. Shin Seong-young's teeth clenched, his face contorting into an angry grimace, though he tried to mask his rage with a curt dismissal. Towering over their retreating figures, Shin Sang-young's voice, dark and menacing, promised they would regret their decision. His fury escalating, Shin Sang-young bellowed a chilling threat, questioning if they believed they could ever work in the broadcasting industry again after disrespecting him. Seongguk scoffed internally at the thug showing his true colors, while Jeon Seongguk, with a confident smirk, simply retorted, "We'll see about that." Leaving the modern building behind, Jeon Seongguk led the way, briefcase in hand, as Kim So-young and a surprised Seongguk followed, the lingering tension from the meeting still palpable. Kim So-young worriedly cast a glance at Jeon Seongguk, whose shadowed face reflected a deep anger, calling Shin Sang-young's words garbage. In his mind, Seongguk furiously condemned Shin Sang-young's inhumanity, especially for threatening a pregnant woman. Outside, under the bright sky, Kim So-young expressed concern for Jeon Seongguk, who brushed it off, suggesting Kim So-young had endured the harder shock. Jeon Seongguk, reassuring Kim So-young that such people were common, firmly stated there was no need to contract with a company like that, solidifying Kim So-young's resolve. With a confident smile, Jeon Seongguk proposed they take the bus across the street, her demeanor unwavering despite the earlier confrontation. Kim So-young, still surprised by Jeon Seongguk's earlier declaration, nervously asked if she truly intended to become Seongguk's manager. Both women looked genuinely surprised by Kim So-young's question, while Seongguk, blushing slightly, subtly approved of the idea. Within Seongguk's mind, a vision of hands shaking and graduation caps falling emphasized a core business truth: talented people were abundant, but trustworthy talent was incredibly rare. He recognized Jeon Seongguk's unique value, a woman with industry knowledge who had proven her trustworthiness many times, the epitome of an ideal manager. Jeon Seongguk blushed, her smile awkward as she humbly admitted she was not an expert in the entertainment industry. Jeon Seongguk's expression shifted to confusion as Seongguk, with sparkling eyes, happily reached out to her. With an excited laugh and a pointing finger, Seongguk joyfully declared that Jeon Seongguk should become his colleague. Kim So-young smiled warmly, observing that Seongguk seemed to genuinely like Jeon Seongguk, whose shy smile hinted at her growing affection for the child. Leaves swirled around them as Kim So-young bowed slightly, earnestly pleading with Jeon Seongguk to help protect Seongguk's future, admitting their own inexperience. Touched by the heartfelt plea, Jeon Seongguk's eyes closed as she smiled, realizing this opportunity could spark a new dream for her. With a radiant smile, Jeon Seongguk embraced Kim So-young, accepting the role of manager as Seongguk cheered happily, celebrating the momentous decision. As the women discussed future earnings, Seongguk's mind raced with visions of incredible wealth, only to question Kim So-young's seemingly self-serving thought about being paid a lot. Meanwhile, back at his opulent, dimly lit office, Shin Sang-young received a report identifying the manager as a Kim Mi-young from an advertising company. His sinister smirk widened into a contemptuous scoff upon learning that Kim Mi-young was merely the landlady of the family's rented house, dismissing them as a ragtag group. Silhouetted against the dramatic night sky, Shin Sang-young vowed to make the group experience the harsh realities of the entertainment industry, if they dared to defy him. With a chilling resolve, Shin Sang-young commanded his subordinates to call the reporters, already plotting his next vengeful move. Michael's frantic pleas echoed in the tense corridor as the crash of a struggle broke out between an enraged Seongguk and another idol member. A visceral surge of anger twisted Michael's face as he shrieked, convinced all the bananas were unfairly given to Seongguk, fueling a childish rage. With puffed cheeks and furious determination, Seongguk defiantly declared he would eat more simply to spite them, refusing to share. Hearty laughter filled the air as Jeon Seongguk and Kim So-young, camera in hand, found amusement in Seongguk's intense struggle over a banana. As Seongguk fiercely claimed his prize, Tae-hyun, the idol leader, could only run a hand through his hair, exasperated by Michael's persistent absurdity. With unexpected force, Seongguk landed a punch directly on another idol member's cheek, his tiny fist surprisingly potent. Michael reeled back in shock, unable to process the notion that the child clinging to his shirt, still claiming his mine, had dared to strike an elder. A booming command to stop echoed from somewhere beyond the snowy urban landscape, a stark contrast to the bickering within. Jeon Seongguk burst into a fresh fit of laughter, wiping a tear from her eye, oblivious to Michael's bewildered expression in the background. A disembodied voice declared a welcome break for lunch after the morning shoot, bringing smiles to the chibi forms of Kim So-young and Jeon Seongguk. Kim So-young's cheeks flushed with a mix of surprise and pleasure as she was openly acknowledged as Seongguk's mother. The audition director strode forward with purpose, his confident presence commanding attention as a chibi Kim So-young watched cheerfully. The audition director beamed with contentment, admitting that even after months, the thrill of filming still felt amazing and fun to him. With a soft touch to her belly, Kim So-young gratefully accepted the director's empathetic offer of support, her blush indicating her appreciation. In a charming chibi scene, the director asked about Kim So-young's approaching due date, which she revealed was in late December or January. The director's casual mention of Michael caused a subtle tension, prompting a surprised and expectant question from Kim So-young. Viewers found endless amusement in Michael and Seongguk's playful bickering, seeing them as inseparable, mischievous kiddos like Tom and Jerry. The director admitted that even he found Michael's actions occasionally excessive, wondering if they might genuinely upset Kim So-young, who paused in thought. With a mischievous blush, Kim So-young confessed that she, too, found the rivalry between Michael and Seongguk entertaining, yet promised to monitor the situation more closely. Kim So-young expressed her unwavering gratitude, while Jeon Seongguk observed the interaction with a silent, contemplative expression. Jeon Seongguk's head snapped around, her attention suddenly caught by something unseen. As Michael stretched and suggested lunch, another idol member released a deep, weary sigh, his exhaustion evident. A profound weariness emanated from Seongguk, who, despite his experience, admitted he simply couldn't grow accustomed to the relentless demands of filming. Patting his full belly, Seongguk drowsily confessed that too many bananas had made him sleepy, wondering if an unseen listener felt the same. A shadowy, red-eyed Michael loomed menacingly, his enraged accusation striking terror into Seongguk's tiny, innocent form. With a shriek of raw indignation, the idol member's face twisted in fury as he demanded to know if Seongguk had truly struck him. With a defiant flash of anger, Seongguk retorted, finding amusement in the idol member's insult rather than being cowed. Another idol member privately seethed, tolerating Michael's genuine rudeness that was cleverly repackaged as bad boy charm, while viewers blissfully adored the cute and funny rivalry that they assumed was constant, even off-camera. With explosive rage, Seongguk's tiny finger jabbed, delivering a furious warning to Michael that he was crossing a line and asking if he wanted a lesson. Michael threw his head back, utterly exasperated by the crazy baby's utterly relentless temper. A sharp pinch from an adult hand reddened Seongguk's cheek, eliciting a startled cry. The relentless tugging on his cheek left Seongguk tearful and distressed, unable to escape the painful grasp. Michael's shocked yell was drowned out by Seongguk's escalating wails, filling the room with piercing distress. Michael's fumbling attempts to soothe the wailing Seongguk were decisively cut short by the calm, firm voice of Jeon Seongguk. A sharp gasp escaped Michael's lips as he turned, his face frozen in stunned surprise by the unexpected confrontation. With unwavering sternness, Jeon Seongguk confronted Michael, his sheepish gaze avoiding her as Seongguk's pitiful sniffles confirmed his transgression. Michael inwardly protested his innocence, but Jeon Seongguk's firm retort that Seongguk never cried without reason delighted the child, who slyly winked, silently praising his manager. Jeon Seongguk's stern warning against further physical contact ignited Michael's explosive anger, causing him to snap defensively, questioning her authority. Michael's contemptuous dismissal of Seongguk as insignificant hung in the air, met by Jeon Seongguk's steady gaze, preparing her resolute reply. The truth hit Michael hard, a blush creeping up his face as he flinched, forced to acknowledge how many commercials he had secured thanks to that insignificant child. Holding Seongguk close, Jeon Seongguk's voice was firm as she demanded Michael act professionally and cease any physical abuse against the baby. Her gaze unwavering, Jeon Seongguk delivered her final, authoritative statement, leaving no doubt that Michael was expected to understand. Cast in deep shadows, Michael quivered with a fierce, suppressed rage, his silence more terrifying than any outburst. With a furious snarl, Michael's pent-up frustration exploded into a primal scream of rage. Michael's bitter thoughts raged, convinced he was destined for artistry, not babysitting, while Seongguk, surprisingly aware, watched with a tiny finger pressed to his lips. Michael paced restlessly, consumed by resentment from the hot sauce incident and pondering how he could destroy the very program that confined him. The shrill ring of a retro telephone cut sharply through Michael's vengeful thoughts. Michael snatched up the receiver, his angry impatience clear in his curt, demanding tone, which abruptly changed. His eye, wide with shock and illuminated by an ominous green glow, fixed on the name, Shinsung Entertainment, a revelation that halted his breath. The scene shifted to a grand, modern city skyline, reflecting the cool, bright ambition of its towering structures. From an aerial view, an unseen voice cordially invited everyone within the modern building to settle in comfortably. The audition director, facing a room full of eager faces including Seongguk's family and the idol group, warmly welcomed everyone to a special production meeting. Taehyun, blushing slightly, humbly affirmed his duty to participate, declaring that as leader of JUST, his presence was essential despite his busy schedule. The director then warmly embraced Seongguk's family as their own, acknowledging their integral role before commencing the important meeting. The audition director beamed, shimmering with enthusiasm as he announced performance bonuses for everyone, eliciting surprised reactions, and a nonchalant "oh, again," from Seongguk. The director triumphantly revealed that "Just Baby" had surpassed 30% in ratings last week, crediting the higher-ups' adoration for Seongguk and sparking awe among the CHUBBY subordinates. As the director urged continued effort towards the final episode, both Seongguk and Taehyun were engrossed in counting their earnings, Taehyun gasping in surprised delight at the sheer sum. With an emphatic slap, the director brought the room to attention, announcing the meeting's central topic, the Christmas special episode production. With Christmas drawing near, a request from the higher-ups had come down, demanding a heartwarming 90-minute special steeped in a family atmosphere. The director praised Seongguk's recent mastery of walking and running, prompting Kim So-young to proudly affirm his continuous, relentless training. The director envisioned a joyful scene, Seongguk in a whimsical Christmas tree costume alongside the just members adorned in Santa hats and reindeer antlers. The director enthusiastically declared that a festive party and dancing would provide excellent footage, eliciting a surprised blush and an eager anticipation from Kim So-young. Just as the director began to elaborate on the details, a frantic shout from an unseen staff member abruptly cut him off. Jeon Seongguk's urgent declaration that they had a problem instantly silenced the room, casting a pall over the celebratory mood. Seongguk's eyes widened with concern as Jeon Seongguk revealed the existence of a damaging article published about his family. A newspaper, held by a trembling hand, starkly displayed the damning headline, "Child Jeon Seongguk, exploited for labor due to parents' greed, a cruel lie threatening to shatter their world." News anchors professionally delivered the evening headlines, promising substantial stories that would soon captivate the public. The first big story exploded onto the screen, a sensational headline declaring, "Just Baby," was embroiled in controversy, accusing child actor Jeon Seongguk's family of exploitation. A female anchor confirmed the worrying article, her serious tone reflecting the gravity of the accusations against Seongguk's parents. Though acknowledging the lack of evidence, the news commentary stressed growing public concern for Seongguk, before a sudden, disorienting flash filled the room. In the dim light, Seongguk's family and other adults sat in a heavy, distressed silence, the weight of the recent news pressing down on them all. Seongguk's mother, her voice cracking with despair, wondered aloud what they should do, her plea met by a sudden, reassuring voice from an unseen person. The audition director, with a confident, almost dismissive grin, tried to downplay the article as common tabloid interference, though Seongguk's mother still watched him with a flicker of doubt. An audition staff member, her stance determined, vowed to uncover the reason behind the article's publication, prompting a subtle, uneasy flush on Seongguk's mother's face. Infant Seongguk, in his chibi form, let out a furious wail of protest, his outrage echoing through the room. As Seongguk's mother called out to him in worry, a sudden, cartoonish fury erupted from his father, his chibi form steaming with anger. Little Seongguk, channeling his adult self's unyielding determination, pointed an accusing finger, directly addressing the director. The audition director physically flinched, his composure momentarily broken by the child's unexpected confrontation. Chibi Seongguk, his cheek puffed with resolute conviction, forcefully declared his belief in the director's understanding. The audition director's eyes widened in stunned surprise, fully taken aback by the child's intense, unwavering gaze. Seongguk's father, agitated, complained about his son's disrespect, yet also shrewdly observed that negative public opinion campaigns were always about power struggles. The audition staff member, her eyes glowing with fierce resolve, articulated a strategic plan to discover the adversary's motives and preempt their next move. Seongguk's father angrily demanded the audition director leverage his extensive industry connections, leaving the director sweating and nervously agreeing. The audition director closed his eyes in a moment of calm understanding, quietly agreeing with Seongguk's unexpected wisdom, just before an audition staff member's surprised exclamation cut through the silence. The audition director resolved to handle the situation properly, taking responsibility since the broadcast was involved, earning a smug, approving tap from a chibi Seongguk who acknowledged his principles. The audition director then cautiously advised the family that reporters might linger, urging them to stay home as much as possible to avoid further frustration. When the director suggested taking a break from filming, Seongguk's mother gasped, her eyes wide with shock and immediate concern for her son's future. Her fear quickly turned to profound relief and happiness as an audition staff member confidently volunteered to care for Seongguk. The audition director entrusted the manager with Seongguk's care, who confidently accepted, while a chibi Seongguk's mother shyly called out with deep appreciation. With a reassuring sigh, the audition director promised to resolve the crisis as quickly as possible, urging them all not to worry excessively. Amidst the quiet snowfall on the city streets, a hopeful thought lingered that the ordeal would soon pass. In the dim, snowy alley, urgent footsteps resounded as the audition staff member called out, interrupting the director's quiet walk. The audition staff member confronted the director, demanding to know if their conversation had concluded, but was met only with the director's somber silence. The audition director, his gaze intense, then turned the conversation to the troubling article. The audition staff member revealed shocking details from a reliable insider about Seongguk's parents' alleged interference, leaving the audition director utterly speechless. The audition director's accusation of a rat among us sent the chibi staff member shrinking in terror, vehemently denying he was the informant. As the audition staff member swore he had abandoned such practices after nearly being fired before, the audition director narrowed his eyes, pondering the claim. A lingering question hung in the air, who could the true culprit be? Amidst the snowy city street, Seongguk's father, dressed in a golden, fluffy costume, boisterously rang a bell, loudly calling out to help neighbors. Two men on the street joyfully admired the falling snow, celebrating a shared Christmas spirit as an unseen person walked past them. One man's face lit up with pure delight, as he exclaimed his wonder at the white Christmas Eve. Seongguk's mother, masked and hooded, pushed the stroller cautiously through the snow, a soft footstep barely audible as she reacted to something unseen. Whispers rose around her, as people openly questioned her masked appearance and expressed suspicion about her bundled-up attire on a snowy night. Suddenly, a loud wail erupted from the stroller, startling the quiet street as infant Seongguk cried out. Seongguk's mother, immediately panicking, quickly shushed him, realizing the baby's cry could easily draw unwanted attention. A silent, frustrated sigh escaped her, as she regretted leaving the house, remembering her promise to the director that they would stay home. Her inner chibi self lamented her restlessness, craving fresh air, while Seongguk's masked father comforted her, understanding her desire to escape feeling cooped up. In a romantic, dreamlike vision, chibi versions of Seongguk's parents joyfully reunited in the snow, believing their simple walk to meet her husband after work would be perfectly fine. His chibi father gently urged Seongguk to be patient and remain hidden, understanding the baby's suppressed frustration at being confined. Seongguk, in an internal, dramatic fantasy, expressed his absolute humiliation at being in a stroller, longing to walk independently. His mother pushed the stroller, silently praising her, "Good, baby," unaware that two passers-by were beginning to discuss, "Just Baby." Her head snapped up in shock as the passers-by enthusiastically mentioned that, "Just Baby, Christmas special." In a sparkling, idealized vision, Taehyun as a handsome Santa and Seongguk as a cute Rudolph received adoring praise from the unseen public. The overwhelming cuteness continued with chibi Seongguk as a pouting snowman, eliciting delighted squeals and remarks about his irresistible charm. The passers-by expressed sadness that, "Just Baby," was ending soon, a sentiment Seongguk's mother silently echoed with a quiet hum of approval, proud of their good taste. Her heart leaped in sudden alarm as one of the passers-by abruptly mentioned that article. The passers-by then continued to gossip about a new, more detailed article, accusing Seongguk's parents of greed and the child himself of cunning behavior. His mother's thought mused on Seongguk's unusually perceptive nature, while a chibi Seongguk indignantly protested the insult to his brilliant direction and acting. A female voice noted the light had changed, signaling it was time to cross the street. Seongguk's mother pushed the stroller, her footsteps light and quick, following another person across the snowy street. She looked down at Seongguk with a tender, worried expression as he softly called out, "Mom." An adult's foot thumped on the snow, and a surprised hand reached down, having noticed something unexpected. Seongguk's father came running, surprised and touched to see his wife and son, asking if they had come all this way to meet him. He affectionately expressed concern for his wife, reminding her of the cold and tenderly calling her, "honey." Overwhelmed by emotion, Seongguk's mother broke down in tears, unable to hold back her immense sadness. Her husband, alarmed, comforted her, realizing with urgency that public opinion was dangerously swayed by the tabloids and a proper solution was desperately needed. Back in the office, Seongguk's father, visibly frustrated, recounted the painful events to the audition director. He declared his unwavering resolve to protect his family as the head of the household, refusing to let the situation continue. The audition director apologized profusely, explaining their efforts to control reporters had been futile. The director lamented that public interest fueled the relentless spread of rumors, prompting Seongguk's father to insist they could not stand by and demanded action. An adult hand tapped the table thoughtfully, proposing that a head-on approach might actually be the best solution. Seongguk's father reacted with nervous surprise to the idea of a head-on approach, as the audition director tentatively asked if they would be willing to try it. Looking incredibly nervous, Seongguk's parents prepared themselves for a live interview, facing the intense public glare head-on. The gravity of the situation was clear when an unseen male voice proposed a live interview, catching the audition staff completely off guard. Time marched forward towards December 31st, signaling an important countdown for the 5 Corporation. A dazzling broadcast introduced the idol group, Just, and young Seongguk as the new standard of the music industry, radiating cheerful energy. In the blink of an eye, the year's end arrived, marked by Jeon Seongguk and Kim So-young's affectionate play with their upset son, Seongguk. The Just, Baby, year-end compilation episode announced its approaching finale and a New Year's special, promising a continued journey with Seongguk. As the broadcast continued, an audition staff member observed from a dimly lit room, a smirk playing on his lips as he held his phone. The audition staff member watched as the broadcast began, noting the concerned expressions of Jeon Seongguk and Kim So-young as they stood together. A heavy silence hung in the air as Jeon Seongguk, visibly nervous and sweating, hesitantly suggested they begin the dreaded interview, while Kim So-young mirrored his anxiety. The audition staff member mused on the strategic necessity of a press conference, believing nothing could cut through controversy more effectively. Trying to ease their palpable tension, the audition staff encouraged the sweating couple to relax, assuring them the director would arrive shortly. The audition staff member calmly instructed the nervous Jeon Seongguk and Kim So-young to relax while he made a final check of the equipment, though the tension remained thick. Kim So-young's raw nervousness escaped as a sigh, her lip caught between her teeth, prompting Jeon Seongguk to softly call her name. Tear-eyed and blushing, Jeon Seongguk choked out an apology, leaving Kim So-young startled and questioning why he felt the need to say sorry. Jeon Seongguk confessed his deep guilt, believing he had only added to Kim So-young's burdens, especially with her due date approaching, but she quickly reassured him. Overwhelmed by her unwavering support, Jeon Seongguk glowed as Kim So-young declared the interview was for Seongguk, praising him for stepping up as the head of their household. A tender embrace passed between the happy couple, observed by the audition staff member whose quiet presence marked the shift in mood. Actress MC, holding a surprised Seongguk, asked if they were ready, the celebrity setting preparing for their appearance. Actress MC expressed amusement at the sudden interview, while Seongguk, in his internal thought, grumbled that he understood the unexpected turn of events. Seongguk's past corporate king persona, observing through a veil of shadows, found a strange fascination in the sudden, bold move of a live interview from his seemingly ordinary parents. Seongguk pouted, his small face gently cradled by an adult hand, as the voice expressed confusion over the sudden, bold decision for the interview. Jeon Seongguk complimented Kim So-young's beauty, cementing a radiant family portrait filled with warmth and happiness alongside their beaming son, Seongguk. Kim So-young embraced Seongguk with overwhelming affection, calling him her precious son, her love radiating in the soft light. Jeon Seongguk solemnly promised Seongguk that he and Kim So-young would clear all the damaging rumors, asking their son to trust them completely. A sudden, raw surge of emotion hit Seongguk as he realized the interview might be entirely for his sake, bringing tears to his eyes. Kim So-young worried aloud about Seongguk's nervousness around cameras, his shy reaction prompting awestruck murmurs from the staff. A subtle blush touched the audition staff member's cheek, touched by the family's raw sincerity. The audition staff member burst into the room with an energetic call for the director, his cheerfulness momentarily overshadowing the underlying tension. The audition staff member's eye held a stern intensity as he reflected on the unexpectedly rapid completion of the interview preparations. Panic erupted as Taehyun and the audition staff member rushed through the hallway, Taehyun exclaiming in disbelief at the news of a live interview. Sweating and distressed, the audition staff member tried to explain that reporters had unexpectedly swarmed them, forcing their hand despite intentions for a quiet interview. A commotion arose from the crowded hallway as reporters murmured, fueling suspicion that an insider was leaking information. Overwhelmed by the blinding flashes of cameras, Taehyun yelled out desperately for the director. The audition staff member confronted and upset Taehyun, whose presence quickly drew recognition from onlookers. Taehyun's panic escalated into a desperate scream, feeling immense pressure from the sheer number of reporters, demanding the situation end immediately. With a heavy heart, the audition staff member dejectedly admitted that the interview had already begun, despite his best efforts to stop it. Jeon Seongguk and Kim So-young found themselves besieged by reporters, their shouted questions and flashing cameras creating an overwhelming, chaotic scene. The reporters' aggressive demands for answers, specifically addressing them as Seongguk's parents, left the couple visibly distressed and exposed. Jeon Seongguk's frustration broke through as he shouted, loudly demanding silence from the unruly crowd. Jeon Seongguk appealed to their humanity, revealing Kim So-young's late-stage pregnancy and begging them to stop shouting and flashing their relentless cameras. Despite Jeon Seongguk's offer to answer questions calmly, a reporter aggressively demanded an immediate explanation for the entire commotion. Framed by a camera's recording interface, Jeon Seongguk gravely acknowledged the recent publication of negative articles about his family. He openly shared their humble beginnings, explaining that he and Kim So-young, having grown up in an orphanage with nothing, had only each other when they became adults, working tirelessly to build a family. Jeon Seongguk passionately declared their pride in the diligent hard work they poured into their lives, even in the smallest tasks. Actress MC explained that a neighbor's discovery of Seongguk's talent was the simple reason they found themselves in this unexpected situation. With raw frustration, Jeon Seongguk passionately denied exploiting Seongguk for money, while Kim So-young stood beside him, her eyes teary with distress. As Jeon Seongguk pleaded for an end to baseless rumors, a shadowy reporter aggressively challenged his credibility, demanding proof. The reporter's aggression mounted, demanding to see bank account details and asking how much money the family had earned so far. Seongguk's small face burned with intense anger, seething internally at the reporter's incessant, relentless demands for evidence. Driven by fury, Seongguk tried to surge forward, only to be stopped by a reaching adult hand. With surprising defiance, Seongguk suddenly stood, spreading his arms and shouting, "Stop it," at the overwhelming commotion, startling his parents. Seongguk's voice rang with fierce anger as he yelled at the reporters not to bully his mom and dad. In an exaggerated burst of demonic fury, Seongguk internally cursed the reporter bastards, lamenting his inability to articulate such strong words yet. A palpable tension stirred through the room as Taehyun, visibly nervous, called out for the audition staff member, who acknowledged him with a serious gaze. The audition staff member dramatically commanded the assistant director to end the live broadcast, declaring an abrupt halt to the interview amidst the chaos. With a soft voice, Seongguk anxiously asked his father if he was alright, receiving a gentle, reassuring smile in return. Jeon Seongguk tearfully apologized to Seongguk, feeling inadequate with words, but his son affectionately reassured him that he had done his best and had been quite cool. Still carrying Seongguk, Jeon Seongguk turned with a concerned pat, asking Kim So-young if she was okay. The tender moment shattered as Kim So-young, crying out in pain, revealed she was having contractions, her words sending a wave of shock through both Seongguk and Jeon Seongguk. A frantic voice sliced through the snowy air, Siamese urgent cries of "Seongguk, honey, I'm having contractions," echoing as the ambulance siren wailed into the cold, city night. Inside the speeding ambulance, Seongguk, in his small form, pleaded with his mother to take deep breaths, his words filled with a mature concern far beyond his years as she writhed in pain on the gurney. His father, gripped by panic, frantically urged his wife to hold on, promising they were nearing the hospital, while Seongguk's desperate cry for "Amon" pierced the tense atmosphere. Kim So-young, through gritted teeth, attempted to reassure Seongguk that she was fine, but the child, wise beyond his appearance, immediately challenged her, knowing the obvious pain twisting her face. Overwhelmed by the chaotic reality of childbirth, his father's mind spiraled into a vortex of panic, lamenting his utter lack of experience with such domestic matters in either of his lives. As his mother groaned with renewed intensity, Seongguk clutched his head, wishing desperately for a way to ease her suffering. "Mom, hang in there." Seongguk's voice, brimming with youthful determination, cut through the wail of the ambulance as it sped relentlessly towards the hospital, a beacon of urgent hope in the snowy night. In the sterile, bright delivery room, his father watched in a stunned silence, completely overcome with shock as Kim So-young endured the final, agonizing push. And then, a tiny life appeared, stirring a profound sense of awe and affection within Seongguk as he held the new baby, mesmerized by its sheer cuteness. A wave of tender joy filled the hospital room as the family, including his doting grandparents, gathered to welcome the newest member, their faces alight with happiness. His mother, radiating warmth, offered comforting words to Kim So-young, acknowledging the immense ordeal she had just faced. Kim So-young, a gentle blush spreading across her cheeks, graciously accepted the praise, her wide smile expressing heartfelt gratitude for the support she received. His grandmother sighed with pure delight, marveling at the beauty of the new baby, Min-guk, and playfully suggesting it was no surprise given his equally beautiful parents and older brother. A tender finger gently touched the sleeping infant's chubby cheek, a soft gesture of adoration. But in an instant, Seongguk's protective hand shot out, sharply swatting away the intrusive adult hand, a fierce warning ringing out. Clutching the newborn fiercely, Seongguk glared, unleashing a furious tirade about the proper care of infants, demanding to know if the person understood the importance of not touching newborns carelessly. His small eyes widened into an intimidating glare, as Seongguk imperiously commanded the offending party to wash their hands immediately. His grandmother, amused and proud, chuckled about Seongguk already embracing his role as a big brother, a sentiment his father echoed with equal pride. Seongguk, however, remembered his past life where all his siblings had been nothing but troublemakers, their mischievous chibis taunting him in his mind. With a fierce, almost menacing growl, Seongguk looked down at the sleeping infant, vowing to raise this one properly, personally guiding his new brother to greatness. His mother, camera in hand, hesitated before asking his father for permission to film Seongguk and Min-guk together, her request made with a hopeful sniff. As viewer forums exploded with concern for Seongguk's family and the news of a new sibling, his father readily agreed to the filming, eager to appease the public. With a burst of happiness, his mother promised to capture precious moments of Seongguk and the baby, her camera humming with anticipation. His father, still visibly nervous, then pressed director Jeon Seongguk, asking what had transpired after their sudden, chaotic departure from the previous broadcast. Jeon Seongguk offered a calm, reassuring smile, declaring that the situation was almost entirely resolved, though his father still wore a thoughtful expression of lingering doubt. With a decisive thud, a pager landed on the table as Jeon Seongguk revealed they had caught the rat, demanding an immediate explanation. Jeon Seongguk gravely confronted Michael with his own pager, prompting a shocked and disbelieving stammer from the accused. Jeon Seongguk then laid out the evidence, pointing to the string of strange occurrences and leaked on-set information that only staff would know. Michael flinched visibly as Jeon Seongguk revealed knowledge of leaked interviews that even staff were unaware of, the implications hanging heavy in the air. Michael defensively shouted his innocence, but Jeon Seongguk calmly recounted his suspicious behavior, including his repeated disappearances during filming. Jeon Seongguk then dropped the bombshell: he had assigned Lucas to watch Michael, sending a shockwave of anger and betrayal through the accused. Jeon Seongguk's narrowed eyes conveyed a chilling determination, signaling that the investigation had unearthed crucial and damning information. The director then directly confronted Michael, demanding to know his relationship with CEO Shin Sang-young of Shinsung Entertainment, eliciting a terrified gasp from the accused. Jeon Seongguk confirmed suspicions, revealing that all reporters who had published defamatory articles were directly connected to Shinsung Entertainment. The pager's voicemail, displaying the number 185, further solidified Michael's direct involvement with Shinsung Entertainment. Jeon Seongguk and Lucas's eyes blazed with anger as they condemned Michael for aiding a thug-like person and deliberately causing Seongguk's family to suffer. His voice cutting through the tension, Jeon Seongguk relentlessly interrogated Michael about his motives, making it clear that both he and CEO Shin Sung-young would be held accountable for their actions. Suddenly, a cascade of news headlines exposed the truth. Shinsung Entertainment CEO and Michael were implicated in a smear campaign, bribing reporters to defame Seongguk's family. CEO Shin Sung-young, hooded and escorted by police, was barraged by reporters demanding answers about the defamatory articles and his alleged orders. Shin Sung-young frantically denied all accusations, shouting his innocence amidst the chaotic flash of cameras, even as questions about threatening his own talents mounted. His father, overwhelmed by the unfolding scandal, gaped in shock as he learned the full extent of the involvement of Shinsung Entertainment CEO and Michael. Jeon Seongguk reassured him, explaining that Taehyun would ensure Michael took responsibility and personally apologized, then sighed, a sense of weary resolution settling in. As a further act of apology, Jeon Seongguk announced that both the involved parties and the broadcasting station would cover all hospital bills, ensuring Kim So-young's recovery was unburdened. His father's fists clenched in furious indignation, expressing a primal urge to confront Michael, but Jeon Seongguk calmly intervened, placing a steadying hand on his arm. Jeon Seongguk then expressed genuine gratitude for the private room, acknowledging that it allowed their family to stay together and significantly aided So-young's quick recovery. His father sighed in relief, content that the malicious rumors would finally disappear, a sentiment Jeon Seongguk acknowledged with a thoughtful gaze. Jeon Seongguk reassured them that his father's sincere interview had clarified everything, shifting public perception from misunderstanding to overwhelming support for Seongguk's family. With a menacing smile and documents labeled lawsuit in hand, Jeon Seongguk, alongside the manager, vowed a thorough cleanup, promising to teach the mannerless reporters a severe lesson as Michael cowered, beaten. Jeon Seongguk then announced a 2-month broadcasting hiatus, emphasizing the crucial need for Kim So-young's postpartum recovery. His chibi father, hands on hips, nervously questioned the length of such a break, but chibi Jeon Seongguk calmly reassured him that they had plenty of pre-filmed footage. Jeon Seongguk offered a final, gentle smile, urging them to relax and comfortably enjoy their time with family. 2 months later, as spring burst forth, his father marveled at Seongguk proudly caring for little Min-guk, a vision of new beginnings and renewed hope. Overhead, tree branches adorned with fresh green leaves sparkled in the sunlight, a vibrant symbol of spring's awakening. Cherry blossoms painted the city streets, their full bloom marking the arrival of March, a season of breathtaking beauty. A news anchor on TV reported on the blooming flowers, then tantalizingly teased more good news, prompting a viewer's curious, "Oh my, what is it?" A woman cried tears of pure joy, her shoulders shaking with emotion, as the news declared, "Our national baby Seongguk is coming back." The question lingered, was just baby restarting? The announcement of a broadcast was imminent, as a man's hand ominously reached out in a darkened room. In the dim light, a woman leaned over a smirking man, her voice laced with flirtation as she asked what held his attention so intently. Actress Im Seon-mi's affectionate address to her partner, a warm "honey," hinted at the deep comfort she found in his presence. Her whispered question, accompanied by a soft caress, was filled with playful curiosity about what captivated his attention so completely. On the screen, the image of a laughing infant Seongguk, broadcast as a rerun of Seongguk's Family, radiated pure, unbridled joy. A spark of recognition flickered between them as she probed whether he knew the child, and he, in turn, teased her memory. As the memory faded into the sepia tones of the past, she jogged his recollection of their shared encounter with Seongguk at a commercial shoot. A slow, dawning realization crept over her, piecing together unspoken details before she voiced her sudden curiosity. He admitted that something about Seongguk had seized his attention, a strangely intriguing spark that suggested hidden potential. The baby's infectious laughter, a simple and innocent sound, seemed to affirm the inexplicable charm his partner described. Playfully, she insisted the child was nothing short of a genius, a claim that elicited a surprised, disbelieving query from him. She proclaimed Seongguk possessed the innate qualities of a great actor, a child who could ascend to any height, while his father remained unconvinced, seeing only a modestly cute face. With a calculated caress, she reminded him of her innate talent for spotting rising stars, a skill she asserted went beyond mere connections. She revealed the grim fate of Shinsung Entertainment, now crumbling to dust, a direct consequence of their ill-advised actions against Seongguk, prompting his shocked recognition of CEO Shin Sung-young. She explained how the agency's usual exploitation of child actors had spectacularly backfired, catching him off guard with the reminder of her past affiliation. With a sly smile, she confessed her intention to terminate her contract, dismissing the original terms as stingy and suggesting the timing worked perfectly in her favor. His voice carried a hint of concern as he pressed her about her next move, curious if she had a specific agency already in mind. She revealed an interesting idea brewing in her mind, a plan she intended to unfold slowly, with careful deliberation. She casually floated the idea of investing in Seongguk, an intriguing proposition that, after a moment of consideration, he agreed held considerable merit. A warm voice cut through the air, beckoning everyone to the table as it announced that mealtime had arrived. The day's menu, a comforting seaweed soup, promised a warm and inviting lunch for all. The manager, with a gentle smile, offered a spoonful to Seongguk, who eagerly accepted the comforting gesture. With eyes closed in blissful anticipation, Seongguk inhaled deeply, exclaiming his delight at the enticing aroma. As he savored the meal, Seongguk exclaimed his surprise and delight at Kim So-young's unexpected culinary talent. A kind hand offered Kim So-young a bowl, a gesture of thoughtful care that touched her deeply. Kim So-young expressed her heartfelt gratitude for the manager's unwavering care, who humbly deflected, asserting it was simply her natural role. Despite Kim So-young's concern over her manager's unpaid generosity, she was gently, yet firmly, told to simply focus on eating. With a nervous pause, Kim So-young tentatively voiced the unspoken question that weighed on her heart: were they, truly, family? The manager, with sparkly, unwavering determination, passionately declared her duty as family to care for them, leaving Kim So-young flustered and protesting the overwhelming kindness. Seongguk, in a burst of frustration, loudly warned Jae-hee not to touch, even as the younger sibling continued to make joyful sounds. Seongguk fiercely protected his food, declaring Minguk's entitlement only to milk, which drew a surprised "hyung" from Kim So-young as the manager chuckled, explaining the baby's avid imitation. He had naively believed Minguk's admiration would simplify childcare, but a sudden jolt of unpleasant realization confirmed his profound insight over the past 2 months. The brutal truth had dawned: childcare was an inescapable hell, and Seongguk, cowering against the incessant wails, could only plead for it to stop. Minguk's relentless cries echoed through the hours, driving Seongguk to frustrated despair as he wondered why the baby never ceased. The crushing weight of sleeplessness left Seongguk pleading with his wide-eyed sibling, a desperate appeal for even a moment of peace. His exasperation mounted as Minguk's cries relentlessly followed his every move, even for a brief trip to the bathroom, leaving Seongguk utterly overwhelmed. He mused on his past life's disappointments, yearning for a sibling who would be a loyal follower, not a rival, and declared Minguk would be fiercely devoted to his great hyung. Yet, despite the baby's absolute devotion, Seongguk realized this unwavering loyalty brought its own unique and unexpected challenges. Overwhelmed by exhaustion, tears welling in his eyes, Seongguk could only manage a broken plea for Minguk to cease, admitting his profound weariness. Then, Minguk looked up, a soft, questioning sound escaping him as he tilted his head, an image of pure, innocent wonder. In an instant, Seongguk's heart fluttered, utterly disarmed and overwhelmed by Minguk's innocent charm, his resistance melting away into pure affection. With a defeated sigh, Seongguk conceded, declaring it a one-time gesture as he took on the messy, yet tender, task of feeding his eagerly accepting sibling. Kim So-young and the manager shared a laugh, marveling at Seongguk's impromptu childcare and acknowledging the surprising benefits his presence brought. The manager praised Seongguk as the most dutiful of sons, but her words were cut short by the unexpected, yet firm, call of the landlord for So-young. The landlord's abrupt question about moving startled Kim So-young, leaving her questioning the sudden, unsettling proposition. The landlord, though awkwardly, pointed out the stark reality that their small, aging home was no longer suitable for a growing family with 2 children. The manager voiced her immediate concern about their limited finances, but the landlord countered with a speculative question that hinted at unexpected possibilities. Kim So-young's surprised query hung in the air as the manager gestured for her to draw closer, her actions hinting at a secret revelation. In a hushed whisper, the manager revealed the momentous news: Samjeon Electronics had made contact. The manager announced the thrilling proposal: Samjeon Electronics wanted to sign Seongguk as their exclusive model, a revelation that sparkled with the promise of immense opportunity. Kim So-young gasped in disbelief, utterly stunned by the incredible offer of an exclusive modeling contract with an industry giant like Samjeon, while the manager merely smirked. The manager elaborated on the offer, advising her to discuss the impending contract terms with Ji-sung before making any decisions. The weight of the big opportunity washed over Kim So-young, her mind reeling with visions of gold coins cascading like a waterfall, a tangible symbol of their sudden wealth. Kim So-young stammered, overwhelmed by the revelation, but the manager calmly redirected her, suggesting they eat before delving further into the dizzying news. The manager reminded Kim So-young of their imminent trip to the broadcasting station for their first, baby, meeting in 2 months, to which So-young readily agreed. The manager remarked on their lack of haste, knowing the broadcasting station was sending a car, a subtle sniff betraying her underlying anticipation. A sudden sound from the door surprised the manager, her thoughts immediately turning to the immense effort Kim So-young poured into caring for Seongguk and Minguk. The door creaked open, and the manager's voice, tinged with expectation, questioned if the early visitor was from the broadcasting station. Michael stepped into the room, his voice calm yet ominous as he greeted the stunned manager with a chilling, "It's been a while." A wave of shock washed over Kim So-young, her voice catching in her throat, as Seongguk too looked up with growing apprehension. The name burst from Kim So-young's lips in a horrified gasp as Michael's presence, now radiating an intense, almost otherworldly green glow, revealed itself in its full, shocking impact. A familiar voice, edged with disbelief, echoed through what felt like a half-remembered dream, calling out Michael's name. Michael stood unmoving, his presence a sudden, unwelcome shadow that had startled Seongguk's family to their core. Manager Ji-sung's voice erupted, thick with anger, as she instinctively shielded Seongguk, who cried out in profound distress. In the deepest corners of his infant mind, Seongguk burned with a fury that transcended his age, recalling Michael's unforgivable betrayal. Michael's stern gaze seemed to pierce through the past, his question hanging heavy in the air, challenging the very reason for someone's presence. Manager Ji-sung's voice, laced with raw fear, voiced her suspicion of Michael holding a grudge, but he urgently cut her off before she could finish. Then, Lucas burst in with a bright, warm greeting, prompting a chubby Michael to react with surprised recognition. Lucas, with a gentle pat on Michael's back, noted the surprise that had clearly rattled him. Seongguk's mother, Kim So-young, carefully explained their unexpected visit, hinting that they expected an apology from Michael. Under manager Ji-sung's sharp gaze, Michael's head bowed low, a quiet, heavy apology escaping his lips. Michael's admission of being completely wrong hung in the air, a weighty confession absorbed in silence by the watchful family. Seongguk's inner thoughts simmered with indignation, questioning if a mere apology was enough, yet he begrudgingly accepted it anyway. Seongguk's mother, her voice gentle, offered Michael a quiet understanding, suggesting he must have had his reasons, a kindness that utterly startled Seongguk. Manager Ji-sung extended an earnest desire to work well together again, a sentiment Seongguk enthusiastically echoed, his inner feelings aligning with the new path. In Seongguk's mind, manager Ji-sung's inherent kindness shone through, almost to a fault. Seongguk begrudgingly accepted the truce, sighing inwardly at his parents' overly kind and lenient nature. With fierce resolve, Seongguk vowed to be sharper, more meticulous, and to ensure such a betrayal would never happen again. Lucas cheerfully urged them to depart, noting that everyone was eagerly awaiting Seongguk's family. As Seongguk began to call out, the scene shifted dramatically to the towering, impressive edifice of MBC, a place where destinies were made. The audition director's face glowed with overwhelming happiness, anticipation practically shimmering around him. Seongguk, in his chibi form, sprinted forward with boundless energy, his voice echoing with an excited call for the director. The director knelt, embracing Seongguk with a warmth that radiated through the hall. The director, genuinely surprised, remarked on Seongguk's unusual warmth, noting his typically aloof demeanor. The director was deeply touched, while Seongguk, with a sly, knowing glance, harbored a profound realization of his own. His chibi form flared with unwavering determination as Seongguk declared his absolute devotion, proclaiming he was made for work, would live for it, and would die on the job. The director groaned about the relentless demands of childcare, expressing a desperate need to return to work, a sentiment that inexplicably distressed the chibi Seongguk. The director greeted Seongguk's mother warmly, oblivious to the sudden, horrified shock that overcame Seongguk. The director's casual mention of Minguk sent a fresh wave of despair through Seongguk, who dissolved into a flurry of chibi tears. The director, completely charmed, gushed about how much cuter Minguk had become in just 2 months. Minguk's wails filled the air, his tiny hands reaching out desperately for his older brother, Seongguk. A puzzled director watched Minguk's sudden outburst, prompting Kim So-young to gently explain his unwavering attachment to Seongguk. The frantic director, understanding Minguk's distress, pleaded to start filming immediately, while Seongguk offered a subtle, self-satisfied smirk. The director then turned to manager Ji-sung, politely acknowledging the changes over the past 2 months and extending a warm welcome. With everyone finally present, the director enthusiastically declared it was time to proceed. The director outlined the remaining 20 episodes, and the looming September finale, prompting Seongguk's parents to silently calculate the half-year left on their journey. A knowing glint in his eye, the director emphasized the upcoming first broadcast after the show's restart, hinting at its crucial importance. The director envisioned a cherry blossom picnic, and with a soft rustle of falling petals, the scene transitioned to a breathtaking outdoor filming location, enveloped by delicate pink blossoms. Lucas and another idol member gazed at Seongguk with wide-eyed admiration, utterly charmed by his presence. They lavished compliments upon Seongguk, declaring him a cherry blossom fairy, and a complete spring fairy, utterly captivated by his adorable attire. Lucas playfully asked Seongguk if he enjoyed the cascade of compliments, to which the child responded with a blissful, blushing smile. The audition director, his voice carrying a note of weary urgency, called for all cast members to gather, signaling the imminent start of filming. Michael gently instructed Seongguk to go, and in a tender moment of newfound affection, Seongguk planted a sweet kiss on his cheek. Lucas and Taehyun voiced their wistful disappointment at not being the ones to carry Seongguk. Michael, ever serious, reported his arrival at the filming location, dutifully following his orders. The formidable vice chairman of Samjeon, his aura radiating authority, sat in deep, thoughtful contemplation. From the confines of his car, the vice chairman mused on the necessity of his presence, his gaze lingering on the cheerful scene unfolding outside. Secretary Yang concluded his business report with quiet efficiency, receiving only a brief hum of acknowledgement from the vice chairman. The vice chairman abruptly interrupted, asking Secretary Yang about an unspecified matter, which confused the secretary. The vice chairman clarified his inquiry was about Seongguk's exclusive contract, which Secretary Yang confirmed had been clearly conveyed. Secretary Yang reported the parents felt burdened by the contract, leading the vice chairman to reflect and decide against further pressure. The vice chairman pressed Secretary Yang for his honest opinion on the contract, to which the secretary nervously admitted it seemed excessive for the child's experience. The vice chairman then questioned if the child was truly worth such a significant contract, and Secretary Yang conceded there was an undeniable attraction to him. Secretary Yang struggled to articulate the undeniable connection he felt, describing it as a profound, almost primal bond, like blood ties. The vice chairman flinched, his composure momentarily broken by the weight of that mysterious thought. With a determined stride, the vice chairman announced he needed to confirm something for himself, leaving the others to wait. Lucas, catching a glimpse of the vice chairman's abrupt departure, reacted with a quizzical surprise. Another idol member drew Lucas's attention to something off-panel, leaving him confused. A wave of profound shock washed over Seongguk as he recognized the approaching figure, Samjeon's vice chairman. The vice chairman's silhouette was eerily reflected in Seongguk's wide eye as the word "Fa" began to form on his lips. Then, the word escaped Seongguk's lips, trembling with raw emotion, "Father." Seongguk pondered the distant figure of his past life's father, Jeon Seongguk, wondering what kind of man he truly was. He was born the eldest son, destined to inherit the Samjeon empire his grandfather built, though his approach to power would prove markedly different. From founding monarch to the current king, the narration painted his father as a performance-oriented ruler, a title he wore with confident ease. Indeed, that single word, performance, was the very essence of the man who collected achievements with relentless drive. His focus was a severe, unyielding force, caring for nothing but results, regardless of the cost. That relentless pursuit created a melancholic distance, affecting his wife and even the very company he commanded. Even his children bore the silent burden of his demanding nature. Taeguk and Mi-jin, unable to meet their father's impossible standards, always suffered from a gnawing sense of inferiority. But Seongguk, in his past life, had proudly declared himself the one who simply kicked aside those expectations, soaring even higher, a self-proclaimed genius. Ultimately, the uncomfortable relationship between Seongguk and his father remained unresolved, their footsteps echoing a stark separation as they walked away from each other. The vice chairman formally greeted the surprised child, his glasses adjusting with a soft click as he smiled. He smiled, but an internal revelation confirmed the truth that settled deeply within Seongguk: this man, the vice chairman, was his father. Seongguk's infant mind found it utterly annoying to be this man's offspring, a tension reflected in the stylized confrontation between their past selves. Amidst falling cherry blossoms, Seongguk hesitantly called out, "Fa, there," startling the vice chairman. The vice chairman repeated the word, "Father," a pleased tilt of his head acknowledging the unexpected address. Panic seized Seongguk as the word burst out, he frantically claimed it was a mistake, an accidental utterance. "Hello, Seongguk," the vice chairman said, bending down with a warm smile that made the infant flinch in surprise. The vice chairman asked if Seongguk remembered their encounter during a washing machine commercial shoot, but the boy emphatically denied it. As the vice chairman pressed him on why he'd called him father, Seongguk's thoughts were a desperate squeeze, screaming internally to deny everything and play dumb. A smirk played on the vice chairman's lips as he insisted he clearly heard the word, the pressure of his gaze as overwhelming as a hand crushing a chibi duck. "I definitely heard it," the vice chairman reiterated, his persistence making Seongguk's cheeks flush with overwhelming frustration, remembering how unyielding his father could be. The vice chairman Jeon Seongguk, a male staff member stammered, his surprise radiating through the serene scene. "What brings you here?" a staff member exclaimed as the others scurried, a long-haired staff member whispering, "Oh my." The vice chairman smoothly offered an explanation, stating he had merely hoped to see Seongguk quietly, then acknowledged he had disrupted the filming. To the continued surprise of the staff, the vice chairman simply stated he wanted to see Seongguk in person. Those bright eyes, the vice chairman mused, seeing a striking resemblance to his younger self, while Seongguk internally breathed the word, "Father." A deep satisfaction settled over the vice chairman as he smiled broadly, affirming his growing certainty after seeing the child. The long-haired staff member, flustered and eager, quickly pitched an exclusive contract for Seongguk, urging them to contact her when a decision was made. As the staff member nervously asked about additional contract conditions, Seongguk, without hesitation, suddenly shouted, "Money." The long-haired staff member quickly muffled Seongguk's words, but he struggled, loudly demanding, "Give me money. Father has lots of money, right?" A hearty laugh boomed from the vice chairman, clearly amused by Seongguk's audacious demand. "Sure, I'll prepare money for you," the vice chairman promised, offering a gentle pat on Seongguk's head. He offered a confident, serene promise of a future meeting, "I'll see you when you're ready." The long-haired staff member responded with a startled, overwhelmed, "Why yes. Then I'll be going." The vice chairman announced, his footsteps receding, leaving Seongguk in silent contemplation with the staff. Seongguk looked pensive, confessing his internal struggle. He never expected to be involved with his father again, feeling the vast distance between a conglomerate vice chairman and a commoner baby. But lingered as fragmented memories of his past life with his father flashed through his mind, some tender, some shrouded in suspicion. A new project, his father had asked in the past, placing a hand on Seongguk's shoulder, trusting him as the smartest of his children. With subtle blush and closed eyes, Seongguk had listened as his father set high expectations, demanding good results. A faint, wry smile crossed the infant Seongguk's face as he recalled those complex past interactions. The male staff member, flustered, shouted for everyone to refocus, declaring they were resuming filming. "Woo!" Seongguk exclaimed, sharply committing to the task, reminding himself that his current life was what truly mattered, and he needed to focus on the filming before him. His new life involved filming a spring picnic special for Just Baby, a show that often found him looking unenthusiastic. For the Children's Day special, Seongguk, adorned with a crown, playfully rode on an adult's back. The summer vacation special plunged him underwater, swimming with goggles and a cap, part of his blue and vibrant new reality. On the streets, a chaotic, excited roar of "Kaya-iya" from numerous reporters signaled the arrival of celebrities. Just oppas, the reporters screamed fanatically, brandishing signs and dedicating their fervor to the idol group. The crowd surged and a frantic whistle cut through the air as staff struggled, the long-haired staff member sighing in exasperation, wondering how the filming location was always discovered. "These days filming is difficult because of sasying fans," the long-haired staff member lamented, as Seongguk let out a muffled protest, "I want to get down." Thoughts buzzed through the CHUBBY staff member's mind about Just becoming a national idol group and the danger of sasying fans, while Seongguk's small steps clicked, lost in thought. Narrations proclaimed the growth of the idol group, Just, now Korea's beloved national idol, teasing self-camera videos with Seongguk. Fueled by the immense popularity of Just Baby, and relentless concerts and album releases, Just had soared to become a top idol in the music industry over the past half-year, celebrated by fanatical cheers. Seongguk's joyful laughter echoed through various top-tier commercials, cementing his status as a blue chip in the advertising world, from children's clothing to luxury baby products. The narration boasted that even the directors received huge bonuses, a fact playfully illustrated by CHUBBY staff members celebrating with piles of money. Making everyone successful like this, the long-haired staff member began, her tone turning serious, "I have something else to discuss, Just Baby doesn't have much time left." The narration revealed that the filming after next would likely be the last, and as the staff members looked sad, Seongguk's cheerful steps carried him forward. A pang of bittersweet emotion welled within Seongguk as he looked pensive, his small hand reaching out into the ominous dark. Then, a crushing grip seized his hand, a bloody adult hand appearing to hold him captive. "Seongguk," he heard, his eyes wide and startled with fear. An adult's hand gripped his arm tightly, asking, "Can you do me one favor?" leaving Seongguk to question the frightening demand. The desperate, raw force of an adult's hand clenched, conveying an intense internal struggle that brought forth a choked cry. The chilling grip from the darkness pulled Seongguk, his heart pounding in his tiny chest as Taehyun, his face unseen, urgently asked for a favor, leaving the boy wide-eyed with fear. A blush spread across Taehyun's face as he stammered, clearly surprised and caught off guard, perhaps by the weight of his own sudden demand or Seongguk's reaction. "What, you startled me?" Taehyun hissed, the blush still high on his cheeks as he urgently shushed Seongguk, his need for secrecy clear. "Be quiet. The fans might hear you." Taehyun agitatedly urged, yet inside, CHUBBY Seongguk, fists clenched, couldn't help but note the absurd dedication of an idol who, even while hiding, still worried about sasying fans. Taehyun, a shy smile finally gracing his lips, leaned down to ask Seongguk what he actually needed help with, leaving the boy to carefully weigh his answer. A sharp voice cut through the air as the audition director, clearly surprised, questioned why they were lingering here instead of being on the filming set. As a warm, conspiratorial blush spread across Taehyun's face, the audition director's voice revealed the true nature of their secret: they wanted Seongguk to choose their title track. The audition director, caught off guard and stammering, presented Taehyun with a microphone, surprised that their casual conversation was already being recorded. An audition staff member, eager for the story, leaned in with a wide smile and asked Taehyun to explain what had truly happened. With a nervous, sheepish blush, Taehyun began to explain the crux of their issue. Their next album was due for release, and a major decision loomed. Taehyun confessed that all the songs were finished, but a fierce disagreement had erupted among the members, leaving them unable to unite on which track should be their next title song. The audition director's face erupted in an explosion of pure, unadulterated shock and disbelief, repeatedly questioning the idea of Seongguk selecting the title track. While Seongguk sat in profound concentration, surrounded by music, the CHUBBY audition director scratched his head, pondering the weighty implications of letting a 3-year-old child choose their crucial title track. With a soft, knowing smirk, Taehyun confessed that the idea had indeed given them pause at first. Taehyun continued, explaining that when they truly considered it, Seongguk had undeniably molded who they were over the past year, while CHUBBY Seongguk, hands on his hips, mock protested that overly polite behavior wasn't appealing. Taehyun confessed they had learned a great deal from their clumsy attempts at childcare, a sentiment echoed by a worried audition staff member who held a sign proclaiming that acting recklessly invariably led to trouble. The audition director revealed their sentimental desire to imprint Seongguk's unique touch onto their final album before the show concluded, while Lucas and Billionaire anxiously pressed him for his song preference. Seongguk closed his eyes, his brow furrowed in deep concentration, fully absorbing the music as he pondered the weighty decision that rested on his small shoulders. Lucas, wide-eyed with anticipation, leaned in, eagerly asking for Seongguk's verdict, as the boy remained obscured by the massive headphones, prolonging the suspense. A burst of self-assuredness radiated from CHUBBY Seongguk as he inwardly acknowledged their wise decision in asking him, for this, Hyung, with his knowledge of the future, knew exactly what would succeed. With a forceful gesture, Seongguk pointed down with absolute conviction, declaring, "My choice is this one." Billionaire gasped in utter surprise at Seongguk's selection, but Lucas, triumphant, crowed about Seongguk's impeccable taste, while the CHUBBY boy himself offered a sly, satisfied smile. An audition staff member, looking surprised, asked for the song's identity, and Taehyun proudly revealed it was a track Jaehyun himself had helped produce. Taehyun explained that the chosen track was undeniably the most unique among the title track candidates, having initially been relegated to a B-side by everyone except Jaehyun and Billionaire, a surprising validation for them. Taehyun softly wondered at Seongguk's unconventional choice, a sentiment met by CHUBBY Seongguk's triumphant, toothy smirk and silent declaration of course. Seongguk's thoughts soared as he recalled that in his past life, It's a Lie, despite being a mere B-side, had soared to the #1 spot on the music charts for an astonishing 5 consecutive weeks. Seongguk mused that the song's catchy melody was so pervasive it had infiltrated even his music-averse past self's mind, a memory that fueled his conviction it would have been even more legendary as a title track. Billionaire, cheeks flushed and on the verge of tears, made one last desperate plea for Seongguk to reconsider, suggesting, "Way to you," but CHUBBY Seongguk, pulling his cheek playfully, firmly declared, "No." Seongguk's small hand landed decisively, unequivocally pointing to the chosen CD, leaving no room for further debate. Taehyun, wide-eyed, looked at Seongguk and with a tone of resigned acceptance, declared that this song simply had to be the one. With a radiant smile and a faint blush, Seongguk proudly held aloft the CD for "It's a Lie," a triumphant symbol of his foresight and unwavering decision. After a beat of silent contemplation, Taehyun, with a soft, warm smile and closed eyes, finally conceded, affirming his trust in Seongguk's judgment. Taehyun declared that with Seongguk's chosen title track, the older members would pour every ounce of their energy into promoting it, igniting a wave of exuberant celebration among the group. The viewer forum for "CHUBBY Baby" overflowed with heartfelt appreciation, praising Seongguk's touching contributions to the album, marveling at his incredible taste, and desperately pleading for the show's extension even after its final episode. A banner fluttered joyfully, proclaiming that "CHUBBY Baby" final episode party, a heartfelt thank you for all the hard work that had gone into their journey. Kim So-young, her smile warm and encouraging, gently urged Seongguk into a dark room, leaving the boy startled and confused by the sudden enveloping shadows. As the shadowy doorway seemed to twist and swirl, a nagging thought crept into Seongguk's mind, that just guys had seemed to be plotting something clandestine leading up to the final episode. With a sly internal grin, Seongguk decided he would play along, stepping forward with playful resolve as if he were just a child. A deafening, joyful "Wah" erupted, instantly filling the room with a chaotic cascade of confetti and streamers. The entire idol group erupted in a joyous chorus, surprising Seongguk with a heartfelt "Happy Birthday to Seongguk" that made him blush with overwhelmed delight. Taehyun and Lucas harmonized beautifully, their voices filled with joyful sincerity as they sang "Happy Birthday" to dear Seongguk. An audition staff member warmly explained that the "CHUBBY" members had orchestrated this touching birthday celebration for Seongguk, timing it perfectly with the final episode party. Overcome by a rush of unexpected emotion, Seongguk's tiny body trembled as he struggled to form words, his cheeks burning with a blush of pure surprise. With a radiant burst of pure, unadulterated joy, Seongguk threw his hands up and ecstatically cried, "Joodi." As Taehyun and Lucas playfully tossed him into the air amidst a shower of confetti, CHUBBY Seongguk, laughing with unbridled joy, inwardly marveled that being celebrated felt unexpectedly wonderful despite his cynical predictions. With a wide, inviting smile, an audition staff member grandly presented a generous basket of Korean beef, a special treat provided by the broadcasting station for everyone. The audition staff expressed profound gratitude for everyone's hard work on CHUBBY BABY, inviting them to savor the sizzling Korean beef to their heart's content, a treat that left both Billionaire and CHUBBY Seongguk wide-eyed with excitement. Billionaire, overcome with emotion, began to sob even as he devoured his meal, prompting an exasperated Lucas to scold him for crying while eating. CHUBBY Seongguk, his eyes alight with fierce hunger, declared his ferocious feast a combat meal, utterly lost in the intense joy of the food. Different glasses clinked together in a celebratory toast as an audition staff member began to acknowledge everyone's hard work up to this point. With sparkling eyes and raised drinks, the idol group and Seongguk collectively proclaimed their profound appreciation, thanking everyone for their hard work. Kim So-young, deeply moved by the heartfelt celebration, sweetly smiled through a blush and wiped away a tear, finding the moment truly touching. The festive atmosphere was abruptly broken by Secretary Yang, who politely called out to Kim So-young, leaving her surprised and instantly wary. Secretary Yang, with a polite smile, introduced himself as an emissary from Vice Chairman Jeon Seongguk, sent to congratulate her on the final episode and present a small token of appreciation. Kim So-young's eyes widened in ecstatic disbelief as she gasped at the sight of the sparkling wild ginseng, a gift of immense value, while CHUBBY Secretary Yang watched with a knowing smile. With a sly, almost conspiratorial smile, Secretary Yang smoothly pivoted, subtly suggesting that she review a contract matter at her convenience, revealing his true agenda. Her eyes wide with eager enthusiasm, Kim So-young readily agreed to visit as soon as possible, having been completely swayed by the lavish gift. As autumn arrived, marked by leaves that whimsically transformed into falling graduation caps, a new phase of their lives unfolded before the imposing modern building. Jeon Seongguk, concerned for her well-being, suggested Kim So-young could still rest, but she remained resolute, bound by her promise made at the final party to visit without delay. When CHUBBY Jeon Seongguk questioned if he was tired, Seongguk, wide-eyed with fierce resolve, declared that fatigue was impossible, he needed to approach this encounter with absolute concentration. CHUBBY Seongguk, a sly smile playing on his lips, pulled at his jacket, determined to quickly uncover the real intentions of his cunning father, a man who never lost out on anything. A radiant smile greeted them at the Grand Samjeon headquarters, ushering them into a world of corporate power and potential. A disembodied voice announced the vice chairman's anticipation, leaving Kim So-young and Seongguk wide-eyed with a mix of surprise and apprehension. Suddenly, a dazzling, otherworldly light burst forth as the door dramatically swung open, signaling a momentous encounter. From the height of his empire, the vice chairman of Samjeon, his back to them, acknowledged their arrival with a simple, weighty phrase. Seongguk, clutched by a concerned Kim So-young, let out a tiny cough, a vulnerable sound in the opulent, formal space. A knowing smile played on the vice chairman's lips as he greeted Seongguk, the air thick with unspoken history and expectations. As tea and refreshments were served, a polite formality settled over the room, masking the underlying tension and anticipation. But for Seongguk, the sight of his favorite cookies from his past life ignited a spark of pure, unadulterated joy and surprise. Jeon Seongguk offered a polite thank you, while Kim So-young was charmed by the aroma, but Seongguk's CHUBBY self remained lost in astonished thought. The vice chairman, all business and composure, smoothly shifted the conversation, inquiring about their review of the contract terms. Jeon Seongguk, a drop of sweat betraying his skepticism, voiced disbelief at the seemingly excessive generosity of a 150 million won signing bonus for a 3-year contract. The sheer audacity of the sum caused Seongguk to dramatically spit out his food in utter, cartoonish shock. The vice chairman confirmed the incredible figures, leaving Seongguk blushing with a mix of surprise and suspicion. Seongguk pondered the staggering 150 million won, realizing such unbelievable terms could only come from his cunning father, making him question the true intent. He silently seethed, knowing such celebrity-level treatment was a ruse, while his father, eyes gleaming, noted Seongguk's surprise with a knowing smirk. Jeon Seongguk, ever cautious, frankly admitted his confusion over the vice chairman's exorbitant offer, a puzzle piece he couldn't place. The vice chairman simply called it an investment, a word that resonated deeply and suspiciously within Seongguk's reborn mind. With a confident smile, the CHUBBY vice chairman instructed his CHUBBY secretary Yang to present Samjeon's long-standing scholarship program. The Samjeon scholarship brochure, with its glossy images of success, showcased the company's commitment to cultivating outstanding talent. Kim So-young gasped, her face flushing with disbelief, as she heard that her own Seongguk was deemed a gifted child worthy of such support. An adult hand tapped thoughtfully, an inner voice expressing hesitant surprise at Seongguk's cleverness. The vice chairman's warm smile conveyed genuine admiration, praising Seongguk as special, smart, and gutsy. As the vice chairman spoke of fostering Seongguk into an excellent young man, Kim So-young fretted anxiously, while Seongguk gazed up, his gaze filled with a quiet, fierce determination. Kim So-young, overwhelmed and blushing, emphatically agreed, her shock momentarily forgotten in a surge of hope. But then, a moment of silent defiance from Seongguk startled both Kim So-young and Jeon Seongguk. Seongguk, his small face etched with resolute focus, stared ahead, embodying his unwavering purpose. He recognized his father's relentless pursuit of talent, a trait that had always driven the man in his past life. A subtle smirk played on the vice chairman's face as he confirmed Seongguk's internal assessment, his eyes glinting with understanding. "I will be the best," Seongguk vowed internally, a fierce lion rising behind his glowing, determined form, ready to surpass all expectations. Kim So-young, flustered and embarrassed, tried to quiet her son, but the vice chairman merely chuckled, amused by Seongguk's bold declaration. The vice chairman admired such youthful spirit, noting wistfully that even his own children lacked such fire. A gleam in the vice chairman's eye hardened his resolve, confirming his desire to support Seongguk even more fiercely. His decision to represent the contract draft left both Jeon Seongguk and Kim So-young utterly stunned. The vice chairman, sparkling with confidence, assured them the contract would benefit Seongguk, encouraging them to deliberate as he prepared to depart. That night, from the humble facade of their apartment, Seongguk's mother called for her children, signaling the gentle routine of bedtime. His father, weary but kind, acknowledged his wife's hard work in settling the children for the night. The father then sought his wife's opinion on the contract, a complex matter she admitted little understanding of. He clutched the contract, a mixture of awe and bewilderment on his face, as he marveled at the unprecedented 150 million won. His mother, her face etched with worry, confessed her deep fear. The sheer impressiveness of Samjeon's vice chairman and the overwhelming generosity of the contract filled her with foreboding, a sense that something sinister lurked beneath the surface. She voiced her fear that such a hastily accepted, seemingly perfect contract could lead to unforeseen troubles, as Seongguk stirred from his sleep. Seongguk, though a chibi, nodded thoughtfully, recognizing the profound truth in his mother's concern. For his parents, who had never seen such sums, the contract loomed as an intimidating force, a challenge to their modest understanding of wealth. The narrator painted a poignant metaphor of a flea, limited by the confines of its jar, unable to conceive of soaring beyond. Poverty's cruelest legacy, the narration explained, was the fear it instilled, paralyzing people from seizing opportunities beyond their wildest dreams. 45. Seongguk resolved to overcome this crippling effect of poverty, determined to persuade his parents to grasp the life-changing opportunity. Narration transition. His father, gripped by panic, wildly questioned if they should accept the contract, causing alarm in both his wife and Seongguk. He passionately argued that the contract offered Seongguk a chance for a dramatically different life, urging his wife to consider the possibilities. He painted a vivid picture of a future where Seongguk attended prestigious schools and secured an impressive job, escaping their cycle of hardship. His mother gasped, a flush rising to her cheeks as she envisioned her son achieving a life as grand as the Samjeon vice chairman's. His father imagined how the money could transform their own lives, a thought Seongguk excitedly echoed, listing dreams of a new home and better jobs. With a determined blush, his father declared his unwavering desire to seize this singular chance for a better life. A series of polite knocks announced a new arrival, as an audition staff member greeted them at their modest home. The audition staff, beaming with corporate friendliness, thanked them for their prompt contact. He informed them of the vice chairman's pleasure at their swift response, then quickly shifted to discussing the contract term changes he'd mentioned earlier. He detailed the revisions, the term shortened from 3 to 2 years, and the signing bonus adjusted to 100 million won from 150 million. The staff reassured them with a new clause, promising to protect Seongguk from overwork, which delighted his mother and sparked curious excitement in Seongguk. The chibi vice chairman urged them to sign, but then, with a click, paused his instruction, a hint of something more to come. With a dark, sinister smile, the vice chairman announced that he, too, had some additional contract terms he wished to subtly alter. "Is that okay?" he asked, his question hanging heavy in the air, leaving the entire family, especially Seongguk, wide-eyed with shock and sudden dread. The vice chairman, with a subtle shift in tone, revealed his intent to alter the contract terms, his casual question hanging heavy with unspoken implications that even Seongguk's inner world recognized with a jolt of surprise. Kim So-young's concern was palpable as she hesitantly asked what new contract terms the vice chairman wished to impose. With a smooth, confident gesture, the vice chairman began to outline the 2 main points of his proposed changes, a stock forecast document already in his hand. Then, in a blink, Seongguk's tiny hand shot out, snatching the crucial document with an almost predatory speed. "Seongguk," the vice chairman exclaimed, his voice laced with surprise as the infant firmly clutched the documents, leaving the adult stunned. Seongguk, his infant face unusually serious, intensely scrutinized the document, his mind already working to unravel its implications. The vice chairman, with an overly gentle smile, tried to coax the papers from Seongguk, explaining they were merely adult matters about stocks and apartments. With an unsettlingly sly smile, Seongguk directed his gaze toward Secretary Yang, his thoughts piercingly demanding to know the true meaning of the documents. Secretary Yang flinched, visibly sweating, his mind racing with the impossible reality that this infant somehow understood stocks and apartments. Feigning innocent curiosity with an exaggerated childish plea, Seongguk loudly declared his curiosity, thoroughly catching the vice chairman off guard. Internally seething, Secretary Yang acknowledged his own bewilderment, the child's behavior was far too peculiar to ignore. Seongguk's adult mind sighed, acknowledging the exaggerated childishness of his current act, yet his determination to unravel the vice chairman's scheme fueled his continued performance. Kim So-young's voice hitched in her throat, utterly shocked by the impossible realization that Seongguk could read, a fact he gleefully confirmed with an excited shout. The vice chairman, momentarily startled, quickly recovered, an impressed smirk replacing his initial surprise as he recognized the sheer brilliance displayed by Seongguk. Kim So-young, her brow furrowed with concern and disbelief, pressed Seongguk on how a 3-year-old could possibly teach himself to read such complex words, to which he offered a deceptively simple answer about newspapers and TV. The vice chairman beamed with newfound conviction, recognizing Seongguk as a truly gifted talent, and enthusiastically declared his readiness to explain every detail of the contract. The vice chairman confirmed the detail with a nervous Secretary Yang. Seongguk's parents had indeed lowered the contract fee to 100 million. His words struck Kim So-young like a physical blow. The vice chairman proposed compensating the reduced contract fee with 50 million won worth of Samjeon Electronics stocks, leaving her utterly aghast. The vice chairman then upped the ante, proposing a special allocation for a premium 94 Pyong apartment unit in Jamsil, a proposition that sent a thrill of surprise through Seongguk. Kim So-young was utterly flustered, protesting that the offers were too much, but Seongguk's mind raced, certain that these stocks and this house were precisely what he needed. The hidden catch revealed itself, a mandatory service clause dictating that all gifted stocks must be immediately returned, with the recipient bearing the tax burden, should the 2-year period not be fulfilled. As I thought, Seongguk's inner voice resonated, recognizing the familiar strategic trap laid by the vice chairman. The vice chairman's strategy was insidious, tempting individuals with grand rewards to secure their loyalty for 2 years, only to truly deliver those promises upon contract expiration, and only then if he deemed them worthy. The vice chairman reveled in dangling sweet temptations, watching as others, like CHUBBY Seongguk, eagerly reached for the glittering promises, unknowingly binding themselves to his loyal service. Seongguk's mind clicked, a flicker of recognition flashing through him as he acknowledged the strategy as the vice chairman's signature style, and he simply thought, good. With a forceful demand, Seongguk insisted, give me all. I want to do it, leaving the adult stunned by his fervent eagerness to sign the contract. Kim So-young tried to hold Seongguk back, her voice strained, but he erupted in a furious tantrum, passionately demanding to sign the contract. With glowing eyes and a furious aura, Seongguk internally screamed of the immense future value of Samjeon Electronics stock and Jamsil apartment prices, declaring this contract absolutely necessary for him to claim it all. Kim So-young called out Seongguk's name in utter shock, while Jeon Ji-sung, startled by the outburst, quickly turned to his wife with concern. From off-panel, Jeon Ji-sung urged Kim So-young to accept the contract, emphasizing it was a precious opportunity for Seongguk and their family, but she responded with a hesitant, "Yuni." The vice chairman, a satisfied smile playing on his lips, thanked Secretary Yang for securing such excellent contract terms, much to his secretary's flustered surprise. The vice chairman then unveiled an even grander plan. The contract was too significant for an individual, so they would establish a company for Seongguk, contracting company to company, prompting Secretary Yang's confused inquiry. Secretary Yang's eyes welled up, deeply moved by the thought of an entire company established solely to care for Seongguk. The vice chairman, beaming with triumph, grandly announced their plan to create a one-person agency for Seongguk, an entity that would stand tall and sparkling in the corporate world. The vice chairman chuckled, pleased with the idea of a one-person agency, noting there would be many more contracts in the future, while Seongguk subtly smirked, already strategizing his own ascent. Seongguk's eyes sparkled with fierce pride, this would be the very first company bearing his name. The thought brought him back to a few days ago, when manager Kim had cunningly suggested the idea of a one-person agency to assist him, a brilliant concept that had initially stunned Seongguk. With glowing, determined eyes, Seongguk vowed to grow this humble beginning into something far grander than just a one-person agency, envisioning its destiny as a massive global company. The vice chairman then offered his assistance, suggesting he look into anything that could help establish Seongguk's new agency. With a joyful stamp, Seongguk enthusiastically sealed the contract, genuinely looking forward to the collaboration that would pave his way back to the top. Secretary Yang asked if he was truly so happy, to which Seongguk, held protectively by his mother, proclaimed with unbridled joy, "It's all mine." So, as night descended, they had indeed finalized the contract with those unbelievable terms, leaving Jeon Seongguk quietly pondering as he held the peacefully sleeping Seongguk. Jeon Seongguk felt a wave of dizziness, his mind reeling from the incredible events of the day, stocks, an apartment, and his own son learning to read. Money and a house are good, Jeon Seongguk mused, a bewildered expression on his face, but does our son truly understand? Is he really a genius? All while Seongguk offered a subtle, knowing smirk. Of course, Dad is proud. Jeon Seongguk declared, then playfully ruffled Seongguk's hair while telling him to put something down, as Kim So-young called out to them. "Let's have dinner first," Kim So-young announced, as a sumptuous meal, glowing with warmth and promise, lay spread before them. Jeon Seongguk gasped in astonishment at the sight of bulgogi and fish, a lavish spread made possible because, as Kim So-young thought, they had immediately received part of Seongguk's contract money. Kim So-young, blushing slightly, assured them she hadn't overspent, merely wanting her family to enjoy a small luxury made possible by their new circumstances. As Kim So-young mentioned adding meat to the baby's food, Seongguk's eyes widened, a thrilling thought igniting within him. This would be the first time he tasted meat since his rebirth. Kim So-young, seeking his approval, asked if it was okay, and Seongguk, beaming, gave a confident thumbs up, proclaiming, "Of course." Seongguk, armed with fork and spoon, enthusiastically urged everyone to eat quickly, his mind insisting that being stingy with food only hurts your body. As the family enjoyed their heartwarming meal, Seongguk, the strategist in a child's body, subtly licked his lips, savoring both the food and the unfolding possibilities. Kim So-young then turned to Jeon Seongguk, asking about his earlier conversation with his boss, and he hesitated before responding. Jeon Seongguk recounted how, when he had expressed a desire to venture out on his own, his boss had surprisingly encouraged him, saying it was about time he prepared for independence. He revealed his boss's suggestion to prepare well and open his own shop, a profound announcement that left Kim So-young and the children utterly shocked. Jeon Seongguk, his face alight with hope, mused that thanks to Seongguk's lump sum, they might just be able to afford a commercial space within 2 years if they saved diligently. As Jeon Seongguk explained his boss's offer to teach him all the bossam recipes and shop management, Kim So-young glowed with excitement, urging him, "That's wonderful. Go for it, honey." Seongguk, his eyes sparkling, declared his full support for his father's venture, a statement that genuinely surprised and delighted Jeon Seongguk. "Thank you, my son," Jeon Seongguk whispered, ruffling Seongguk's hair, acknowledging that because of him, he now had a dream to pursue. Seongguk, in turn, silently urged his father not to worry about money and to simply go for it. In his mind, Seongguk confidently envisioned a future 2 years hence, when he would earn enough to purchase at least a dozen commercial properties. Meanwhile, a mysterious female voice, addressing Secretary Yang, casually revealed her pivotal role in recommending Seongguk to the vice chairman. With a cunning smile, the unidentified woman on the phone politely demanded an update, claiming to be personally curious about the situation. A moment of silence passed as the woman processed the information, then a glint in her eye revealed her conclusion: an exclusive contract had been signed with Samjeon. The woman flinched, her surprise palpable, as she absorbed the news that a one-person agency had been established, while in the background, the vice chairman remained a stoic silhouette. Yes, thanks for letting me know," the woman purred, a sly and satisfied smile gracing her lips as she ended the call. "That's what they say," the vice chairman hissed, his eyes burning red and his fists clenched in a furious grind as he absorbed the infuriating report. The vice chairman of Samjeon was utterly distraught to learn that Jeon Seongguk had not only signed an exclusive contract with Samjeon Electronics but also established his own one-person agency. Uncontrollable fury gripped the vice chairman as he clenched his fists, railing against those he considered cursed bastards. Shin Sung-young, his pride wounded, seethed at the brazen defiance of those who dared to cross him so openly. His bloodshot eye twitched, a silent promise of the vengeance he intended to unleash. As Shin Sung-young grumbled about ruining his rivals until they couldn't show their faces, a calm voice from an unidentified woman interjected with a warning of caution. Shin Sung-young flinched, but the woman calmly explained that Seongguk was not the easily manipulated figure he once knew. A cold dread washed over Shin Sung-young as he considered the gravity of challenging Vice Chairman Jeon Jae-hyung's chosen protege. The woman, composed and confident, reiterated the vice chairman's high expectations for Seongguk, subtly hinting at the dire consequences if anyone dared to interfere. The spectacled man's chilling question echoed in Shin Sung-young's mind, making him slump in fear of the unforgiving power he faced. Shin Sung-young roared, his outburst sending papers flying, a desperate attempt to silence the unwelcome truth. As Shin Sung-young slammed a fist down, demanding contract renewal documents, actress Im Se-mi walked away, a silent question hanging in the air. Im Se-mi read the contract renewal terms, murmuring that her CEO seemed to misunderstand her current standing. Her eyes glowed with defiant power as MC declared she was no longer the person she was 7 years ago, tearing the document with a resounding rip. Kim So-young's cheerful suggestion of a face pack echoed through the house, a simple offer of comfort. Seongguk settled peacefully, tiny cucumber slices gently resting on his closed eyes. A soft smile touched Seongguk's lips as he felt the refreshing coolness, finding it surprisingly moisturizing. As Seongguk peacefully drifted off, the narration noted the quiet shifts in their lives since he signed his exclusive contract with Samjeon. Manager Kim, now incredibly active, diligently filtered the countless casting requests that flooded in for Seongguk, recognizing the importance of nurturing his growth spurt. After a thorough family meeting, his father, Jeon Seongguk, confirmed their plan to open a Bossam restaurant near Jamsil apartment in 2 years, a dream now visibly within reach. In the frantic kitchen, a worker toiled away at the secret Bossam kimchi, the intense effort etched onto his face. His mother, Kim So-young, was consumed by the ceaseless cries of Min-guk, while Seongguk silently battled a headache from the constant noise. Even amidst the household cacophony, his mother somehow found time for her own skin care, a testament to her resilient spirit. In his past life, Seongguk spent fortunes on estheticians, but now, attended by subordinates, he found these simple cucumber slices to be profoundly more soothing. With a gentle smile, Seongguk knew the true magic of the cucumber slices lay in his mother's loving care. His father, Jeon Seongguk, lovingly stroked Seongguk's cheek, affirming his belief that their son was a truly filial child. As Kim So-young left to hang laundry, entrusting Min-guk to his care, Seongguk savored the rare moment of quiet. His peaceful moment was broken by the realization that it was already time for the music chart announcement. The television screen glowed, building anticipation for the top 10 popular music chart announcement. Cheers and gasps erupted as Lies by Just claimed the top spot, and Seongguk exclaimed their name with satisfaction. Munching on a cucumber slice, Seongguk noted with quiet pride that the idol group was indeed thriving with the song he had chosen for them. As the idol group performed their hit, Seongguk coolly reminded them that they owed him for their success. But then, something on screen caught his eye, and Seongguk's expression shifted to one of sharp, sparkling recognition. Just then, a voice from the doorway announced her arrival from Samjeon, surprising Seongguk and prompting his mother to invite her in. Rapid footsteps pattered quickly across the wooden floor. The disguised visitor settled into the room, their face completely hidden. Seongguk and his mother stared, utterly confused by the heavily disguised stranger who stood before them. Seongguk's innocent reflection stared back from the visitor's sunglasses, just before a delighted gasp escaped their lips. The visitor burst towards Seongguk, arms outstretched, exclaiming over his cuteness and commenting on his chubbiness since their last meeting. Kim So-young, alarmed, stepped forward to intervene, demanding to know the stranger's identity and intentions with her son. Flustered, the woman fumbled to remove her disguise, apologizing for her overwhelming joy at seeing Seongguk again. As she brightly greeted them, the family gasped in collective shock, realizing their unexpected visitor was none other than the radiant actress Im Se-in. The gentle clinking of cups being filled echoed through the now calmer room. Im Se-in glanced nervously around Seongguk's house, a blush creeping up her cheeks as she was politely invited further in. With a tiny, happy exclamation, actress Im Se-in effusively thanked Kim So-young, while Seongguk blushed at the attention. Kim So-young awkwardly broached the topic of her visit, causing the actress to gasp and apologize as if she'd been caught. Actress Im Se-in bowed deeply, her voice thick with emotion, admitting she had wanted to apologize for a long time. Kim So-young looked bewildered as actress Im Se-in sniffled, convinced that she had caused them great suffering. Sniffling, actress Im Se-in regretted her recommendation of Shinsung Entertainment, a confession that deeply shocked Kim So-young and Seongguk. She explained her true intention had been to recognize Seongguk's potential and work with him, never expecting CEO Shin Sung-young to act with such malice. Actress Im Se-in's tears flowed freely as she apologized to Seongguk, who responded with a thoughtful hum. Even in his past life, Seongguk recalled, Im Se-in and Shin Sung-young had maintained a strictly business relationship, nothing more. She was cunning, Seongguk mused, and had an affair with his father, yet she was never one to intentionally cause harm. He sighed, confirming his recollection that she much preferred to indebt people to her rather than create enemies. Im Se-in's eyes widened in surprised relief at the unexpected leniency. Actress Im Se-in tentatively asked if Seongguk accepted her apology, but Kim So-young reassured her that her visit and words alone were more than enough. Kim So-young's heartfelt words of gratitude, acknowledging her care for Seongguk, caused actress Im Se-in to burst into an overwhelming flood of tears. Actress Im Se-in tried to force a familial bond, flustering Kim So-young, but Seongguk abruptly cut to the chase, demanding to know about Samjeon. Seongguk, wide-eyed, reminded her pointedly that she had claimed to be from Samjeon. Actress Im Se-in expressed admiration for Seongguk's cleverness and rapid speech development, while his mother scolded him for his bluntness. With a flutter, actress MCME produced a Samjeon contract document, revealing with a mischievous wink that she had acquired it from Secretary Yang. She held the document tantalizingly, hinting at a condition before she would hand it over. Her eyes lowered slyly as she whispered, "I heard about it," clearly implying she held a significant piece of information. With a powerful smirk and glowing eyes, actress MCME boldly declared her intention to join Seongguk's one-person agency. Seongguk could only stare, utterly stunned by the actress's audacious declaration. Actress MCME, sparkling with audacious ambition, declared her fervent desire to join Seongguk's burgeoning one-person agency. Kim So-young stammered in shock and embarrassment, unable to comprehend how MCME had learned of Seongguk's fledgling plans, while he watched, a dark awareness swirling around him. In a playful flashback, CHUBBY MCME confessed to pestering Secretary Yang for the secret, charming and pleading with him for any information. MCME casually revealed the end of her exclusive contract with Shinseong Entertainment, leaving Kim So-young utterly taken aback. A calculated smirk played on MCME's lips as she expressed her profound disappointment in CEO Shinseong, affirming her complete lack of attachment to her former agency. MCME claimed a desire for an agency that fostered its actors like a family, and the sentiment struck a chord with Kim So-young, who echoed the word with a surprised blush. In a fantastical vision, a chibi MCME sparkled as she tried to sway Seongguk's mother, painting a vivid picture of mutual benefit if she joined their venture. With ethereal wings and a radiant glow, the angelic chibi MCME vowed to bestow money and fame upon them, leaving Kim So-young utterly captivated by the fantastical promise. MCME's eyes gleamed with cunning as she revealed her true motive: securing a position would allow her to manipulate the agency to her will, a sly smirk crossing her face. As MCME pressed to finalize the contract, Kim So-young faltered in agreement, but Seongguk's resolute, "No way," cut through the air with undeniable finality. Both women flinched, startled by the sheer force of Seongguk's sudden interjection, as he declared his absolute refusal. With a powerful force that seemed to echo through the room, Seongguk vehemently slammed his tiny fist down, declaring, "No way," with absolute defiance. MCME, utterly bewildered, could only repeat his firm rejection, as all three stared in stunned disbelief at the unexpected turn of events. MCME's quiet "why" hung in the air, quickly overshadowed by Kim So-young's horrified scolding for Seongguk's blatant rudeness. With a dramatic flop onto the floor, Seongguk declared his absolute refusal, unable or unwilling to articulate his reasons beyond an emphatic "no way." MCME coolly observed the sudden, inexplicable tantrum, while Kim So-young nervously attempted to salvage the situation, only for Seongguk to cry out in alarm at his mother's words. In a dramatic display of infant's ultimate floor rolling technique, Seongguk howled his refusal, his cries echoing in the red-tinged room. Kim So-young cried out in distress, as both she and MCME recoiled in utter shock at the sheer intensity of Seongguk's theatrical outburst. Kim So-young murmured her surprise at Seongguk's unprecedented behavior, while he whimpered softly in his sleep, the sudden quiet unsettling after his outburst. Stirring from his slumber, Seongguk's eyes fluttered open, perceiving a mournful sound and wondering if someone, perhaps his older brother, was weeping nearby. Kim So-young let out a blood-curdling scream, her face twisted in pure terror as a blinding light seemed to flicker around her. MCME quickly apologized, acknowledging Mingguk's awakening, and politely urged an unseen acronym to proceed, as a clenched fist seemed to reach towards her. With a slight green tint suggesting her inner thoughts, MCME knelt and pondered with a hint of scheming, wondering why Seongguk held such an obvious dislike for her. Her curiosity piqued, MCME playfully poked Seongguk's cheek, seeking to uncover the reason behind his unexpected animosity. In a swift, decisive move, Seongguk's tiny hand smacked away the intruding finger with surprising force, silencing the playful poke. With an indignant huff, Seongguk, in his chibi form, revealed the blatant truth: MCME's ulterior motives were far too transparent for him to ignore. As a cunning fox, MCME schemed, while Seongguk recognized her true intentions, a low-risk investment into his future value and company, driven solely by self-interest. MCME's thought confirmed her self-serving strategy: no loss if things went poorly, but Seongguk firmly declared that such a shallow commitment was insufficient for his company. His future self stood resolute, declaring that his company would only be built with loyal allies, not opportunistic individuals driven by fleeting calculations. His fear manifested as a menacing, glowing-eyed raccoon, symbolizing his visceral refusal to allow a woman who betrayed secrets to his father into his family. No, never. His unwavering "no way" struck MCME with such force that she recoiled, as if witnessing a fierce, fantastical battle between a cunning fox and a territorial raccoon. MCME's expression shifted, a subtle smirk playing on her lips, hinting at a new understanding of the formidable child before her. Kim So-young apologized profusely, embarrassed by Seongguk's relentless wailing, as she struggled to console the distraught child. MCME smiled serenely, the word "actor" lingering on her lips, as if a new, intriguing opportunity had just rustled into her awareness. In a stylized vision, a chibi Im See-and-me announced her departure, leaving a chibi Kim So-young utterly surprised. Im See-and-me, a dark aura lingering around her, declared her intention to return with greater sincerity, prompting Seongguk to defiantly challenge her to try all you want. An adult hand placed Samsung documents before Seongguk, who, with an inner flicker of understanding, watched them land. With a bright, cheerful wave, Im See-and-me departed, leaving a chibi image of herself waving goodbye in her wake, promising to return soon. Im See-and-me had swept in and out like a force of nature, yet Seongguk pondered her value, clarifying that he didn't dismiss her entirely. Seongguk, in his chibi form, asserted his need for truly dedicated members, not mere passers-by who would only use his agency as a temporary stepping stone. A mischievous glow surrounded Seongguk as his mother, off-panel, affectionately called him a rascal. Kim So-young, her anger flaring with fantastical devil horns, sharply rebuked Seongguk, demanding to know what kind of manners he thought he was displaying. Seongguk pouted as his mother continued to scold him, emphasizing Im See-and-me's surprise and questioning his audacity to throw such a tantrum in front of an adult. Seongguk suddenly remembered, calling out to his mother with a jolt of urgency about the crucial Samsung documents. Still looking annoyed, Kim So-young opened the document folder with a rustle, reminding Seongguk that she hadn't finished scolding him. Her eyes widened in pure astonishment as Kim So-young gasped, realizing the extraordinary nature of the documents before her. The document, sparkling with significance, formally requested Jeon Seongguk for advertisement filming for Namjoon Electronics' new spring product, recognizing him as an exclusive contract model. A serene landscape of verdant mountains and lush trees stretched under a soft, hazy sky. The scene unfolded before a building nestled among green mountains, the quiet broken only by subtle, ambient sounds. Kim So-young held little Jae-hee, while Seongguk, in a charmingly old-fashioned outfit, offered a bright, childlike smile. Kim So-young gazed thoughtfully at the picturesque location, musing that such places existed even near Seoul, as Seongguk's birth father walked away, a subtle shift marking his movement. Seongguk's birth father, with a wide smile, cheerfully called out to both Seongguk and his mother. A chibi Seongguk, brimming with excitement, repeatedly called out, "Director," a hint of professional recognition in his youthful voice. Seongguk's birth father mentioned that Samsung had taken a favorable view of them, leading Kim So-young to realize he was the director for this very project. Seongguk's birth father beamed, complimenting Mingguk's growth and declaring Seongguk even more handsome, a compliment that made the chibi child sparkle. His birth father mentioned the sponsored clothes sent for him, and a chibi Seongguk proudly modeled them, beaming with confidence and asking if he looked great. Upon hearing the brand name, Petit Cochon, Seongguk, depicted with tiny pig ears, realized in horror that his sponsored outfit literally meant little pig in French. Seongguk cried out in frustration, declaring his sensitivity about being chubby, as the car carrying his father drove away with a squeal, leaving behind his indignant oinks. As Seongguk's birth father announced their arrival, Jeon Seongguk offered a thoughtful his expression veiled in the car's soft light. While Seongguk's birth father playfully lifted his son into the air, Jeon Seongguk observed the scene from inside the car, remarking cryptically that, "It's been a while." From the dim interior of the car, Jeon Seongguk's gaze sharpened, identifying the child Seongguk's birth father had so diligently sponsored. Seongguk's birth father confirmed the statement, his eyes serious behind his glasses, acknowledging the truth in Jeon Seongguk's words. Surrounded by dramatic purple lightning, Jeon Seongguk's lips curled into an ominous smirk as he addressed an unseen father. As the older man emerged from the car, his son Jeon Seongguk urged him to take his time, a quiet plea for caution. The older man, steadying himself, subtly adjusted his tie, reclaiming his dignified presence. He bristled, demanding not to be treated as if age had diminished him. Was Jeon Seongguk taking his public performance too seriously, treating him as frail when it was merely a show? The older man flatly rejected Jeon Seongguk's commercial proposal, finding the concept of a noisy child actor utterly distasteful. He challenged Jeon Seongguk's judgment, arguing that Samjeon's image demanded dignity, but his son defended the shift as a necessary and modern trend. Jeon Seongguk insisted Samjeon needed to shed its outdated image, a sentiment that clearly grated on his father's nerves. The older man pressed, accusing Jeon Seongguk of calling his methods obsolete, a misunderstanding his son hastily tried to correct. With a dismissive humph, his father reluctantly conceded, sensing Jeon Seongguk's unwavering confidence, while the younger man privately acknowledged his elder's sharp wit. The older man then turned his attention to Seongguk, questioning why so much effort was being invested in the child, which Jeon Seongguk framed as a strategic future move. The notion of investment in a mere child struck his father with incredulous anger. His father scoffed, unable to fathom what value such a young child could hold, yet Jeon Seongguk's smirk held a knowing confidence. Jeon Seongguk asked the confident woman if she truly intended to join Seongguk's nascent agency. Even though she could easily join a renowned agency, Seongguk's mother explained with a sly smile that this unconventional path was a calculated investment. She asserted that the entertainment and advertising worlds had changed, with relatability and a friendly public image now paramount, as a mother and child watched an advertisement on screen. The vibrant image heralded Seongguk as the year's most popular child actor, sparkling with burgeoning fame. With determined conviction, Seongguk's mother declared that the child was actively shaping her market image and represented an invaluable future investment, destined for greatness. The older man's surprise was palpable, sparking a sudden realization in Jeon Seongguk. He pondered if the child, already seen confidently carrying papers in his mind's eye, could truly be reading at such a young age. Jeon Seongguk confirmed that Seongguk, barely 3, had already mastered reading, a feat his father acknowledged as remarkably fast, recalling his own later start. The older man's wish burst forth with unexpected intensity, if only such a gifted child could be his own direct descendant. As he walked away, his father lamented that none of his actual grandchildren met his lofty expectations, a sentiment Jeon Seongguk silently echoed with a glum expression. The feeling of disappointment hung heavy in the air. Meanwhile, Seongguk scratched his ear, wondering if the sudden itch meant someone was speaking of him. Seongguk, with his preternatural insight, deduced that this must be the new Samjeon vacuum cleaner commercial, having already reviewed its entire plot. With absolute certainty, he declared that this single advertisement held the power to shape Samjeon's entire future business direction. In a dazzling flash of ambition, Seongguk vowed to master this challenge, seeing it as a golden opportunity to further amplify his own worth. A wave of idol members excitedly surged forward, calling out for Seongguk, only to be firmly intercepted by his birth father. The excited idols clamored, expressing their long-awaited eagerness to greet Seongguk face to face. Lucas charmed Seongguk's mother with a compliment, oblivious to the infant's chibi glare of clear annoyance at the idol's flattering gesture. Lucas, radiating warmth, leaned in to ask Seongguk about his well-being. Seongguk, with a confident smile, affirmed his own good health and inquired if the idols were thriving as well. He complimented the idol group, noting how their faces were absolutely glowing with success, surrounded by a radiant aura. Seongguk's birth father effusively declared the child their savior, attributing all their success to him, a statement that left his mother visibly confused. He revealed that the hit song, It's a Lie, which Seongguk himself had chosen, had reigned at number 1 for an astonishing 30 weeks, setting a new record. Seongguk's mother's eyes widened in surprise as she recognized the pivotal song. As his birth father credited the song for their fame, Seongguk, in his chibi form, smugly rubbed his nose, clearly pleased with his own genius. With a decisive pointer finger, Seongguk confidently reminded them of his guidance and boldly demanded repayment for their smoothly unfolding success. Lucas enthusiastically agreed, lifting Seongguk playfully into the air, startling a wail from the infant. The idols, their eyes glowing with intense gratitude, offered Seongguk anything he desired, a declaration that left the infant genuinely startled. Taehyun, gently holding the still upset Seongguk, good-naturedly conceded that anything offer as an adult's hand reached out. Seongguk's birth father, with a wide, confident gesture, announced that with everyone assembled, filming could finally begin. A collective, enthusiastic cheer of "yes" rippled through the air. Taehyun, cradling a contemplative Seongguk, expressed his admiration for the surprisingly impressive filming site. An idol member energetically waved over to Jaehyung and Byeomseon, directing them to their places. Taehyun gasped at the sheer number of cameras, while Seongguk remained silently observant, taking in the grand scale of the production. Seongguk's sharp call startled Taehyun, who privately wished the child would use a more familiar address. When Seongguk abruptly asked for Michael, Taehyun and another idol member visibly flinched, their discomfort obvious to Seongguk's surprised mother. Seongguk's mother, realizing Michael's absence, fumbled for an explanation. Taehyun, kneeling before Seongguk in a chibi moment of nervous confession, struggled to articulate what had become of Michael. Taehyun delivered the stunning news that Michael had left the group, a revelation that plunged Seongguk into wide-eyed, profound shock. Seongguk furiously demanded to know why, his shock quickly turning to anger as Taehyun offered a vague, stressed explanation of Michael's sudden departure. Taehyun recounted how Michael, sulking after a scolding, abruptly declared he missed his family and simply quit, flying off to a tropical destination without a word. As Taehyun expressed their helplessness, Seongguk gasped, a chilling realization dawning on him, the future he remembered from his past life had irrevocably changed. Seongguk recounted Michael's grim past life, where despite numerous scandals involving drugs and gambling, he remained with the group until his eventual retirement and disappearance after committing several crimes. Everything mirrored his past life, Seongguk mused, until the singular divergence, his encounter with his birth father had changed Michael's trajectory, allowing him to leave the group and avoid his previous destructive path. The question echoed in his mind, could he truly alter the future, perhaps even preventing the mournful event that had defined his past self? The chilling implications of IMF loomed over Seongguk, a grave threat he now understood he might possess the power to confront. A furious eye glared intensely as Seongguk's mother's voice cut through the tension, demanding to know what chaos was unfolding. Seongguk's eyes widened in sudden surprise at the commotion. His mother's desperate shouts urged the fighting idol members to stop as another struggled to separate them. Two idol members clashed, their angry faces twisted in a violent struggle, gripped by unbridled rage. Seongguk's small voice, filled with furious determination, echoed through the room, demanding an end to the chaos that had erupted, leaving him bewildered by the sudden conflict. As the tension surged, a male voice seethed with anger, and Lucas prepared to strike, while another idol member fell amidst the escalating clash. Lucas, his rage burning, accused his opponent of demeaning his acting, only to hear the calm, weighty response that it was merely disappointment in his attitude. His shock quickly turned to renewed fury as Lucas reacted to another idol member's direct challenge to try acting. With a measured humph, Lucas, eyes closed in resolve, declared he would approach his acting seriously. Lucas then plunged into an exaggerated, whimsical performance, wailing dramatically about living in such filth. He offered a flirtatious wink, presenting himself as a Samjeon vacuum cleaner, implying he was as beautiful as the product itself. The other idol members could only recoil in chibi shock and utter dismay at Lucas's bizarre and overly dramatic display. An instructor, guiding Jae-hyung, suggested a grumbling, rougher approach, leading Seongguk to realize the core of the problem. Jae-hyun, embodying the pure idol persona, charmed his fans with a wide smile and a direct declaration of his love. Yet, when such a pure idol attempted acting, it often transformed into an overly cute, exaggerated, almost blush-inducing performance. Byeomseon, in stark contrast, was so blunt in his sincerity that it was a wonder he was an idol at all, but as an actor, his potential remained a mystery. With a sudden tear of fabric, an instructor called Byeomseon's name, signaling an unexpected moment. Seongguk, confident in his chibi form, challenged Byeomseon to try acting, startling the quiet idol. Lucas, encouraged by Seongguk's suggestion, wholeheartedly urged Byeomseon to give acting a shot. Lucas, irritated, questioned Byeomseon for not taking things seriously, singling him out with a pointed question. Seongguk, shimmering with chibi enthusiasm, confidently encouraged Byeomseon with a determined thumbs up, believing he could succeed. With a hesitant sigh, Byeomseon reluctantly agreed to try, while Seongguk watched him expectantly. Byeomseon, looking down with a grumble of unease, gathered himself as an unseen voice prompted him to perform. Then, Byeomseon unleashed his dramatic talent, roaring with an intensity that surprised everyone, questioning how anyone could live in such a filthy place. Byeomseon's performance shifted from a frustrated realization about dirt to an amazed, sparkling discovery of a vacuum cleaner, embodying the scene with uncanny accuracy. Lucas, visibly shocked and blushing, questioned if that truly was Byeomseon, to which another idol member excitedly confirmed his authentic and fitting performance. The audition director expressed genuine surprise that the quiet and reserved Byeomseon possessed such acting talent, prompting Byeomseon to blush and admit a modest interest. As another idol member suggested Byeomseon for the role, the audition staff reacted with an excited gasp, recognizing the immediate potential. Seongguk, in his chibi form, voiced concern about Jaehyun's potential upset, but the audition staff reassured him that Jaehyun was quick to acknowledge reality. The audition staff added that Jaehyun never clung to unnecessary pride, a statement proven true as Jaehyun ecstatically praised Byeomseon's amazing performance. Byeomseon, still blushing slightly, questioned Jaehyun about his earlier insistence on seriousness, to which Jaehyun playfully patted his shoulder, assuring him it was truly alright to take the role. The audition staff affirmed that the better performer should take the role, confirming Jaehyun's good character, and Seongguk, relieved, realized things could now move forward properly. A sudden, shimmering realization washed over Seongguk, his eyes widening at the profound shift. As Seongguk looked up from behind, observing the idol members happily conversing and smiling, he wondered if this harmonious scene was truly how things were meant to feel. In his past life, Jaehyun and Byeomseon had diverged into solo careers, their group activities ceasing amidst persistent rumors of awkwardness that lasted until their retirement. But now, in this life, their dynamic had completely transformed, with Jaehyun playfully inviting Byeomseon to try acting, stirring a quiet desire in Seongguk to join them. Seongguk, his small face flushed with chibi determination, clenched his fist and resolved to surpass the limitations of his past life. He mused that while events often flowed similarly to his past, they possessed the potential to be changed and made different, just as Jaehyun playfully called him over. Okay. Seongguk exclaimed with a decisive tap, his chibi form radiating energy as he declared his boundless confidence. As night settled, a grateful voice offered a sincere thank you for their hard work. Jeon Seongguk, cradling a sleeping Seongguk, expressed his profound exhaustion, while Kim So-young held Jae-hee, her face etched with concern. Seongguk, his chibi form covered in sweat and lines of exhaustion, lamented the commercial shoot's difficulty, craving only the simple comfort of his home. Jeon Seongguk, startled, expressed surprise at their late finish, as a silhouetted woman suddenly appeared. Actress MC, radiating charm, greeted them with a wide smile and a playful wink. She confidently declared her intention to help Seongguk's team after the long commercial shoot, revealing her car with a sparkle, leading Seongguk to cynically note her quick moves. Seongguk, exhausted, considered accepting her kindness despite his suspicions, as actress Im Se-mi warmly invited them into her car, offering a comfortable ride home. Actress Im Se-mi further sweetened the offer, revealing she had reserved an incredibly grand place, which shimmered with promise. Two women, dressed in traditional attire, bowed gracefully, extending a warm and elegant welcome. Actress Im Se-mi led them in, announcing she had booked a room, which caused Seongguk to gasp in chibi shock. The realization struck Seongguk: this was his soul food spot from his past life, the very best black bean noodles restaurant. Seongguk, overwhelmed, gazed at the glorious sight, as a male voice gently urged him to take a seat with his family and actress Im Se-mi. In his previous life, the corporate king would sneak away alone to gorge on the noodles, a typical overeating habit of a third-generation chaebol. But in this life, he hadn't dared to dream of such a luxury, causing Seongguk to cry tears of joy, realizing he thought he wouldn't see the dish for at least another decade. Seongguk, his chibi form voraciously devouring the noodles, enthusiastically thanked actress Im Se-mi, while Kim So-young noted the dish's incredibly expensive appearance. Actress Im Se-mi smiled contentedly, recalling her prediction that Seongguk would show sincerity to join the agency, and invited them all to enjoy the meal. As another display of sincerity, actress Im Se-mi revealed they had also taken care of Shin Sung-jung, stunning Kim So-young with the mention of the president's name. Actress Im Se-mi explained that after wronging Seongguk and spreading malicious rumors about his parents, Shin Sung-jung had received a small, decisive lesson. Seongguk, letting out a satisfied burp, finally understood the implications of the conversation, leaving Kim So-young shocked by his rapid consumption. Seongguk smirked, approving of the show of sincerity he had just witnessed, finding it undeniably good. Kim So-young then invited a surprised actress Im Se-mi to join them at the dining table. Seongguk, his chibi face still messy but radiating enthusiasm, declared his full support for the idea. Actress Im Se-mi eagerly questioned if Seongguk was finally accepting her, wondering if the black bean noodles were the cause, but he denied it was solely for the food. The changed, smiling dynamic between Byung-seon and Jae-hyun confirmed that the future could indeed be altered. Seongguk mused that perhaps actress Im Se-mi, too, could evolve into someone better than he knew, her eerie glow hinting at hidden potential. Perhaps, in that process, she could become a reliable ally, a thought punctuated by actress Im Se-mi's excited announcement to Kim So-young that Seongguk had agreed. Actress Im Se-mi pleaded eagerly to be taken into the agency, vowing to work hard, while Kim So-young hesitated, observed calmly by Jeon Seongguk. Kim So-young concluded she would discuss the matter with her husband before giving an answer. The night enveloped the brick building, its windows glowing warmly under the dark, starry sky. Later, Jeon Seongguk, contemplative, acknowledged the points made but maintained a reservation. With stern determination, Jeon Seongguk firmly stated his continued opposition to the proposal. A serious tension filled the room as Jeon Seongguk pressed the audition director, questioning his strong opposition to actress Im Se-mi joining their fledgling agency. Jeon Seongguk, his voice rising in exasperation, argued that their so-called agency was nothing but a name, lacking even an office or a single employee. Jeon Seongguk's worry intensified, convinced that pushing to manage a star like Lim Sunmi with their current lack of resources was an inevitable path to failure, a point Seongguk thoughtfully considered. A blush crept up Jeon Seongguk's neck as he suddenly grasped the plain logic of his own concerns, a clarity that even Seongguk silently noted his father had surprisingly nailed. In truth, SKJ existed as a one-man show, with the manager, their father Jeon Seongguk, single-handedly embodying every role from CEO to secretary. Even with his help in HR and planning, their father emphasized the critical need for a dedicated hand to manage the company's money, a point Seongguk heard even as he mentally championed bringing in Lim Sunmi, while vehemently rejecting any thought of taking a certain advertisement job. Finding a decent employee was no easy task, their father sighed, a concern that deeply resonated with Seongguk's own private worry about someone running off with his money. A sudden blink stretched Jeon Seongguk's eyes wide as a soft sound of surprise escaped him. Their father's voice, full of sudden wonder, tapped into the air, perceiving the brilliant idea that had just sparked in Seongguk's mind. Jeon Seongguk reiterated the undeniable truth: they needed to hire staff first, a logical point the audition director readily affirmed. Kim So-young, her brow furrowed with nervousness, softly suggested they needed at least an accountant, her thoughts immediately turning to her own unexpressed, hesitant qualifications. With a triumphant rush, Seongguk excitedly held up an accounting book to his mother, its pages fluttering with the whisper of forgotten financial potential. Kim So-young's eyes widened in startled recognition as Seongguk proudly thrust forward her accounting book, prompting the audition director to question its theoretical nature, only for Seongguk to emphatically confirm it was his mother's. A blush flared across Kim So-young's face as Seongguk, with an undeniable pride, declared that his mother had indeed studied accounting. The audition director, his smile widening, sought confirmation from Kim So-young, who, still blushing, quietly admitted her commercial high school background and past work as a bookkeeper. A wistful desire to work again flickered in Kim So-young's eyes, quickly shadowed by her insecurity about her experience, but Seongguk's sharp, "No, Mom," cut through her doubt. With radiant conviction, Seongguk's enthusiastic voice proclaimed his mother's capability, dismissing the importance of mere experience entirely. Kim So-young's breath hitched, her eyes welling with unexpected tears at her son's unwavering belief, as he then coolly clarified it was merely the accountant for a small startup. Seongguk's confident smirk declared his deeper conviction. For this role, trust surpassed mere experience, making his mother, in his calculated assessment, the unequivocally perfect person for the job. The audition director, emboldened by Seongguk's insight, enthusiastically urged Kim So-young to finally pursue her long-held desire to work again, promising his help, a familiar, affectionate address that deeply startled her. "I'll do my best," Kim So-young declared with newfound determination, her resolve met with cheerful applause as Seongguk silently affirmed that his company was finally safe in his mother's trustworthy hands. A soft sigh escaped Seongguk as he gently declared his unwavering support for his mother's talent and passion, a quiet acknowledgement of the secure future she would now provide. A triumphant cackle escaped Seongguk as he declared his money finally safe, a moment swiftly followed by the audition director's confident revelation that an empty unit upstairs was perfect for their new office. The audition director, a warm smile on her face, brushed aside any concerns about rent, reminding them the building was hers anyway, a revelation that stunned Kim So-young by its sheer generosity, and by the familiar affection in being called sis. Of course, the audition director affirmed with a confident smirk, asserting her deep personal investment in the agency, a principle Seongguk emphatically praised as essential for any manager. "All right," Seongguk declared with boundless energy, ready to grow SKJ into something colossal, a fervent optimism that the audition director enthusiastically mirrored. Under the bright summer sky, the soft chirping of cicadas accompanied actress Im Se-mi's cheerful call, announcing her arrival to the unassuming brick building. With a wide, blushing smile, actress Im Se-mi joyfully offered a refreshing watermelon, her generous gesture extending an invitation to everyone. "Actor Nim," the audition director exclaimed, her surprise evident, as actress Im Se-mi cheerfully explained her unannounced visit was simply due to hearing they were setting up the new office. Actress Im Se-mi, surveying the desks and supplies, playfully wondered if the office was truly looking professional, to which the audition director humbly admitted it was merely 2 desks tucked into a studio apartment upstairs. "It's so small and shabby," the audition director confessed, her embarrassment evident, but actress Im Se-mi swiftly reassured her, declaring her preference for neat, efficient spaces, however modest. A fancy, sprawling office meant nothing, actress Im Se-mi declared with cutting certainty, especially with shadowy figures like Shin Sung-young lurking, a statement that provoked a nervous chuckle from the audition director. "Anyway," actress Im Se-mi smoothly declared, her hand rustling a newspaper page with anticipation, "speaking of which, I also came to show you this." Actress Im Se-mi announced, her words framing the sensational headline, "Top star actress Lim Sunami, changes agencies. Moves to child actor Jeon Seongguk's one-man agency, SKJ." The audition director's stunned gasp, "The article is already out," was met with actress Im Se-mi's mischievous confirmation that, indeed, there was now no backing out of their agreement. A soft chuckle escaped actress Im Se-mi, her satisfied smile and blushing cheeks conveying her quiet triumph and enjoyment of the moment. "By the way, where's Seongguk?" Actress Im Se-mi inquired as the door clicked open, and the audition director, inviting her inside, inwardly wished she would finally relinquish the heavy watermelon. Seongguk, the audition director explained, was busy diligently caring for his little brother, reading aloud the enchanting tale of 2 children venturing to a house made of candy. "Oh my, oh my my." Actress Im Se-mi gushed, her face lighting up with adoration, as the audition director offered an amused smile. "How cute," actress Im Se-mi cooed, charmed by Seongguk reading a fairy tale to his little brother, prompting a slightly embarrassed Seongguk to invite her inside. The audition director noted that Minguk had just begun crawling, a swift, surprising speed that caused Seongguk to silently marvel at his little brother's rapid progress. The audition director observed Minguk's unwavering devotion, clinging to his older brother like glue, a sentiment Jae-hee himself confirmed with a simple, heartfelt declaration, "Hyung likes bro." Actress Im Se-mi chuckled, observing Seongguk's endearing struggle to care for his brother, finding amusement in what a good son he was, even as Seongguk grunted with the effort of holding his clinging sibling. "But that works out," actress Im Se-mi declared with a sudden clap, suggesting that if Minguk had grown so much, he could join them, a proposal that immediately startled Seongguk to ask, "Where to?" Actress Im Se-mi then dropped a bombshell, announcing that Vice Chairman Jeon Jae-hyung's son, Jeon Tae-guk, was soon having his 10th birthday party, a name that struck Seongguk with shocking force. "A pea party?" Seongguk stammered, his shock evident, as actress Im Se-mi calmly supplied the precise details, Samjeon Hotel, evening of July 8. "It'll be fun." Actress Im Se-mi remarked brightly, unaware of Seongguk's deepening unease as he silently processed the shocking reality of Jeon Taeguk's upcoming birthday party. The bitter memory clawed at him. In his past life, that reckless little brother had never extended a single hand, leaving him to face every challenge alone. A worried sweat broke on Seongguk's brow as he nervously pinched his cheek, the terrifying thought echoing in his mind, am I going to see him again? His little brother, Jae-hee, giggled brightly, pointing with innocent joy, his pure sound momentarily cutting through Seongguk's dread. Seongguk gently held his sleeping brother, a quiet, almost defensive reassurance escaping him, right. You're not like that guy. Seongguk, a bead of sweat forming on his brow, clarified the true issue wasn't that his brother followed him well, but that he followed him too well, as Jae-hee leaned in for an affectionate peck. A quiet ponder filled Seongguk's mind, a nagging question surfacing, but... July 8th? Seongguk pressed a finger to his temple, a soft hum of deep thought escaping him as he strained to recall the crucial, elusive memory associated with July 8th. What was it again? The peaceful slumber of the family, punctuated by soft snores, shattered abruptly as an insistent phone began to ring. Jeon Ji-sung's hand fumbled blindly in the oppressive darkness, his mind clouded with groggy irritation, wondering who could possibly be calling at such an ungodly hour. Kim So-young, startled into wakefulness, picked up the receiver with a click, her voice a hesitant question in the dark, hello. This early in the morning. Oh, Secretary Yeon. Kim So-young murmured into the phone, as Seongguk stirred awake, a sleepy yawn escaping him, wondering what could possibly be happening. Seongguk's bare foot landed quietly on the cold floor, a small, decisive step into the unfolding mystery. Kim So-young's voice, laced with confusion, questioned the fate of tonight's party, noting how everything had been prepared, as Seongguk quietly peeked around the doorway, his curiosity piqued. It's postponed indefinitely. Seongguk gasped, his eyes wide with utter shock, the sudden news hitting him like a physical blow. Seongguk rushed forward, a chilling thought solidifying in his mind, could something truly serious, perhaps breaking news, be unfolding on TV? A blinding flash illuminated the dark screen, accompanied by a sharp, collective gasp. The government is holding an emergency meeting in preparation for a state of emergency, the news reported, as Jeon Ji-sung groggily questioned the broadcast, and Seongguk, a heavy gulp catching in his throat, knew with chilling certainty, this is it. July 8th, the very reason this date kept bothering me. Seongguk realized with a jolt, as the breaking news flashed a chilling announcement, Supreme Leader of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, Kim Il-sung, has died. Seongguk stood in silent, profound shock before the television, absorbing the monumental news that would irrevocably alter his world. The news anchor reported with grim certainty the monumental announcement, at 2 a.m. that morning, North Korea's chairman Kim Il-sung had died. As the news reported swift government action, his mother, Kim So-young, gasped in disbelief, unable to fathom the chaos unfolding. The broadcast revealed the cause of death as a heart attack, solidifying the precise, crucial memory within Seongguk, July 8, 1994, the day Kim Il-sung died. The sudden death of Kim Il-sung sent the government into a profound disarray, especially as they had been on the verge of signing a peace agreement with North Korea. The world held its breath as nations, from the US to China and Japan, gripped by the fear of a renewed Korean War, watched events unfold with anxious dread. Though internal conflict brewed in the north, many, waving unified flags and cheering, optimistically believed that unification was finally within reach. But the true result, shrouded in a dark, foreboding glow, presented a grim reality of hardship and a chilling, ominous march into an uncertain future. His father, lost in thought, sighed as he understood that instability, both domestically and internationally, would persist for quite some time. Even Taeguk's birthday party was postponed for over 10 days, and as the family reacted in shock, the news declared the stock market itself was in utter chaos. Seongguk, surprised by his father's words, wondered how he could possibly track the stock market's insane plummet. His father, explaining he had begun studying stocks after a tip from the Samsung Electronics vice chairman, earned an admiring gasp from his wife, while Seongguk stared in stunned disbelief. With sudden, fierce determination, Seongguk declared they must seize the moment and buy stocks. His mother reacted with disbelief at Seongguk's sudden, insistent demand, as he urgently urged his father to buy them immediately. The Kospi index plummeted in the wake of Kim Il-sung's death, as people, gripped by the fear of war, desperately dumped their stocks to secure cash. Seongguk, remembering the golden rule to buy at the knees, sell at the shoulders, knew this was precisely the best time, and insisted they buy immediately. His father, baffled by his son's outburst, watched as Seongguk pointed emphatically, demanding he buy that specific stock. As his father struggled to recall the term defense stocks, Seongguk defiantly insisted they use his own hard-earned money, however small, to make the purchase. Seongguk dramatically flopped to the floor, threatening to refuse food, a tactic that instantly worried his mother. His mother expressed deep worry to his father, knowing Seongguk's stubbornness meant he truly wouldn't eat when he acted like this. His father whispered a plan to simply pretend to buy the stocks, hoping to appease their son, but Seongguk's furious cry revealed he had overheard every word. Seongguk, consumed by a terrifying red aura, unleashed a primal growl, warning them never to treat him like a fool. His father conceded Seongguk was a sharp kid, while his mother, in a small, pleading voice, suggested they buy a little as an early birthday gift. Seongguk, with a soft HMPF, grudgingly conceded that perhaps just one share would be enough for now. The single share, bought on Seongguk's insistence, skyrocketed, making his chibi parents marvel at his genius, as he cackled, knowing they would finally listen to him. As he gently settled into sleep, Seongguk pondered the immense events ahead, uncertain how much he could influence, but resolute in his purpose. With eyes glowing with fierce, purple resolve, Seongguk swore he would protect this family, no matter what. Outside the Grand Samjeon Hotel, a murmuring crowd gathered, drawn to the night's festivities. At the entrance to Taeguk's birthday celebration, a man politely requested invitations from the elegant guests. The opulent ballroom shimmered with festive lights and mingling guests, drawing a collective woo-woo from one awestruck woman. His mother, Kim So-young, holding Jae-hee, looked around in utter disbelief at the incredible extravagance of a party for a 10-year-old, truly a different world. Seongguk, in his tiny, chibi form, remained entirely unimpressed, scoffing internally that this was truly nothing. His own 10th birthday, in a previous life, had boasted champagne fountains and a lavish tentier cake crafted by a French pâtissier, far exceeding this display. He shrewdly deduced the party's toned-down nature, realizing it was a calculated move to avoid attracting unwanted attention from a tense government in the aftermath of Kim Il-sung's death. A woman, likely his mother, asked if he was ready to enter, and Seongguk agreed with a decisive, eager step. Amidst the murmuring crowd, hushed conversations revealed the guests' profound anxiety. The government had officially declared Kim Il-sung a war criminal, and the North Korean military was at the 38th parallel. Through the chaotic throng, Seongguk walked with a serious demeanor, his gaze falling upon someone familiar. Across the room, Taeguk and an older man exchanged polite greetings, acknowledging a long-standing acquaintance. Seongguk's mother greeted Secretary Yang warmly, who admitted they had been expecting her arrival. Secretary Yang introduced a polite young boy named Yang Cheol-soo, who bowed deeply and greeted Seongguk, a child his father had often mentioned. As his mother praised Yang Cheol-soo's surprising maturity, Seongguk's mind reeled in shock, recognizing the boy's name with profound certainty. A vivid flashback sparked in Seongguk's mind. In his past life, this was the child he had doted on, now standing before him, politely introducing himself as Yang Cheol-soo. Yang Cheol-soo proposed they get along, and Seongguk, with a hint of awkwardness, reluctantly agreed as they shook hands. Secretary Yang led them away to their seats, with Cheol-soo gently taking Seongguk's hand and guiding him through the crowd. Seongguk mused that it was nice to have an admirable, big brother, looking after him, a boy he remembered being equally admirable in his past life. With a gentle rustle, Seongguk found himself reaching out towards a woman's long, flowing hair, a curious flush rising to his cheeks. Seongguk gasped in sheer disbelief, a profound shock washing over him. In a dreamlike vision, a wave of recognition hit Seongguk. It was Jong-hee. Seongguk murmured Jong-hee's name in surprise, prompting Yang Cheol-soo to question if he knew the daughter of Siwon Steele. Seongguk stammered, pretending to search his memory, while his inner self vehemently confirmed he knew her all too well. His past life's first love, the woman he adored but could never truly be with, was Jong-hee, and the memory of their embrace was bittersweet. He had even considered marrying her, but when Siwon Steele faltered during the IMF crisis, Jong-hee accepted his father's cold offer, break up with him, and his family would support hers. He had hated her to his core, resenting her perceived betrayal for what felt like mere money, plunging him into despair. But in this new life, a quiet understanding settled over Seongguk. He finally comprehended Jong-hee's choices. He realized with poignant clarity that her desperate choices had stemmed from a fierce, unyielding desire to protect her own family. Seongguk mumbled about the IMF being the true problem, prompting a curious Cheol-soo to ask what he had said. Seongguk, with a dismissive wave, quickly walked away, leaving a surprised Cheol-soo calling after him. With a sharp thud, a foot suddenly appeared, deliberately tripping someone, eliciting a startled yelp. Seongguk crashed to the ground, the impact sending a jolt of pain through him. His mother and Jae-hee cried out in concern as Seongguk, face flushed with embarrassment, struggled with the sudden fall. His mother and Secretary Yang rushed to his side, and Secretary Yang's gaze hardened as he realized someone had deliberately tripped the boy. A searing anger boiled within Seongguk as he wondered who dared to trip him, his eyes narrowing in suspicion at a specific person. Taeguk looked down with a disdainful tsk, scoffing at the brat his father supposedly cherished so much. A purple aura of rage flared around Seongguk as he glared up, screaming Taeguk's name in furious recognition. Taeguk, with an arrogant smirk, gestured dismissively, questioning why someone so unremarkable had even been invited to his party. In a blinding flash of fury, Seongguk retaliated, delivering a powerful punch directly to Taeguk's face. A decisive footfall marked the beginning of this unsettling vision. A shocking crack echoed as the tiny Seongguk unleashed his fury, slapping Taeguk with surprising force. Taeguk's world fractured into disbelief, his cheek already blooming crimson with the sting of the unexpected blow. Tears streamed down Seongguk's face as he unleashed a storm of rage, his tiny foot stomping a desperate rhythm while his past life's parents watched, a puzzled Jae-hee in their arms. Alarmed cries tore through the air from his past life's mother and father, their composure shattered by the sudden eruption of conflict. "He tripped me first," Seongguk retorted, his small finger pointing accusatorily, dismissing his past life's mother's scolding with unwavering conviction. His past life's father's cautious question only ignited Taeguk's fury, fueling his indignant roar against such a blatant accusation. The sharp call of "Cheol-su" from his past life's mother made his father flinch, a sudden jolt of submission crossing his face. Undeterred, Seongguk reaffirmed his accusation that Taeguk had deliberately tripped him, prompting another furious shout from the accused. Despite his past life's mother's gentle admonishment, Seongguk stubbornly declared that some misdeeds warranted a physical lesson. His past life consciousness surfaced, coldly assessing Taeguk as a classic bully, a type he had decisively dealt with many times before. The young strategist within Seongguk knew that true bullies only understood force, and he roared a challenge that promised to break Taeguk's spirit. His past life's father sternly intervened, acknowledging Taeguk's wrongdoing and warning him against any further disruption. The mere mention of the vice-chairman's displeasure silenced Taeguk, his defiance crumbling into wide-eyed shock. Seongguk's own body flinched at the thought of his father, a wry internal observation noting that even in this life, the fear of parental authority persisted. His past life's father extended a hand, a quiet summons for Seongguk to approach. His past life's mother gently cradled him, her concern a soft balm, asking if the fall had caused much pain. His past life's father's concern turned to Taeguk, offering to treat his scraped cheek, but the boy remained utterly silent, his spirit visibly diminished. A fragile hope pierced Taeguk's dejection as he quietly asked about his mother, then quickly apologized for even daring to voice the question. His past life's father offered the familiar explanation of his mother's work, a polite excuse Taeguk immediately dismissed as a tired, repeating lie. A single tear traced a path down Taeguk's face as the crushing realization settled, on his own birthday, neither parent had bothered to show. With a choked sob, Taeguk loudly rejected the entire celebration, his desperate cries echoing the hollow void left by his parents' absence. Amidst the elegant hall, Taeguk's silent sobs were a melancholic counterpoint, a scene his past life's father watched with a somber, worried gaze. His past life's mother felt a pang of sympathy for the lonely, sobbing boy, despite his mischievous nature, a sentiment Seongguk also observed from afar. A detached voice mused aloud, questioning if such parental neglect was a common, disturbing trait among the wealthy elite. Seongguk inwardly agreed, acknowledging the undeniable truth in the stranger's blunt assessment of the rich family's cold indifference. This vision revealed that in his past life, his mother had been consumed by corporate mergers while his father simply didn't care, their indifference a stark backdrop to his own childhood. Seongguk confidently proclaimed his indifference to his parents' presence, raising a glass to a celebration filled with empty cheers. His past life was a blur of obligation, shaking hands with powerful figures and receiving hollow birthday wishes, each interaction a reminder of his forced maturity. Yet, despite his own detached past, Seongguk's attention was drawn back to Taeguk, whose persistent sniffling tugged at something deep within him. The sheer, unadulterated wail of Taeguk's misery, complete with tears and snot, initially provoked a mild grimace of disgust from Seongguk. His past life's father, ever the consummate host, addressed the esteemed guests, thanking them for their presence at Taeguk's seemingly grand birthday party. With a flourish, his past life's father invited everyone to enjoy the prepared feast and entertainment, as carts laden with delicacies rolled through the opulent hall. A sudden, pure delight erupted within Seongguk as his past life's mother offered him jjajangmyeon, a simple request that brought a wave of unexpected joy. He devoured the noodles with gusto, finding a rare moment of simple contentment in the midst of the formal affair. His past life's father then dramatically announced the eagerly awaited performance. A dazzling light erupted as the national idol group, just, took to the stage, their presence igniting the grand hall with an almost magical energy. Even Seongguk's hardened inner self was momentarily stunned into a childlike gasp by the unexpected appearance of the famous idol group. Amidst the roaring crowd, Jong-hee's ecstatic shriek for "Jaehyun Appa" cut through the air, stirring a fresh wave of annoyance in Seongguk. Seongguk, recognizing the fervent cries, realized with a jolt that Jong-hee herself was among the screaming fans. A grimace touched Seongguk's face as he observed Jong-hee's unabashed fangirling over Michael, mentally cataloging her taste in men for future reference. The idols delivered a polished, energetic performance, yet the inner voice of Seongguk's past life dismissed it all as a beautiful, captivating lie. Michael, the charismatic idol, winked directly at Seongguk, a gesture of familiarity that shimmered with an almost otherworldly charm. As Jong-hee and his past life's mother shrieked in frenzied excitement, Seongguk's entire being recoiled, his tongue sticking out in an undeniable expression of disgust. His past life's father, with a sigh of relief, commended Secretary Yang for skillfully restoring order to the chaotic banquet with mere food and performance. Despite the momentary distractions, Seongguk's gaze drifted back to Taeguk, still isolated and hunched in his corner, a stark picture of unresolved sadness. The sight of Taeguk's tear-streaked face, raw with genuine sorrow, struck a surprising chord within Seongguk. A frustrated sigh escaped Seongguk's lips, though he considered Taeguk hopeless, the profound loneliness of his sobs stirred an unexpected wave of pity. A sudden surge of anger seized Seongguk, his frustration boiling over at the sheer negligence of Taeguk's absent parents. His past life's father gasped, a startled sound interrupting the ongoing festivities. The air crackled with anticipation as the formidable vice-chairman Jeon Jae-hyung and his madam made their grand, imposing entrance. At his past life's father's command, the guests dutifully erupted into applause, offering formal welcomes to the powerful new arrivals. His past life's father acknowledged Seongguk's presence with a keen eye, a moment that drew a desperate, wide-eyed plea from Taeguk. His past life's mother, her image reflected in his young eyes, inquired with a sharp gaze if he was the much-discussed Jeon Seongguk. Seongguk met her gaze, a profound mother escaping his lips, laden with the weight of a past life's complex relationship. His past life's mother declared him cute with an utterly stoic face, a pronouncement Seongguk's inner strategist immediately, and vehemently, refuted. A wave of recognition washed over Seongguk. His past life's mother remained as cold and stoic as he remembered, an unyielding figure defined by her detachment. She was the Iron Lady, he mused, a woman whose entire existence revolved solely around her work, an image solidified by her elegant, contemplative posture. Taeguk nervously rose to greet her, only to be met with a stern command to sit and avoid a scene, a cold dismissal that made her sigh with thinly veiled exasperation. His past life's mother mused on the seemingly close-knit gathering, a surface-level observation Seongguk inwardly countered, knowing that appearances could be deeply deceiving. This was the crushing truth of his past life's family, devoid of genuine affection, they were hollow beings driven only by the pursuit of money and fleeting achievements. But now, new, vibrant family embraced him, their love a foundation from which he felt an exhilarating sense of boundless possibility. He vowed with an unshakable resolve to ascend to even greater heights, with this new, loving family by his side. Green leaves drifted softly, marking a serene passage of time in the waking world. It was the summer of 1995, and a 5-year-old Seongguk stood poised, brimming with an unshakable new confidence. A sudden, chilling reality hit as his adoptive parents, Kim So-young and Jeon Ji-sung, stood in a somber hospital room, their faces etched with profound worry. "Please wake up soon," his adoptive mother, Kim So-young, begged, her plea a desperate, heavy thud against the dim, silent hospital room where Seongguk lay unconscious. The summer of 1995 began with the energetic bustle of a new home, as a worker directed the heavy boxes into place. A final heavy thud echoed through the now quiet room as a mover declared the arduous task complete. With a confident gleam in his eye, the mover proudly announced that every detail had been arranged precisely to their wishes. Seongguk's father expressed his genuine disbelief at the effortless move, while the worker subtly reminded him that such smoothness came with a premium for Samjeon's impeccable service. The mover offered a calm, professional smile as he politely announced their departure. But before they could leave, Seongguk's father eagerly stopped them, a surprise catching the mover off guard. Seongguk's mother's voice carried, calling for the young boy to come and thank the departing movers as his tiny feet pattered across the floor. With wide, curious eyes, young Seongguk appeared, responding to his mother's summons. This was Jeon Seongguk at age 5, his innocent gaze a stark contrast to the mature mind within. A mover, blushing and nervous, confessed to Seongguk that he and his wife had been devoted fans of his family since the "just baby" days. With a gentle gesture, the mover offered a handmade teddy bear, explaining it was a gift crafted by his wife especially for Seongguk. Seongguk's smile widened, pure and joyful, as he accepted the teddy bear, offering a sincere thank you. The movers melted at Seongguk's overwhelming cuteness, their awestruck whispers filling the air as his father watched proudly from behind. From a doorway, Seongguk's mother peered out, smiling as she checked if the move was truly complete and called out for her husband, revealing that their other son, Mingguk, was already asleep. Starting that day, a wave of excitement washed over the family as they finally began life in their impressive new home. Seongguk's mother's voice was filled with utter disbelief as she marveled at the sleek, sparkling interior of their new kitchen. "I can't believe this is our home," his mother breathed, while his father, beaming with pride, credited the extraordinary generosity of Samjeon's vice president. Seongguk, however, knew the truth. He puffed out his cheeks, quietly asserting that he had delivered results more than worthy of such a magnificent house. The contract had been clear. In exchange for becoming Samjeon's exclusive child model, they were promised Samjeon stock in a new apartment in Jamsil 2 years later. Yet, even before the contract's term had officially expired, the keys to the Jamsil apartment fortuitously descended into his surprised father's hand. While his mother attributed the early move to the construction finishing ahead of schedule, and his father headed off to sort the kitchen, Seongguk knew this was truly thanks to his major contribution to Samjeon's next-gen image project. This project was one of Vice President Jeon Jae-hyung's 3 flagship initiatives, aimed at reshaping Samjeon's future alongside securing proprietary technology and developing Samjeon semiconductors. Now, Samjeon Electronics proudly stood as the #1 consumer-preferred company, surpassing its competitors, a success undeniably boosted by its excellent new products. But Seongguk, depicted as a determined, ox hat-wearing chibi, angrily insisted that his part in this triumph was undeniable, roaring that he had worked like an ox for Samjeon. News had spread that Chairman Jeon Ju-shin, Seongguk's grandfather, was absolutely thrilled with these latest results, bestowing lavish praise. Despite the accolades, Seongguk pouted, sighing quietly as he grumbled that he deserved more perks, perhaps a bonus or a special incentive for his efforts. His father cleared his throat playfully, then leaned down to ask Seongguk what they should do with their day. Seongguk's father thoughtfully mused that the stock market looked distinctly bearish this year, a comment Seongguk immediately recognized as referring to stocks. With an air of calm authority, Seongguk advised his father to purchase more Samjeon Electronics stock. His father expressed concern, mentioning the stock's recent drops, but Seongguk, in chibi form, internally dismissed him as a short-sighted ant investor. Seongguk knew Samjeon would multiply its value many times over, certain that the legend of Samjeon Semiconductor was about to begin, especially with their secretly secured drone production technology from early that year. With a determined pout and crossed arms, Seongguk reiterated his strong conviction that they absolutely needed to buy Samjeon Electronics. His father, surprised, questioned if this was just a gut feeling, and Seongguk confidently confirmed that it was. Seongguk's father, now completely convinced, excitedly declared they must buy the stock, effectively making Seongguk his unofficial stock manager. A past defense stock Seongguk had urged him to buy had soared more than tenfold, leaving his father utterly shocked by the unexpected windfall. Since then, even with lingering skepticism, his father faithfully consulted Seongguk, asking which stocks looked promising in the newspaper, and Seongguk, in turn, pointed out his choices. At this point, Seongguk's father had developed complete trust in his son's uncanny investment instinct, resolutely proclaiming, "If Seongguk says buy, we buy." Seongguk reflected on how his father's trusting simplicity made things easier for him, yet he remained curious, asking why his father was so deeply invested in stocks. His father, flustered and caught off guard by Seongguk's skeptical chibi glare, nervously denied it was solely about chasing money. He sheepishly admitted that he found it incredibly cool and fun to make money when Seongguk's predictions kept proving right. More than anything, his father revealed his true, touching motivation: he wanted to save enough to give Seongguk's mother a proper wedding, a confession that deeply surprised the young boy. Flustered and blushing, his father earnestly begged Seongguk to keep his plans for the wedding and his stock market activities a secret from his mother, a plea Seongguk heard with quiet surprise. With a determined thumbs up, Seongguk pledged his full support, causing his emotional father to proudly exclaim, "That's my boy." Amidst the warmth of his family, an inner voice seemed to advise, "Just trust me," as his younger brother, Mingguk, called out to him. 3-year-old Jeon Mingguk, rubbing his sleepy eyes, asked his elder brother to read a book to him. Seongguk, observing his mother busy washing dishes in the kitchen, explained to Mingguk that she was swamped with chores and couldn't help. "Can't be helped," Seongguk playfully conceded, inviting Mingguk to come closer with a chuckle. As his father watched with a fond smile, Seongguk settled in with Mingguk on his lap, wondering what book his little brother had chosen today. Seongguk's internal reaction shifted from casual observation to utter shock as he realized Mingguk had brought Crime and Punishment by Dostoevsky. His father's voice, full of surprise, broke the moment, interrupting the reading as the stifling heat of early July pressed in around them. With sparkling eyes and a blush of pride, Seongguk declared he had been personally educating Mingguk. He boasted that he was providing Mingguk with the exact chaebol-style early education he himself had received at Samjeon, covering everything from humanities to economics and even multiple foreign languages. Seongguk confidently praised Mingguk's potential, then humorously contrasted it with his past life's brother, Jeon Tae-guk, whom he dismissed as an idiot, provoking an angry chibi retort. With a sinister chuckle and glowing eyes, Seongguk conspiratorially planned to raise Mingguk well, intending to mold him into a competent subordinate for his future endeavors. The clack of a cordless phone being picked up broke the thoughtful silence. Seongguk's mother answered, her smile bright as she greeted her Tuni on the other end, while Seongguk listened with curious attention. She warmly confirmed the move was complete and extended an open invitation to Kim manager to visit anytime. As the female voice on the phone mentioned a celebrity interview, Seongguk thought to himself that SKJ, presumably his former company or project, was also running smoothly. Seongguk nodded to himself, pleased with his decision to put Kim Mi-young in charge, then overheard a mention of a new job opportunity. Seongguk's mother relayed news of an upcoming Samjeon Electronics event at the department store, gasping at the revelation that even the vice president would attend, causing Seongguk to pout and declare he would be bumping into that shower again. His mother eagerly confirmed her attendance at the event, bidding her friend farewell, as the scene shifted to an expansive, bustling cityscape at dusk. Amidst a crowded interior, a muffled voice politely excused herself as something bumped. As murmurs filled the department store, people speculated about a possible Samjeon event, noticing the unusual activity. An unidentified worker began an announcement for the following day, only for the sound of cracking and shattering to abruptly cut him off. The alarming sounds of more cracking intensified, signaling a severe and unsettling structural failure. The manager's voice called out, guiding someone as a car pulled up to the modern apartment building under the bright, clear sky. With a soft step, the manager confirmed their arrival, asking Seongguk's mother if she had already been waiting outside. Seongguk's mother, Kim So-young, insisted that she and Seongguk could have managed the Samjeon event themselves, but the manager gently reminded her of her own overwhelming schedule. Despite the demands of SKJ work, the manager firmly believed her most important role was overseeing Seongguk's well-being. The manager then wondered aloud about Seongguk's whereabouts, only for him to playfully pop out from behind the car with a sudden flourish. With wide-eyed innocence, Seongguk revealed himself from his hiding spot. Seongguk's mother praised his cool appearance, wondering if the manager had styled him, causing Seongguk to blush with bashful delight. The manager suggested they depart, and Seongguk, beaming with excitement, declared their destination, the Samjeon event hall. As the car glided through the city streets, the manager mentioned her recent discussion with Lim Sunmi. The manager then revealed their plan to relocate the SKJ office to Gangnam, a decision that visibly surprised Seongguk's mother. When Seongguk's mother expressed concern over Gangnam's notorious expense, the manager confidently assured her it was entirely manageable. With the recent acquisition of exclusive new celebrities, the manager knew that strategic visibility in their industry was not just important, but vital for their escalating ambition. Seongguk's mother recalled a prior moment when he had enthusiastically approved of the Gangnam plan, now questioning if her memory had truly captured his chibi-sized sincerity. Seongguk's mother then noticed he had quietly drifted off to sleep, his head bowed. Seongguk was utterly lost in deep slumber, soft snores escaping him. The manager exclaimed in surprise at Seongguk's sleep, attributing his exhaustion to spending the entire morning diligently caring for Mingguk. She chuckled, remarking how Mingguk remained attached to his hyung, a sentiment vividly illustrated by a memory of the younger boy clinging to a frustrated Seongguk, demanding a story. Soon, the manager announced their imminent arrival, her focus unwavering on the road ahead. Seongguk's mother wondered what to do with him, but the manager readily offered to look after him, believing he needed more rest before the important event beneath the golden, sparkling sky. Seongguk remained lost in sleep, his head gently swaying with the car's movement. As Seongguk slowly stirred, confused by the constant shaking, he mumbled about his bed, feeling strangely unstable, a hazy transition from his dream world. Suddenly, a flash of realization struck him, and Seongguk exclaimed in surprise as he found himself being carried on his mother's back. "Mom," he gasped, clinging to her, as Kim So-young calmly acknowledged his awakening with a gentle smile. Still reeling, Seongguk looked around in utter confusion, demanding to know when they had arrived at the Samjeon event. Blaming his brother Mingguk for his predicament, a frustrated Seongguk vehemently demanded to be put down. Seongguk's mother, groaning playfully about her aching back, gently lowered him to the ground just as the vice-chairman of Samjeon warmly welcomed them to the event. The vice-chairman introduced himself as the PR director of the department store, declaring he had been eagerly awaiting their arrival. He then graciously led them toward a prepared waiting room, suggesting they rest there before proceeding to the main event venue. Seongguk, his brow furrowed, questioned his mother about the event's location, prompting her to sheepishly admit she had forgotten to inform him. His mother explained that the event was hosted at a famous, sprawling department store, and they would access the main Samjeon event area through the restricted staff section. As Seongguk walked, his mind raced through his past life's knowledge, pondering which famous department stores existed in Seoul during this specific period. Yet, an unsettling feeling began to creep into his thoughts, as an ominous, soft crackle underscored his growing suspicion about the quality of the building. A distinct creaking sound confirmed his fears. The department store was alarmingly shabby, a shocking revelation that sent a wave of unease through him. In his mind, Seongguk quickly catalogued the undeniable signs of decay: cracked walls, sagging floors, a pervasive sense of structural compromise. A terrifying realization washed over Seongguk, distorting his perception with a chilling sense of unreality. What is this, he thought, a chilling sense of wrongness crystallizing into a horrifying premonition. With a sudden surge of panic, Seongguk frantically demanded his mother tell him the name of the department store. Her expression tinged with confusion, Seongguk's mother began to answer, but hesitated as she tried to recall the name. As his mother finally uttered the name Dunbit Department Store, Seongguk's world seemed to crash down around him, enveloped by an overwhelming, ominous dread. The name Toonbit echoed in his mind, triggering a horrifying memory that burned with purple light in his eyes. He remembered it clearly from his past life, the Unbit department store, the site of an unprecedented collapse that, one summer day, claimed countless lives. With a jolt of pure horror, Seongguk realized the devastating truth: the exact date of that catastrophic accident was today. Overwhelmed, Seongguk clutched his head, his thoughts a frantic swirl of panic and desperate questions about how he could possibly prevent this disaster. His jaw clenched with frustration, Seongguk realized he could barely recall the specific details of that terrible accident, a crucial knowledge gap. He remembered being abroad on his first study trip when it happened, only catching brief news reports later about the enormous casualties and how Building A sustained the greatest damage. He pressed his hand against his temple, the frustrating truth echoing in his mind: he simply couldn't recall anything specific enough to act upon. His mother's concerned voice broke through his frantic thoughts, asking what was wrong as she noticed his sudden distress. Mistaking his pallor for illness, his mother asked if he felt sick, but Seongguk could only manage a choked, Mom, as urgency consumed him. A grim vision of his own past injury flashed before his eyes, steeling his resolve. This was no time for hesitation. The terrifying thought of his mother suffering another injury, recalling the agony of his past life's regrets, fueled his desperation. "Mom, we need to leave. Quickly." Seongguk pleaded, pulling at her hand, his frantic urgency catching her completely by surprise. Seongguk's mother, her face etched with worry, asked if something was truly amiss. The vice chairman, hearing the commotion, remarked on the sudden noise, drawing a startled exclamation from Seongguk's mother. As the vice chairman continued to walk, his steps echoing, he acknowledged both of them, noting how much time had passed since they last met. Noticing Seongguk's pale complexion, the vice chairman expressed genuine concern, but Seongguk remained speechless, utterly caught in his dire realization. "Father!" Seongguk cried out, desperately grasping the vice chairman's suit jacket, his voice laced with an urgent plea to stop the impending catastrophe. His face contorted with desperation, Seongguk pleaded for the event to be cancelled, the urgency of his words radiating like a desperate starburst. A chilling vision of his stoic birth father flashed before him, momentarily transforming the vice chairman into an imposing figure, and Seongguk realized his emotional plea was utterly ineffective. His eyes narrowed. Seongguk knew his father would never be swayed by the irrational words of a mere child. Knowing the event had been months in the making, Seongguk realized he couldn't simply demand its cancellation, a thought that solidified his next desperate course of action as the manager asked with concern what was wrong. As fragmented memories flashed and crackled in his mind, Seongguk recalled the vital detail: of the two buildings that collapsed, Building A suffered the most catastrophic damage. Abandoning all pretense, Seongguk clung desperately to the vice president's leg, his voice raw with a renewed, urgent plea. With a final, desperate cry that echoed his overwhelming fear, Seongguk screamed for the event's location to be changed. Trapped in a desperate internal struggle, Seongguk knew he had to minimize the damage, pleading with the vice chairman to listen. With every fiber of his tiny being, Seongguk demanded a change to the event's location. The vice chairman was taken aback, then quickly tried to defend his choice, insisting the current venue was unsafe and a larger one was needed. Unyielding, Seongguk declared they must relocate to Building B. The narration revealed Building B, one of the department store structures, had suffered minimal damage in the disaster he remembered, a fact that left some onlookers visibly concerned. He had no choice but to trust the fractured memory as he desperately grabbed an adult's hand, commanding them to hurry to Building B. His mother, Kim So-young, held him with alarmed confusion, demanding to know what had come over him. Seongguk struggled in his mother's arms, trying to explain, while she apologized profusely to the vice president, mortified by her son's sudden outburst. The vice chairman, pondering the child's actions, decided he would talk some sense into him. But an urgent cry from Secretary Yang suddenly cut through the air, startling the vice chairman. Secretary Yang, overcome with panic, breathlessly reported a serious problem with the event hall. An unseen worker's scream pierced the growing din, signaling the chaos that was now consuming the event hall. Amidst the growing tumult, a worker desperately tried to calm the pushing crowd, but their pleas were lost in the overwhelming surge. Even as a worker tried to assert control for the event to continue, the commotion swelled, leaving an unidentified observer silently witnessing the unfolding disarray. Secretary Yang profusely apologized to the irritated vice chairman after an accidental bump. The vice chairman wondered how things had spiraled so quickly, while Kim So-young tried to soothe Seongguk, as another woman explained that the morning's manageable crowd had become uncontrollable by afternoon. The vice chairman's lips curled into a knowing smirk, instantly understanding the report had been strategically delayed. He mused that the department head, aware of his impending arrival, must have tried to contain the mess himself, fearing termination for letting the situation get out of hand. A wave of shock washed over Seongguk as he realized the news of his and the Just Group's attendance had tripled the expected guest count, making the situation critically serious. The unseen narrative warned of the collapse's unknown timing, its crumbling sounds echoing the building's decay. Seongguk knew they had to act swiftly, and suddenly, the meaning of a previous comment clicked into place. He clarified that he meant changing the venue, and the vice chairman looked down, surprised by the child's pointed insight. With a flush of excitement, Seongguk emphatically confirmed his understanding. Seongguk frantically pleaded for them to move to Building B, warning of terrible consequences if they delayed, as the commotion of the restless crowd swelled around them. The vice chairman sternly rebuked Seongguk for his behavior, then turned his attention to Secretary Yang. Secretary Yang, ever practical, inquired if Building B had a space large enough to accommodate the surging crowd, and an unseen worker confirmed the existence of a cultural center hall. With firm resolve, the vice chairman ordered the relocation there, startling an unidentified worker into a protest. The worker fumbled for words, nervously explaining that the cultural center was not yet ready and suggesting they mobilize staff to maintain order at the current location instead. As the worker tried to argue for sticking to the original plan, Seongguk's resounding "No" cut through the air, adamant in his refusal. Seongguk bolted forward, urgently shouting for everyone to follow him. He cried out, his voice filled with fierce resolve, knowing he had to save them all. In a fleeting, ethereal vision, Seongguk saw his older self, eyes glowing with unwavering resolve, knowing he had to save his mother, his father, and everyone caught in this impending doom. With a firm "understood," the vice chairman instructed Secretary Yang to move the venue to Building B's cultural center, to which she promptly saluted in compliance. An unidentified worker, shocked by the sudden decision, protested loudly against the move to Building B. The nervous worker revealed that Building B's ventilation and air conditioning systems were currently non-functional, a detail the vice chairman calmly acknowledged. The vice chairman asserted that some discomfort was a far better fate than a fatal crush, a grim pronouncement that resonated with the desperate cries for help emerging from the tightly packed crowd. As an unidentified worker tried to physically stop the vice chairman from leaving, Seongguk's face broke into a grin, realizing his plan was finally working. A wave of relief washed over Seongguk, a quiet triumph that his mother, his father, and everyone else would now be safe. Then, new, vital piece of the puzzle clicked into place for Seongguk, a crucial next step in his desperate scheme. He knew instantly, the fire alarm needed to be triggered, and with a burst of speed, he began to run. He arrived at the fire alarm, his small frame dwarfed by the task ahead. Seongguk struggled with the boxes, frustrated by the blatant fire safety violation blocking his access to the alarm. He stretched and strained, his small hands tantalizingly close, but unable to reach the button. His small fingers trembled, straining with every ounce of his being, as he silently pleaded for just a little more reach. Suddenly, his mother grabbed him, pulling him back with a gasp, fearing he was in danger. Gasping for air, Seongguk struggled against her, desperately insisting that he had to sound the alarm. A wave of dizziness washed over him, leaving him breathless and disoriented, yet his thoughts still clung to the imperative, everyone needed to evacuate. With a soft thump, Seongguk suddenly collapsed, startling his mother who instinctively caught him. An unidentified adult cried out in alarm, causing the vice chairman and others to turn back, surprised by the sudden crisis. With a desperate gasp, his mother cried out for help, clutching her unconscious son tightly. The vice chairman rushed over, demanding to know what had happened, and his mother tearfully explained that Seongguk had suddenly collapsed with a burning fever. The vice chairman declared they would go to the hospital immediately, and to everyone's surprise, scooped up Seongguk himself, believing it would be faster. As the vice chairman called for an ambulance, Seongguk, even in his semi-conscious state, fought internally, his mind still fixated on saving everyone. His last conscious gasp was a desperate, choking thought to save them all. The gurney's wheels strained and rolled rapidly, a blur of motion signaling an urgent transport. A doctor's urgent command cut through the hallway, clearing the way for the pediatric emergency as Seongguk was rushed in on a gurney. A male doctor inquired about the patient's status, and a female doctor reported stable vitals despite a dangerously high fever and convulsions. His adoptive father, Jeon Seongguk, tried to comfort a distraught Kim So-young, who blamed herself, wishing she had watched over him more closely. The vice chairman urgently demanded to speak with the hospital director, startling a female doctor who recognized his powerful presence. An unseen voice promised to contact the director immediately, reinforcing the urgent truth that only swift action could make a difference. The stark, unfeeling beep of a flatlining monitor echoed, signaling a critical, potentially final, moment. A faint beep, then the chilling flatline, conjured a somber image of Seongguk's past self, lying still in a hospital bed. In his past life, his eye weakly blinked, a fleeting spark of awareness. Waking with a disoriented head turn, his past self questioned his surroundings, wondering if he was in a hospital. Waking in the hospital bed, Seongguk softly called for his mother, who had fallen asleep by his side. He questioned her about their location and what had happened, stirring his mother awake with a groaning shake. His mother gasped in shock at his voice, while a news report on a nearby TV ominously announced hundreds of casualties. The news continued its grim update, reporting a fifth survivor rescued from the rubble of the Eunbit department store, with hundreds of casualties already confirmed, and ongoing efforts to find more. Kim So-young's heart ached with relief, tears streaming down her face as she clutched Seongguk, her cries echoing the sheer terror of what could have been. Her relief quickly morphed into exasperation as she scolded Seongguk, the gravity of his 3-day unconsciousness weighing heavily on the worried family surrounding his hospital bed. Seongguk, still disoriented from his prolonged sleep, flinched at his mother's outburst, a blush rising on his cheeks as he struggled to grasp his surroundings. His voice, still weak, conveyed genuine surprise at the overwhelming display of well-wishes and gifts that adorned the hospital room, a testament to the lives he had inadvertently touched. Seongguk's father, holding a wailing Mingguk, erupted in a frustrated outburst, recounting the harrowing days of his son's unconsciousness, while his wife calmly explained the gifts were from his growing legion of fans. A dawning horror spread across Seongguk's face as his father's words confirmed his worst fears. He had been completely out of commission for 3 crucial days, lost to the unfolding disaster. A male doctor offered a reassuring smile, confirming that despite the ordeal, all of Seongguk's test results had returned perfectly clean. The doctor explained Seongguk's collapse was due to extreme stress and exhaustion, while a tearful Mingguk pleaded with his older brother not to get sick again. With a grateful bow, Seongguk's father profusely thanked the doctor for his care, relieved to hear the simple diagnosis. His mother's warm smile reflected her profound relief that his condition was not serious, her gaze filled with a gentle affection. With a tender touch and a heartfelt plea, his mother implored Seongguk to remain healthy. The family gathered around his bed, bathing him in their collective love and hope. Seongguk, his eyes closed in serene contemplation, offered a silent, heartfelt apology to his family for the worry he had caused them. As he fidgeted slightly, Seongguk began to speak, an unspoken question forming on his lips for his mother. His wide, startled eyes fixed on his mother, Seongguk voiced the burning question that plagued him: what exactly had happened during his unconsciousness? His mother hesitated, her gaze falling, before she reluctantly admitted that a significant accident had indeed occurred. A choked gasp escaped Seongguk's throat as his mother's words confirmed his deepest dread, a shocking revelation washing over his young face. Her voice, thick with a somber gravity, revealed the catastrophic collapse of a Eunbit department store, the visual of its ruined structure a stark testament to the disaster. News captions flashed across a screen, cold facts stating the CEO's involvement and mounting suspicions of shoddy construction, painting a grim picture of corporate negligence. Seongguk sat in despair, the flickering television screen confirming his internal premonition: the disaster he had known was coming had finally arrived. His jaw clenched, Seongguk was consumed by a torrent of self-reproach, the news of over 300 casualties a crushing weight that left him feeling utterly helpless to have prevented it. Overwhelmed by profound despair, Seongguk slumped forward, the oppressive weight of his helplessness crushing him as he realized his efforts had been insufficient to stop the catastrophe. His past self, a tormented silhouette, mirrored his current anguish as Seongguk silently screamed, questioning if his best had been enough, or if he was truly a failure. His mother watched him, a silent tremor running through her as she observed her son's profound, unspoken distress. With a soft rustle, his mother gently placed her hand on Seongguk's bowed head, a comforting aura radiating from her touch as she spoke his name. Seongguk looked up, his gaze meeting his mother's compassionate eyes as she began to speak, her words acknowledging the depth of his unvoiced turmoil. She revealed a hidden truth: thanks to Seongguk's unlikely suggestion to relocate the event, countless lives were spared and Building B remained largely intact. Seongguk's father chimed in, his words surprising and moving his son, as he shared the vice president's profound gratitude for his actions. His mother, her face radiant with relief, then reassured Seongguk that she and Myeong, too, had been spared thanks to his foresight. Her voice, brimming with love and pride, declared her gratitude, transforming Seongguk's despair into a blush of profound emotion. A single tear traced a path down Seongguk's flushed cheek as he absorbed his mother's heartfelt thanks, a quiet, "Is that so?" the only thought he could manage. With tears still streaming, Seongguk finally allowed himself to acknowledge a sliver of hope, crying out of fierce determination that he had, at the very least, managed to change the future, even if only a little. His mother gently comforted the still sobbing Seongguk, while an unseen observer watched the tender moment unfold. A sharp click echoed as a woman's hand decisively lifted a telephone receiver, signaling a shift in focus. Identifying herself as Manager Kim, the woman spoke into the phone with crisp professionalism. Manager Kim reported Seongguk's return to consciousness, expressing gratitude for the covered VIP room and medical expenses, hints of a powerful benefactor. A hand reached out, tapping a device, another unseen action moving the unseen gears of influence. Secretary Yang addressed the vice chairman of Samjeon, who stood gazing out over the city, the panorama reflecting his vast domain. Secretary Yang's news that Seongguk had regained consciousness elicited a flicker of surprise from the vice chairman, his composure momentarily broken. The vice chairman's query about Seongguk's condition was met with Secretary Yang's reassuring report of perfect health. With an authoritative calm, the vice chairman commanded an immediate article, asserting Samjeon's full responsibility and leadership in recovery efforts for both Seongguk and all victims. He then instructed Secretary Yang to personally visit Seongguk with a fruit basket, his tone betraying a deeper, personal interest. The vice chairman's final command was stern: report anything unusual about Seongguk at once, to which Secretary Yang responded with eager affirmation. A quiet tap of his foot was the only sound as the vice chairman remained by the window, lost in contemplative thought after Secretary Yang departed. His expression deeply serious, the vice chairman pondered the enigmatic presence of Seongguk. The vice chairman found Seongguk an exceptionally strange child, a thought that made a chibi version of Seongguk react with wide-eyed surprise. He grimly imagined the horrifying alternative: if they hadn't heeded Seongguk's warning, not only he and Secretary Yang, but numerous Samjeon executives would have faced certain doom. A chilling internal vision plagued him, a gruesome tableau of casualties, including himself and his executives, all victims of the disaster Seongguk had narrowly averted. The vice chairman then envisioned the devastating financial fallout for Samjeon, a catastrophic spiral of stock crashes, bankruptcy, and corporate collapse. Yet, amidst the strategic thoughts, a tender affection bloomed within him, an inexplicable paternal bond toward Seongguk that felt like his own. He recalled Seongguk's unbelievable intelligence for a mere 5-year-old, remembering a vivid flashback of the child sternly giving instructions. And beyond his intellect, the vice chairman pondered Seongguk's actions, which defied all logical explanation, fueling his growing perplexity. With a newfound resolve, the vice chairman determined to uncover the truth, to truly understand the nature of this extraordinary child. He yearned to decipher the profound meaning of the inexplicable connection he felt with Seongguk, a bond that shimmered with unknown potential. The scene shifted dramatically, a gentle whoosh of wind ushering in a serene, traditional Korean landscape. A pair of hands meticulously manipulated bamboo divination sticks, an ancient ritual beginning in a mysterious setting. The shaman, holding Seongguk's birth chart, sternly rebuked the vice chairman for secretly obtaining another child's fate. The vice chairman, adjusting his glasses, offered a simple, slightly sheepish affirmation. With a huff of exasperation, the shaman grumbled about his lack of television knowledge, begrudgingly agreeing to the vice chairman's request to analyze the child's fate. The vice chairman elaborated on his demands, seeking to understand Seongguk's compatibility with Samjeon and the deeper interpretation of his unique destiny. The shaman's voice carried the weight of history, explaining his long-standing service to Samjeon as a debt owed to the vice chairman's late father. With a dramatic flourish of his fan, the shaman, though resigned, agreed to read the prophecy out of old affection. His eyes glowing ominously, the shaman questioned the vice chairman's true curiosity about how this child would inevitably entangle with his fate. As the divination sticks were cast, the shaman declared the coming revelation to be strikingly simple. The shaman delivered a chilling prophecy: "You will be devoured," leaving the vice chairman in stunned disbelief. The shaman continued his alarming prediction, stating that Seongguk would begin by taking little, but ultimately claim everything, leaving the vice chairman paralyzed with horror. The shaman foretold a mystical truth, that in this life or the next, their destinies were bound, a powerful compatibility promising benefit, but hinting at a deeper unknown. When the fated moment arrived, and the child encountered water, he was destined to flow into the vast sea, poised to command the world itself. But the chilling prophecy continued, revealing that the child would ultimately seize everything from him. The shaman declared that the child would ascend, stepping over his very being to achieve even greater, unimaginable success. The vice chairman, lost in contemplative shadows, then turned his thoughts to his own son, Taeguk. He asked about his son, Jeon Seongguk, only for the shaman to deliver a brutally dismissive assessment: the boy was so ordinary he might as well not exist. The shaman continued, asserting that if Taeguk had an older brother, he would have been utterly overshadowed, lucky only to be the firstborn. His son, the shaman concluded, was destined for a plain, average existence, leaving the vice chairman in thoughtful, heavy silence. The shaman, her gaze sharp and wary, pondered how most would react to a child fated to seize everything from them, believing they would simply avoid them. But then she challenged him, hinting that he, unlike others, would not simply be wary, drawing a slight smirk from the vice chairman. With a confident glint in his eye, the vice chairman confessed he eagerly anticipated this confrontation, curious how the child would even attempt to take everything from him. He declared it would be entertaining to witness, a sentiment the shaman enthusiastically echoed, reminding him that he was no easy opponent either. This was the powerful, ambitious mindset of a true king, to keep his enemies not at bay, but closer still, a golden tiger of ambition roaring behind him. The shaman offered a final thought, that whether he kept Seongguk close or crushed him, the child would currently prove useful, to which the vice chairman confidently affirmed he already had. The vice chairman then dropped a shocking revelation: Seongguk had saved him from certain death in the Yunbit department store collapse, leaving the shaman utterly surprised. Afterwards, a panicked Seongguk had desperately pleaded for the search for missing people in the debris to continue, insisting for at least 2 more weeks with an emotional urgency that could not be ignored. With a calculating smirk, the the vice chairman decided to extend the search, seeing it as a perfect opportunity to test Seongguk's true usefulness to his own ambitions. And then, in a moment of secretive cunning, the vice chairman captured a clandestine photograph with an old flip phone. The vice chairman confirmed his contact, naming Chairman Jeon Seongguk, which elicited a clear eyebrow-raising surprise from the shaman. The screen showed Chairman Jeon Seongguk, who had contacted someone because he needed an urgent consultation. A breaking news report suddenly flashed, announcing a developing story. The news anchor gravely reported that Samjeon Group was still leading the search for survivors in the Yunbit department store wreckage on the 10th day, defying dwindling hopes. Suddenly, the anchor announced that the 13th survivor had just been found, filling the family watching at home with shock and awe. As the news reported the government's gratitude to Samjeon Group, Seongguk's mother joyfully exclaimed that more survivors had been found, just as he had predicted. Immense relief washed over Seongguk as he clenched his fist, exclaiming, "Thank goodness," with a bright, satisfied smile. Seongguk remembered vividly how, in his past life, the search had ended prematurely, leading to the 13th survivor being discovered only after their death, sparking widespread outrage and criticism. He sat on the floor, letting out a long, comforting sigh, profound relief washing over him that the person had been found alive. His mother, a hand pressed to her face, let out an exasperated sigh, recalling his earlier antics. His mother recounted how, during Seongguk's tantrum at the vice chairman, demanding the search continue and Samjeon's funds be used, she had genuinely feared she would faint from the sheer audacity. Yet, seeing how he had ultimately saved lives, his mother lovingly patted his head, acknowledging his truly special nature. His father then added proudly that Seongguk had even joined the donation effort for the victims, a 10 million won contribution from Seongguk himself. Even after his discharge, Seongguk's parents remained gently worried, asking if there was anything more they could do for him. While they accepted the outcome to a degree, a palpable sadness remained that more lives couldn't be saved, a stark reminder of the hundreds of casualties and the mass funerals for the victims. Seongguk often found himself spacing out, lost in thought, which inevitably caused his parents to worry about him. With renewed purpose, Seongguk decided it was time to ease his parents' worries, declaring his gratitude with a cheerful resolve. His father beamed with pride, exclaiming how proud he was that Seongguk even considered donating, while his mother looked on with soft affection. Seongguk then declared he was fine and ready to work, surprising his concerned mother who urged him to rest more. Despite his mother's insistence that he should be playing at his age, Seongguk remained resolute, firmly stating his desire to work. As Seongguk affirmed his strong desire to work, his mother worried what to do, while his father calmly suggested they let him follow his own path. With fierce determination in his eyes, Seongguk declared he needed to work, hinting that something significant was soon to come. Then, an unexpected revelation made Seongguk exclaim in utter surprise. On a bustling film set, actress Seonmi reacted with utter shock, demanding to know if Seongguk was truly not renewing his exclusive model contract with Samjeon. The cameraman had to remind Seonmi that they were in the middle of filming, prompting an apologetic outburst from the actress. As Seonmi struck a pretty pose and suggested they talk later, Seongguk internally dismissed the idea, believing there was nothing to say. With a practiced, capitalist smile, Seonmi enthusiastically urged viewers to give Samjeon's new product much love, with Seongguk playing along cheerfully. The cameraman then called for a short break. From her waiting room, Seonmi's voice boomed, demanding to know what Seongguk had been talking about. Confronting Seongguk in her dressing room, Seonmi, though aware his contract was ending, pressed him for the real reason he wasn't renewing. Samjeon would surely have asked him to continue, she insisted, but Seongguk simply stated that this was the perfect moment to stop. Seonmi stared, bewildered by his words, unable to comprehend a stopping point after coming this far, unaware that being a celebrity had never been Seongguk's true ambition. In his mind, the path of a child actor had simply been the only viable way for him to earn money at his age. With a substantial seed fund now amassed, Seongguk was ready to forge his own destiny, envisioning a towering company, a grand empire of his own creation. Seonmi contemplatively acknowledged that a businessman should conduct business, yet Seongguk's sheer determination felt unnervingly unlike that of a child. She exclaimed, realizing with shock that Seongguk had made a decision far beyond the capabilities of most adults. With a sly smile and eyes that seemed to glow with cunning insight, Seonmi acknowledged the enormous wealth and fame Seongguk was walking away from by leaving his exclusive Samjeon contract. Seonmi declared that whatever Seongguk pursued, it would undoubtedly become something monumental, a prediction he inwardly confirmed as only natural. She then lightheartedly questioned if even powerful adults like SKJ's CEO Kim had agreed to his audacious decision, to which Seongguk, with chibi confidence, affirmed, of course. Seonmi mused skeptically that the influential adults who agreed with his decision were clearly far from ordinary themselves. A nervous worker then tentatively called out to the actress from behind a partially open door. The worker, now looking even more nervous and flanked by two stern, sunglasses-clad men, hesitantly asked if their break was already over. The worker then delivered the surprising news that someone was there, specifically looking for Seongguk, who reacted with wide-eyed shock. Seongguk's eyes widened in disbelief. The imposing vice chairman himself had arrived, flanked by bodyguards. Leaning over the nervous, blushing boy, the vice chairman smoothly asked if Seongguk had nothing scheduled after today, a question that made Seongguk gasp in surprise before stammering his affirmation. Then, with an ominous, yellow glow in his eyes and a predatory smirk, the vice chairman extended a chilling invitation. "Want to have dinner with me?" The vice chairman, his eyes glowing with an unsettling yellow light, extended a chilling invitation for dinner, masking an unknown agenda beneath his words. Bathed in a warm, golden light, the vice chairman gently carried Seongguk away, a casual scene belying deeper intentions. Seongguk, blushing with embarrassment, stammered a protest, wishing he wasn't being treated so childishly despite his tiny form. The vice chairman chuckled softly, playfully questioning Seongguk's resistance to his affectionate gesture. But a deep suspicion gnawed at Seongguk, prompting a sharp, internal glare as he wondered if the vice chairman's kindness was merely a prelude to betrayal. Me, the actress, turned to leave, bidding a calm farewell to the vice chairman and Seongguk. She offered a serene smile, expressing a polite gladness for their brief encounter. A heavy, unspoken tension hung in the warm, golden air as the three stood silhouetted against the light, leaving Seongguk to wonder about their strained dynamic. The vice chairman, with a serious gaze, spoke with earnest conviction, believing Me would understand the gravity of their situation. Me responded with a wistful, knowing smile, acknowledging that she had always known their relationship would eventually come to an end. Seongguk's eyes widened in sudden realization as he heard the vice chairman discuss clearing up potential rumors before ascending to head Samjeon. Seongguk remembered his past life, when Me had vanished from his father's side around this very time, marking the clear end of their affair. With a sly, knowing smile, Me waved goodbye, her departure perfectly timed as the narration revealed the vice chairman's calculated move to eliminate any scandal before inheriting Samjeon. As footsteps softly faded away, Seongguk reflected on Me's decisive departure, noting how effortlessly she had walked away without a hint of hesitation. Still pondering Me's enigmatic character, Seongguk was interrupted by the vice chairman, who asked if he was ready to leave as well. The vice chairman's eyes glowed eerily, his sinister smile hinting at untold depths as he reached out for Seongguk. Seongguk's voice rang out in distress, protesting being whisked away by the vice chairman. Under a starlit, magical sky, a grand, modern building stood illuminated, a beacon of future possibilities. The deep resonance of the entrance echoed as they arrived at the ornate gates. Seongguk's eyes widened in delightful surprise, recognizing the lavish entrance of his favorite Chinese restaurant. Startled by the vice chairman's call, Seongguk blinked, confused to see his mother and father also present. Seongguk's birth parents looked on with a mixture of concern and surprise, their expressions mirroring a sudden, unexpected revelation. The vice chairman, gesturing toward the interior, ushered Seongguk's anxious birth parents into the building, indicating others were waiting inside. Seongguk's protest exploded in a frantic, confused outburst, demanding to know who was waiting and why his parents had been summoned. The chairman of Samjeon sat with an ominous stillness, his shadowed face and formal posture setting a tense tone as he offered a grave welcome. The chairman's gaze narrowed with intense recognition as he addressed Seongguk, his presence radiating an undeniable power. The gentle clatter of dishes marked the arrival of vibrant Chinese food, meticulously placed on the dining table. Seongguk stared, wide-eyed and drooling, at the lavish spread, an anonymous voice encouraging them to enjoy the meal amidst the blurred silhouettes of his parents. The chairman of Samjeon beamed, enthusiastically urging everyone to eat heartily and not hold back. Seongguk's birth father nervously assented, his internal anxiety visibly overshadowing any appetite for the delicious food before him. Seongguk agonized internally, finding it impossible to eat under the watchful, composed gaze of the chairman of Samjeon. Despite his unease, Seongguk ate his jjajangmyeon with determined vigor, earning a pleased smile from the chairman and anxious glances from his parents. As he slurped his noodles, Seongguk's eyes narrowed in thought, trying to piece together the mysterious circumstances surrounding their meal. Seongguk pondered the sudden, inexplicable appearance of Chairman Jeon Seongguk, his grandfather from his past life, now sitting calmly before him. A towering figure of power, Chairman Jeon Seongguk, who had built Samjeon from nothing, commanded respect even from Seongguk's past life father, Vice Chairman Jeon Jae-hyung. Seongguk recalled the immense respect he had always held for his grandfather, a sentiment echoed as he gazed upon his solemn portrait. As an adult hand reached for a teacup, Seongguk remained lost in thought, questioning the true reason for his grandfather's sudden presence. Seongguk's birth father, sweating nervously, forced a smile and assured the chairman the food was delicious, despite his obvious lack of appetite. Seongguk's gaze sharpened, his intense suspicion hinting at far deeper concerns than just the meal. With a serious expression, Seongguk's birth father directly asked the chairman of Samjeon the real reason for their unexpected meeting. The chairman offered a gentle, grateful smile, explaining that he merely wished to thank Seongguk for saving both his son's life and Samjeon itself. But the chairman's expression darkened, hinting at a more profound motive beyond simple gratitude as he gave a subtle shift. Seongguk gasped in utter shock as the chairman revealed his true intention, to meet the child his son, the vice-chairman, wished to adopt. Seongguk's birth father stammered in disbelief, while the vice-chairman calmly declared his intention to become Seongguk's guardian. The vice-chairman confidently outlined his extensive plan, promising to ensure Seongguk received any education he desired, from private kindergartens to studying abroad. Seongguk's birth father remained utterly dumbfounded, his face a mask of disbelief at the vice-chairman's audacious proposal. As the vice-chairman continued, revealing plans for a special hiring into Samjeon, Seongguk's birth father, shocked and sweating, questioned the extreme extent of the offer. The vice-chairman's expression hardened with resolve as he explained that his actions were simply a repayment of the life-saving debt he owed Seongguk. Seongguk pondered the vice-chairman's words, realizing his offer wasn't just gratitude, but a recognition of his own inherent value and immense potential. The chairman of Samjeon thoughtfully mused on his son's fervent desire to adopt Seongguk, wondering how to respond to such an unexpected turn of events. Seongguk remained deep in thought, his serious expression betraying the heavy decision he faced as the chairman directly asked if he wished to become his grandson. Internally, Seongguk concluded that the vice-chairman, his father from his past life, harbored no hidden motives beneath the generous offer. Seongguk acknowledged that the offer went beyond mere educational support, recognizing its strategic depth, yet saw it as an unparalleled opportunity given his current circumstances. With a determined and enthusiastic smile, Seongguk declared his unequivocal acceptance, proclaiming there was no reason to refuse such an advantageous offer. The chairman of Samjeon erupted in hearty laughter, completely charmed and agreeing with Seongguk's fervent declaration. Seongguk, with steely determination, confidently declared that he welcomed the challenge of being pushed hard to become worthy of Samjeon. The vice-chairman and Seongguk's birth mother exchanged awkward, nervous smiles, while Seongguk himself wore a sly, knowing grin. The chairman, pleased, began to instruct the vice-chairman, but Seongguk suddenly interrupted, announcing he had something important to say to his grandfather. Seongguk passionately lectured his grandfather, pointing a determined finger and insisting he work less and prioritize his health. His grandfather, caught off guard, reacted with wide-eyed surprise and a flicker of concern. The narration reflected on his grandfather's past as a relentless workaholic, revealing how even in his final moments, he clung to both work and alcohol, a somber memory for Seongguk. Seongguk's past self, filled with frustration, had once angrily confronted his grandfather about his unhealthy habits, wishing for more time they could have spent together. And that was why. Seongguk, his eyes blazing with passionate conviction, loudly declared the paramount importance of health, startling his grandfather. The chairman of Samjeon burst into hearty laughter, completely charmed and agreeing with Seongguk's fervent declaration. Seongguk's birth mother joined in with nervous laughter, heartily agreeing about the importance of health, while Seongguk looked subtly annoyed by the light-hearted reaction. The chairman stifled a cough, a sly smile playing on his lips, hinting at his amusement and a deeper, unspoken understanding. The vice-chairman, slightly blushing, asked Seongguk's birth parents to consider the offer and let them know their decision, which they respectfully acknowledged. The vice-chairman, with a resolute expression, affirmed that they would be in touch very soon. His hand clenched tightly, emanating a faint blue glow, a powerful symbol of his unwavering resolve. A voice called out cheerily, signaling the start of a meal, echoing against the impersonal facade of a modern building. Within the warmth of their home, the beloved special original Boss Sam, a dish from one of Jussi's popular restaurant, was proudly served, bringing smiles to Seongguk's family. The sight of the perfectly sliced pork belly, kimchi, and vibrant side dishes promised a delightful culinary experience. Seongguk's eyes widened in chibi surprise as he savored the dish, a declaration of unexpected pleasure escaping his lips. Seongguk's father apologized for missing the restaurant's opening, but Kim So-young quickly reassured him, dismissing his regret with affection. Seongguk happily chewed his food, his thoughts drifting to the unseen Uni, who had been so busy managing SKJ. The entire family had been caught in a whirlwind of activity for the past month, a fact Seongguk seemed to reflect with a tiny, thoughtful gulp. First, his father, Jeon Seongguk, had opened the Boss Sam restaurant that shimmered with the fulfillment of his lifelong dream, tears of joy welling in his eyes. His mother, Kim So-young, had energetically rolled up her sleeves to assist with the store, while Seongguk took on the crucial task of looking after Mingguk. Our young protagonist promised his brother a day of play, understanding that his engagement freed their parents to focus entirely on their work. Meanwhile, manager Kim toiled tirelessly, diligently boosting SKJ's performance by managing ad contracts and handling new recruitments. Seongguk, with a sly, chibi smirk, smugly pondered the immense, sinful, void left by his temporary retirement, surely a monumental challenge for any lesser star to fill. Kim So-young gently asked Seongguk if he truly enjoyed his current life as a child, receiving only a thoughtful, questioning hum in response. During what was supposed to be a rare break, Seongguk, with chibi fervor, emphatically declared that he had indeed accomplished everything he desired. The infant Seongguk, with remarkable gravity, explained how he had already designed a shrewd investment portfolio from his meager savings and formulated a strategy for the looming IMF crisis, much to Mingguk's innocent astonishment. Seongguk let out a smug chuckle, deeming his past month profoundly meaningful, while his mother, Kim So-young, was left to implore the unseen Yoonhee to reason with him. The Yoonhee questioned the request, as Kim So-young revealed Seongguk's stubborn refusal to attend kindergarten, leaving the child feigning confusion. Yoonhee's voice carried a clear tone of concern, firmly telling Seongguk that his refusal was unacceptable. Despite being told that even his immense intelligence didn't exempt him from kindergarten, Seongguk flustered and protested, vehemently rejecting the notion. Seongguk plunged into a fantastical vision of his inner conflict, imagining himself as an old man among snot-nosed children, sighing deeply at the absurdity of it all. With an energetic burst of defiance, Seongguk declared he had far too much to do to waste his precious time in kindergarten, emphatically stating he didn't need it. Just as Seongguk declared his intention to study independently, the sharp ring of a doorbell cut through his resolve. The doorbell chimed persistently, drawing surprised glances from both Kim So-young and Seongguk, who wondered aloud who could be at their door. Looking through the peephole, Kim So-young uttered a soft "oh," a subtle shift in her expression indicating recognition. The door clicked open, revealing Secretary Yang, his solemn presence immediately signaling a serious turn of events to Kim So-young. Kim So-young questioned the timing of Secretary Yang's unexpected visit, while Seongguk, surprised by the name, scurried towards the door. Secretary Yang stood in the doorway, a somber figure whose presence seemed to hush the room, as the narration ominously hinted at Seongguk's father being preoccupied. Seongguk hesitated, a chill running through him as he observed Secretary Yang's grave expression, instinctively understanding that something was terribly wrong. Secretary Yang adjusted his suit jacket with a stiff motion, his voice catching as he offered a formal "excuse me," before delivering his somber message. With a tear tracing his cheek, Secretary Yang revealed the grim news he carried, presenting an obituary announcing the death of Jeon Seongguk, chairman of Samjeon, a somber notice of someone's passing. Just 2 days prior, at dawn, news had spread of the sudden passing of Jeon Seongguk, Samjeon's founder, with his funeral held at Seoul Samjeon Hospital Central Funeral Hall. On a flickering screen, the news reported Chairman Jeon's cause of death as myocardial infarction, a condition he'd battled for years, while a quiet reminder echoed to remain respectful in the mourner's lounge. In a sparsely lit room, Seongguk, his parents, and another worker stood in silent communion, each absorbed in their own somber thoughts. His father, Jeon Seongguk, expressed his disbelief, having seen the chairman just a month prior, while Kim So-young sorrowfully recalled how healthy he had seemed. Secretary Yang offered formal thanks for their presence despite the sudden notice, to which Seongguk's father, Jeon Seongguk, responded that their attendance was an absolute obligation. Secretary Yang explained the funeral home was overwhelmed with political and business figures, making it impossible to bring them to the main hall, even as he recalled the chairman's special affection for Seongguk. As Secretary Yang voiced concerns for Seongguk's safety amidst the chaos, a single, sorrowful word escaped the child's lips: grandfather. Seongguk's mind drifted to a tender memory of his grandfather holding him, a pang of regret as he realized this goodbye had come even earlier than in his past life, despite all his repeated warnings about work and alcohol. Amidst a melancholic, ethereal glow, Seongguk cried, a ghostly image of his grandfather appearing above him, a painful realization dawning that his own stubbornness was a legacy inherited from him. Secretary Yang softly called Seongguk's name, and the child, wiping away his tears, quietly agreed to follow. Secretary Yang informed Seongguk's parents that he would take the boy for a while, and Jeon Seongguk asked him to convey their condolences to the vice chairman. A final word of thanks was spoken just before the door clicked shut, marking a silent transition. As they walked, their footsteps echoing through the long hallway, Seongguk reflected on Secretary Yang's words. His birth father, even amidst the funeral's chaos, had specifically asked to see him. Secretary Yang announced his presence with a formal "Chairman," the heavy door rattling slightly in response. Secretary Yang announced Seongguk's arrival to his birth father, the chairman, who sat by the window, his gaze expectant. Seongguk uttered the title "Chairman" with a hint of confusion, his foot stepping forward, an unspoken question lingering in the air. Standing before his father, Seongguk's mind raced with the heavy thought: would he be expected to shoulder the immense burden of Samjeon even before his grandfather's funeral rites were complete? Seongguk looked up, a slight blush rising to his cheeks as he responded to his birth father's implied summons by uttering "Chairman." Seongguk's birth father, with a subtle smile, asked if he was okay, an unexpected moment of paternal concern. Seongguk, in chibi form, internally scoffed at the attempt to comfort him, claiming it wasn't his style anyway, but a small part of him acknowledged the gesture. Seongguk's birth father, his gaze intense, observed that the boy looked like he was struggling, striking a chord that left Seongguk speechless. His birth father, his glasses reflecting a thoughtful purple hue, admitted that perhaps he, too, had been struggling a little, just as Seongguk had subtly implied. His birth father reflected on the uncharacteristic act of summoning a child to a funeral simply to see his face, then quickly dismissed it as, not a big deal. His birth father adjusted his suit jacket, announcing, with a touch of self-deprecating humor, that the immense responsibility for Samjeon now rested squarely on his shoulders. With unwavering resolve, his birth father declared his intention to grow and develop his own father's legacy even further, meticulously preparing to pass it down, intact, to the next generation. Seongguk's eyes widened in shock, beads of sweat appearing on his brow as his father spoke of a successor capable of wielding such a massive company. Seongguk began to question what his father meant, but the chairman cut him off, directly asking if he would accept his support. Seongguk attempted to deflect, suggesting his parents should decide, but his father firmly insisted on knowing only his own thoughts. Seongguk pondered his own thoughts, his small hand clenching into a fist as a decision solidified within him. With wide, determined eyes and a blush of fierce resolve, Seongguk declared with utmost certainty that he would accept the offer. Seongguk's birth father responded with a subtle, approving smile, a simple, good, confirming his satisfaction. With a serious expression, his birth father instructed Seongguk to be ready by early next month, revealing that Secretary Yang would handle his transfer into Samjeon Kindergarten. Each step he took carried the unspoken question of whether he would prove to be a truly worthy investment. And so, with a determined gaze, Seongguk walked forward into the sparkling autumn, ready to prove his worth starting from Samjeon Kindergarten. Seongguk's birth father declared their arrival at the Grand Samjeon Kindergarten, the tires screeching a definitive end to their journey and the start of a new one for Seongguk. With a soft tap, Seongguk's recognition was immediate. This grand, gleaming edifice was indeed Samjeon Kindergarten, a name heavy with meaning from his past life. His birth father proudly touted the kindergarten's reputation for educating and supporting gifted children, a fact Seongguk already knew all too well, his internal exasperation barely contained. The institution, established by Samjeon, claimed to nurture gifted children from all backgrounds, a benevolent facade for its true purpose. But the sparkling truth was that Samjeon Kindergarten functioned as an exclusive institution, providing unparalleled special education for the progeny of political and business elites, a fact Seongguk noted was evident in its every opulent detail. The thought of attending kindergarten, special or not, was a heavy burden, as his past self recoiled from the absurdity of it all, having never intended to experience such a mundane childhood rite. Yet, with resolute determination, Seongguk knew he had to comply, understanding this kindergarten enrollment was merely the first stage of his father Jeon Seongguk's profound test. A pleasant yet formal atmosphere settled as Seongguk's birth father addressed Secretary Yang, who promptly acknowledged him as director. Secretary Yang inquired about the child, and Seongguk's father offered a polite thanks for accepting the sudden transfer, a clear indication of his influence at work. Secretary Yang affirmed the absolute authority of Vice Chairman Jeon Seongguk's wishes, then called out for teacher Lee Ji-eun. A welcoming woman introduced herself as the homeroom teacher of Class A at Samjeon Kindergarten. As the teacher introduced herself as Lee Ji-eun, Seongguk, with a sly wink, mentally approved, finding her appearance decent enough. Secretary Yang formally introduced the teacher, asking her to take meticulous care of the boy who would now be her charge. The teacher warmly addressed Seongguk by name, inviting him to come along, a gesture that startled him slightly. With a soft whoosh, the teacher promised friends were waiting, though their silhouetted forms in the dim classroom only added to the mystery and tension of his new surroundings. A lively clatter accompanied a young boy darting past, while Seongguk walked hand in hand with his teacher, observing the vibrant activity around him. Seongguk, wide-eyed and overwhelmed, remarked on the sheer scale of the kindergarten, as his teacher informed him that 5 other students awaited him in his new class. The teacher gently encouraged him to get along with his new classmates, and Seongguk, with a touch of reluctance, quietly agreed. Seongguk's mind whirred, already anticipating one particular figure among his 5 new classmates, if his shrewd guess was correct. That kid will definitely be here, Seongguk thought, just as the classroom door creaked open, and the teacher addressed everyone within. The teacher brightly announced Seongguk as a new friend, asking the class for a collective greeting. Seongguk stood before his new classmates, their forms shrouded in mysterious silhouettes, a tense anticipation filling the colorful classroom. First among them was Kang Juzong, the grandson of the prosecutor general, exuding a polite, if somewhat practiced, cheerfulness. Then came Kim Hyunjung, the grandson of Samjeon Electronics president, who met Seongguk's gaze with a confident smirk. Among them were Lee Si-hee, the shy granddaughter of Samjeon Hospital's director, and Seo Yerim, the stern granddaughter of the former Minister of Defense, poised and observant. Finally, with a flourish of golden light and dynamic lines, the narrative revealed Jeon Mi-jin, the formidable daughter of Samjeon Group's chairman Jeon Jae-hyung, an entrance befitting her monumental status. "I knew it," Seongguk exclaimed, a flush of confirmation spreading across his face. His calculated prediction of her presence had proven true. In a dreamlike haze, Seongguk recalled his past life, busy with overseas education around this very time, an era when Jeon Mi-jin was still just a child attending kindergarten. The teacher, perhaps slightly surprised herself, welcomed Seongguk and cheerfully instructed the other children to greet their new friend. Kang Juzong, with a dismissive air, questioned the teacher's greeting style, leaving her visibly flustered. Kim Hyunjung angrily refused to be forced into a greeting, his outburst echoing like a shattering impact, while Seongguk internally fumed at the sight of such ill-mannered, bratty children. After an internal scolding of his undisciplined, pampered classmates, Seongguk projected an outward cheer, cheerfully introducing himself as Jeon Seongguk. The teacher visibly relaxed at Seongguk's politeness, but Kang Juzong bristled, letting out an indignant humph and angrily questioning the boy's initiative. Flustered and panicking, the teacher announced her hasty departure to retrieve snacks and lesson materials, leaving the children to their own devices. The teacher's parting instruction to talk among yourselves hung heavy in the air, leaving a tense, awkward silence among the children. Seo Yerim broke the silence, pointing directly at Seongguk as she recognized him from television. Seongguk questioned the TV comment, prompting Kim Hyunjung to explain he was kind of a celebrity or something. Intrigued by the celebrity revelation, Kang Juzong directly probed Seongguk about his family's background. Kang Juzong, with a confident sparkle, boasted about his grandfather, the prosecutor general, and then pointed to Kim Hyunjung, whose grandfather was the president of Samjeon Electronics. With a demanding flash, Kang Juzong aggressively pressed Seongguk, demanding to know what his own grandfather did. As Kim Hyunjung joined the demand, Seongguk sighed internally, exasperated by these little brats, who were already flaunting their family backgrounds. Life isn't all about your family, you little punks, Seongguk thought with a vibrant defiance, then outwardly declared with a firm voice that he simply didn't have a grandpa. Kang Juzong reacted with a confused, huh, as Seongguk calmly reiterated that he had no grandpa, and that his parents simply ran a restaurant. Kang Juzong and Kim Hyunjung exchanged dismayed whispers, unable to fathom how someone from a mere street restaurant could enter their class, when suddenly Jeon Mijin broke through their disdain, declaring simply, why not? I like him. A resounding shock reverberated through the classroom as the children processed Jeon Mijin's unexpected pronouncement. With radiating confidence, Jeon Mijin, smiling sweetly, declared her name. With a cheerful flutter, Jeon Mijin enthusiastically greeted Seongguk, catching him completely by surprise. A soft rustle accompanied Jeon Mijin's shy confession that she had also seen Seongguk on TV, a revelation that filled him with sudden horror. This kid, Seongguk thought, a squeak of alarm echoing his distress as he grappled with a disbelieving realization. Jeon Mijin, surrounded by hearts and charm, coyly asked if he liked her too, prompting Seongguk to mentally brand her a face-chasing brat. He recalled his past life, a time when her absurd preference for only good-looking men was already apparent, making her current flirtation all the more unsettling. Seongguk recoiled in horror, realizing that Jeon Mijin's superficial tendencies had been present since childhood, a fact reinforced by her shy compliment that she found him cool. Jeon Mijin giggled delightedly as another child commented on Seongguk's good taste, prompting Kang Juzong to angrily call out her name. Kang Juzong angrily questioned why she was being kind to a nobody, but Jeon Mijin simply dismissed him with an exasperated, ugh, you're so noisy. Jeon Mijin openly insulted Kang Juzong and Kim Hyunjung, calling them half-baked messes, a slight that ignited furious grunts of indignation from them both. Jeon Mijin then turned to Lee Si-hee for validation, who, with a nervous gasp, quickly assented. Lee Si-hee, the granddaughter of Samjeon Hospital's director, shyly confessed her own admiration for Seongguk, affirming Mijin's opinion. Seongguk, observing the scene, realized Lee Si-hee's agreement stemmed from her family's status, making her entirely subservient to Mijin. Despairing over how he would survive in Jeon Mijin's lair, while she continued to dote on him, Seongguk resolved to rely entirely on his intellect to navigate this unexpected challenge. Two sharp clicks echoed as a mysterious man in sunglasses captured an image with his camera. The worker calmly reported in, indicating a successful task completion. In a cool, professional tone, a subordinate confirmed to the vice chairman that Jeon Seongguk had indeed joined Class A at Samjeon Kindergarten, sharing a class with Miss Mijin as anticipated. The subordinate added that Secretary Yang herself had personally handled the transfer, a detail the stern vice chairman contemplated in silence as a document fluttered in her hand. The vice chairman's thoughts gravitated to Jeon Seongguk, visualizing his distressed, uncomfortable face. With a cunning smirk, the vice chairman instructed her subordinate to contact the chairman, using his wife's desire to speak as a calculated, manipulative card. In a tense office, the man abruptly challenged the reason for the sudden visit, demanding to know its purpose. He emphasized their business-only relationship, reminding the woman they had agreed to stay out of each other's lives, but she cut through his words with the name Jeon Seongguk. The man's face contorted in shock, a bead of sweat tracing his temple, as the woman directly questioned if the child was his. He quickly dismissed her words as nonsense, but the woman pressed on, questioning how a mere contract wasn't enough, given Seongguk's enrollment at Samjeon Kindergarten. Exasperated, the man denied her insinuation that Seongguk was a child from another relationship, insisting it was not like that. The woman, suspicious, challenged him to get a DNA test, a dare that left him in stunned silence. Angered by her persistence, he accused her of triviality and declared their conversation over, turning sharply to leave. Frustrated, he tried to walk away, having no time for her baseless accusations, but the woman's firm "no" stopped him cold. Her gaze sharpened with fierce determination. The woman was convinced something was definitively amiss. The grand, elegant architecture of Samjeon Kindergarten stood serene under a bright sky, a place of learning and hidden complexities. Within a bright and orderly classroom, the teacher smiled, ready to begin the day's lesson. Co Yerim audaciously questioned if that poor kid could keep up, prompting the teacher to gently correct her, stating he was Seongguk. Kim Hyunjung smirked in agreement with Yerim, while Lee Si-hee subtly pouted, hinting at her own discomfort. Humiliated, Seongguk sat with his head down as other children mocked him, betting he couldn't even write properly. A wave of furious indignation washed over Seongguk internally. These brats were truly infuriating. Despite the echoing laughter and the teacher's concerned query about his well-being, Seongguk forced a smile, insisting they immediately begin the lesson. Then, as if by magic, Seongguk's voice filled the air with music, captivating his classmates with an enchanting performance that left Kim Hyunjung shocked and Lee Si-hee smitten. With lightning speed, Seongguk rapidly completed complex arithmetic, astonishing the teacher with his intense focus and skill. Kang Juzong clapped in amazement, praising Seongguk's paper craft as an undeniable masterpiece. An adult's hand patted Seongguk's head, declaring him truly amazing and a total genius, while his classmates reacted with a mix of awe and annoyance. Lee Si-hee gritted her teeth, a dark red aura of intense rage emanating from her as she seethed. English teacher Thomas burst in energetically, waving and asking the class if they were ready to speak English. While another child enthusiastically shouted an affirmative, Seongguk remained silent, a rare flicker of embarrassment crossing his face. Seongguk rubbed his chin thoughtfully, wondering if he had perhaps been too harsh on his classmates and should tone down his abilities. He considered that claiming to have taught himself English might now be a difficult sell, while Kim Hyunjung secretly hoped to have finally found Seongguk's weakness. A sudden realization struck Seongguk as Kim Hyunjung's smirk grew, anticipating his moment of triumph. Kim Hyunjung's smirk twisted into a malicious sneer, gloating that Seongguk, for all his boasting, apparently couldn't speak English after all. Kang Juzong expressed concern, asking Seongguk if the rumors about his English skills were true, as Kim Hyunjung watched on smugly. English teacher Thomas offered Seongguk the option to sit out, a suggestion that only fueled the boy's rising frustration as Kim Hyunjung eagerly interjected. But with a sudden burst of defiance, Seongguk confidently declared that he could indeed speak English. Challenging them to test his fluency, Seongguk astonished his teacher and classmates alike with his perfectly fluent English, leaving Kim Hyunjung and Lee Si-hee utterly shocked. As a female classmate adored Seongguk, marveling at his incredible talent, Kim Hyunjung's furious disbelief was felt off-panel. Jeon Mi-jin showered him with praise for his diverse talents, causing Seongguk to blush with annoyance as he internally pleaded for her to get off him. The teacher, overwhelmed by his prowess, exclaimed her excited amazement, declaring Seongguk truly amazing. Beaming with enthusiasm, the teacher proposed an intelligence test for Seongguk right away. Seongguk calmly questioned the purpose of the IQ test, then explained its standard use for Class A placement. The teacher confessed her profound curiosity about his exceptional intellect, a sentiment echoed by a classmate, though Kang Juzong appeared apprehensive. The teacher then suggested they conduct the IQ test right after English class, and Seongguk readily agreed, surprising her slightly. As he anticipated the test, Seongguk pondered his past life's IQ of 150, a benchmark he felt confident he could surpass. With a smug chuckle, he excitedly predicted his fresher, younger brain would easily push his score past 160. But an unseen event brought Seongguk a moment of utter bewilderment. A staggering revelation shook him to his core, as his IQ score was dramatically revealed to be a mere 121. At home, Jeon Ji-sung reacted with open astonishment to Kim So-young's news that Seongguk spoke English fluently. Overwhelmed by his son's unexpected brilliance, Jeon Ji-sung trembled, openly admitting his fear. Exuberantly, Jeon Ji-sung hugged Seongguk, proclaiming him a genius, while Seongguk blushed with annoyance. Internally, Seongguk raged, scoffing at the genius label that now felt like a bitter mockery. A scream of raw anguish escaped him as he reeled from the humiliation, questioning how his IQ could be lower than in his past life. Humbled and utterly mortified, he knelt in despair, while his parents looked on, bewildered by his sudden emotional collapse. As Kim So-young read about the significance of emotional intelligence, Seongguk called out to his father, a hint of his strategic mind returning. Brushing aside his father's continued genius praises, Seongguk, though annoyed, revealed he had some hot info to share. Jeon Ji-sung was surprised by the hot info about a new factory, which Seongguk noted came from Jeon Mi-jin, revealing her surprisingly loose-lipped nature. When his father questioned if it concerned stock, Seongguk's eyes widened with excitement, assuring him it was something far better. With a beaming declaration, Seongguk enthusiastically proposed they buy land, a suggestion that utterly shocked his father. Leaning in conspiratorially, Seongguk whispered of Samjeon's secret plan to build a semiconductor plant, hinting at its exact location. With a knowing look, Seongguk specified Waesong, not Dongtan, as the prime location, recalling how Samjeon had once made a killing selling off leftover land from that very area. Seongguk confidently instructed his father to buy the land, but Jeon Seongguk confessed his deep nervousness about venturing into the unfamiliar world of real estate. Seongguk pressed his father on his trust, leaving Jeon Seongguk flustered and Kim So-young utterly confused by their whispered exchange. Then Kim So-young, holding a small card, interrupted them, asking Seongguk about the item she found tucked in with his IQ results. A sudden realization struck Seongguk, as he acknowledged the card with a surprised "oh." Seongguk revealed it was an invitation to Jeon Minji's birthday party, prompting an instant, shocked query from Kim So-young. The invitation, adorned with festive flourishes, confirmed a shocking truth: it was for Jeon Minji, the daughter of the Samjeon chairman, at their extravagant Hanam-dong residence. Kim So-young's voice hummed with a mix of anticipation and disbelief as their car glided to a halt, the grand address confirming their destination. The weight of the name settled over them as Kim So-young identified the imposing estate as Chairman Jeon Jae-hyung's residence in Hanam-dong. Even for them, used to a life of glamour, the sheer scale of the mansion was less grand and more a formidable, almost terrifying presence. As Kim So-young stepped out, another idol member mused aloud about the chairman's daughter's invitation, noting its prestige while also subtly suggesting it could have been declined. Even in his chibi fantastical form, a deep sigh escaped Seongguk, his pout unmistakable as Kim So-young called his name, pulling him further into this unwanted reality. His teeth ground with sheer indignation. The notion of celebrating Jeon Minji's birthday was an insult to his very being, a waste of his precious, strategic time. Kim So-young, hands on hips, insisted on the social obligation, while an idol member added the undeniable weight of Secretary Yang's direct confirmation, leaving Seongguk to stew in his grumpy compliance. While his mother urged a cheerful disposition, Seongguk's mind yearned for the tangible satisfaction of stock charts, a stark contrast to the saccharine obligation before him. Despite Seongguk's insistence on the flowers, Kim So-young's brow furrowed with unease, a deep-seated worry about the appropriateness of their humble gift for such an occasion. Her concern was palpable, fearing their simple bouquet would appear trivial against the mansion's opulence, but Seongguk, armed with secret knowledge, confidently declared Minji's undeniable love for flowers. Seongguk's conviction stemmed from a vivid, almost dreamlike recollection of Minji's past, her pathetic, romanticized dream of receiving flowers from a handsome boy, which he now dismissed with scorn. With a final word of encouragement, the idol member departed, leaving Kim So-young and Seongguk standing before the grand mansion, now fully immersed in the impending social challenge. The luxury car roared away, its presence fading as the manager's parting words of obligation and reassurance echoed, leaving Seongguk and his mother truly alone at the formidable gates. A spark of pride flickered in Kim So-young's eyes as Seongguk, with a determined smirk, silently signaled their readiness to step into the unknown. 3 impeccably uniformed workers materialized, bowing in unison with a deferential welcome that confirmed the meticulous preparation for their arrival. As the worker gestured, leading them down a path through lush, sprawling gardens, both Kim So-young and Seongguk were consumed by a silent, glittering awe at the sheer scale of the estate. The door clicked softly ajar, parting just enough to reveal a shimmering wonderland of golden light, hinting at the lavish celebration beyond. A resounding welcome filled the grand hall, drawing them into a scene of glittering chandeliers and elegant guests, where laughter echoed like sparkling champagne. They stepped across the threshold, confronted by an almost dizzying display of opulence, a towering champagne fountain, meticulously arranged desserts, and an atmosphere thick with casual wealth. Kim So-young gasped, the scale of the interior leaving her speechless, likening it to a palace, while Seongguk, with a knowing smirk, calmly dismissed it as merely a slightly oversized, shiny house. Observing his mother's blush of awe, Seongguk reflected on the decade he had spent within these very walls, realizing how utterly alien this world must seem to her. A piercing cry of Seongguk ripped through the luxurious hum, startling him, a blush rising even in his chibi form as he clutched the bouquet. Jeon Minji burst forward with a flurry of steps and a delighted squeal, throwing herself into a tight embrace, proclaiming she had been waiting for him with overflowing excitement. Her eyes, wide with surprise, immediately fixated on the bouquet, her voice rising in a delighted question as Seongguk's annoyance deepened. With a blush, Jeon Minji declared Seongguk her perfect type, leaving him to awkwardly force a strained laugh, trying in vain to hide his embarrassment. Overwhelmed with delight, Jeon Minji's eyes sparkled as she eagerly announced Seongguk's arrival to her mother. Snuggling close, Jeon Minji proudly presented Seongguk to her mother, beaming as she reiterated her assessment of his undeniable cuteness and handsomeness, much to his visible discomfort. The woman, who would soon prove to be a rival, simply uttered, "I see," her gaze falling with a subtle smirk that promised future disdain. Seongguk's wide eyes darted, a sudden flush of alarm spreading across his face as he watched his mother, sensing the unspoken tension in the air. Kim So-young, bowing deeply with a nervous smile, poured out her gratitude for the invitation, keenly aware of the social chasm between them and the woman now identified as the rival mother. Her voice trembled slightly, much like the hand presenting the carefully wrapped plum syrup, a humble offering made with her own hands in this world of effortless wealth. With a cool, dismissive tone, the rival mother simply summoned her butler, instructing him to take the gift without a glance at Kim So-young. In his mind, Seongguk, blushing with defiance, insisted that the gift be accepted, trying to assert his will in the face of such dismissiveness, even if only in a playful, imagined outburst. The narration underscored the profound care woven into each drop of the syrup, his mother having diligently selected the finest plums and meticulously prepared each one by hand. As he rubbed his chin thoughtfully, a new realization settled over Seongguk. Perhaps such a heartfelt gift, imbued with his mother's tireless effort, was simply too precious for someone like Jeon Minji. Suddenly, Seongguk's eye sharpened, his gaze becoming intensely focused, as if piercing through the superficiality of the room. A low hum vibrated in Seongguk's ears as he looked up, the rival mother now appearing as a dark, silhouetted menace with eyes glowing fiercely red in his heightened perception. In his startled, chibi form, Seongguk stammered, demanding to know why the woman was glaring at him with such terrifying intensity. The rival mother offered only silence, her subtle smirk a silent testament to her calculated disdain. With a swift turn, the rival mother's voice cut through the air, addressing Kim So-young directly. The rival mother extended an invitation to meet the other parents, a seemingly kind gesture that filled Kim So-young with excited honor, but left Seongguk with a profound sense of unease. Despite Jeon Minji's eager pull, Seongguk's mind clung to the troubling glint he'd seen in his mother's eyes, a silent question forming in his worried thoughts. Jeon Minji's tempting description of a giant cake and his beloved galbajim momentarily shattered Seongguk's adult facade, his chibi form's eyes widening with genuine, childish hunger. With a reluctant, "Alright, let's go," Seongguk was pulled away, leaving his mother to the unfolding drama at the formal table where the rival mother already held court. With a chillingly polite yet condescending smirk, the rival mother gestured for Kim So-young to take a seat, the invitation dripping with veiled challenge. Kim So-young's breath hitched, her polite stammer dying in her throat as the other mother's eyes, now glowing ominously red in her terrified vision, bore down on her like predatory beasts. The rival mother, later identified as Kim Ju-song's mother, maintained her slight, knowing smirk, her silence speaking volumes as she assessed Kim So-young. Her scrutinizing gaze was joined by others, including Seo Yerim, Kim Hyun-young's mother, each woman a new face of quiet, calculated judgment. The rival mother's voice cut through the air, introducing Kim So-young to the other parents as the mother of the new transfer student, Jeon Seongguk, a formal welcome imbued with underlying tension. The rival mother's polite facade shattered, her voice sharp and direct as she launched into the real interrogation, demanding to know Kim So-young's family occupation. Kim So-young stammered, caught off guard by the abruptness, only for the rival mother to lean forward, her voice laced with aggression as she rephrased her probing question. With a visible blush and downcast eyes, Kim So-young hesitantly revealed the truth, confessing her husband ran a Boss Sam restaurant in a humble apartment shopping complex. The rival mothers erupted in gasps and shocked disbelief at the revelation of a mere Boss Sam restaurant, their disdain quickly turning to an aggressive cross-examination of Kim So-young's educational background. Her voice barely above a whisper, laced with profound humiliation, Kim So-young admitted she had not attended college, her gaze fixed on the table before her. As Kim So-young revealed her high school alma mater, the mothers recoiled in exaggerated shock, their faces contorting in a theatrical display of disdain. A wave of crushing shame washed over Kim So-young, the crimson hue of the room mirroring her humiliation as she thought, "Oh no, I guess I don't belong here after all." As Kim So-young worried about tarnishing Seongguk's image, one of the rival mothers, with a smug sip of tea, pronounced her presence, "C'est désagréable." A cutting dismissal delivered with chilling precision. Kim So-young's eyes welled with confused tears, the foreign words of the insult landing with a brutal force she couldn't comprehend, even as the rival mother mentally scoffed at her inferior status. The smug rival mother's thoughts seethed with disdain, condemning Kim So-young as a pretender and her family as mere opportunists exploiting their child's appearance. Her smug expression remained fixed, a mask of cold judgment under the dramatic light, sealing Kim So-young's fate in her prejudiced mind. One rival mother's anger flared openly, loudly declaring Kim So-young's presence unacceptable, convinced that such an uncultured family posed a threat of contamination to their elite circle. From off-panel, a furious, indignant roar erupted, Seongguk's voice cutting through the tension with a scathing, "Honte à vous. Shame on you," in their own elitist tongue. In that dramatic moment, Seongguk stood silhouetted, his eyes blazing a furious, menacing red, a silent but potent force that visibly shocked the rival mother. His glowing yellow eyes narrowed with intense fury, Seongguk's mind seethed, scornfully criticizing their shallow snobbery that hinged merely on a few French phrases. The rival mother's face, once haughty, contorted into a mask of pure terror, her wide eyes reflecting utter shock at Seongguk's unexpected, cutting retort. The rival mother's thoughts dripped with disdain, judging another as unpleasant and not on the same level as their elite circle. One rival mother's sneer echoed her thought that a family without a penny to their name, living off their child's face, was utterly pathetic. Seongguk, feeling the sting of their silent snickers, hunched his shoulders, his face burning with shame. Mi-jin, noticing his distress, looked at Seongguk with wide-eyed concern, asking what was wrong. His mother, oblivious to the barb, gently explained that the other moms were simply speaking French to share secrets, finding it fascinating. Bursting with fiercely misguided loyalty, Seongguk proudly declared his mother's French mastery, believing his knowledge could somehow protect her. A vivid memory from his past life surfaced, showing his former mother, fluent in French, a talent he deeply admired. He recalled the tender moments she taught him French literature, feeling a profound respect for her, a stark contrast to the shallow display before him. His fury erupted, echoing the very words of their disdain back at them, honte à vous. A cutting, shame on you. Seongguk's internal thoughts burned with indignation, questioning their shallow snobbery and expressing his deep disappointment in such behavior from a supposed mother. The rival mother froze in stunned silence, her composure utterly shattered by his unexpected retort. A ripple of shocked murmurs spread through the room as everyone questioned whether the child had truly just spoken French. Clearing her throat, the rival mother attempted to regain her dignity, dismissing his perfect French as merely a few words he must have picked up. But Seongguk, his voice sharp and clear, addressed her directly as ma'am, making her flinch involuntarily. The rival mother sputtered in exaggerated shock at being called ma'am, while Seongguk smirked, relishing his small victory. His rage intensified as he mentally tore into their hypocrisy, questioning the value of their French used only for gossip, and whether knowing it truly mattered. Seongguk's mother reacted with utter shock and growing worry, struggling to comprehend how her son could speak French. Pointing an accusatory finger, Seongguk declared his own honest and well-mannered parents 1,000 times better than those who used a half-baked foreign language to insult others. The two rival mothers, bewildered, confessed they hadn't fully understood the full force of Seongguk's biting words. His mother, now serious, asked where he learned French, to which Seongguk flippantly replied it simply clicked after watching a TV lecture. He panicked, blushing and sweating, as his mother pressed him on his use of mother, frantically explaining it away as a slip of the tongue or a momentary lapse of his human side. Though his mother accepted his explanation, her narrowed eyes revealed a deeper suspicion as she noted the utter flawlessness of his French. Despite her lingering doubt, Seongguk puffed out his chest, confidently affirming he learned the language entirely on his own. The rival mother, mortified, announced her departure, but her exit was halted by Kim Myung-hee. Kim Myung-hee sternly demanded an apology, causing the fleeing mother to stop dead in her tracks. Seongguk, unwavering, reiterated the demand for his mother, much to his own mother's surprise and dismay. Kim Myung-hee defiantly refused, questioning why she should apologize for words Seongguk's mother didn't even understand, but Seongguk sharply accused her of ugly bullying. His voice rising in a furious crescendo, Seongguk ordered Kim Myung-hee to give a proper apology, threatening even deeper disappointment if she refused. Kim Myung-hee scoffed in dark exasperation, clearly unwilling to truly yield. Though Kim Myung-hee offered a grudging apology, claiming thoughtlessness, and Seongguk's mother graciously accepted, he remained visibly disgusted by the insincerity. His mother tried to smoothly diffuse the lingering tension, but Seongguk silently fumed, believing simple kindness was not enough to address the injustice. As Kim Myung-hee clicked away, leaving the room, Seongguk called out to his mother, his dissatisfaction still evident. Suddenly, a sharp impact caused Seongguk to gasp in shock, startled by the unexpected force. Mi-jin, oblivious to the prior tension, excitedly praised Seongguk's French, pulling at his arm as he looked flustered. Seongguk internally questioned Mi-jin's cheerful obliviousness, even as she showered him with compliments, comparing his pronunciation to a prince from a French film. Another mother praised Seongguk's genius, and he, with feigned modesty, accepted the compliment, though his inner pride swelled. An aide urgently called Chairman Yang, his voice serious, reporting that something happened with Seongguk. Chairman Yang reacted with explosive disbelief, demanding confirmation that Seongguk had indeed spoken French. The aide joyfully confirmed Seongguk's flawless French, laughing as he revealed how it had exposed Kim Myung-hee's habit of gossiping in the language. Chairman Yang burst into uproarious laughter, finding immense amusement in Kim Myung-hee's dramatic comeuppance at Seongguk's hands. His laughter continued, but a flicker of doubt crossed Chairman Yang's mind, questioning if such open amusement was appropriate for a madam. With a contemplative exhale, Chairman Yang pressed the aide, questioning if Seongguk truly mastered French on his own, which the aide admitted was hard to believe. Chairman Yang reflected on the impossibility of a 5-year-old mastering both English and French, his expression growing serious. The aide, impressed, declared Seongguk a genius, citing his kindergarten IQ test result of 121. The voice, unseen but authoritative, acknowledged the IQ was low for his displayed skills, but still within the gifted range, ordering continuous monitoring of Seongguk. Chairman Yang then shifted the conversation to the study abroad preparations for Taeguk and Mijin, his tone all business. The aide confirmed they were contacting private schools, and Chairman Yang instructed him to secure an additional spot. Chairman Yang then commanded a passport be prepared for Seongguk, eliciting a shocked, "Chairman, you don't mean," from the aide. Chairman Yang clarified his intentions, stating that for now, Seongguk's involvement was limited to sponsorship. A powerful thought emerged: if they were to raise him, they must raise him properly. The Grand Mansion's doorbell chimed, signaling an important arrival. The ornate gates of the luxurious estate creaked open, revealing the entrance. A woman in uniform bowed deeply, offering a polite welcome to the arriving guest. The welcoming woman dramatically announced the arrival of Madame Kim Myung-hee, who made her entrance with impactful confidence. Kim Myung-hee greeted the director, who reciprocated with formal politeness, inviting her into the Grand Mansion. Kim Myung-hee stated her intention to observe Class A's curriculum, specifically concerned with Mijin's education. The director, with a knowing smile, correctly identified Jeon Seongguk as the new student Kim Myung-hee was likely curious about. Kim Myung-hee declared her need to personally assess Seongguk's worthiness to be near her daughter, and the director readily agreed as a door clicked open. The director informed Kim Myung-hee that it was Career Experience Day, featuring a special lecture by the renowned pianist, Jeon Seongguk. Complimenting Mijin's musical talent, the director expressed hope that Kim Myung-hee would also enjoy the performance. The director observed that the pianist's performance had already begun, with children gathered attentively. Both Kim Myung-hee and the director reacted with sudden, visible shock to what they were witnessing. In a vibrant, fantastical scene, Seongguk was revealed to be the one playing the piano, surrounded by sparkling cherry blossoms, stunning the onlookers. The unidentified woman's remark hung heavy in the air, a judgment Kim So-young nervously awaited. Amidst a cascade of shimmering musical notes and petals, a voice from somewhere beyond the dreamscape called out to the infant Seongguk, who played with otherworldly grace. Kim So-young's praise for Seongguk's artistic talent resonated in the room, but the unidentified woman's silence spoke volumes, her thoughts already calculating the implications. Her gaze hardened with a determined resolve, the woman muttered to herself about a child who truly seemed capable of anything. The unspoken disappointment of Jeon Jae-hyung, her husband, regarding Taeguk had always been clear, the heavy truth finally dawning on her. Taeguk, deemed too lacking to ever inherit Samjeon, sat dejected amidst scattered, failed tests, his average intelligence and lack of talent a constant source of quiet shame. Soon, even Chairman Jeon Jushin and Jeon Jae-hyung turned away from Taeguk, his inability to excel leading to a heartbreaking isolation that left him comforted only by his mother. Even as she clutched a weeping Taeguk, his mother fiercely believed everything would still be all right, holding on to a desperate, maternal hope. After all, Taeguk remained the sole biological son in Jeon Jae-hyung's family registry, the heir to Samjeon already decided by birthright alone. Her husband, Jeon Jae-hyung, held a triumphant vision of their son eventually owning Samjeon, an ambition that seemed destined to sparkle into reality. But that certain, carefully planned future for her son had been completely derailed, leaving her consumed by a silent, burning rage. The woman bitterly believed that child was responsible, while Seongguk, sparkling and happy, was already being showered with adoration and calls of his name. Seongguk, that was such a beautiful performance, another rival mother gushed, her words echoing the immense impression the young prodigy had left on the adults present. The unidentified male adult, astonished, leaned closer to Seongguk, asking if he truly had never taken separate piano lessons. Seongguk's thoughts drifted to his past life, where he had mastered the piano, but in this life, he hadn't yet touched a key. The male adult's amazement grew, questioning if Seongguk's innate talent could truly rival even the renowned pianist Jo Seon-won. With a decisive click, the unidentified woman, flanked by the father and Taeguk, requested a private discussion, the tension in her voice palpable. The door clicked shut with a thud, sealing away the conversation within. The principal, with a gentle smile, prepared to introduce an important guest to the clearly surprised teacher. Then came the formal introduction, Madame Kim Myung-hee, the lady of Samjeon Corporation, her name carrying an imposing weight that filled the room. The pianist, Jo Seon-won, bowed deeply, his introduction laced with a nervous politeness in the formidable presence of Kim Myung-hee and the principal. He extended his gratitude for Samjeon's concert sponsorship, then, unable to contain his curiosity, directly asked Kim Myung-hee for her opinion on Seongguk. Kim Myung-hee acknowledged the performance as quite extraordinary, a sentiment the pianist enthusiastically echoed with obvious excitement. Seongguk's untaught brilliance surprised Kim Myung-hee, but for the pianist, it evoked a deep nostalgia, reminding him of his own gifted childhood. No. I consider him a prodigy, the pianist declared emphatically, a statement that astonished the principal while Kim Myung-hee listened with a chilling intensity. After a pause, Kim Myung-hee abruptly asked, how about Mijin, catching the pianist completely by surprise. The pianist's casual suggestion that Mijin continue piano merely as cultural education ignited a dark fury within Kim Myung-hee, visibly shocking the principal. Cultural level, you mean, Kim Myung-hee repeated with icy disdain, as the principal desperately tried to cover for the utterly confused pianist. She reflected bitterly, a shadow crossing her face, that neither her son nor daughter could ever truly measure up to Jeon Seongguk. But a cunning smirk crept onto her face as she realized this unexpected turn of events had, in fact, worked perfectly to her advantage. For Jeon Jae-hyung, an old-fashioned man, believed emotional artists could never be true business leaders, a fact that made the principal's sudden reveal of Mi Jin's identity to a shocked pianist all the more critical. Despite his charming artistic display, a child who showed such talent in the arts would immediately lose Jeon Jae-hyung's interest, forever disqualified as successor material. Kim Myung-hee acknowledged that talent in the arts is indeed important, her subtle smile hinting at a deeper, more calculated intention. Shouldn't we all help the child's talent bloom? Kim Myung-hee suggested, then, ignoring the pianist's unsure agreement and the principal's concern, she unveiled her true proposal. Seongguk dramatically flopped onto the floor, announcing his return home with a tired groan. "What's all this?" Kim So-young exclaimed, her initial query about kindergarten forgotten as she gasped at the sudden appearance of a new children's piano. Seongguk, still oblivious to the machinations behind the scenes, innocently reported that the kindergarten would now teach piano properly, and Jo Seon-won himself would provide weekly lessons. Kim So-young's eyes widened in stunned awe, realizing that Jo Seon-won was none other than the illustrious, TV-famous pianist himself. As Kim So-young marveled at the high-class kindergarten's educational scale, Seongguk smugly thought he was already accustomed to people recognizing his extraordinary talent. Despite finding the situation unusual, the principal and the pianist eagerly agreed to work tirelessly to ensure Seongguk would become a world-class pianist. Seongguk looked up, a soft glow around him, contemplating the very idea of becoming a pianist, a path thrust upon him without his consent. He remembered playing the piano perfectly in his past life, even receiving offers to become a professional, but choosing to keep it at a hobby level. His past life's immense business responsibilities still weighed on him, and with a tired thud, Seongguk flopped onto the floor, utterly exhausted. Seongguk cheerfully decided he would learn the piano since it was free, but inwardly vowed that in this life too, he would never become a professional pianist. For Seongguk knew he had a far grander dream to achieve, envisioning his future self confidently ruling over a shimmering city of wealth and enterprise. He chuckled smugly, pondering the burden of his own excellence, for everyone around him seemed determined to dictate his career path, proving that being a genius isn't easy either. Suddenly, his younger brother, Jeon Mingguk, piped up innocently, asking what exactly a career path was. "Hyung is busy right now," Seongguk said, pushing Mingguk away with an annoyed groan, telling him to play by himself. Mingguk, however, burst into a wailing tantrum, vehemently declaring his only desire was to play with his Hyung. Kim So-young intervened, gently urging Seongguk to play with his brother, who had waited all day for him, much to Seongguk's annoyance. With a sigh, Seongguk reluctantly agreed to play, just for a moment, and Mingguk instantly brightened, giggling with pure delight. "A career path," Seongguk began to explain as Mingguk repeated his question, "is deciding what you'll become in the future." Seongguk encouraged Mingguk to consider how he would earn his keep, and Mingguk, with stars in his eyes, enthusiastically declared he wanted to be great, just like his Hyung. "Like me?" Seongguk asked, genuinely surprised, and Mingguk nodded vigorously, confirming his desire to be exactly like his older brother. Mingguk, brimming with energy, insisted he had watched his Hyung work hard and could do it too, making Seongguk pause in thoughtful surprise. Seongguk observed Mingguk, a new thought sparking in his mind, perhaps this kid wasn't such a bad prospect after all. Hyung, Mingguk cooed charmingly, prompting Seongguk to muse that his younger brother possessed far more natural cuteness than he ever did. Suddenly, Seongguk exclaimed, "Wait," a sound that instantly confused his younger brother. His eyes wide with sudden realization, Seongguk knew he had to find the commercial script manager Kim had given him. With a triumphant flourish, the script for the Samjeon and Just commercial film was found. Seongguk grinned mischievously, clutching the script as he called out to Mingguk. "Want to try script play with this Hyung?" he offered, a proposition that filled Mingguk's eyes with surprised wonder. Seongguk's cheerful call echoed through the autumn air, marking his familiar return home. His mother's warm voice, filled with gentle anticipation, welcomed him back from a day she imagined was typical for a kindergartner. His mother watched, a soft surprise blooming on her face, as Mingguk eagerly presented his finished homework, earning a rare, approving, "good job" from his older brother. His mother mused at Seongguk's newfound attentiveness towards Mingguk, unaware of the calculating thought that flickered in his mind, "This kid seems worth raising." "Raising?" his mother echoed, her brow furrowed in innocent confusion, as Seongguk simply told her to wait. In a flash of mischievous fantasy, Seongguk's mind illuminated with a grand scheme. If he trained Mingguk just a little more, he could make a fortune with this unsuspecting child. With the precision of a seasoned director, Seongguk proposed practicing facial expressions, and Mingguk eagerly agreed, blissfully unaware of the true objective. Their mother's voice, laced with expectation, signaled an imminent arrival that left the two brothers utterly bewildered. A polite greeting cut through the air, immediately followed by his father's startled exclamation as Secretary Yang made his unexpected appearance. Secretary Yang politely wondered if he had intruded too soon, but Seongguk's mother reassured him that only a quick change for the children was needed. With a bright, almost magical effervescence, his mother announced the special dinner plans with Secretary Yang at his father's restaurant. Secretary Yang's voice cut through the air, prompting them to depart. The car engine rumbled to life, carrying them through the bustling city streets. Mingguk's exhilaration exploded in a flurry of sparkles, causing his mother to gently scold him to sit still. As Mingguk's incessant chatter filled the car, Seongguk found his adult patience tested, thinking, that kid. A quiet click, then a melody resonated, drawing Seongguk's surprised attention. Secretary Yang's voice held a note of cultivated surprise, recognizing Chopin's Raindrop Prelude and feigning amazement that Seongguk knew it. Seongguk's simple query about classical music was met with Secretary Yang's carefully crafted reply, admitting he had played it specifically because of rumors about Seongguk's piano interest. His smile barely concealed his cunning as Secretary Yang pressed the point, asking if the rumors of Seongguk becoming a pianist were true, his words heavy with implication. Seongguk's composure shattered, his mind reeling from the direct, unexpected question. A maelstrom of anxious thoughts swirled through Seongguk's mind, confirming his suspicion that there was indeed something significant, and potentially manipulative, behind this sudden interest in his piano education. A silent, internal no echoed through his thoughts. He found it increasingly peculiar how consistently his teachers pushed him towards a career as a pianist. With radiating conviction, Seongguk declared his true ambition, firmly stating he would become a businessman. Secretary Yang's response was a polite, almost dismissive, really, subtly probing the depth of Seongguk's declaration. As the city sparkled outside, Secretary Yang privately mused that someone important would undoubtedly be relieved by Seongguk's chosen path. From off-panel, Seongguk loudly proclaimed their arrival at Uncle One's Boss Sam, specifically the Jeonnyo branch's specialty. The extra-large garlic Boss Sam arrived, gleaming with an almost magical allure, and Seongguk announced its delicious presence with gleeful anticipation. A chorus of delighted cheers erupted around the table as his father, beaming with quiet pride, observed the family's joyous reaction to his cooking. A profound gulp preceded Seongguk's blissful declaration, describing the Bossam's juicy, chewy texture and the rich garlic sauce with an almost magical, sparkling delight. Between hearty mouthfuls, Seongguk showered his father with a compliment, asking if his cooking had somehow improved even further. Secretary Yang added his own warm praise, and Seongguk's father, radiating pleasure, expressed his contentment that the meal suited their taste. Secretary Yang conveyed his gratitude for the meal, and Seongguk's father, in turn, offered a hearty welcome, emphasizing that he was always invited. But the pleasantries evaporated as Secretary Yang pivoted, his gaze sharp with curiosity, and reminded Seongguk's father of an important matter he had promised to reveal, which was met with profound, nervous silence. All attention pivoted to Seongguk, whose innocent confusion bloomed in a flurry of floating question marks. With a calculated flourish, Secretary Yang dropped a bombshell, a proposal for Seongguk to study abroad in America, eliciting a silent, electric shock that rippled through the entire family. His father stammered in disbelief, barely comprehending the immense scale of the America study abroad, as Secretary Yang calmly explained the chairman's desire for Seongguk to accompany his own children. Secretary Yang's words about Seongguk deserving bigger waters hung heavy in the air, leaving his mother visibly uneasy and unable to form a coherent response. His mother's voice, tight with apprehension, asked the critical question of duration, to which Secretary Yang, with a calculated gravity, outlined a multi-year plan involving gifted education and private schooling. The revelation that Seongguk would be gone for 2 or 3 years struck his parents like an electric current, their faces contorting in a shared moment of visceral, absolute shock. His mother's voice trembled with the enormity of sending a 5-year-old away for so long, while Mingguk's heart-wrenching wail of, "Where is Hyung going?" ripped through the room. Secretary Yang's nervous reassurances were abruptly cut short by Seongguk's visceral, defiant scream, "I don't want to." Mingguk's heart-wrenching sobs exploded into a desperate plea, his small voice breaking as he cried out that his Hyung must stay with him. His mother tried to soothe him, but Mingguk clung to her, his small body racked with sobs as he repeatedly insisted that his Hyung could not go away. Even his father's exasperated command to stop crying couldn't stem the flow of Mingguk's anguish. With a glowing, resolute certainty that filled the room, Seongguk declared to Mingguk, and to everyone, that his Hyung was not going anywhere. Secretary Yang's angry voice cut through Seongguk's thoughts, accusing him of bringing up an annoying matter. In a flash of memory, Seongguk scoffed at the idea of studying abroad in America. He had already experienced plenty of that in his past life, from San Francisco to New York. His mind raced, understanding that any more support would only deepen his entanglement in Samjeon's imposing shadow, making escape in the future nearly impossible. Most importantly, Seongguk's resolve solidified, he had crucial, urgent tasks that demanded his immediate presence in Korea. Both Secretary Yang and his father responded with open skepticism, sarcastically wondering what things to do a child his age could possibly have beyond kindergarten. Seongguk huffed in annoyance, a silent, knowing thought confirming that no one around him truly understood his secret intentions. A stark, urgent truth pulsed through the narrative. Only 2 years remained until the devastating IMF crisis. He resolved to prepare diligently for December 1997, planning to debut Mingguk as a child actor to secure crucial cash, envisioning his little brother as a flourishing money tree. Every moment was precious. He needed to diligently gather stock and real estate assets, utilizing his father and SKJ, to protect everyone from the IMF crisis. Seongguk calmly articulated his refusal, claiming a deep desire to stay with his parents and citing numerous tasks in Korea, a statement so profoundly touching it brought his father to tears. Secretary Yang made a final, insistent appeal, highlighting the unparalleled opportunity, but Seongguk's mother, though grateful, responded with a quiet finality that signaled their refusal. His mother acknowledged the immense scale of the opportunity offered, her polite smile unwavering. His mother finally voiced her decision, stating the profound difficulty of sending their young son away for years, a truth underscored by Mingguk's tearful plea and Seongguk's firm reiteration that he was not going. A heavy silence fell, then Secretary Yang, with a look of quiet disappointment, simply stated, "I understand." Secretary Yang attempted to soften the blow, suggesting they consider the study abroad more gradually, but Seongguk, with vibrant and unyielding conviction, simply repeated, "I won't go." As winter's serene chill descended and time began to pass, Secretary Yang's parting words invited them to reconsider the offer should their minds change. February 1996 dawned, the subtle, rhythmic tap of time marching steadily forward. With a sharp, focused glint in his eye behind his glasses, Seongguk articulated his next, deliberate move, "Well then." In a dramatic, spotlighted setting, Seongguk, brimming with an almost predatory excitement, asked if they were ready, to which Mingguk responded with an exuberant "woo," as their new venture began. The previous holiday season had been a whirlwind of activity, a packed calendar of obligations and strategic maneuvers. Even his kindergarten days were not free from the relentless pursuit of others, as Kang Juzong and Kim Hyunjung declared their intent to mold him into a pianist or claim him as their own, prompting Seongguk's inner child to flee from these perceived lunatics. His parents, in their own optimistic bubble, eagerly discussed which stocks and real estate were wise investments, their hopeful whispers creating a buoyant, dreamlike aura around the cherubic Seongguk. And amidst all the chaos and planning, the most crucial project of all was raising Mingguk, who now burst forth with a celebratory flourish, exuding pure, unbridled excitement. Perhaps it was Seongguk's tireless tutelage, but Mingguk blossomed faster than anyone could have predicted, eliciting an enthusiastic, "Yes, that's the face," from his older brother as Mingguk offered a shy, bashful expression. On New Year's Day, at his birthday party, Mingguk delivered a bombshell that reshaped their future. "I, Jeon Mingguk. I want to be a cool actor like my big brother." The declaration left their aunt Kim So-young, their mother, and their father utterly stunned, signaling a dramatic shift in their family's trajectory. After much discussion, the day finally arrived, Mingguk's very first audition for the 17th MVC Child Actor Open Audition, a moment of profound anticipation for both brothers. Seongguk, brimming with confidence, asked if his little brother was ready, and Mingguk, with an enthusiastic salute, confirmed his readiness. With an excited shout, Mingguk rushed forward into the audition hall, his mother and aunt following, a ripple of cheerful energy accompanying their hopeful journey. Their aunt, Kim So-young, chuckled softly, wondering at the children's boundless enthusiasm, while their mother offered a subtle, knowing smile. Despite her gratitude for the opportunity, Kim So-young couldn't help but feel a tremor of worry, knowing the immense pressures of child acting. A dark premonition flickered in her mind, a glimpse into the grim, unforgiving world of past struggles, making her question if Mingguk could truly endure such a path. His mother, sensing her unease, offered a soft smile and a gentle reassurance that everything would be fine. She reminded Kim So-young that it was just an audition, and more importantly, it was hosted by someone they already knew, tempering her anxieties. A sense of quiet optimism settled as the gleaming MVC building stood before them, a symbol of hope under the clear, sparkling sky. Inside, the audition director's voice boomed with joyful recognition, calling out Seongguk's name with an almost glowing enthusiasm. Seongguk, his heart swelling with surprise and elation, shouted, "Bro, back," a genuine connection sparking between them. The audition director embraced Seongguk tightly, a warm, long-awaited reunion at the 5th MVC Child Actor Open Audition, filling the room with affectionate energy. Then, a sharp, decisive tap, and Kim So-young's voice cut through the warmth, reminding Seongguk that his casual address was rude. Kim So-young chastised Seongguk for his familiarity, insisting he addressed the director formally, which left the boy utterly mortified. The audition director, however, laughed it off, confessing that hearing the formal title again felt surprisingly pleasant after so long. Kim So-young then shifted the conversation, expressing her genuine surprise at the scale of the event the director was now overseeing. With a broad, joyful smile, the audition director credited all the success to Seongguk, acknowledging his pivotal role. He explained that Seongguk's previous project, Just Baby, had captured the attention of MVC's higher-ups, leading to his appointment to lead this significant audition. The director playfully admitted that upon learning of Seongguk's arrival, he had almost scrapped the current audition plans to focus on a Just Baby 2 project instead. But Seongguk, with a confident smirk, swiftly gestured to his brother, declaring that the true star of today was not him, but someone else. Jeon Seongguk, he proclaimed, and Seongguk, swelling with pride, enthusiastically echoed, "I'm Jeon Seongguk." The audition director observed Seongguk with a thoughtful, soft smile, complimenting the boy's growth and his remarkably bright eyes. Seongguk, beaming with pure delight, enthusiastically affirmed the compliment, declaring, "That's right, Seongguk is bright-eyed." A comforting pat on Seongguk's head accompanied Seongguk's internal reflection that he had always believed in his brother's potential. The audition director, bending down with an encouraging smile, invited Seongguk to perform, and the boy, brimming with self-assurance, confidently agreed. Seongguk, watching his brother with a strategic gleam in his eye, internally applauded Seongguk's natural stage presence, believing this was how to truly captivate an audience. As he mused on his strategy, a sudden, jarring sensation of surprise washed over Seongguk. His eyes fixated on a familiar figure, a person he sensed he had encountered before. A flash of memory, cold and stark, jolted Seongguk as he recalled an intensely shouting rival mother, a past confrontation that had left Kim So-young visibly shaken. The memory deepened into a disturbing image of rival mother aggressively grabbing another woman's arm, the raw tension of the past still palpable. The pieces clicked into place, and Seongguk recognized her as the snotty madam from Deokpung paper, and her son, Jae-hee, their shadowy figures resurfacing from his past. A stark, impactful realization struck Seongguk, his eyes momentarily glowing with a fierce, almost otherworldly intensity. As rival mother confidently approached, Seongguk, filled with a mix of surprise and confusion, wondered why she was heading their way, while Kim So-young looked on with trepidation. Rival mother addressed them, and Kim So-young, her expression cautious, politely responded to the unexpected interruption. Then, a dramatic tension settled between them as rival mother's intense gaze met Kim So-young's shocked recognition, hinting at a shared, unsettling past. Kim So-young braced herself, warning rival mother against repeating past behavior, only to be met with a sudden, bewildering apology. Utter disbelief widened Kim So-young's eye as the unexpected apology hung in the air. Rival mother, bathed in a soft, glowing light, expressed profound remorse for her past arrogance, wishing to apologize sincerely to them both, which left both Kim So-young and Seongguk utterly stunned. Kim So-young, still disoriented, hesitantly addressed the woman, who, bowing deeply, insisted her reflection was genuine and that such behavior would never happen again. With a final, contrite bow, rival mother turned and walked away, leaving Kim So-young and Seongguk in a state of lingering confusion at her inexplicable transformation. Seongguk, utterly perplexed, voiced his bewildered question, sharing Kim So-young's disoriented state as question marks filled their minds. A wave of shock and disbelief radiated through the air, emphasizing the profound mystery of the woman's change. A sudden, sharp gasp escaped Seongguk as an ominous thought materialized, the old saying about sudden changes often preceding an end. His dark musings about rival mother's potential fate were abruptly interrupted by an audition staff member calling out to him and his aunt. The audition staff member greeted Seongguk cheerfully, addressing him warmly as assistant director, a title that surprised him. The staff member began to guide them, but Seongguk, too caught up in his thoughts, excitedly interrupted, pointing emphatically at the woman who had just left. He urgently pointed out rival mother and her son, his focus still intensely on her unexplained transformation. The audition staff member recognized her as the madam from Deokpung paper, and her son, just as Jae-hee playfully darted past, filled with excited energy. A gasp of surprise escaped the staff member as she suddenly recalled that nasty incident from the past, the memory casting a brief shadow over her face. Seongguk vehemently defended rival mother, rejecting any suggestion of discomfort, insisting she was a completely different person and had offered a sincere apology. Kim So-young expressed her worry about rival mother's pale appearance, wondering if something terrible had befallen her, to which the audition staff member gravely confirmed that something indeed had. The audition staff member lowered her gaze, her voice dropping as she began to relay a somber rumor. The whispered secret sent a profound shock through Seongguk, his eyes widening in horror as Kim So-young and the staff member shared his distress. A dawning, horrifying realization propelled Seongguk forward, his initial surprise quickly shifting to urgent alarm. He rushed towards Jae-hee, his voice filled with a desperate urgency as he called out both his own name and the boy's, a sense of impending revelation hanging in the air. Tearful and distressed, Jae-hee looked up at Seongguk, his eyes filled with sorrow and desperation as he quietly pleaded for help. Seongguk reflected on the stunning transformation of the bratty madam into a completely different person, a change so profound it still resonated with him. A raw sob escaped little Jae-hee as he called out Seongguk's name, his tiny voice cracking with the unbearable weight of his sorrow. "Help me," Jae-hee pleaded, the words heavy with the pain of a child abandoned, revealing how his own father had cast aside both him and his mother. Jae-hee's tearful tale began to unfold, painting a devastating picture of loss and betrayal. The chairman of Deokpung paper, Jae-hee's own father, had fallen into an illicit affair, losing himself completely to the allure of a younger woman. He showered his mistress with a glittering cascade of money and jewels, a desperate attempt to buy affection as his grip on reality slipped away. In a final, brutal act of abandonment, Jae-hee's father cast his wife out into the street with nothing, spitting venomous words that echoed his utter contempt. Even as she tried to reclaim some dignity, her distraught plea was drowned out by the storm of her husband's cruelty, leaving her kneeling, stripped of everything. Little Jae-hee's heartbroken cries ripped through the air, a desperate plea for his mother not to abandon him as his father and his mistress watched on, unmoved. "I simply missed my mom too much," Jae-hee confided, explaining how his longing had led him to follow her path. Jae-hee's mother despaired, wondering what path lay ahead for them, as a man confirmed that the chilling rumors about their destitution were all too true. A single tear traced a path down Jae-hee's cheek as he confessed his desperate wish to become an actor and rescue his mother, only to be crushed by the fear that he was failing. Jae-hee's plea for help hung heavy in the air, but Seongguk merely exhaled, a sly smile hinting at the shrewd calculation already forming in his mind. Deep down, Seongguk felt the bratty madam was only getting what she deserved, leaving no room for pity as her past cruel words echoed in his mind. But as Seongguk glanced sideways, a flicker of something new ignited within his pragmatic heart. A single thought pierced through his detachment: the child's desperate plight was not his fault, and the ethereal innocence of Jae-hee's tears shimmered in Seongguk's vision. A sudden, urgent cry of "Assistant Director" from Seongguk jolted the staff member, who responded with a startled "yes." Seongguk demanded Jae-hee's audition number, his directness making the staff member nervously stammer for an answer. The staff confirmed Mingguk would be up soon, placing Jae-hee's turn 2 after that, and Seongguk's simple "good" revealed his growing resolve. With a cheerful "let's go, Jae-hee," Seongguk decisively pulled the boy forward, his quick footsteps surprising Jae-hee's mother. Jae-hee's mother cried out in surprise and mounting concern as her son was swiftly pulled away. Jae-hee's mother frantically demanded to know where he was going, but before he could properly answer, Seongguk sharply commanded him to look ahead. "You must look forward now, not at your mother," Seongguk declared with radiating resolve, "for only by landing this role will you truly be able to help her." Seongguk then pointed to a child across the room, urging Jae-hee to pay close attention. "That's my little brother, Jeon Mingguk," Seongguk revealed, just as the audition staff called for Mingguk's camera test, which he met with an enthusiastic "okay." Seongguk, with a smirk of confidence, boasted of his tutelage over Mingguk, instructing Jae-hee to watch and simply copy his brother's every move. He emphasized Mingguk's natural ability to captivate the camera, from the subtle way his eyes tracked the lens to the fluidity of his movements. Even Mingguk's bright, cute expressions radiated a powerful charm that drew out delighted squeals from the observers. "Excellent, Mingguk," the audition staff exclaimed, his praise met with cheers as Mingguk stood proudly, basking in the validation. As the staff declared Mingguk the best, Seongguk turned to Jae-hee, triumphantly pointing out that such a performance elicited precisely this kind of powerful reaction. Jae-hee stammered, grappling with his words, but Seongguk cut through his hesitation, acknowledging that his previous acting had, in fact, been quite good. "Well," Jae-hee finally confessed, his voice barely a whisper, "I'm scared of the camera." Seongguk, with unexpected empathy, suggested Jae-hee imagine the camera as his mother's loving eyes, a concept that immediately surprised the boy. "Perform as if you're only performing for your mom," Seongguk urged, just as the audition staff's voice cut through, calling out for Park Dong-hyun and the next aspiring actors to get ready. Then came the call, "Kim Jae-hee," and the sound of Jae-hee's fists clenching betrayed his mounting nerves. In that moment, Jae-hee's eyes widened, a flicker of fierce determination replacing his fear. "I'll try," Jae-hee declared, his voice filled with newfound resolve, earning an approving smirk from Seongguk. Light footsteps heralded Mingguk's cheerful arrival as he eagerly asked his big brother how he'd done, proudly proclaiming he'd given his very best. Yeah, you did great," Seongguk said with a tender pat on Mingguk's head, eliciting a shy, happy chuckle from his brother. A startled, "huh," escaped Jae-hee as something unexpected caught his eye. As Jae-hee performed with newfound confidence, sparkling under the stage lights, Seongguk mused internally, "Who's that kid? He's good." A satisfied smirk touched Seongguk's lips as he muttered, "with this, his plan nearing its successful conclusion." Seongguk felt a quiet satisfaction, knowing he had finally repaid the unspoken debt from the last audition. With a decisive tap, the audition staff posted the results, building suspense as he began to announce, "The winner of this audition is Jeon Mingguk," the staff shouted, his words unleashing a wave of cheers and excited sounds as Mingguk rushed to embrace his brother in shared triumph. The staff then continued, building anticipation for the next announcement, and as the submodel. Kim Jae-hee has been chosen, the staff declared, and Jae-hee's mother cried, finally, as they collapsed into a tearful, joyful embrace. A collective cheer of relief swept through the room, and Seongguk watched with a satisfied smirk, grateful that everything had worked out perfectly. Good job, Minguk. Seongguk praised, feeling content that he had not only cleared an old debt but also secured a job for his own brother. Even as Seongguk was just beginning to launch his new business ventures, the winner's prize offered a lucrative path, a modeling contract for a major corporate commercial and support for TV collaborations. Ah, everything turned out perfectly. Seongguk thought, his eyes glowing red with mischievous intent as he told his bewildered brother, earn well, my brother, with a low, evil chuckle. Now, all that's left, Seongguk mused, a humming sound escaping him, is to quit kindergarten as soon as possible, before Jae-hee's mother's voice cut through his thoughts, calling his name and Minguk's. Congratulations. Secretary Yang announced, his sudden appearance startling Seongguk, who then wondered about the unfamiliar older man accompanying him. Secretary Yang smoothly complimented Minguk's innate talent, but Jae-hee's mother, still surprised, pressed him to reveal the true reason for his unexpected visit. Secretary Yang explained that he had heard about Minguk's audition, but paused, indicating there was something even more important he needed to address. Secretary Yang then gestured towards the glowing figure of film director Kim Jae-gyu, announcing that this gentleman had something significant to say. Who are you? Seongguk asked, his curiosity piqued, as the man simply offered a polite greeting. I'm film director Kim Jae-gyu, the man stated, and the name alone sent a jolt of shock through Seongguk. Seongguk's mind reeled as he recognized the director's name, realizing this was the famed mind behind Mozart Virus and thorough others, and wondering why such an esteemed figure would be present. I was able to watch today's audition thanks to director Kwak, film director Kim Jae-gyu explained, before cutting straight to his main point. I'd like to cast Minguk as the child villain in my new drama. Director Kim Jae-gyu declared, his words hitting Seongguk and Minguk with an astounding shock. Director Kim Jae-gyu chuckled, asking if the wonderful news was worth considering, just before Secretary Yang stepped in to add, and I also have news for Seongguk, Secretary Yang announced, his hand smoothly sliding a mysterious card towards him. This, Seongguk gasped, his voice trailing off in shock as he realized the card was a boarding pass for a flight from Seoul's Gimpo Airport straight to Los Angeles. The chairman's pulse quickened as he turned the page, murmuring about a tale of last love in the document before him. It painted a vivid vision, a widow, striving to raise her young boy, finding solace and love in the embrace of a dependable younger man. A slight smile touched his father's lips as he deemed the story not bad. And Minguk, though pouting in his grand chair, seemed the perfect fit for such a role. A gasp escaped Seongguk as a wave of shock washed over him, demanding to know how anyone could possibly know that. Just last week, Minguk had received an offer from none other than the famed film director Kim Jae-gyu himself, his image glowing with a sense of destiny. After that, everything had accelerated into a sparkling whirlwind of script readings, cast meetings, test shoots, and acting lessons, with even his mother doting on Minguk. The contract itself was now signed, sealing Minguk's fate as a child actor, as Seongguk peered over the table, quietly observing the turning point. Joy erupted around them, a cacophony of celebratory cheers for Minguk's debut as a child actor, with his mother embracing both sons. Seongguk chuckled warmly, feeling his mother's deep pride, until a sudden interruption made him pause. A wide, unexpected grin spread across Secretary Yang's face as he waved a cheerful hello to Seongguk. Seongguk's pleasant mood shattered, his eyes widening in annoyed shock as Secretary Yang pointedly reminded him of his own pressing business. Secretary Yang bowed, revealing the chairman's personal summons, the boarding pass he had given Seongguk earlier now taking on new significance, leaving the young boy speechless. The thought of a private meeting filled Seongguk with a familiar dread, and his attempts to politely decline were met with the unwavering insistence that the chairman specifically wanted him. Secretary Yang's wide smile only amplified the pressure, promising to accommodate any schedule, even offering personal pickup, as Seongguk grimaced in utter distress. With a heavy sigh, Seongguk's arm moved, a silent admission of defeat. The boarding pass felt heavy in his hand, a stark reminder that this inescapable meeting was now a foregone conclusion. Holding the boarding pass out, Seongguk tried to give it back, his expression a mix of surprise and determination. He locked eyes with his father, directly accusing him of orchestrating this entire charade simply to send him abroad. His father merely smirked, his casual words confirming he had already anticipated Seongguk's refusal. A primal growl erupted from Seongguk as he lashed out, declaring his utter loathing for such opportunities, a sentiment deeply rooted in the torments of his last life. Still slightly embarrassed by his outburst, Seongguk formally declined, only for his father's voice to cut through, suggesting a different purpose for the trip entirely. With a subtle smile, his father gestured to Secretary Yang, who quickly presented a clipboard, leaving Seongguk utterly perplexed. Secretary Yang beamed, offering the clipboard to a completely bewildered Seongguk. Seongguk's eyes widened, a blush rising to his cheeks as the contents of the clipboard sent a jolt of surprise through him. The document unveiled a Samjeon Kindergarten Field Trip and Overseas Exploration Program, the words, overseas exploration, resonating with unexpected weight. His father, a knowing smile playing on his lips, explained that Samjeon Kindergarten routinely organized various field trips, with the overseas program being a regular feature. A frustrated groan escaped Seongguk, his fists clenching tight as he realized the full extent of his relentless old man father's machinations. 3 weeks in the U.S. His father's fingers tapped rhythmically on the table, dismissing all of Seongguk's carefully crafted excuses as unconvincing. He sternly declared that Seongguk would go, asserting that while study abroad plans could be delayed, skipping a kindergarten program was entirely out of the question. A somber silence fell over Seongguk as confusion and a touch of sadness clouded his young face. Finally, Seongguk broke the silence, his gaze fixed on his serious father, asking why he was so determined to send him overseas. His father's gaze, veiled by reflected light, only offered a cryptic, "Who knows?" The revelation that his own mother had harbored similar suspicions sent a fresh wave of shock through Seongguk. His father's subtle smirk and narrowed eyes, cast in a dark, red hue, spoke of ridiculous suspicions, igniting a silent fury in Seongguk who desperately wanted him to just spit it out. Back then, his mother had raged, her body glowing with indignation, demanding if Seongguk was truly his son. Her voice cracking with fury, she accused him of plotting to cast aside Taeguk and hand Samjeon over to Seongguk instead. His father, hands clasped thoughtfully, finally revealed his true motive: he simply wanted to test Seongguk's potential. Seongguk's eyes widened, a blush rising as he processed the unexpected, yet compelling, honesty of his father's words. As his father explained the value of experiencing America's society and economy firsthand, Seongguk's mind clicked, recognizing the immense benefit awaiting him. His father's reasoning was undeniably sound, a truth so clear it reflected in Seongguk's very eye. Seongguk's thoughts raced to the looming IMF crisis of 1997, knowing he needed to grasp U.S. trends to prepare for the inevitable economic collapse that would force Korea to accept a massive bailout. He recalled America's undeniable leadership in orchestrating Korea's market opening and driving its economic reforms during that turbulent period. The U.S. Deputy Treasury Secretary had even been dispatched to Korea, directly overseeing the bailout process alongside the IMF. Under U.S. leadership, Korea's economy had been brutally exposed, foreign investors pouring in to snatch up companies and stocks for mere pocket change, leaving countless businesses bankrupt and workers unemployed. The stark silhouettes of the unemployed stood as monuments to the hardship and struggle that followed. Seongguk's face hardened, contemplating the devastating result of that crisis. His fist glowed with an inner resolve, his unyielding plan to gather capital to protect what he could. He envisioned himself as a fierce protector, growling at the monstrous threats to his companies, demanding them to "don't come any closer." But a new thought began to brew: what if going to the U.S. offered an entirely different, powerful opportunity? Instead of merely panicking from Korea, Seongguk realized the solution might lie in the U.S. itself, and with newfound zeal, he declared, "All right, I'll go." His father hummed thoughtfully, a smirk playing on his lips at Seongguk's sudden, eager change of heart. He gave his approval, telling Seongguk to seize every opportunity in America and bring back a wealth of experience for the family's empire. 1 month later, with a whooshing roar, the airplane ascended into the vast blue, carrying Seongguk towards his American adventure. From below, Jeon Seongguk waved a tearful farewell, while Seongguk, looking utterly distressed, was carried away, unable to answer his younger brother's pleas. The teacher's cheerful voice guided the Class A children to board, reminding them that their seat numbers were on their tickets. Seongguk shuffled down the aisle, a slight confusion on his face as the teacher calmly directed each child one by one. He looked down at his ticket, curious to find his assigned seat. The teacher's wide smile held a hint of mystery as she informed Seongguk that his seat was separate and an attendant would personally guide him, leaving him utterly bewildered. A swirl of question marks surrounded Seongguk as he watched the attendant walk away, wondering why he was being led somewhere alone. A soft thud echoed as Seongguk plopped into the plush seat, his face flushing with utter disbelief. He was in first class. He looked around the opulent, empty cabin, wondering why he was the only one there, until a voice from nearby simply stated, "You're here." A jolt of pure shock coursed through Seongguk, his eyes widening to impossible saucers. His jaw dropped, a gasp escaping him as he whispered, "Father," in utter disbelief. For it was his day, a vibrant celebration marking his birthday, filled with unexpected joy and wonder. Seongguk's mind reeled as the opulent surroundings clicked into place, understanding with a jolt why he alone had been granted such a luxurious seat. A wave of utter shock washed over Seongguk, his voice catching in his throat as his father, gleaming with an almost otherworldly calm, invited him in. Seongguk's disbelief erupted. Why was the chairman here, on his flight to America, on what his father casually dismissed as merely a business trip? The sheer audacity of his father's pleasant coincidence left Seongguk stammering, his internal alarm bells blaring with overwhelming distress. But Seongguk's indignant outburst was swallowed by the sudden surge of the engines as the plane soared into the bright, boundless sky. The aircraft continued its majestic ascent, carving a path through the vast, sun-drenched expanse of the heavens. An uncomfortable silence settled between them, broken only by the rhythmic hum of the plane as Seongguk stubbornly turned away from his unyielding father. The sheer prospect of 10 agonizing hours trapped beside his father sent a wave of nausea through Seongguk, making him utterly sick to his stomach. When Seongguk timidly suggested returning to his original seat, his father feigned a look of deep regret. "Something nice?" Seongguk's eyes instantly gleamed with avarice, his mind racing to imagine vast sums of money or invaluable investment secrets. His father then added a subtle sting, mentioning the item was originally for Taeguk, making Seongguk blush with a surge of hopeful excitement. With a soft pop, his father presented not a treasure, but a children's book titled, American Society and Economy for Children. Both father and son found themselves in a sudden, synchronized state of dismay, the question hanging heavy between them. The quiet dismay shattered as Seongguk exploded in a furious shriek, his fangs bared in utter indignation. He bitterly declared that even money would elicit a complaint, let alone a mere picture book, and dramatically turned away as if to storm off. But then, a sudden realization sparked in Seongguk's eyes, causing him to halt his protest mid-sentence. A sharp gasp escaped Seongguk's lips as his gaze fell upon something utterly unexpected, something that brought a jolt of recognition. His father, with an almost imperceptible smirk, calmly held up a business magazine, inviting Seongguk to confirm his sudden interest. It was a Maekyoung Inokovia and international business magazine, and Seongguk emphatically confirmed that that was precisely what had captured his attention. Seongguk, blushing with eagerness, declared he would stay put only if his father would show him that, his body practically leaning out of his seat. His father, though thoughtful, pointed out the professional nature of the business magazine, but Seongguk insisted he merely wished to observe the pictures within. Conceding, his father finally handed over the magazine with a decisive grab. Seongguk, in a moment of pure bliss, brought the fresh magazine to his nose and inhaled deeply, a contented sigh escaping him as he savored its familiar scent. In a fleeting vision, the mature Seongguk remembered the Korean economic magazines he had devoured in his past life, precious sources of trends and information he had missed so deeply. His memories drifted to a time when his parents, despite allowing him access to news and accounting books, had steadfastly refused his pleas to subscribe to economic magazines. His young mother, radiant with warmth, had always insisted he live more like a child, urging him to play outside or go on a picnic instead. Back in the present, Seongguk understood his parents' intentions, yet the profound satisfaction of finally holding such a magazine was undeniable. His father suppressed a quiet chuckle, deeply amused by a child who so unequivocally preferred economic theory over children's stories. His father's voice cut through Seongguk's intense concentration, making him respond with a slight tremor of nervousness. "Yes." Seongguk practically saluted, his eyes wide with anticipation, promising to inspect whatever new materials his father had for him. But his eagerness quickly turned to bewilderment at the object now placed before him. As the paper gently fluttered, Seongguk identified it as a schedule. His father casually revealed it was his personal U.S. itinerary, a disclosure that caused Seongguk to gasp in utter shock. The stark schedule laid bare a dilemma. Two crucial events, a major corporate expo and a venture expo, were set to collide at the same time in entirely different locations. When his father questioned his knowledge of the expos, Seongguk, with a subtle blush of confidence, assured him he understood their significance. A pleased smirk played on his father's lips as he chuckled, then posed a critical question. "Which of the two schedules would you choose?" his father pressed, and Seongguk's expression grew intensely serious under the weight of the decision. His father simply tapped the armrest, urging him to deliberate carefully before presenting his answer. Seongguk's mind whirled in turmoil, even for a self-proclaimed genius, deciphering a corporate chairman's itinerary felt unreasonably demanding for a mere 6-year-old. Yet, even as his eyes drifted, Seongguk recalled his father's unyielding nature had been a constant, even in his past life. In his father's eyes, age truly was just a number, he would readily elevate a young, useful prodigy while coldly discarding an ineffective director in his 50s. Though constantly tested and questioned, Seongguk admitted to himself that he had always liked that particular facet of his father. "Speak freely," his father encouraged, glowing with an almost ethereal calm. "I'm just curious about your thoughts, regardless of age." Though his father reassured him that being wrong was acceptable, Seongguk remained lost in silent contemplation. His father's gaze, sharp and glowing with anticipation, pressed for an answer. "Now, what will you say?" He knew it was an immense ask for a 6-year-old, yet his father's glowing gaze held a deeper expectation, hinting that Seongguk was no ordinary child. Then, with unwavering conviction, Seongguk declared his choice: "We should go to the Venture Expo." His father, surprised by the choice of the smaller event, immediately pressed for his reasoning, and Seongguk began to explain. The revelation that Samjeon would find no standing at the corporate expo caused his father to recoil in utter shock. With an intense, red glow in his eyes, Seongguk began to explain, asserting that the US was currently in the fervent heyday of IT companies. He vividly painted a picture of monolithic companies like Microsoft and Intel, their glowing silhouettes dominating the market beneath the waving banner of American ambition. Seongguk deduced that his father likely intended to approach these giants, hoping to forge alliances and lay the groundwork for Samjeon's entry into the US market. He conceded that while the judgment wasn't entirely flawed, there was simply no space for Samjeon to penetrate an already saturated market, as the existing behemoths would never yield their territory. Instead, Seongguk asserted, Samjeon should seek out the ventures the giants had yet to notice, invest in them, and then reap the magnificent returns, leaving his father utterly stunned. From his past life, Seongguk knew neither he nor his father had understood then that a monumental venture boom was about to sweep across the US. He spoke of an imminent era where even greater companies like Google, Amazon, and Yahoo would rise to reshape the entire global landscape. He lamented how their past decision, fixating only on the existing giants, had tragically squandered Samjeon's chance at international expansion and left them vulnerable to the subsequent IMF crisis. With fervent conviction, Seongguk declared again, "Go to the Venture Expo." His father looked at him with an expression of profound surprise and deep consideration, internally admitting his son was far more than he had ever expected. Then, a soft question hung in the air, "Will you come with me, too?" Seongguk's surprise was clear, prompting his father to clarify that he meant the Venture Expo, and he could indeed accompany him. Overwhelmed with ecstatic joy, Seongguk exclaimed his eager acceptance, green sparkles of pure delight erupting around him. A sly grin spread across Seongguk's face, his eyes gleaming with cunning as he mused on the possibility of meeting that person at the expo. A sudden, unwelcome presence brushed against Seongguk as Jeon Taeguk's leg appeared, interrupting his thoughtful scheming. Seongguk's rage flared, a red aura surrounding him as he demanded why someone like Jeon Taeguk would ever be accompanying their father. His tiny body trembled with disbelief, unable to comprehend why his father was not seated beside him. A fiery rage surged through him as he realized that detestable kid, Jeon Taeguk, was seated by his father, a sight that made his blood boil. But then, a sudden thought snapped Seongguk back to reality, reminding him that his anger was dangerously misdirected. An indignant sigh escaped him, his father had chosen to sit his younger brother next to him instead of his own son. Unable to contain himself, Jeon Taeguk rose, demanding his father explain the child's presence beside him. With a heavy gaze that brooked no argument, their father simply commanded silence. He then ordered Jeon Taeguk to hand over his finished homework, eliciting a petulant sound of protest from the boy. Seongguk, sweating with nerves, tentatively extended his own papers. As his father thoughtfully perused the documents, Seongguk anxiously peeked up, anticipating judgment. Jeon Taeguk flinched, shrinking back as if struck by an unseen blow. The very air in the cabin grew thick with oppressive tension, making both children squirm in their seats, gulping against mounting anxiety. Trapped between the two, Seongguk yearned to simply vanish, only to be yanked back by the firm sound of his father calling his name. Seongguk yelped in surprise, his eyes wide as his father instructed him to examine the documents as well. His father explained it was a list of small and mid-sized companies, prompting Seongguk to question if they were joining the US Venture Expo. His father confirmed it, revealing that Jeon Taeguk's task was to select a promising company for Samjeon, a revelation that completely blindsided Seongguk with its absurdity. His father then challenged Seongguk to attempt the same, leaving him flustered as a distraught Jeon Taeguk openly wept in the background. With a menacing smirk and eyes glowing with an unsettling purple hue, his father firmly ordered Seongguk to choose, causing him to involuntarily flinch. The green and yellow light blazing behind his glasses, his father emphasized that the selection must be made properly. Seongguk winced, internally acknowledging his father's undeniable power to intimidate. He truly possessed an uncanny ability to instill fear. With hair obscuring his anxious eyes, Seongguk nervously handed over two distinct sets of documents. His father hummed thoughtfully, acknowledging the chosen companies, Google and T-Com. His father found the pics interesting, prompting Seongguk to confidently explain that while Google was merely a tiny startup now, it was destined to become a global titan. And as for T-Com, a mysterious, glowing figure, that person currently worked there. His father noted Seongguk's astute focus on IT companies before turning his attention to a nervous, worried Jeon Taeguk. As his father listed Jeon Taeguk's choices, Lion Soda Pop and Nixo Toy Company, a terrified Jeon Taeguk stammered nervously. In a loud, flailing protest, Jeon Taeguk cried that he had simply picked the companies he could understand. Seongguk listened, his pensive expression reflecting his understanding that grasping the IT world at Jeon Taeguk's age would indeed be difficult. He considered how challenging it must be for a child to grasp the intricacies of the IT world, knowing he himself had understood it at an even younger age. His father then pierced the tension, asking if Jeon Taeguk even knew the meaning of venture, sending the boy into a terrified, head-clutching panic. Jeon Tae-guk's hesitant, vague answer about a new company only elicited a deep sigh of exasperation from his father. With a stern command that chilled the air, his father ordered Jeon Tae-guk back to his seat, terrifying both children. Jeon Tae-guk's desperate cry of "father" was met with an equally stern, resonant utterance of his full name. His father's dismissive order to study some more utterly crushed Jeon Tae-guk, leaving him engulfed in a swirling aura of despair. With a soft, hesitant shuffle, Jeon Tae-guk reluctantly began to obey. Seongguk watched his younger brother, his brow furrowed with genuine concern. Seongguk angrily confronted his father about his harshness towards a kid, only for his father to calmly state that Jeon Tae-guk was, in fact, older than him. Bathed in a radiant light, Seongguk passionately argued that Jeon Tae-guk had given his all and shouldn't be torn down, but his father coolly dismissed his pleas, claiming he had no need for excuses like effort or hard work. Seongguk's eyes widened in profound shock as his father declared that only tangible results held any true meaning. He silently refuted his father, realizing the painful truth that he, too, had once held that very same belief in his past life. It was this relentless focus on results and performance that had caused him to cruelly push Jeon Tae-guk away in a past he now bitterly regretted. His past convictions, he now knew, had been utterly wrong. If only he had guided Jeon Tae-guk kindly, encouraged him like a real brother, perhaps Jeon Tae-guk would have achieved success with a joyful cry of "Big Brother." A family, Seongguk concluded, was emphatically not a corporation. Bathed in a radiant golden light, Seongguk passionately asserted that one's worth should never be measured solely by performance, leaving his father utterly shocked. This profound truth, one he had only learned after reuniting with his true family, was a lesson Seongguk earnestly hoped his father would soon understand as they soared over Los Angeles. "All right, everyone," their excited chaperone announced. She enthusiastically declared their arrival in LA, eliciting cheers from the children and comments about how cute they all were. The chaperone then announced their destination for the next 3 days would be Disneyland, prompting a pensive reaction from Seongguk. He mused about meeting Mr. and Mrs. Mouse in this fantastical land of squeaking and squealing, where cartoon mice raced across a vibrant, star-studded landscape. Suddenly, Jeon Mi-jin crashed into Seongguk with an excited smack to the back, eliciting a startled yelp from him. Her face beaming with overwhelming excitement, Jeon Mi-jin demanded to know if he was equally thrilled for Disneyland. Jeon Mi-jin enthusiastically offered to be his guide, claiming vast experience, but Seongguk awkwardly tried to push her away, calling her by the wrong name in his distress. A distressed Seongguk declared he had somewhere else he needed to be, hinting at the presence of his father and brother. Jeon Mi-jin looked puzzled, calling for her dad before realizing her big brother was indeed present. While their father merely smiled and waved, both Jeon Mi-jin and Seongguk expressed their shared annoyance at his unannounced arrival. "Anyway, excuse me," Seongguk exclaimed, confidently dashing away and leaving a shocked Jeon Mi-jin in his wake. Beaming with conviction, Seongguk declared he was off to a place far more enjoyable than Disneyland. As Jeon Mi-jin stared in disbelief, Seongguk's inner thoughts revealed he sought a place of future hope, something far grander than any theme park. For himself and for South Korea, that place of hope was the U.S. Venture Expo, its grand convention center adorned with celebratory balloons. With eyes glowing with fierce determination, Seongguk expressed his absolute certainty that he would finally meet that person there. The Venture Expo Hall in Los Angeles bustled with a vibrant, murmuring energy as people flowed into the Grand Convention Center, marking the opening of a significant event. Amidst the sparkling lights of the hall, Seongguk, in his youthful form, exclaimed in pure amazement, utterly overwhelmed by the scale of it all. He gazed in awe, his mind racing as he recognized the U.S. Venture Expo as the gathering place for all the rising companies destined to rule the world. Glowing with excitement, Seongguk eagerly asked if he could explore freely, prompting his father to chuckle at his boundless enthusiasm. With a calm smile, his father assured him he would assign bodyguards, granting Seongguk full permission to explore to his heart's content. "Thank you," Seongguk cried out in delight, dashing off with unbridled joy, leaving his father and the other man behind. A close-up revealed Seongguk, still panting slightly from his excited rush, but his face beaming with a broad, triumphant smile. His eyes immediately spotted a woman cheerfully waving before a prominent Google display, a name that resonated deeply within him. He silently listed other formidable names he recognized, including Yeehu and Taltos Ventures, his mind already cataloging future powerhouses. Then, a swift, light movement indicated a sudden shift in focus, as if destiny itself was stepping forward. From behind, Seongguk spotted him, a figure glowing with an inner light, confirming this was the person he had journeyed here to meet. His thoughts echoed with reverence, identifying the man as Elon Musk, a name that held immense power and future significance. The narrator then posed a profound question, wondering who one would choose to meet if given a chance to go back in time, as ethereal light and butterfly shapes filled the air. For Seongguk, the choice was clear. As a man who once ran a global business, his only desire was to meet Elon Musk. He looked up at the glowing figure, the name Elon Musk, a silent, awe-filled whisper in his mind. This was the genius entrepreneur of the 21st century, a visionary shaping the future, standing impossibly right before him. Mr. Musk, it's an honor to meet you. Seongguk declared with youthful exuberance, only for Elon Musk to respond with a surprised gasp, questioning the presence of a child. Elon Musk knelt, a condescending smile on his face, asking the little guy if he was lost and needed help finding his parents, entirely dismissing Seongguk's true purpose. Seongguk sighed internally, acknowledging that outwardly he appeared to be just a 6-year-old, but a deep, simmering frustration colored his thoughts. I came here to talk business. Seongguk shouted fiercely, clenching his fists. I want to discuss an investment. The declaration utterly shocked Elon Musk. Before Elon Musk could retort, a calm adult intervened, explaining that Seongguk was a guest of their president, requesting a moment of private discussion. The adult held up a business card, revealing a name that carried unspoken weight, Samjeon. One man quietly informed the other that Samjeon was a top-tier company from South Korea, sparking a flicker of thoughtful interest in Elon Musk. Now intrigued, Elon Musk's demeanor shifted, asking Seongguk what he truly wished to discuss, a subtle glow surrounding him as his curiosity took hold. Seongguk smirked, a confident glow about him, thinking to himself that he had anticipated Elon Musk's curiosity all along. After all, the narration revealed, Elon Musk himself was a prodigy who had entered the grown-up world remarkably early. Seongguk wasted no time, stating his keen interest in Elon Musk's company, which the entrepreneur confirmed as T.com. Elon Musk mused on the difficulty of the online banking business, even for adults, before probing Seongguk on his understanding of T.com as the world's first online bank. Seongguk, beaming with understanding, lauded Elon Musk's foresight in recognizing the internet's potential to create a banking system free from physical branches. Elon Musk was visibly stunned, his eyes wide with shock and a dark aura of disbelief surrounding him, utterly speechless. He stammered, unable to comprehend how Seongguk knew such intimate details of his business model, his hand flying to his mouth in utter disbelief. Hey, Asian kid. What's your name? Elon Musk asked, prompting an angry, sparkling retort from Seongguk, Jeon Seongguk. And could you quit calling me Asian? Elon Musk, now impressed, marveled at Seongguk's perfect understanding despite his young age, to which Seongguk confidently tapped his head and declared it was thanks to a whole past life's worth of experience. But more than anything else, a determined spark ignited in Seongguk's eye, he knew it right then, a flash of absolute certainty. I have to invest in him. Seongguk thought, proclaiming his desire to buy the dip and eagerly demanding to discuss the investment now. Let's move somewhere quieter, Elon Musk suggested, much to the shock of his associate, who gasped in disbelief that he was seriously entertaining a child. Elon Musk merely smirked, explaining his sudden change of heart, the child intended to invest in his company. No matter the age, an investor deserves proper respect, Elon Musk declared, a sentiment that resonated deeply with Seongguk, who recognized it as the mark of a true visionary. Indeed, this open-mindedness, the narration reflected, was what shaped the future Elon Musk, whose vision led to rockets, satellites, and new forms of currency. They settled at an outdoor cafe, Elon Musk offering Seongguk juice as he posed the question, so then, about this investment? Seongguk, his youthful face serious and direct, laid bare his knowledge of T.com's precarious situation, a brilliant idea, ready to launch, but completely out of capital. Elon Musk reacted with utter shock, his face contorted in disbelief and sweat beading on his forehead, completely exposed by Seongguk's accuracy. If you can't secure funding soon, Seongguk warned, you'll lose control of your company again, just like last time. The word struck Elon Musk, causing him to stumble back with a choked gasp. How do you know that? Elon Musk stammered, bewildered, as Seongguk calmly sipped his drink, having revealed his knowledge of Zip3, Elon Musk's first company. Narration explained that Zip3, a leading IT firm with proprietary software, ultimately failed because a lack of capital prevented him from protecting his ownership. He was ousted from the very company he had founded, a painful history Seongguk invoked, hinting at the tragic repeat of such a fate. You wouldn't want history repeating itself. Seongguk declared with confident benevolence, extending a hand of assistance. I'll help you protect it this time, Elon. He asserted that T.com would far surpass Zip3, promising his investment and urging Elon Musk to stay until the very end, eliciting an overwhelmed chuckle from the entrepreneur. Elon Musk, flustered and questioning if he was dreaming or witnessing Eastern sorcery from a holy genius Asian kid, finally threw up his hands and demanded, enough with that. Just tell me how much investment you need. As a bystander walked away, Seongguk continued to speak intently with an overwhelmed Elon Musk, tapping a rhythm into the table. From a distance, Seongguk's father, curious, asked his bodyguard what his son was doing, and was informed he was talking with CEO Elon Musk of T.com. The bodyguard observed that Seongguk looked rather serious, emphasizing the unusual nature of the conversation. Seongguk's father reflected on the fact that T.com was a company Samjeon had already been interested in, recognizing the online bank concept as being far ahead of its time. The realization that young Seongguk had managed to pinpoint such immense potential spurred an urgent thought in his father: we must move on this. He observed that the CEO was no longer treating Seongguk like a mere child, a remarkable transformation. Indeed, they were conversing as complete equals, an extraordinary sight bathed in an ethereal glow. Seongguk's father smiled softly, a silent wonder and pride crossing his face as he acknowledged, that child is truly. Meanwhile, an adult asked a nervous bodyguard about Taeguk, prompting a hesitant, "WL." The bodyguard then revealed that Taeguk was happily eating ice cream, a joyful sound echoing from the boy himself. The bodyguard explained that Taeguk's earlier pouting had been easily cured by free ice cream, prompting a flustered, exasperated reaction from Seongguk's father. His father mused that while such behavior was normal for a child, it raised serious questions about Taeguk's suitability for his future role as head of Samjeon. He couldn't help but wonder if Taeguk shouldn't be more like Seongguk, whose image appeared confidently, symbolically shaking hands on a deal. Resolute, Seongguk's father instructed his subordinate to uncover every detail of the conversation between Seongguk and CEO Must, receiving an immediate affirmative response. "Chairman." Seongguk called out excitedly, startling his father, who asked in surprise if he was already finished. Approaching his father with earnest determination, Seongguk declared he had something he wanted to do and needed his father's help, capturing his full attention. With fists clenched and glowing with audacious ambition, Seongguk proudly declared, "I want to invest in the American market," his past self looking on with approving confidence. Seongguk's inner adult self declared a new beginning as a hand decisively signed the critical document. As the adults eagerly finalized their deal, a weary Seongguk sighed, already burdened by the implications of their new partnership. Seongguk, with the contract in hand, recognized the adult's excitement over what he knew to be a substantial long-term investment. A deep sigh escaped his father's lips, signaling the story of how everything had truly begun. Seongguk enthusiastically pleaded with his father to help him invest in an American company, revealing his ambitious new target. To bypass the complexities of overseas investment, Seongguk laid out the financial and legal hurdles, then firmly asked his father to be his indispensable financial intermediary. But to Seongguk's utter shock, his carefully laid plan took an unexpected turn as another man suddenly decided to join the investment. The unidentified man mused, impressed by the unusually swift decision made for such a significant investment. He then turned to Seongguk, wondering aloud if such a quick decision could possibly be due to the child's surprising influence. Seongguk's father, with a subtle smile, couldn't deny it, addressing Elon directly and confirming his son's remarkable influence. His father gently patted Seongguk's head, declaring that the child was far more than a mere prodigy, making Seongguk blush with a mix of pride and embarrassment. Upon hearing his father's trust, Seongguk enthusiastically swore that he would ensure his father never regretted this pivotal decision. Seongguk confidently told Elon that his company was destined for success, earning a surprised exclamation from the man. Seongguk exuberantly boasted that his father, the chairman, would undoubtedly make a fortune, all thanks to his own foresight. With a confident wink, Seongguk simply urged his father to place his full trust in him. The two men chuckled, finding Seongguk both cute and brilliant, though he merely pouted in response. The other adult, Mr. Elon, asked Seongguk's father if he was truly comfortable with such a risky decision, prompting a sharp question in return. The conversation clarified that the investment had originally been earmarked for deals with major U.S. corporations. His father explained his strategic pivot: their investment, though substantial, would hold little value for already successful U.S. corporate giants. With an intense gaze, his father made a bold declaration, deciding to take a significant chance. As his father coyly hinted at investing in a new future, Elon pressed him for details, but his father only responded with a teasing smirk. Seongguk himself radiated pure joy, recognizing the boundless new possibilities that lay before them. The roar of a plane signaled their departure from LAX, as a voice announced to the distinguished ladies and gentlemen. With the plane preparing for imminent takeoff, passengers bustled as Seongguk waited patiently. As the plane prepared for departure, Seongguk reflected on how quickly the past 3 weeks had flown by. While other children reveled in the carefree joy of amusement parks and tourist spots, Seongguk eagerly suggested visiting an expo, remaining by his father's side throughout their trip, while his brother Taeguk seemed to have vanished. Exhausted but content, Seongguk silently acknowledged the profound productivity and meaning of their intensive 3 weeks. Seongguk gasped in surprise, realizing his father, the chairman, had already taken his seat on the plane. Seongguk expressed his disbelief that his father was seated next to him yet again, as his father calmly read his newspaper. Seongguk, ever curious, asked about his father's newspaper, who explained his need to catch up on 3 weeks of news from every possible outlet. Seongguk eagerly reached out, requesting a newspaper for himself, and his father readily obliged. Humming contentedly, Seongguk became engrossed in his newspaper as the flight attendant announced their imminent takeoff. The airplane's massive wheels rumbled and ground powerfully as it accelerated down the runway. The airplane soared, climbing higher and higher into the bright, sparkling sky. Inside, a flight attendant announced Flight 112's destination, Gimpo International Airport in Korea, with an estimated arrival time pending. Seongguk's eyes widened in curiosity as he read something that made him utter a questioning, This is the Korean success story, Seongguk read aloud, referencing a headline celebrating the nation's golden era built by the miracle on the Han River. Seongguk held the newspaper firmly, confirming to himself that this triumphant depiction of the past was indeed how it was. In that moment, no one could have predicted the IMF crisis that would strike just next year, in 1997, everyone was too caught up in the joyous celebration of Korea's apparent success. They remained blissfully unaware of the profound tragedy that was about to unfold, a shadow of despair already reaching for them. Seongguk held the newspaper, a tremor of determination passing through him as he firmly told himself, "It's okay." With a determined gleam in his eyes, Seongguk reaffirmed his extensive preparations, knowing he had opened many crucial doors in the U.S. Now, with all preparations made, only one thing remained. The airplane soared, a symbol of Seongguk's firm resolve to now execute his meticulously crafted plan. With a sudden, bold declaration, Seongguk made his intentions known. Seongguk, with an air of defiance, shocked his family by declaring he would not be attending kindergarten for the foreseeable future. Dismissing his parents' concerns about his post-trip fatigue and skipping kindergarten, Seongguk stomped his foot, adamantly declaring he had far more important things to do. He swiftly asserted that his decision had already been discussed with, and approved by, the chairman himself. Seongguk's father, now convinced, eagerly asked about the nature of this important task, offering his full support. With a dramatic clearing of his throat, Seongguk began to reveal the true nature of his crucial task. To everyone's joyful surprise, Seongguk proudly announced that his task was nothing less than a family trip to Jeju Island. Seongguk's father gasped in utter disbelief, reeling from the sudden announcement that they would be leaving for Jeju Island tomorrow. Still reeling, his father questioned the suddenness of the trip, only for Seongguk to calmly remind him of his own past words. Seongguk recounted his parents' long-forgotten dream, to give his mother the wedding she never had and take her on a honeymoon, leaving them speechless with emotion. As his mother softly called his name, Seongguk further explained that he had saved the money and even arranged accommodations in Jeju through the secretary, leaving his parents overwhelmed. Seongguk insisted they had to leave now, knowing deep down that if they didn't, another opportunity would never arise, prompting a confused "why" from his father. Seongguk, distressed, revealed the true reason for the urgency. Next year, the entire nation would be consumed by the IMF crisis, leaving him with an overwhelming list of tasks. Seongguk promptly told them to start packing, causing his parents to scramble in hurried preparation for their trip tomorrow. This was the right thing to do. Seongguk resolved to fulfill his parents' heartfelt wish before disaster struck, pondering the true meaning of being a good son. With a tear in his eye, Seongguk resolved to make cherished memories with his family before their return, knowing what would follow. And then, after that precious reprieve, a man rushed forward, gasping in panicked alarm as he stumbled upon a shocking discovery. The alarmed subordinate burst into the room, shouting desperately for the chairman, who stood silently gazing out the window. The man frantically attempted to report the urgent news: stock prices were plummeting, and foreign investors were in full retreat. The chairman took a slow sip from his glass, a subtle exhalation escaping his lips in a moment of quiet resignation. "So it's begun," the chairman grimly acknowledged at a press conference, where he announced that due to a major national crisis, they had no choice but to request financial support from the International Monetary Fund. A news anchor gravely reported the nation was facing default, with the president taking full responsibility for the unfolding economic disaster. A wave of stunned disbelief washed over the subordinate and Secretary Yang, as the reality of a national default began to sink in. Secretary Yang's face contorted in horror as he frantically reported that stock prices were crashing to a decade low, spiraling wildly out of control. Another man reported that over 50 companies had already declared bankruptcy, before desperately turning to the chairman, fearing for their own company, Samjeon. The chairman held his head in utter despair, the weight of the crisis crushing him as his name was called out urgently. A heavy sigh of resignation escaped the chairman's lips as the grim news continued to broadcast silently on the screen. Illuminated by a stark blue glow, Seongguk's face was grim with determination as he quietly acknowledged, "It's begun." On November 22, 1997, the predicted moment arrived, the devastating outbreak of South Korea's IMF foreign exchange crisis. The nation's grim reality of a national default was broadcast, the voice of an unseen man gasping in disbelief at the sudden collapse. Panic seized Seongguk's father as he roared into the phone, his mind reeling from the demand to vacate their store immediately, while his wife watched, her face etched with worry. Even as he acknowledged the country's deepening crisis, his father's protest was vehement, a desperate plea against unseen, unyielding forces. Unaware of the financial storm brewing around them, the infant Seongguk and Taeguk played innocently on the floor, as their father's voice, filled with disbelief, raged against being suddenly evicted from their livelihood. A sudden tap jolted him as an internal voice declared, "All right, it's done," followed by a whisper of recognition, "Wah, young master," as if his past self acknowledged the beginning of his new path. A brilliant smile lit up Seongguk's face, his eyes sparkling with the profound satisfaction of a plan already taking shape within his infant mind. Despair racked his father, whose voice cracked with the injustice of losing their store, while his mother gently urged him to calm down amidst the mounting tension. The sudden, crushing news that the country had collapsed and real estate must be sold off quickly swirled around his father, a dark cloud of turmoil threatening to consume him. As a door slowly creaked open, his father's voice, raw with desperation, demanded to know the truth of what was unfolding around them. The silent question in Seongguk's gaze met his father's pained admission that the chaos was indeed hard to comprehend, as his mother looked on in quiet distress. A profound resolve settled upon Seongguk's infant features, his eyes burning with an intense focus that belied his tender age. The narration laid bare the stark reality: the IMF crisis had struck, sending all Korean assets into a catastrophic plummet. Stocks, bonds, and real estate hemorrhaged value, leaving a trail of bankruptcies and over 1 million unemployed, as a desperate nation scrambled to liquidate assets, especially real estate, to survive. With a sudden burst of childlike confidence that belied his true understanding, Seongguk emphatically declared to his father, "Don't worry, Dad." With a decisive flourish, Seongguk boldly announced he had a plan, leaving his father utterly bewildered by his son's unexpected assertion. His mother's gentle attempt to dismiss him to play with Minguk was met with Seongguk's defiant demand to be heard, his conviction refusing to be ignored. Seongguk delivered his bombshell, claiming his plan came directly from Chairman Jeon Jae-hyung, leaving his parents in a state of utter, radiant shock. His parents exchanged a look of bewildered concern, trying to grasp the impossible notion that the chairman might have foreseen the entire crisis. A smug satisfaction washed over CHUBBY Seongguk, his internal scheme unfolding exactly as planned, confirming the strategic power of a well-placed name drop. His past self, a confident echo, chuckled at his thorough IMF preparations, yet his current chibi form bristled with frustration at the limitations of being a mere 7-year-old child. To convince them, Seongguk decided he had to name-drop the chairman, fabricating an excited tale about their shared trip to the US, much to the amusement of the hovering, chibi chairman. Seongguk's finger pointed directly at his father, his blunt question about savings eliciting a hesitant admission that their nest egg existed thanks to his sons. His father's concerns for his children's future education were swiftly overridden by Seongguk's bold and urgent command: use their precious savings to buy the entire commercial building. A collective gasp of utter shock escaped his parents, who could barely comprehend Seongguk's audacious proposal to buy an entire building, as a chibi version of him stood confidently by. His mother's disbelief was palpable, not just the store space, but the entire building. Seongguk's simple, "Yep," sealed the utterly surprising revelation. Seongguk coolly advised his father to wait 2 days for the price to drop, prompting his father to question, once again, the improbable source of this uncanny market insight. His mother's voice trembled with anxiety, haunted by the pervasive rumors that prices would plummet further because everyone believed Korea was on the brink of permanent collapse. As the world's economic think tanks ominously predicted Korea's fall into a decade-long recession, with a 7-year IMF repayment schedule, Seongguk observed the dire forecasts, a glow of deep thought radiating from him. Seongguk's voice carried an unwavering confidence as he countered the fear, assuring them that Korea would not end this way, but was merely in the throes of a nationwide panic. With an almost prophetic glow, Seongguk articulated his core philosophy: true visionaries defied the current, seizing the moment to forge a different path when everyone else succumbed to fear. A sudden jolt of realization visibly struck his mother, her wide eyes and flushed cheeks betraying her stunned reaction to Seongguk's profound words. As his mother began to process Seongguk's words, his father, brimming with anxious expectation, stammered, desperately seeking reassurance that the chairman had indeed imparted this risky counsel. Chibi Seongguk, with a dramatically feigned sob, insisted he was merely relaying the chairman's words, a manipulative plea emphasizing the immense value of his father's hard-earned savings. With exasperated impatience, Chibi Seongguk declared his father too faint-hearted to ever be an investor, while a chibi version of his father stammered, still caught in hesitation. With a sudden, sweet smile, Seongguk then addressed his mother, drawing her into his confident circle. Seongguk's confident assurance that she should simply go about her day, for he had everything covered, left his mother in a profound, silent reverie. His mother, her tone expectant, asked to accompany him to SKJ, a proposal that met with Seongguk's blunt and questioning, "Why?" With a subtly mischievous smile, Seongguk explained his desire to visit manager Kim and assess his handling of the situation. A faint rustle accompanied Seongguk's intense internal musings about the need to intervene should things go wrong, and a deeper purpose yet unrevealed. Seongguk then revealed another vital task: an important letter needed sending, a detail that piqued his mother's curiosity about a nearby post office. The shrill, insistent ring of the telephone shattered the quiet, eliciting a startled exclamation from an unseen man. His mother nervously answered the ringing phone, while his father, brimming with anxious expectation, pressed Seongguk if the chairman had imparted any further wisdom, only to be met with Seongguk's cool assurance that they would know when the time was right. His father grew utterly flustered, trying to recall specific details and then, appearing as a chibi, looked bewildered, questioning who, as if losing grasp of the narrative. A piercing, "What?" escaped his mother's lips, her face contorted in extreme shock at the words she heard through the phone, signaling a new wave of alarm. Even as his mother's voice called his name from beyond the frame, Seongguk smirked, his mind already meticulously plotting his next move after the crucial letter was dispatched. The imposing facade of Samjeon HQ loomed large, a symbol that made Seongguk's father question with a thud of realization if his son's cryptic instructions now pointed him toward this very corporate titan. Chairman Jeon Seongguk's voice boomed with raw fury, confronting his stunned subordinates about their failure to devise countermeasures, despite the undeniable reality of the currency crisis and their half-market cap. The chairman's furious tirade was cut short by a nervous subordinate, who desperately pleaded for him to calm down amidst the highly stressful confrontation. The concerned subordinate gently reminded the chairman of his recent collapse from stress and overwork, urging caution, which jolted the chairman into a moment of startled silence. With a weary sigh and a stern gaze, Chairman Jeon Seongguk commanded his team to set aside worries for his well-being and direct their full attention to the company's precarious fate. The chairman's voice was a sharp indictment, reminding his highly paid executives that their positions were meant for crafting solutions, not merely observing the company's crisis. A sly, disdainful smirk played on Jason Lee's lips as he inwardly dismissed the chairman's concerns, believing such executive positions were certainly not meant for this kind of whining. A sudden, sharp sound punctuated the tense silence as the chairman's hand slammed down, emphasizing his grave exasperation. With a desperate urgency, Chairman Jeon Seongguk declared a massive restructuring, knowing that without it, Samjeon would inevitably follow its bankrupt competitors, Daewoo and Kia. A chilling rustle swept through the room as the chairman delivered his harsh, shocking command: a massive 30% of the total staff would be fired. Jason Lee, a foreign investment expert, proposed a calculated, sinister strategy: liquidate unprofitable subsidiaries while they still held any value. Two subordinates whispered in the hallway, their curiosity tinged with wariness as they identified Jason Lee as the overseas talent brought in as an advisor to Samjeon Securities. A series of sneering chuckles escaped Jason Lee as he contemptuously dismissed someone as an arrogant little foreigner, daring to speak, his own eyes glowing with disdain. With a weary sigh that betrayed his exhaustion, Chairman Jeon Seongguk firmly reminded Jason to defer the discussion of that particular matter until later. The chairman's instruction was curt and final: Jason was to step outside and await further instructions. Jason Lee stood in the silent hallway, the click of the door closing behind him echoing his contemplative silence. A malicious, booming laugh erupted from Jason Lee as he cursed the idiot Koreans with utter contempt. With an arrogant smirk, Jason Lee strode away, convinced that the Koreans utterly failed to understand their own subordinate position. Jason Lee's smirk held a dark confidence, certain that this developing country's economic ascent was about to crash to a brutal halt. The IMF's intervention would pry open Korea's markets, creating a feast for foreign speculators, who would then devour its companies and real estate, leaving nothing but ruin. A satisfied chuckle escaped Jason Lee as he envisioned Korea trapped in endless debt, reduced to nothing more than a third-rate country. With determined footsteps, Jason Lee concluded that such an amusing opportunity to profit from Korea's misfortune was simply too good to miss. Like a massive serpent coiling around its prey, notorious vulture firms like Silberman Sachs and Lone Star were poised to descend upon Korea, ready to snatch up its prime assets for a pittance and reap enormous profits. A sinister, almost glowing smile crossed Jason Lee's face, his eyes gleaming as he recognized the crisis for what it truly was: a colossal money-making opportunity. Jason Lee's eyes narrowed with ruthless determination as he plotted to sway the chairman and eliminate any idiot who dared to hesitate in selling off the crucial subsidiaries. His ruthless plotting was interrupted by a small HM, as Jason Lee looked down, surprised by an unexpected presence. Jason Lee's surprise quickly turned to utter disbelief as he stared at the little child before him. With an innocent, almost knowing smile, Seongguk politely offered, "Excuse me," as Jason Lee's aggressive voice demanded to know exactly who he was. Jason Lee's irritation simmered as he demanded to know the child's purpose in a place of such importance. A gasp caught in Jason Lee's throat as a chilling realization dawned upon him: this seemingly random child might hold a dangerous connection to the corporate elite. The familiar arrogant smirk played on Seongguk's lips as he inwardly questioned the grown man's own sense of direction, dismissing him with a childish taunt. Seongguk's mind raced, his frustration mounting at the absurdity of being summoned by his father, who seemed oblivious to the immense pressure of their ongoing projects. A cold, private chuckle escaped Jason Lee, his thoughts dripping with contempt for the underdeveloped countries he believed were destined to become mere debtor nations. A cold tremor ran down Jason Lee's spine as the child's voice pierced through his cynical reverie, bringing him back to the unwelcome reality. Jason Lee's voice cracked with unbridled fury, his outrage exploding at Seongguk's casual address, while the child remained stubbornly defiant. A searing heat of anger pulsed through Jason Lee as his fist clenched, radiating a dangerous, crimson glow, promising violence he could barely restrain. The sharp inquiry of Chairman Jeon Seongguk sliced through the tense air, demanding an explanation for the growing commotion. Jason Lee recoiled, startled, as the chairman's formidable presence materialized, a silent shield placed instinctively between the man and Seongguk. A jolt of pure shock coursed through Jason Lee as the chairman warmly greeted Seongguk, the realization that this child knew the powerful figure sending his mind into a frantic spin. Jason Lee's thoughts raced, desperately trying to place Seongguk within the chairman's family tree, as the chairman calmly instructed them both to introduce themselves. The chairman proudly introduced Seongguk as someone deeply valued, then, with a subtle shift in tone, presented Jason Lee as a new overseas investment advisor for Samjeon Securities. A spark of mischievous recognition flickered in Seongguk's eyes, he understood far more than anyone knew. Then, with a sudden, decisive clarity, Seongguk began to speak. The chairman turned to Jason Lee, seeking his opinion, while Seongguk quietly distanced himself, allowing the adults to converse. Jason Lee's exasperation was palpable, yet Seongguk simply settled onto the sofa, a serene smile masking his true intentions. The chairman, his weariness evident as he rubbed his temples, explained his unwavering trust in Seongguk, admitting the child provided an unexpected wellspring of business insight. The chairman fixed Jason Lee with a serious gaze, reminding him of his earlier query about Samjeon's bold venture into foreign investment and the creation of its securities firm. Then, with an almost reverent tone, the chairman declared the impossible truth: this extraordinary path was chosen entirely because of Seongguk. Jason Lee's jaw dropped in utter disbelief, his world upended by the chairman's revelation, while Seongguk, for once, felt a pang of genuine embarrassment. Unfazed, the chairman urged Jason Lee to trust Seongguk and proceed, leaving Jason Lee seething with unspoken frustration. Jason Lee allowed a sly, condescending smirk to touch his lips, mentally dismissing the chairman's words as utter nonsense and finding the entire situation absurd. Though he privately questioned the chairman's sanity, Jason Lee outwardly composed himself, agreeing to speak with a calculating glint in his eye. Jason Lee, his tone grave, asserted that Samjeon's only path to survival amidst the IMF crisis lay in aggressive restructuring and the ruthless divestment of its useless subsidiaries, a strategy Seongguk absorbed with intense focus. The chairman acknowledged Jason Lee's logic regarding the quick sale of assets for cash, but a deep concern etched itself onto his face, betraying his hidden reservations. As the chairman posed the crucial question of which subsidiary to sell, Jason Lee's face contorted into a predatory smirk, a chilling red glow radiating his true, sinister intentions. With a sly, calculating glint in his narrowed eyes, Jason Lee meticulously planned his next words, intending to manipulate the chairman for maximum personal gain, before calmly beginning to state his personal opinion. The chairman's eyes widened in utter shock, his voice echoing Jason Lee's audacious proposal: Samjeon Securities. With a feigned sigh, Jason Lee argued for the sale of Samjeon Securities, painting himself as a reluctant participant even as he emphasized its foreign investment focus as a reason to discard it. A dark, knowing smirk played on Jason Lee's lips as he mentally envisioned the opportunities for exploitation the IMF crisis would present, far beyond mere investment. The chairman's question hung heavy in the air, a profound rhetorical reminder that their sole focus must remain on the company's sheer survival. Jason Lee's voice rose in an insistent crescendo, demanding the sale and eagerly offering his services as a broker, completely unaware of the chairman's quiet, discerning observation. Jason Lee's cynical pronouncements about the country's inevitable collapse into economic colonialism were suddenly, sharply cut short by Seongguk's unwavering declaration: no. Seongguk's calm yet resolute opposition sent a ripple of profound shock through both Jason Lee and the chairman. Chairman Jeon Seongguk called out to Seongguk, but the child offered only a mysterious, almost contemplative silence, his eyes remaining deliberately closed. Then, with a sudden, determined glint in his eyes, Seongguk declared with absolute certainty that he knew Jason Lee's true nature. During the brutal IMF era, as predatory foreign forces swarmed to plunder Korea's companies, Seongguk declared Jason Lee to be precisely the same insidious breed, a true serpent among them. Seongguk revealed a pivotal truth: his father's overseas investment deal, forged with Elon, was on the precipice of yielding an utterly enormous profit. Meanwhile, as T-Com's online banking product was poised to sweep the US, Seongguk's father, in a burst of proud triumph, confirmed its success, just as he had promised his son. Seongguk's jaw hardened with firm conviction, certain that Jason Lee, the foreign advisor, could not possibly be ignorant of this massive financial success. A searing rage ignited within Seongguk, illuminating his fury as he realized Jason Lee's true intent, to exploit his father's fears and dismantle Samjeon piece by insidious piece, truly a snake in the grass. How dare he, Seongguk's furious voice echoed, try to devour my father and Samjeon right before my eyes. He then turned sharply to the chairman, declaring he had something crucial to say. Jason Lee's rage boiled over, his veins visibly popping as he demanded Seongguk's removal, only to explode once more when the child dared to call him Mr. The chairman's narrowed eyes betrayed his deep contemplation, as he weighed the conflicting perspectives. The chairman, having heard enough, dismissed a surprised and confused Jason Lee, postponing further discussion until the evening meeting. Inside, Jason Lee's fury raged, incandescent at being dismissed due to a child's interference, yet his outward response was one of cunning compliance, a sly smirk hidden from view. As Jason Lee walked away with a parting promise to meet later, Seongguk watched his retreating back, a defiant humph escaping his lips. With a resounding stamp of his foot, Seongguk declared with absolute conviction that Samjeon Securities and its crucial overseas investments were not to be sold. When the chairman pressed for his reasoning, Seongguk eloquently explained that sacrificing the securities firm and foreign investments for short-term relief was akin to selling Samjeon's very future. A vibrant energy pulsed around Seongguk as he passionately foretold a future where foreign investment would not just ensure Samjeon's survival, but propel it into the ranks of top-tier global companies. The chairman could only stare, wide-eyed and speechless, utterly taken aback by Seongguk's audacious vision. With a weary sigh that carried the weight of his continuous astonishment, the chairman remarked on Seongguk's profound maturity, admitting that even after their time in America, the child still managed to surprise him. Yet, the chairman reminded him, the harsh reality of crashing stock prices, a paralyzed market, and companies struggling with liquidity meant the crisis was far from over. The chairman voiced his deep concern for Samjeon's survival without immediate cash flow, but Seongguk, with unwavering determination, countered with a bold alternative: sell a different subsidiary. Seongguk then proposed the unthinkable: sell Samjeon Auto, a suggestion that utterly stunned the chairman, whose mind reeled at how the child could possibly possess such classified information. From the shadows, a furious purple glow emanated from Jason Lee's eye, his veins throbbing with an unspoken, intense rage at the sudden, outrageous suggestion. Jason Lee leaned calmly against the doorframe, a subtle smirk playing on his lips as he processed this unexpected turn of events. A dangerous amusement danced in Jason Lee's eyes as he declared the situation: how interesting. Jason Lee's thoughts raced, dissecting the confidential nature of Samjeon Motors and the sheer absurdity of the chairman taking business advice from a child, even as he observed the chairman attentively listening to Seongguk. Yet, a chilling blue aura pulsed around Jason Lee as he affirmed the situation was undeniably intriguing, a firm, dark resolve solidifying in his mind. Resolved to uncover the truth about Seongguk, Jason Lee wasted no time, pulling out his phone to initiate a clandestine call. As Jason Lee walked away, his voice hushed, he hinted at something intriguing witnessed in the chairman's office and presented a proposal to a mysterious Mr. Jeon Seongguk, the shadows around him swirling with sinister intent. A sudden, sharp clatter pierced the quiet, making Seongguk's breath catch with a jolt of surprise. As he stared at the slightly ajar door, a silent question echoed in Seongguk's mind: what could it be? Footsteps receded down the cool hallway, and his father's voice pondered aloud if the door had truly been left ajar, a small oversight with unknown implications. A quiet understanding settled over Seongguk, the puzzle pieces of his father's observation clicked into place. Looking up at his father, Seongguk confidently asserted his comprehension, a swift and eager affirmation. His father laid out the crucial strategy: avoid selling high-quality subsidiaries, instead releasing as much retained earnings, the profits kept within a company, as possible to weather the ongoing crisis. With a cheerful affirmation, Seongguk agreed with his father's directive to maintain and not reduce foreign investments, recognizing the strategic wisdom. A long silence stretched between them before his father, a smirk playing on his lips, admitted that Seongguk was truly something else, a profound realization settling over him. His father tapped a finger thoughtfully, confessing his amazement that someone so young knew such specifics about Samsung Motors, and even more, had singled it out for sale, his mind connecting the dots. With a sly smirk, his father articulated the shocking deduction that Seongguk believed the severe IMF crisis would, in fact, be short-lived. A jolt of pure shock shot through Seongguk, his wide eyes and flushed cheeks betraying the sudden embarrassment of being completely seen through. A celestial thump echoed in Seongguk's mind, a quiet acknowledgement that his father's perception, sparkling like distant stars, was just as sharp as he remembered. Standing at a luminous crossroads, Seongguk's resolve burned bright. He knew the IMF crisis would not linger, and every strategic move had already been forged in the crucible of his future knowledge. With eyes that seemed to glow with a mysterious energy, his father expressed profound shock that Seongguk, from just a few words, had divined the unspoken depths of his own thoughts. A chill ran down Seongguk's spine as his father's gaze sharpened, a low murmur of something suspicious, causing Seongguk to flinch with sudden, unsettling fear. Long shadows stretched across the floor as his father listed the unnerving evidence: a child's knowledge and judgment far beyond his years, a shocking boldness in confronting massive investments. The relentless cataloging continued, even his complete lack of fear regarding the IMF, prompting a frustrated thump of Seongguk's foot. With a sudden, impactful motion, a hand shot forward, each gesture imbued with the heavy weight of conviction. Bathed in a menacing red glow, his father's voice dropped, revealing the terrifying truth that had plagued him. Seongguk seemed to know the future, a chilling accusation that instantly filled the boy with dread. As the vibrant hues of sunset painted the sky, Seongguk's weary voice drifted, announcing his return home. With a deep sigh, Seongguk collapsed onto the entryway floor, the sheer exhaustion of the day finally overwhelming him. His mother, Kim So-young, called out in surprise, finding Seongguk collapsed on the floor as if all his energy had been suddenly drained. Concern etched on her face, Kim So-young began gently but firmly dragging a groaning Seongguk from the entryway, unable to understand his sudden collapse. As she continued to drag him, his mother gently pressed him about his meeting with the chairman and if he had remembered to thank Secretary Yang, earning only a weary mumble in return. A cry of utter exhaustion escaped Seongguk, his distress amplified by the day's emotional toll. Huddling in terror, Seongguk whimpered that his father was scary and suspicious, as a dark, cackling silhouette of his father, wreathed in eerie purple light, seemed to rise behind him. Seongguk gasped, overwhelmed. He knew from his past life that his father was not to be underestimated, but the sheer, potent force of his aura was a sensation he had not felt in an eternity. Seongguk felt he had barely escaped the intense conversation, hastily declaring his departure as he dashed away from his father's presence. Shame washed over Seongguk as he realized he had, in his haste, inadvertently blurted out far too many secrets. He muttered to himself, reflecting on his revelations about the U.S. investment in Samsung Motors, now fully understanding the reasons behind his father's growing suspicion. His father's menacing aura, a smirking, purple glow, reinforced Seongguk's dramatic decision to avoid him for a while, collapsing in an exaggerated heap of defeat. Seongguk's mother, Kim So-young, observed his drowsy state and softly asked if he was very tired. A warm smile graced Kim So-young's face as she explained she had come at his request, and Seongguk, surprised and delighted, exclaimed her name. Seongguk's older sister, Jeon Seongguk, sharply reprimanded him for his rudeness in not addressing Kim So-young as president, but Kim So-young, ever calm, assured them it was fine, emphasizing her role as Seongguk's manager. As Kim So-young gently inquired if she could offer assistance, Seongguk erupted in a frantic plea, declaring his urgent need for her help with an overwhelming sense of panic. Seongguk's desperate plea to buy his dad's shop, which was now for sale, landed with stunning force, leaving Kim So-young utterly shocked. Kim So-young's concerned inquiry about the shop's sale was met with Jeon Seongguk's quiet, sorrowful confirmation. Things are crazy these days, Jeon Seongguk sighed, as the market itself reflected the frantic, hurried sale of the shop building, its owner eager to offload it amidst plummeting property prices. Jeon Seongguk voiced her annoyance that Seongguk stubbornly insisted on using their meager savings to buy the entire building, dismissing his weird stuff, but Seongguk hotly retorted that his advice was anything but. Seongguk exasperatedly insisted the chairman himself had given him this advice, assuring him they wouldn't lose money, a claim that made Kim So-young pause in thoughtful consideration. With a knowing, sly smirk, Kim So-young voiced a surprising possibility, that Seongguk's advice might just be true, leaving Jeon Seongguk utterly stunned. With a confident flourish, Kim So-young revealed a fantastical secret. She had once taken Seongguk's casual advice, and every property she invested in had magically hit the jackpot, leaving Jeon Seongguk absolutely stunned. Embarrassment flushed through Kim So-young as she tried to convince herself it was merely coincidence, knowing the world would mock her for investing millions based on the words of a child. But the undeniable truth of her immense past profits shone through, cementing Kim So-young's decision. With a wide, confident smile, she declared they would buy the building. Radiating a bright, determined energy, Kim So-young declared her intention to immediately prepare the documents to purchase the commercial building, leaving Jeon Seongguk utterly speechless with shock. With a gentle pat to Seongguk's head, Kim So-young thoughtfully reassured him that the building was a wise investment regardless, newly built in a prime location, ensuring they could keep their store. Kim So-young efficiently instructed Jeon Seongguk to arrange a meeting with the building owner, and she promptly acknowledged the task, ready to act. With a contemplative touch to her face, Kim So-young mentally outlined the next crucial steps, gathering registration papers and preparing the agent's fee. Seongguk, his brow furrowed with concern, asked if SKJ, his agency, was managing to stay afloat. After a moment of heavy silence, Kim So-young's expression grew serious as she revealed the grim reality: many nearby agencies had tragically shuttered their doors. The closures had created an unexpected opportunity, Kim So-young explained, as a flood of free agent celebrities were now seeking exclusive contracts. Seongguk, his eyes sparkling with eagerness, advised her to focus solely on those with proven name value. Seongguk then urged her to aim for long-term contracts, but Kim So-young's thoughts halted abruptly. A shadow of worry darkened her eyes as she voiced the very real fear of losing money on signing fees if the economy continued its grim decline. As Kim So-young voiced her dread of looming bankruptcy, Seongguk, now radiating a confident, almost magical glow, firmly declared that such a fate would simply not come to pass. Kim So-young, looking at Seongguk with renewed surprise, suddenly recalled his claims of receiving investment training from Chairman Jeon Jae-hyung in the U.S., complete with some kind of contract. A soft smile touched Kim So-young's lips as she watched the peacefully sleeping Seongguk, a deep impression settling over her that he was truly something special. "Alright," Kim So-young agreed with a smile, promising not to forget his words, which prompted a delighted wink and thumbs up from Seongguk. Seongguk smirked, his thoughts satisfied that the SKJ matter was settled thanks to manager Kim's quick understanding, and already his mind raced to what came next. A sudden, magical spark flared in Seongguk's mind, a realization striking him like lightning. Surely, by now, it should have arrived, he wondered. Seongguk's thoughts drifted to his letter, a silent, impatient demand hanging in the air for Bujin Construction to finally make up its mind. The country itself is about to keel over. An agitated man, practically glowing with frustration, pointed at President Lee Seongguk, his voice sharp with the desperate question of how a company like theirs could possibly hold on much longer. President Lee Seongguk of Bujin Construction remained agonizingly silent, his clasped hands and downcast gaze revealing the profound distress weighing heavily on his shoulders. "Before your funding completely dries up," the agitated man insisted, his hand thudding down emphatically as he gestured towards a fine gentleman waiting to be introduced. With a charismatic smile and a subtly glowing aura, the American investor was presented as their only lifeline, proposing the urgent sale of company shares. President Lee Seongguk's plea for just a little more time to think met with the exasperated cry from another adult, who called him seriously frustrating. Just as the frustrated adult launched into a desperate warning about loan sharks, Lee Si-hee approached, her voice a soft, concerned plea for her father. The letter, held in an adult's hand, was addressed directly to Miss Lee Jong-hee, daughter of the president of Bujin Construction, bearing the intriguing sender's note, from an anonymous supporter. A desperate cry of "damn it" echoed, a profound tremor of urgency shaking the very foundations of the city. President Lee Seongguk, once proud of Bujin Construction's thriving success, now clutched his head in the dim light, consumed by the agonizing question of what he was supposed to do. He fondly recalled the years of building Bujin into something monumental, hiring competent staff and managing a flood of contracts, even as some called him ignorant. Indeed, that success had been undeniable, yet now, all that promise felt reduced to ashes, consumed by fierce, orange flames. A heavy blow of despair had landed, leaving President Lee Seongguk slumped and broken, as he bitterly cursed the devastating impact of the IMF. Trapped in a spiral of desperation, sweat beaded on his brow as he wrestled with the terrifying prospect of joining hands with dangerous figures just to secure the cash he so desperately needed. Then came the smooth voices, assuring him that an excellent overseas investor simply wished to buy a stake, and that his management rights would be strictly guaranteed. As the men insisted they only wanted to invest in a blue-chip company, President Lee Seongguk, caught in the undertow of desperate hope, clung to the thought that selling shares could revive his halted apartment construction, perhaps allowing them to survive. His thoughts, still wrestling with the supposed guarantee of his position, were sharply broken by Jong-hee's soft, questioning voice. He turned, surprised to find Jong-hee standing hesitantly in the doorway, her worry evident as she clutched papers to her chest. "Why aren't you asleep at this late hour?" he asked, trying to sound calm, but her soft reply revealed her watchful love. She was awake because he seemed to be having a hard time. He tried to reassure her, telling his daughter not to worry, while a fierce resolve burned within him. He could not collapse, not for her sake, as Jong-hee simply whispered his name in return. Then, with a quiet slide, a hand presented a slightly crumpled envelope, holding a subtle sense of mystery. "I found it delivered to the house," he explained, rustling open the mysterious envelope, bewildered by the childlike handwriting. The pages fluttered open to reveal an urgent message. "Hello, CEO Lee Seongguk. Cutting to the chase, do not accept the share sale offer from the overseas investor." A wave of shock washed over President Lee Seongguk as he read the chilling truth. The overseas investors were merely professional corporate raiders, members of a private equity fund, likely operating through a shell company in Panama. But then, the letter went further, advising him to increase government-contracted projects and abandon the downtown apartment construction for liquidity, leaving him wide-eyed with a stunned, bewildered, "What is this?" The letter spoke of secret company situations, the true identity of his so-called investors, and even offered a complete solution, all while Jong-hee watched her father, her own small face etched with quiet concern. The insight struck President Lee Seongguk with an almost physical jolt. This was advice that demanded not just knowledge of his company's deepest secrets, but a profound mastery of management and economics. Consumed by the overwhelming mystery, a stern, glowing energy pulsed around President Lee Seongguk as he desperately pondered, "Who the hell is this, when I'm so busy and caught up in so many other things?" Far from the unfolding drama, the infant Seongguk slept soundly, stretching and letting out soft murmurs as he dreamed. Kim So-young, pan and spatula in hand, gently interrupted the rhythmic rumble of Seongguk's sleep, asking if he wished to wake. "The news is about to start, you know," she reminded him, adding internally that he'd asked to be woken, and the mere mention of it jolted Seongguk into a startled, wide-eyed gah. With eager claps, Seongguk energetically announced, "I'm awake. I'm up," his small voice full of renewed purpose. A quick click of the remote control brought the television to life. As the news anchor began the morning report, Seongguk sat fixated, while Kim So-young watched him with a faint smile, a silent wonder stirring within her at his intense focus. Nothing today either. Good. Seongguk thought, a quiet wave of relief washing over him, affirming that his intervention had worked. For a full 15 days since sending the letter to Jong-hee, Seongguk had diligently watched the news every morning and evening, acutely aware of the plunging stock prices that defined their grim reality. In his child's body, his power was limited, yet the reborn strategist saw his path, send warnings and solutions to CEO Lee Song-do through Jong-hee, knowing the ultimate choice rested with the CEO. With blue light emanating from his determined chibi form, he speculated, if his advice had been accepted, Lee Song-do could change his fate, but if not, the news of his inevitable bankruptcy would surely appear. Seeing as there's been no news so far, he thought, a confident smile radiating from him, he must have made the right choice. In his past life, CEO Lee Song-do had been tragically deceived by speculators, losing his company and never recovering, leaving him and young Jong-hee in profound despair. As the family fortune declined, Jong-hee had been forced to endure truly hard times, depicted in a surreal, stark winter landscape that mirrored her wistful sorrow. He fondly recalled Jong-hee, his first love, in a romanticized vision of their past, embracing amidst sparkling flowers, a cherished memory. A soft smile touched Seongguk's lips as he gently touched his chest, wishing with all his heart that Jong-hee, who had suffered so much, would find profound happiness in this life. All right. Seongguk declared with a decisive clap, a burst of energy emanating from him. As he stretched, a profound sense of satisfaction settled over Seongguk. He had settled an old debt of the heart, his past burden finally eased. Our young hero, in his chibi form, dramatically intervened to halt the catastrophic chain of bankruptcies that would have ensued from Bujin's collapse, saving partner banks, construction firms, and suppliers from ruin. With a proud smile, Seongguk declared that within the bounds of his influence, he had twisted the unhappy past life as much as humanly possible, filled with satisfaction at his efforts. His chibi form stood satisfied as he ticked off achievements, recalling how he had bought his father's commercial building and taken critical measures for SKJ. As he pondered, is father the only one left now? A soft shuffle signaled a change, and his younger brother, Jeon Seongguk, cheerfully called out, "Big brother. Are you awake?" Seongguk joyfully exclaimed, throwing his arms around Seongguk, who returned the embrace with a warm smile, greeting him, "Oh, good morning." Chibi Seongguk playfully asked if Seongguk had been busy yesterday, to which Chibi Seongguk, holding a croissant, proudly puffed out his chest and declared, "I worked hard." "Good job," Seongguk affirmed, his hand gently patting Seongguk's head, eliciting a shy, happy giggle from his younger brother. The narration revealed Seongguk had been diligently working to earn money in Seongguk's stead, steadily growing his acting career through commercials and minor drama roles after his debut as a villain. Chibi Seongguk pondered that his brother had more celebrity talent than he did, and was undeniably cute, while Chibi Seongguk flushed with delight at the thought of being praised by his big brother. "Both of you, wash up and get ready for breakfast," Kim So-young called out, her voice bright and inviting. "Shall we go?" Seongguk enthusiastically asked, his internal thoughts confessing that he had been out of his mind dealing with so many things lately. He earnestly hoped it would be fine to spend the little remaining time of the year quietly, a peaceful end to his recent tumultuous efforts. "Is what I thought," Chibi Seongguk sighed, crossing his arms with a resigned slump, as if already anticipating his dashed hopes. The scattering of coins and a sharp clink signaled the chaotic arrival in a lavish, bustling hall, leaving Chibi Seongguk on his knees in shock, demanding, "What is this now? What is it?" Kim So-young whispered, shushing Seongguk with a quick gesture, her mind racing as she subtly noted a familiar child nearby, one who often hung out with, just. Kim So-young explained that Chairman Jeon Jae-hyung had invited them to a year-end dinner at Restaurant Aleo, a gesture of unexpected grandeur. The polite worker greeted them, confirming their reservation and assuring them she would show them in, a moment that only heightened Seongguk's inner surprise. Seongguk seethed internally, cradling his head in frustration, "You told me right before we came. If I knew earlier, I would have never come." A heavy, oppressive feeling of stress settled over Seongguk, as he thought he had barely escaped a situation, a shadowy, smirking figure lurking in his distressed mind, whispering, "You're suspicious." His chibi form crossed its arms in unhappiness, reflecting that he should have avoided this encounter until at least early next year, or better yet, until summer. Then, with wide eyes and a blush of sudden understanding, Seongguk let out a silent, of pure, unadulterated shock. His mind reeled, that is Jason Lee and Jeon Jae-jin, he realized, recognizing the faces of two men he knew all too well from his past. A chilling realization settled in as he identified the man as his troublesome uncle Jeon Jae-jin, a sinister aura emanating from the figure, leaving Seongguk deeply troubled by his presence with Jason Lee. As a soft tap echoed, Kim So-young, noticing his sudden, uncharacteristic stillness, called out with concern, "Seongguk?" Jason Lee's cheerful, "Hello," cut through the air, while Seongguk, his back to the scene, deliberately avoided making eye contact. Jeon Seongguk offered a questioning while Jason Lee's face contorted with visible annoyance, their attention now firmly on the new arrivals. With a confident, almost mischievous smile and a faint blush, Seongguk boldly declared, "My name is Jeon Seongguk. I saw someone I know well, so I absolutely had to say hello." A dark, furious glare distorted Jason Lee's face as he thought with intense disdain, "This brat." The unidentified adult spoke of Seongguk's burgeoning reputation, expecting Jason Lee to recognize the name. Inside, Seongguk's pride flared, furious at being dismissed as merely a child actor, demanding a mental halt to such belittling thoughts. The man recalled seeing Seongguk on TV, then focused on Jeon Seongguk, confirming his title. He then carefully established Jeon Seongguk's formidable standing as the chairman's younger brother and a respected director at Samjeon Trading. Seongguk's chibi form swelled with an indignant confidence, asserting his undeniable knowledge. A phantom ache stirred within Seongguk, reminding him of this foolish uncle who, in his past life, had always coveted his father's position. Even his past father had dismissed such a threat, but Seongguk, masking his true thoughts with a wide smile, pressed the men on their purpose here. Jason Lee, his patience wearing thin, curtly dismissed the ongoing discussion and urged Jeon Seongguk to leave. He brushed off Seongguk as an attention-seeking child, boldly declaring his true intention to meet Chairman Jeon Seongguk himself. As Jason Lee turned away, Seongguk's thoughts followed, a silent acknowledgement that their paths were indeed converging toward the chairman. Seongguk's sly smile twisted into a subtle threat, warning that he would expose their presence to the chairman if their intentions proved nefarious. His thoughts blazed with fierce resolve, vowing that now, having seen their faces, he would ensure their clandestine plans would never succeed. Jeon Seongguk, taken aback, stumbled on his words while Jason Lee, rubbing his temple, downplayed their meeting as a simple meal. Jason Lee's hand grabbed Jeon Seongguk's arm with urgency, insisting they ignore Seongguk and leave. A sudden, shared realization flickered across their faces as Jason Lee uttered the words, "He has arrived as well." With newfound urgency, Jason Lee suggested a hasty greeting before they retreated, an idea Jeon Seongguk nervously endorsed. Seongguk, his chibi form bursting with energy, chased after them, a furious, "Where are you going?" echoing through the hallway. His small face flushed with anger as he demanded answers to their secret meeting. Seongguk's initial anger evaporated, replaced by a wide-eyed shock at a new presence. A chill ran through Seongguk as he realized another, even more significant, person had entered the scene. The bald man's head shone with an almost blinding luminescence, a beacon in the busy hall. Jason Lee, witnessing the arrival, clenched his jaw, a raw expletive escaping his lips. Seongguk's thoughts raced, piecing together the clues of a bald, respected figure, then landed on a horrifying realization that sent a jolt of shock through him. The clinking of cutlery began, a delicate symphony signaling the formal dinner had commenced for the family and the chairman. The chairman, his smile calm and inviting, graciously inquired about their enjoyment of the lavish meal. Seongguk, fork suspended mid-air, was lost in a daze, while Kim So-young watched him with a flicker of concern. Kim So-young, her smile strained, gently nudged a startled and blushing Seongguk to respond to the chairman. Seongguk quickly apologized, citing a moment of distraction, which the chairman gently observed as a sign of trouble. The chairman's simple question about his troubles ignited a furious, blue-tinted explosion of frustration within Seongguk's mind. His thoughts spiraled, fearing the chairman's suspicion, the impending schemes of his enemies, and the chilling implications of the "kid knows the future" dilemma. The thought of the mysterious, bald head sent a wave of panic through Seongguk, confirming his worst fears, a full-blown crisis was imminent. Seongguk swallowed hard, a silent struggle to suppress his swirling thoughts as he covertly glanced at the chairman. The subtle clinking of the chairman's fork signaled a pause, a moment for a new beginning. The chairman confessed that the previous encounter had been too shocking for a proper conversation. His suggestion to continue their interrupted discussion caught Seongguk completely off guard, his eyes wide with surprise. The chairman's thoughts flashed back to Seongguk's startling foresight, while Seongguk desperately tried to steer the conversation toward Samjeon Motors. Seongguk's chibi form quivered with confusion as the chairman slyly questioned his earlier advice to sell. Kim So-young and Jeon Ji-sung gasped in shock at Seongguk's audacious words, leaving him flustered and struggling for an explanation. The chairman, unfazed, calmly reassured them, stating that he had simply asked a question, and Seongguk had merely answered. The chairman then showered Seongguk with praise for his remarkable eye for economics, eliciting varied reactions from the family. A smirk spread across the chairman's face, his eyes glowing with an almost mystical excitement, claiming Seongguk's words were like seeing the future itself. With an open hand and a welcoming gesture, the chairman invited Seongguk to speak his mind freely. The chairman began to speak of Samjeon Motors, a project he had meticulously nurtured to forge a different legacy than his predecessor. The chairman's stern question about why Seongguk urged him to sell confirmed Seongguk's chilling realization, this meeting was no accident. A dark smirk settled on Seongguk's chibi face as he realized the chairman had orchestrated this entire event to corner him in front of his parents. Seongguk's smile vanished, replaced by a resolute expression as he declared his truth, because it's already a rotten fruit. He asserted that Samjeon Motors' core technology was undeveloped, dependent on imported Japanese parts. Seongguk confidently argued that such a business model was disastrous during the IMF crisis, leaving Kim So-young utterly shocked. Seongguk's internal monologue raged, boldly declaring the business a rotten fruit destined for sale, a brutal truth that struck the chairman like a blow. His thoughts then echoed the chairman's past life philosophy: a failed business, like a spoiled fruit, would inevitably rot, no matter the investment. Seongguk's thoughts drifted to his grandfather, understanding the chairman's obsession to surpass him, yet recognizing Samjeon's undeniable lack of competitive edge. He urged the chairman to acknowledge the undeniable truth, who responded with a calm, amused retort. The chairman uttered a profound statement about Seongguk, then announced he had one more crucial point to share. Seongguk, his eyes wide and serious, delivered his bombshell. Jason Lee and director Jeon Jae-jin were together in the lobby. He added that they were greeting a shiny bald important person, causing the chairman's calm demeanor to crack with surprise. The chairman, a stern glow in his eyes, uttered the name, Hyojin's chairman Koo Soo-young, as if the name itself held ominous power. The rhythmic tapping of the chairman's finger on the table underscored his grim realization of the implications: his brother and Jason meeting with a rival company's chairman. With a menacing smile, the chairman declared it was time for a serious cleanup, a sentiment Seongguk enthusiastically echoed, though it unsettled the rest of the family. The chairman let out a subtle, satisfied chuckle. The chairman praised Seongguk as a gift, a sentiment that made Seongguk blush and shyly look away. The chairman extended his hand, offering a gift and suggesting a visit to a significant place in the upcoming new year. Jeon Ji-sung, holding the mysterious card, looked up, a question forming on his lips about the significance of this place. The chairman's glasses reflected Seongguk's chibi form, hinting at a destination that would unveil an unexpected and profound fate. A traditional building emerged from the mist, shrouded in an ethereal mystery. An adult's hand reached out, accompanied by a sharp exclamation. An angry, fanged man bellowed a curse of Samjae, sending shivers of fear through the chibi forms of the family. A chilling cry accompanied the old woman's declaration that infant Seongguk faced 3 disasters this year, an ominous pronouncement that left the child deeply unsettled. Kim So-young, clinging to her husband, could only ask if such a dire prophecy could truly be real, as Jeon Ji-sung recounted the shaman's grim words that the heavens foretold misfortune for them. The old woman, sweating in distress, cried out in genuine worry about the fortune, her concern punctuated by a dramatic cough. But then, her eyes glowing red with a smirk, the old woman sternly revealed her previous statement was merely a joke. The entire family reeled in shock at the old woman's declaration that her dire fortune-telling had been nothing more than a jest. Jeon Ji-sung stammered, flustered and confused, as infant Seongguk let out a knowing chuckle. Our young protagonist erupted in boisterous laughter, the sound surprising his parents who were still reeling from the shaman's trick. Amused, the old woman acknowledged the unexpected arrival of a child who understood how to take a joke. Seongguk, winking subtly, noted that the great shaman's eccentric temper remained as unchanged as ever. His past self reflected that he had more or less guessed the shaman's identity when his father spoke of destiny, but he never truly expected to meet her again. The great shaman, Mr. Lee, was introduced as the mysterious figure who had read their family's fortunes for generations, an otherworldly presence tied deeply to their grandfather. The old woman confirmed with a sly smile that she would indeed look into their family's fortune, much to young Seongguk's eager anticipation. With an ethereal sparkle, the shaman prepared to delve into the tangled ties of destiny around Seongguk, crossing the very fabric of his past and present lives. Starting with the father, the old woman sought confirmation of Jeon Ji-sung's identity, making him respond with nervous deference. The shaman expressed exasperation at their earlier fear, revealing she had only played along with the ominous prediction because they had brought a fake horoscope. Jeon Ji-sung's eyes widened in shock, unable to comprehend the mention of a fake horoscope and the questioning of his own birth date. He confessed the heartbreaking truth of his past: abandoned at an orphanage as a baby, his birthday was merely a government-assigned formality. With a fierce assertion of her undeniable skill, the old woman declared that if she couldn't discern such a detail after years as a fortune-teller, she should quit her profession. Despite the lack of a true birth date for a Saju reading, the old woman reassured him that his face clearly showed fortune flowing in, leaving him with nothing to fear. The old woman's prediction of a difficult early life followed by a future of rising prosperity brought Jeon Ji-sung to tears of profound hope, while Kim So-young offered gentle comfort. Seongguk, internally validating her genuine abilities, sincerely thanked the old woman for her insightful words. The shaman then turned to Kim So-young, confirming the accuracy of her birth data, which prompted Kim So-young to share her own orphanage past, albeit with a preserved birth record. With a sly smirk and an ethereal glow, the old woman dramatically foretold that Kim So-young was destined to become the mother of a chancellor. Kim So-young, surprised by the lofty prophecy, sought clarification, which the old woman reiterated as bearing a precious child who would become a chancellor. Overwhelmed by the revelation and the advice to fully support her child to enhance her own luck, Kim So-young could only blush and express her astonishment. Turning to his younger brother, the old woman declared infant Jeon Seongguk was born with a precious destiny, destined for a life without major hardships. The shaman predicted an eternal bond of deep brotherly love, a sentiment Jeon Seongguk instantly echoed with an affectionate declaration to his older brother. The old woman observed the brothers' bond with a knowing smirk, her eyes faintly glowing red as she prepared to reveal the next chapter of their destiny. With a mischievous glint in her eye, the old woman then asked if they should proceed to discuss the beloved older brother's fortune. Seongguk's past self reflected on the great shaman's previous prophecy in his past life, foretelling his ascent to become the chairman of Samjeon. In a vivid flashback, the old woman vehemently warned his past self to prioritize his health immediately after taking the chairman's seat, shouting at him not to ignore her. Her warning of a sudden death energy, so potent it even troubled her, was underscored by a chilling vision of a bloodied body and a solemn portrait. Young Seongguk, distressed in his thoughts, regretted not heeding those past warnings as the old woman calmly prepared to read his current fortune. The old woman revealed a shocking truth: Seongguk was originally destined to be born as the eldest son of a conglomerate family, astonishing Kim So-young. Narration described Seongguk as a being born with overwhelming energy, capable of changing countless fates across time. The old woman dramatically declared that Seongguk was a child destined to become a chancellor, radiating a golden glow. Jeon Seongguk gulped in surprise at the chancellor prediction, and the old woman reiterated her crucial advice to the parents: support Seongguk and never impede his path. The old woman revealed Seongguk's lonely past life, surprising him, but assured him that this time he would experience love with good parents. A subtle smirk played on the old woman's lips, her eyes glowing faintly red, as she concluded her surprising revelations about Seongguk's past. The old woman praised their beautiful family, urging them to rely on each other and live with affection from that moment forward. With a wave, the old woman called Kim So-young closer, leaving her confused and questioning the unexpected summons. The old woman leaned in to whisper a confidential secret into Kim So-young's ear, eliciting a surprised blush from her. A single, emphatic word, baby, echoed the unexpected content of the whispered secret. After the family's departure, the old woman sat silently, lost in thought as the last rays of the sunset streamed through the window. A quiet click signaled the arrival of an adult man who reported escorting the family home, and the old woman calmly dismissed him. The old woman declared that her work was not yet done, her hand reaching to lift an old phone receiver. Chairman Jeon, surprised, answered the phone, recognizing the great shaman's voice on the other end. The old woman addressed Chairman Jeon with a stern and intense tone, her eyes glowing with dramatic yellow light. She confirmed to Chairman Jeon that Seongguk was indeed extraordinary, just as he had suspected. The old woman reminded Chairman Jeon of her earlier warning about Seongguk's destructive potential, emphasizing that the complex and dangerous tie between them was far greater than anticipated. The old woman's comparison of their relationship to that of Lee Seong-gai and Lee Bang-won left Chairman Jeon shocked and sweating with alarm. Chairman Jeon repeated the historical names, as the old woman reiterated the metaphorical father-son bond that connected him to Seongguk. The old woman revealed the prophecy of the son stepping over the father to rise, a pronouncement that brought a smirk to Chairman Jeon's face. The complex historical relationship between Lee Seong-gai and Lee Bang-won was depicted, a son who took everything, yet solidified the nation his father founded. The old woman reacted with a shock and anger, striking her hand down, as if realizing something new or unexpected. She sternly warned Chairman Jeon to watch his words, for their bond was not purely good, to which he calmly responded that he was about to make a decision. Chairman Jeon revealed his serious contemplation of either keeping Seongguk by his side, or, with a sinister glint in his eyes, completely erasing the child from his path. Chairman Jeon ended the call, expressing his thanks and promising another visit, leaving the old woman in silent contemplation. As she gently replaced the phone receiver, the old woman inwardly questioned if anyone could truly erase a destiny, concluding that no father ever truly wins against his son. Her internal monologue continued, emphasizing the profound destiny of a chancellor that Seongguk was born with. Seongguk, glowing with energetic fervor, abruptly declared they needed to buy more land, surprising his parents who could only express their exasperation. Amidst the news of the IMF crisis tightening its grip and making life unbearable for ordinary people, the thought of buying land hung heavy in the air, a bold and uncertain gamble for Jeon Seongguk. Seongguk's latest, bewildering pronouncement drew a sharp, exasperated question from his mother, Kim So-young. His father, Jeon Seongguk, trembled with anxiety, reminding Seongguk that their funds were already depleted after their recent large purchase. Seongguk, in a burst of furious energy, unleashed a tiny roar, accusing his father of hiding his advertising earnings, sending Jeon Seongguk recoiling in comical terror. Jeon Seongguk pleaded with Kim So-young to intervene, but she remained silent, deep in her own thoughts. Kim So-young then turned to Seongguk, her voice serious as she asked for the exact locations he intended for them to buy land. Seongguk beamed with delight at his mother's earnest question, ready to reveal the two crucial locations. The whispered names, Panjeo and Dongtan, floated into the tense family air. Kim So-young echoed the unfamiliar names, confessing she had never heard of them, while Jeon Ji-sung looked on with confused curiosity. But Jeon Ji-sung eagerly supplied that both locations required a journey south from Seoul. Seongguk, with the confidence of a seasoned strategist, explained that though they appeared to be empty countryside, both Panjeo and Dongtan were mere months away from being designated as development zones. Once officially designated, these unassuming regions would begin an inevitable urban transformation, blossoming into vital new city hubs near Seoul. Seongguk further revealed that during this process, these lands had historically suffered from illicit speculation by foreign capital, affirming that they would acquire only a few key spots. He declared their intention to sell the land later at a fair price to those who truly needed it, a proposal to which Kim So-young, with a sly, blushing smile, readily agreed. Jeon Ji-sung gasped in astonishment at his wife's sudden acquiescence, while Seongguk registered a flicker of surprise. A mysterious, glowing figure named Lee, with a subtle smile, seemed to suggest a deeper understanding of the situation. The narration reflected on Seongguk's astonishing achievements, noting that he had already proven his incredible abilities multiple times. A soft, warm light enveloped Kim So-young as she blushed and smiled, a silent testament to her deep trust in her son. Lee, the old woman, appeared in a shimmering vision, reminding them that their path was not to stop Seongguk, but to wholeheartedly help him. Though still concerned, Kim So-young was reassured by Seongguk's playful suggestion that they could simply build a house on the land if things went awry, echoing the easing of their worries thanks to Mr. Lee's influence. Seongguk, however, inwardly scoffed at the naive thought of merely building a house. For in his triumphant vision, glittering gold rained down around the towering skyscrapers that would rise from their newly acquired land. The sheer thought of the immense value increase in Panjeo and Dongtan sent a greedy, excited shiver through Seongguk, making him visibly drool. While Seongguk was lost in his monetary reverie, Kim So-young, blushing coyly, turned to Jeon Ji-sung, subtly hinting at something she needed to share. Amidst quiet whispers, Kim So-young leaned in close to Jeon Ji-sung, sharing a secret that made both their faces flush. Seongguk's eyes widened in dramatic shock at his parents' hushed conversation. Kim So-young's hand trembled with nervous anticipation as she spoke of the possibility of having another baby this year. Jeon Ji-sung's joy overflowed at the prospect of a daughter, encouraged by a glowing Lee and a magical vision, while Kim So-young blushed with shy happiness. Seongguk, blushing himself, sought confirmation from his mother, who shyly affirmed the exciting news. Kim So-young gently explained that Lee had predicted it, revealing her own long-held, quiet desire for a daughter. Seongguk closed his eyes in contemplation, mulling over his mother's heartfelt question about a new little sister. A chilling memory of his past life's sister, devil wearing the mask of a younger sister, made Seongguk shudder internally, almost swaying him to stop his parents. But the innocent presence of his sweet younger brother, Jeon Tae-guk, pulled him back to the reality of this life. Seongguk's internal resistance crumbled, replaced by a cheerful thumbs up, declaring his enthusiastic approval to his mother. Jeon Ji-sung erupted in pure elation at the thought of a third child, a girl, embracing Kim So-young while the children reacted with wide-eyed surprise and happiness. Jeon Ji-sung's confident, public declaration of commitment to Kim So-young embarrassed her, while Seongguk reacted with a disgusted internal grimace. With a quiet, satisfied smile, Seongguk reflected that the new year was certainly not off to a bad start. A glowing, determined fist clenched, symbolizing Seongguk's renewed resolve to live the new year with unwavering sincerity. The news anchor on the television promised an abundance of good news, pivoting to the ongoing national debt repayment movement in Daegu. Seongguk's eyes widened in profound shock as the news announced the gold collection movement. A single, sparkling eye reflected a dawning realization as the narration spoke of dedicated citizens. The dramatic announcement declared the official launch of the gold collection movement. News broadcasts proudly proclaimed that citizens were selflessly donating gold for the sake of the country, their patriotic acts displayed on large city screens. A reporter on the scene, beaming with passion, described the fervor to save the country burning brightly amongst the citizens. The reporter gestured towards endless lines of people, a veritable sea of humanity, waiting to donate gold at banks since the early morning. The reporter then announced they had encountered some familiar and very welcome faces in the midst of the patriotic throng. To the excited cheers of the crowd, the reporter introduced the nation's beloved babies, Seongguk and Jeon Mingguk, along with their family. The reporter pressed Jeon Ji-sung about their participation, and he nervously confirmed they were offering Seongguk and Jeon Mingguk's precious first birthday rings. The reporter gasped in disbelief at the thought of sacrificing such cherished items, then promptly answered their own question with a rhetorical, "Not at all." Jeon Ji-sung, with heartfelt conviction, stated that donating was simply the right thing to do for a country in crisis, deeply moving the reporter. When asked if he felt it was a waste to donate his own first birthday ring, Seongguk calmly and confidently replied with a resolute, "Not at all." A vivid flashback showed Seongguk's initial surprise upon hearing about the gold collection movement on TV, a surprise mirrored by his father. Seongguk felt a surge of happiness that his parents eagerly suggested they all donate first, as the family enthusiastically prepared to contribute. With arms wide open and a joyful spirit, Seongguk declared his ambitious goal to earn vast sums of money in the future, only to donate even more. The reporter, deeply impressed, proclaimed that with such wonderful children, the future of South Korea seemed utterly worry-free. Seongguk merely smirked, his finger touching his nose, inwardly deeming his contribution a small act of noblesse oblige, basic decency in his view. The narration reflected on Seongguk's past life, where he had merely delegated such donations, contrasting it with the profound realization that struck him by participating in person today. As people lined up to contribute to the nation's recovery, Seongguk, filled with joy, cheerfully handed over his own first birthday ring, proclaiming his love for the country. Gold coins and rings cascaded onto a glowing keyboard, symbolizing the collective effort that promised a hopeful and prosperous future for their nation. Seongguk, bubbling with excitement, earnestly suggested to his father that they should also donate a portion of the profits from their upcoming land investments. Jeon Seongguk's heart swelled with pride for his admirable son, his joyful agreement radiating with paternal affection. Amidst the bustling street, a woman's high-heeled legs stepped forward, unnoticed by the general throng. A partially obscured woman, wearing sunglasses and a scarf, paused, a hint of surprise touching her expression. The woman, a subtle, sly smile playing on her lips, mused aloud about an unexpected encounter. Her eye, glowing with an otherworldly pink light behind her sunglasses, completed her thought about meeting such nostalgic faces in this unexpected place. A quiet, rhythmic tapping echoed the exhaustion that had settled in. A deep weariness permeated the air, binding Jeon Seongguk and even Seongguk in a shared sigh of exhaustion. Jeon Seongguk rubbed his head in disbelief, lamenting how their simple act of donation had spiraled into unforeseen public attention. The memory of reporters swarming, their insistent pleas chasing them even as they tried to escape, still felt like a whirlwind. Kim So-young's soft words offered a quiet moment of recognition for their collective endurance. Just as she offered the comfort of a home-cooked meal, the sudden chime of the doorbell cut through the quiet, signaling an unexpected arrival. The persistent ringing of the doorbell left Jeon Seongguk puzzled, as no one was expected. The door burst open with a jarring sound, interrupting the question on his lips. Seongguk's surprised gasp was swiftly followed by a demand, as he questioned the identity of the uninvited guest. Utter disbelief widened Seongguk's eyes, rendering him speechless. All at once, recognition dawned on Seongguk, his voice sharp with accusation as he identified the person standing in the blinding light of the doorway. With a graceful sweep, Seongguk removed her sunglasses, her voice a theatrical greeting directed at Seongguk. Seongguk beamed, her presence shimmering with an almost otherworldly glamour as she announced her return after a long absence. She took a delicate sip of coffee, projecting an air of serene composure. The room was heavy with a quiet tension, as Jeon Seongguk's simple statement hung in the air, met only by the family's watchful silence. The coffee cup was set down with a quiet, deliberate click. With a bright, effervescent smile and a light laugh, Seongguk charmingly emphasized her delight at their reunion. Kim So-young stammered her agreement, while Seongguk seethed inwardly, questioning Seongguk's audacity to appear before them. Seongguk's mind replayed a stark memory, her silhouette vanishing into a desert sunset, a cool adios marking what he believed was their definitive parting. The question burned in Seongguk's mind, what was her true motive for reappearing, as he flatly demanded her reason for visiting. Seongguk's coy remark about Seongguk's coldness was met with his furious internal retort, reminding himself of her history as his father's former mistress. Jeon Seongguk, flustered, questioned Seongguk's behavior, while the boy silently despaired at his father's obvious enchantment with the actress. With a soft chuckle, Seongguk presented an envelope, declaring it the sole purpose of her unexpected visit. The revelation of a wedding invitation left Seongguk utterly stunned, his voice barely a whisper in disbelief. With a dazzling, joyous cry, Seongguk unveiled her surprise, she was getting married. His parents echoed their shock, but Seongguk, ever the pragmatist, merely grumbled to himself, already suspicious. A soft blush touched Seongguk's cheeks as she spoke of her younger fiancé, a financier in Hong Kong, and her supposed initial hesitation toward marriage. Her tale of passionate pursuit elicited gasps of admiration from his parents, only fueling Seongguk's barely contained annoyance. Kim So-young, eager to bridge the gap, offered her congratulations, which Seongguk accepted with a grateful smile. Seongguk inwardly savored Kim So-young's predictable congratulations, while Seongguk's mind latched onto the mention of Hong Kong, a strategic puzzle piece. In Seongguk's mind, Seongguk transformed into an ethereal, sly fox, her cunning strategy shimmering into brilliant focus. Seongguk recalled the looming East Asian financial crisis, and how Hong Kong, despite its own struggles and recent handover, stood as one of the few places to navigate the impending economic storm. Siamese charming smiles concealed a calculating mind, as Seongguk realized she was strategically docking her assets in a safer harbor, far from the IMF's reach. Siamese smoothly explained her choice of Hong Kong for the wedding, then subtly buttered them up, declaring her high regard for Seongguk's family. His parents' voices rose in unison, their shock and confusion palpable at the unexpected inclusion. As Siamese extended her invitation to Hong Kong, Seongguk saw through it instantly, realizing her true motive was to escape public scrutiny for a lavish wedding amidst national hardship. Jeon Seongguk started to politely decline, citing the many commitments that made a trip to Hong Kong impractical. A sudden, brilliant spark of insight ignited in Seongguk's mind, compelling him to interject with an urgent plea for them to wait. With uncharacteristic urgency, Seongguk pressed for the wedding date, to which Siamese calmly replied, February. February. Seongguk exclaimed, his eyes alight with sudden purpose, declaring emphatically that they would indeed attend. Siamese feigned pleasant surprise, though her thoughts revealed her expectation of his objection, while his parents could only stare in astonishment. In the pivotal month of February, in Hong Kong, Seongguk's mind whirred, confirming with Siamese that she would indeed cover the plane tickets for their journey. For that very February, Hong Kong was poised to host a global financial conference, a convergence of immense power and influence. The world's most influential entrepreneurs and investors, bathed in a golden glow of prestige, would gather there, their collective presence radiating boundless opportunity. Then, a mischievous, golden glow radiated from Seongguk, his silent chuckles revealing the brilliant scheme that was surely taking shape in his mind. Jeon Seongguk felt a prickle of unease as he observed Seongguk's smirk, a familiar sensation telling him that his son was, once again, harboring a hidden agenda. Siamese smiled gently, conveying her genuine pleasure that her invitation had been so readily accepted. She casually explained that her marriage to a Hong Kong resident meant their paths in Korea would diverge, a revelation that struck Seongguk with a quiet jolt. Seongguk's mind raced, wondering if she was truly severing all ties with Korea, as Siamese declared her intention to leave now that her invitation was accepted. With a final, cheerful wave and a promise to see them in Hong Kong, Siamese departed for her next engagement, leaving Kim So-young to offer her heartfelt congratulations. Jeon Seongguk insisted on a congratulatory gift, but Siamese waved it off, leaving Seongguk deep in thought. Just as Siamese began her farewell, Seongguk's voice cut through the air, demanding she wait. With a rapid patter of his feet, Seongguk quickly closed the distance between them. Siamese inquired gently if he had something important to impart, and Seongguk cleared his throat in a moment of grave preparation. Leaning in close, Seongguk delivered a sharp, almost prophetic warning: she must not liquidate her Korean connections and assets. With unshakable conviction, Seongguk declared that Korea would not only rebound but would transform into a global cultural powerhouse within decades. If she were to abandon everything now, Seongguk warned, she, as an entertainer, would live to regret it, a pronouncement that visibly shocked her. Kim So-young, concerned that Seongguk might have spoken out of turn, anxiously asked Siamese what he had said, but the actress remained utterly speechless. With a nervous sweat and a forced smile, Siamese stumbled through an explanation, claiming Seongguk was merely offering her congratulatory advice. In the dramatic quiet of her own thoughts, Siamese acknowledged the unsettling truth. Seongguk's words echoed the profound wisdom she had once heard from the chairman himself. You truly are special, aren't you? Siamese mused, her words hanging in the sparkling, purple-tinged air as Seongguk met her gaze with a knowing smirk. Reassuring them once more about the wedding funds, Siamese announced her departure, and the door closed with a decisive sound behind her. Even as she walked away, Siamese was already on the phone, announcing her decision to reconsider fully terminating her exclusive contract. A subtle smile of deep satisfaction touched Seongguk's lips, knowing his words had taken root. Filled with an infectious energy, Seongguk turned to his family, eager to rally them for their impending journey. To Hong Kong. Seongguk declared, as if his words alone could lift the airplane soaring into the brightly lit sky, a symbol of their ambitious journey. In the festive spirit of Lunar New Year, Seongguk renewed his profound vow: he would, without a doubt, raise this family to unimaginable greatness. The Kai Tak International Airport welcomed them to Hong Kong, a distant land promising new beginnings. With a soft landing, Seongguk's foot touched down, a quiet mark of arrival on unfamiliar ground. The whole family, in a burst of energetic joy, celebrated their triumph of reaching Hong Kong. Seongguk observed the vibrant streets, a wave of nostalgia washing over him as he recalled the countless business trips he once made to this very city. His younger brother, Taeguk, unexpectedly called out Seongguk's name, pulling him from his thoughts. Taeguk angrily confronted Seongguk about a lie regarding taking off shoes on the plane, leaving Seongguk and his father, Ji-sung, in a comical state of embarrassment. Ji-sung, utterly exasperated, angrily called Seongguk a little brat, completely unaware that Seongguk found his frustration rather endearing. The airport entrance dissolved into chaotic energy as Ji-sung, in a fit of playful rage, shook Seongguk, prompting Kim So-young to cry out in shock. Bathed in a bright, celebratory glow, actress Im Se-mi, radiant and beaming, welcomed them with open arms. Kim So-young, grateful and apologetic, thanked Im Se-mi for greeting them despite her busy wedding preparations, to which the actress warmly dismissed her concerns. Im Se-mi, with a light and cheerful tone, hinted at the extensive preparations she had made for their arrival. The air sparked with cheer as Im Se-mi introduced her husband-to-be, Lee Ka-shing, who shyly greeted them in broken Korean. Im Se-mi then introduced Seongguk's family as her benefactors, a designation that made Kim So-young blushingly shy. Im Se-mi, with a humorous glint in her eye, credited Seongguk for enabling her departure from Shinseong planning, a flattery Seongguk inwardly recognized as sly. With a cheerful wink, Im Se-mi invited them to continue their journey, her excitement palpable. The Hong Kong streets became a joyful, magical panorama as the family, filled with sparkling delight, enjoyed sightseeing, unaware of all the arrangements Im Se-mi and Lee Ka-shing had made. Inside a luxurious, sparkling dress shop, Kim So-young was overcome with surprised gratitude as Im Se-mi purchased a dress for her. Amidst a grand, romantic setting adorned with glittering lights and flowers, Im Se-mi and her groom stood poised for their union. Seongguk, formally dressed, assessed the elegant reception hall with a confident smile and a satisfied clap. The host began to address the assembled guests, commencing the ceremony. As Im Se-mi and her husband shared a sparkling, romantic kiss, Seongguk's family reacted with a mix of embarrassment and amusement. A hand reached out, a quiet gesture in the bustling hall, carrying unspoken warmth. Kim So-young, blushing softly, whispered something intimate and secretive into Ji-sung's ear, startling him. Ji-sung's face erupted in a flush of excited disbelief, his reaction emphasizing the profound surprise of her words. Kim So-young responded with a tender, shy smile, her gaze lowered, hinting at a quiet joy. In a burst of excited joy, Ji-sung embraced Kim So-young, while Seongguk, surprised and curious, eagerly demanded to know what was happening. The Grand Kong Milton building stood under a bright sky, a tangible symbol of their host's generosity and their temporary reprieve. In the relaxed atmosphere of their hotel suite, Im Se-mi informed them that her manager would act as their personal tour guide. A heartfelt note from Im Se-mi, penned before her departure for her honeymoon, expressed her deep gratitude for their presence at her wedding. Seongguk, overwhelmed and absolutely delighted, ecstatically proclaimed the hotel suite's immense luxury as his parents looked on with pleasure. A wave of nostalgic luxury washed over Seongguk as he closed his eyes, relishing the forgotten taste of his past life's opulence. Seongguk momentarily indulged in a vision of his glamorous past, filled with cheers and luxury, before Ji-sung's practical voice broke through, suggesting sightseeing. Ji-sung urged them to maximize their enjoyment before their return, a sentiment that brought a surprising reaction from Seongguk. Seongguk vehemently declared his refusal to sightsee, emphatically stating his independent plans and surprising Ji-sung. His eyes sparkling with excitement, Seongguk passionately exclaimed his destination, GFC. Seongguk then announced his intent to attend the Global Financial Conference, the very nexus where the world's wealth, information, and elite converged, a place that now pulsed with floating money. Ji-sung reacted with humorous disbelief that Seongguk even knew about such a prestigious event, while Seongguk internally dismissed sightseeing as a triviality from his past life. Kim So-young, her voice warm and maternal, gently suggested they all go together, expressing curiosity about Seongguk's chosen destination. Seongguk, glowing with fierce determination, adamantly insisted his parents go sightseeing while he ventured to the conference alone. To Ji-sung's surprise, Seongguk calmly explained that he had already made arrangements with actress Im Se-mi, whose bodyguards would accompany him. Seongguk confidently winked and gave a thumbs up, attempting to reassure his skeptical father that he would remain safely within the conference hall. Seongguk advised his parents to relax and enjoy their time, but Kim So-young playfully scolded him, reminding him to address Im Se-mi respectfully. Rubbing his head in comical distress, Seongguk still urged his parents not to worry and to proceed with their plans. Ji-sung tentatively asked Kim So-young if they should go, while Seongguk secretly plotted to ditch them, knowing it would make his own movements easier. Kim So-young, with a calm and accepting smile, gave her consent, trusting his unusual resolve. As Seongguk approached the impressive Hong Kong 1998 building, adorned with flags and alive with the hum of the crowd, Ji-sung advised him to be careful and arranged a meeting for the evening. Flanked by stoic bodyguards, Seongguk's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he entered the modern conference hall. Seongguk observed the sophisticated crowd of successful investors and top-tier CEOs, recognizing the profound weight of their collective influence. The very air seemed to shimmer with the scent of dollars, a fantastical, nutty aroma of overflowing wealth that Seongguk joyfully inhaled. Seongguk, eagerly affirming his belief that this was precisely where business people belonged, enthusiastically rushed through the long corridor, his bodyguard struggling to keep pace. Seongguk confidently asked a bodyguard for permission to explore the conference freely. The bodyguard, reiterating actress Im Seon-mi's strict safety instructions, insisted Seongguk remain within their sight, a treatment Seongguk inwardly acknowledged was quite favorable. Seongguk thoughtfully scanned the room, his eyes darting about as he anticipated someone's imminent arrival. A burst of excitement ignited Seongguk's face as he spotted his target and exclaimed, "There!" Seongguk called out to the slyly smiling Elon, his voice ringing with recognition. Seongguk joyfully sprinted towards Elon, who reacted with a startled, wide-eyed surprise. Elon, still surprised and sweating slightly, expressed his shock at seeing Seongguk, who cheerfully greeted him with a "long time no see." Elon, shaking his head with an amused smile, acknowledged Seongguk as an unpredictable kid, never imagining their paths would cross in Hong Kong. Seongguk, with an excited blush, proudly asserted that in a place reeking of money, his presence should have been entirely expected. Laughing jovially, Elon playfully ruffled Seongguk's hair, affectionately calling him the "genius boy" who continually humbled him. Elon, with a knowing, sly smile, hinted at a business discussion, which Seongguk, equally shrewd, immediately understood. Elon correctly predicted Seongguk's desire to discuss investment dividends, and Seongguk enthusiastically confirmed his intuition. With Seongguk's and his father's initial investment, Elon had cultivated T.com into an explosive success, with its online banking product sweeping across the globe and making domestic headlines. Seongguk, triumphant and expectant, declared it was his turn to reap the fruits of their labor, eagerly anticipating Elon's returns. Elon, gleefully confirming their massive profits and offering to immediately wire the funds, was abruptly cut off by Seongguk. Seongguk requested Elon to consult Chairman Jeon Seongguk and asked for a moment, surprising Elon, who had assumed he was only interested in his immediate dividends. With an intense gaze and a spark of blue light in his eyes, Seongguk confidently dismissed Elon's assumption, asserting his far-reaching, ambitious vision for the future. Elon, surprised, questioned if Seongguk truly intended to reinvest his massive dividends, to which the boy confidently asserted his far-reaching vision. Before Elon could fully articulate his confusion, Seongguk already challenged him, certain that the businessman was picturing his next move. A sudden, sharp understanding dawned on Elon as he connected Seongguk's ambitious words to the future successor of their monumental venture, T.com. With a smirk that radiated confident power, Elon declared his intention to reinvest an astonishing 70% of his own dividends into Seongguk's as yet unnamed next business. Seongguk's thoughts, sharp and calculating, questioned the depth of Elon's trust, wondering what convinced him to commit so completely to a mere child's vision. Seongguk playfully tested Elon, suggesting he might squander the investment and disappear, only for Elon to calmly retort that his trust was founded on two absolute truths. Elon's first reason, sharp and unwavering, was the undeniable fact of Seongguk's genius entrepreneurship. And his second, Elon proclaimed with energetic triumph, was Seongguk's utterly insane, boundless ambition. Elon affirmed that Seongguk's dream transcended mere wealth, aiming for the very peak of human achievement, a vision Elon himself comically amplified with thoughts of Mars. With a shrewd confidence, Seongguk declared that Elon's formidable ambition and pride would never allow him to simply betray a child. Seongguk offered a gentle smile, addressing the man by his name, Elon, and proposing a partnership built on mutual ambition. Radiating with youthful optimism, Seongguk declared they would forge an unparalleled business partnership. A subtle smirk played on Elon's lips as he found Seongguk's audacious propositions undeniably interesting. With a decisive handshake that resonated with surging energy, Elon formally acknowledged Seongguk as his next formidable business partner. Seongguk, a bright smile on his face, wasted no time, immediately pivoting to the practicalities of dividend distribution and reinvestment funds amidst a low murmur of conversation. Seongguk's composure shattered, his eyes wide with surprise as his name echoed through the hall, pulling him from his business thoughts. His surprise deepened into outright shock as he recognized the man before him as his own father, addressing him instinctively as chairman. Seongguk's father, Jeon Seongguk, turned with quiet authority, his voice cutting through the air as he addressed someone just out of sight. His father's gaze, sharp behind his glasses, assessed the situation, asking if the men knew each other before claiming Seongguk as someone he knew personally. His father then named the other formidable figure in the room, Chairman Koo Soo-young, whose very presence seemed to radiate power. A gasp tore from his father's lips, his eyes wide with a shock that mirrored Seongguk's own as he recognized the infamous Chairman Koo Soo-young. The air crackled with an unspoken history as the narration revealed Chairman Koo Soo-young as the head of Hyojin, Samjeon's most formidable and long-standing rival. A shadow of unease fell as Seongguk realized the deeper connection, the one accompanying the mysterious Jason was none other than the powerful chairman. A wave of distress washed over Seongguk, his mind reeling as he frantically questioned why Chairman Koo Soo-young was here, shattering his carefully laid plans. His internal panic flared into a vibrant, chaotic explosion as Seongguk desperately wondered why Chairman Koo Soo-young was with his own father, crying out in utter confusion. Seongguk's father, cutting through the tension, confronted Chairman Koo Soo-young about his association with Must, a name that elicited surprise from the rival chairman. With a confident smile, Must took center stage, introducing himself as the brilliant entrepreneur behind America's revolutionary online banking service. Seongguk's father, a subtle smirk playing on his lips, questioned the connection between such a prominent figure and a child, then his eyes widened in the sudden realization that the boy was Must's investor. Chairman Koo Soo-young reeled back in shock, unable to comprehend the revelation as Must, walking away with decisive steps, called out Seongguk's name. Must's eyes glowed with an otherworldly intensity as he acknowledged Seongguk with a serious, weighty greeting, "It's been a while." Seongguk stammered a nervous response, his apprehension palpable as he turned to his father, asking what he needed. Seongguk's heart ached with a quiet concern as he observed the visible toll etched onto his father's weary face. Seongguk's father formally addressed Must as CEO, eliciting a sharp, surprised response from the entrepreneur. Must smoothly interjected, explaining his prior discussion with Seongguk about dividends, then politely but firmly requested a private moment with the boy. He pressed the matter, emphasizing the confidential nature of the discussion, demanding a private audience with Seongguk. After a thoughtful pause, Seongguk's father calmly granted his permission for the private conversation. Seongguk's father, ever the diplomat, reminded Chairman Koo Soo-young of his other obligations, setting a meeting for the evening, a suggestion the chairman readily accepted. Cloaked in an intimidating aura of purple and red light, Must, now with sunglasses, turned to Seongguk, his voice carrying an unspoken command as he asked if they should depart. The scene shifted abruptly, a tranquil exhibition hall entrance appearing, adorned with blue butterflies and floating musical notes, signaling a whimsical departure from reality. Seongguk, utterly captivated, let out a soft, "wow," as he surveyed the serene beauty of the butterfly paintings within the gallery. Wide-eyed with genuine amazement, Seongguk confessed his shock at discovering such a tranquil art exhibition hidden within the bustling conference hall. As Must calmly introduced the acclaimed artist Damien Husky, Seongguk's chibi thoughts buzzed with confusion, wondering why the man's earlier intensity had suddenly evaporated. Must noted the artist's controversial reputation, but Seongguk, with enthusiastic bright eyes, declared his absolute appreciation for the art. Carried away by the art, Seongguk's chibi form launched into a passionate, glowing praise of the artist's avant-garde expressions of primal emotions, before catching himself. A wave of acute embarrassment washed over Seongguk as he realized his unguarded enthusiasm had revealed his past life knowledge, leaving him flustered and speechless. With a knowing smirk and a subtle glow, Must dismissed Seongguk's flustered attempt at an explanation, stating it was pointless to pry further into his eccentricities, yet implying a deeper understanding. Must then shifted the conversation, revealing the true purpose of their meeting, to discuss the cryptic events that had just transpired, prompting a curious query from Seongguk. Must confirmed Seongguk's unsettling suspicions. Jason had indeed been attempting to ensnare Chairman Koo Soo-young in his manipulative schemes. Must's words, revealing Jason's insidious plot to use Jeon Jae-jin and Chairman Koo Soo-young as puppets to force him out, ignited a furious, red-glowing rage within Seongguk. Must calmly thanked Seongguk, revealing that with his help, negotiations with Chairman Koo Soo-young were settled, and the monstrous Jason had been successfully captured. Must, a calm smile on his face, readily agreed with Seongguk, affirming that the deeper, more pervasive problem truly lay within the powerful board of directors. Must's expression grew solemn as he reflected on the mounting dissatisfaction against him, born from a litany of past decisions, ill-timed overseas investments and the failure to protect key subsidiaries, including Samjeon. The revelation that the criticism even included his attempt to dispose of Samjeon Motors struck Seongguk with a silent, profound shock. A cold clarity settled over Seongguk as he realized the true nature of the attack. His father was being targeted for his attempts to liquidate Samjeon Motors, the very business he had founded. Must began to explain how a faction blaming him had allied with Jason's remnants, but Seongguk abruptly interrupted, vehemently asserting that his father was handling the situation incredibly well. Seongguk's father stood stunned as the boy passionately argued that liquidating Samjeon Motors was the only correct decision, preventing an even more catastrophic collapse. The narration echoed a chilling truth. This painful dilemma was the very same one Seongguk had faced in his own past life. The grim past unfurled, revealing how the desperate struggle to keep the automobile business afloat had relentlessly drained Samjeon's vital resources, forcing its inevitable abandonment in 2001. The haunting regret of a lifetime, refusing to accept failure, was acknowledged as Seongguk reassured his father, declaring the abandonment of Samjeon Motors a difficult but correct decision. Radiant with fervent encouragement, Seongguk proclaimed that this painful decision, though difficult now, would allow both his father and Samjeon to soar to unprecedented heights. Seongguk's father stared, wide-eyed and surprised, as the boy fiercely challenged him, asking if those vermin attempting to exploit his temporary setback were truly nothing more than child's play. A sudden, vivid surge of internal panic washed over Seongguk, his chibi form gasping in realization that he might have once again spoken far too recklessly. Seongguk's resolve hardened internally, vowing not to stand idly by as his father fell victim to someone like Jason, but his thoughts were abruptly cut short by Must's firm voice. Must's form radiated with an intense, purple glow, his gaze piercing as he declared, with utmost gravity, that he had a serious question for Seongguk. The words hung in the air, electric with a profound weight as Must, enveloped in a violet light, offered Seongguk the mantle of his successor, leaving the boy utterly wide-eyed with shock. The chairman, enveloped in a serious aura, demanded an answer to a question that would shift Seongguk's entire trajectory: would he become his successor? Seongguk's breath hitched as the weight of the chairman's words crashed down, leaving him stunned and searching for a response. Internally, Seongguk wondered about the dramatic flair, even as the chairman held him, oblivious to the child's complex inner world. Seongguk, still reeling, pointed a finger for emphasis, needing to hear the outrageous proposal stated plainly. The chairman wanted him to be Samjeon's successor. The chairman's immediate, unwavering affirmation left Seongguk momentarily speechless, wondering what kind of man could propose such a thing to a child. A sly smile played on Seongguk's lips. He had indeed sensed something profound stirring beneath the surface, far beyond a typical child's understanding. The chairman, sensing Seongguk's internal struggle, cut through the tension with a direct demand, forcing the boy to confront the full weight of the unexpected succession offer. Seongguk, genuinely perplexed, mused aloud why he was the chosen one, while his internal chibi self saw the chairman's chibi self declare him exceptional. The chairman rattled off Seongguk's impossibly advanced accomplishments, a testament to his past life, causing the boy to blush under the weight of such profound recognition. But the chairman's observation that Seongguk possessed insight bordering on prescience made the boy flinch, a sudden fear of exposure washing over him. With a decisive adjustment of his glasses, the chairman declared Seongguk the very embodiment of a destined successor, emphasizing that such rare talent simply had to be recognized. Yet, the chairman revealed a deeper reason for his choice, one that struck Seongguk to his core. He had seen profound ambition burning within the young boy. A burst of light seemed to emanate from Seongguk as the chairman declared him anything but an ordinary child, recognizing the extraordinary spirit within. The chairman, appearing younger and more vibrant in Seongguk's mind, spoke of mastering something far greater than even Samjeon, echoing the boy's own secret, vast ambitions. With a resolute glint in his eye, Seongguk understood the chairman's pronouncement: true power in business stemmed from unyielding ambition. Finally, the chairman paused, a silent prelude to his ultimate revelation. Destiny, the chairman had said, a word that echoed with an almost mystical quality, leaving Seongguk utterly taken aback. It was an inexplicable, strange feeling, the chairman admitted, one that defied easy logic. A wave of absolute, disorienting shock washed over Seongguk as the chairman confessed to a feeling so profound, it was as if the boy were his own flesh and blood. Seongguk's chibi form waved its hands in fervent protest, calling the notion absurd, but even the chairman admitted the strangeness of his own words. Yet, the chairman explained, it was the uncanny resonance of their minds, their similar attitudes and work ethics, that sparked this inexplicable, profound sense of destiny within him. Seongguk could only offer a silent, pensive gaze, the chairman's words resonating deeply within his reborn soul. As Seongguk uttered a quiet, "Is that so?" he found himself adrift in memories of his vanished past life, realizing that just as he clung to those old connections, so too might others. He wondered if the chairman, too, was bound by the lost connections of a past life, perhaps even to Seongguk's former self. He pondered the profound, broken bond that might explain the chairman's inexplicable feeling, as if his past self was walking away into the fading petals of memory. With a trembling hand, Seongguk prepared to deliver his conclusion, a decision he had weighed with the gravity of a lifetime. Then, in a burst of energy, Seongguk's chibi form shouted a resounding "No," unequivocally rejecting the chairman's profound offer. As the chairman asked why, Seongguk emphatically declared it was not his place, his internal chibi self already reaching the limits of its patience for negotiation. With a confident smile and a thumbs up, Seongguk reaffirmed his own burning ambition, echoing the very trait the chairman had admired in him. He declared his unwavering desire to build his own empire, rather than merely inherit another's, a fervent ambition forged in the fires of his past. The chairman could only gaze in stunned silence, clearly moved by the young boy's impassioned declaration. Then, with a pointed finger, Seongguk challenged the chairman, asking if he hadn't already considered his true successor, leaving the older man completely baffled. Seongguk named the obvious candidate, Jeon Seongguk, prompting a sudden, albeit grudging, realization from the chairman. The chairman let out a long, weary sigh, a sound that pulled Seongguk into a reflective moment about his own past life. Seongguk knew that sigh intimately. It was the same one he had uttered in his past life when thinking of Jeon Seongguk, whom both his chibi self and the chairman's thought of as an incompetent troublemaker. "But my past life is gone," Seongguk narrated, observing the chairman's gentle hand on his head, "and now both of us are living new lives, free from the constraints of the past." With a glowing hand and fervent conviction, Seongguk urged the chairman to make different choices, to break free from old patterns and truly believe in Jeon Seongguk. Seongguk, with deep earnestness, implored the chairman to discard his assumptions about his son's unreliability and instead, invest in teaching him. The chairman's own judgment, Seongguk argued, might be the very barrier blocking Jeon Seongguk from reaching his full potential, prompting deep reflection in the older man. The chairman, visibly moved, could only begin a word, his gaze distant as he wiped away an unbidden tear, grappling with Seongguk's profound insight. With closed eyes, Seongguk shared a truth forged in the crucible of his past life, that life was about far more than mere success, leaving the chairman stunned in the background. He wished for the chairman to experience the profound, sparkling joy of parent-child love that Seongguk himself now cherished. Seongguk hoped the chairman would truly learn the feeling of a happy family, leaving the older man flustered and the chibi Seongguk wide-eyed at his own audacity. Seongguk's chibi form, blushing slightly, bluntly advised the chairman to stop searching for a successor elsewhere and instead, cherish the son he already had. Then, as a hand knocked softly, Seongguk casually added one last piece of advice: the chairman should have a proper talk with Elon. The chairman's eyes widened in surprise as Seongguk casually mentioned his investment striking gold, hinting at information the boy shouldn't possibly possess. Seongguk's chibi form, glowing with a cunning intelligence, slyly suggested that using those newfound profits to eliminate the bugs within his organization, like Jason or John J. Jean, should be effortless. A sudden, exasperated shout of Seongguk's name echoed through the muted hall, surely from the chairman, left utterly bewildered. With a dramatic sigh, Seongguk's chibi form collapsed onto the floor, the immense pressure of the conversation finally released. That scared me. Seongguk's chibi self shrieked, still trembling from the audacity of his own conversation. Still grumbling, Seongguk's chibi form complained about being startled so suddenly. Humming happily, Seongguk's chibi self skipped along, convinced he had masterfully used his silver tongue and handled the entire situation with remarkable skill. He absolutely refused to become the successor of Samjeon, which he envisioned as a viper's nest crawling with manipulative figures, a position too annoying to ever accept. Besides, the moment he claimed the Samjeon succession, Seongguk knew his past life mother, Madam Kim Myung-hee, would inevitably intervene, her presence alone a cause for intense worry. His vivid imagination conjured his past life mother, glowing with a menacing purple aura, fiercely defending her son's claim, a woman Seongguk knew was truly not to be trifled with. As a foot tapped away, Seongguk felt a quiet relief. Having rejected the succession, he no longer had reason to entangle himself with the chairman. Humming a happy tune, Seongguk's chibi form declared their mutual independence, free to walk their own paths, eager now to turn his attention solely to money. An unidentified man, eyes widening, let out a surprised The man, now identified as someone who knew Seongguk by the name Elon, called out to him with a smile. Elon, let's finish talking about the invest dash, the man pressed, as Seongguk's chibi form bounced away energetically. Seongguk's chibi form offered a strained, uncomfortable smile, clearly caught off guard. The man, now realizing who he was speaking to, called out, Seongguk, causing the boy to look down in sudden embarrassment. Seongguk, where are you going? The man pressed, as the nervous chibi Seongguk stammered about other business, desperate to escape. A firm hand decisively grabbed Seongguk's head, abruptly halting his escape as the man sternly demanded to know where Jeon Seongguk thought he was going. The man's polished shoes advanced steadily, leading Seongguk along as he smoothly inquired about the boy's conversation with Chairman John Jae-hyung. The man, now holding Seongguk's hand, smiled with a glint in his eye, a clear command in his voice as he told the surprised boy to look at him. Seongguk, in his infant form, subtly acknowledged the clink of the teacup, his mind already drifting to the origins and quality of his Hong Kong milk tea. As gold coins cascaded like a waterfall in his mind, Seongguk's chibi self delivered a perfectly sincere compliment, which the Samjeon chairman's chibi self gleefully accepted while savoring his tea. But internally, a furious electrical current pulsed through Seongguk's chibi form, completely rejecting the pleasant facade. The fantasy shattered, replaced by the heavy silence of the room, as real guards loomed over Seongguk and the chairman. Trapped and seething with a frustrated blush, Seongguk cursed Elon, the traitor who had orchestrated this inescapable meeting. Elon, feigning outrage, complained loudly about his swift betrayal and Seongguk's sudden solo escape, as if his efforts to arrange the meeting had been completely disregarded. The chairman, perceptive and probing, observed Seongguk's genuine surprise at the unexpected private audience with such an old man. Seongguk stammered an address, though internally, he knew calling this formidable man an old man felt like a mockery of his own power. This was the very man who relentlessly challenged Samjeon for the second spot, Jeon Jushin's only true rival, the formidable chairman Koo Soo-young. With a dramatic sigh, Seongguk's chibi self wondered if he truly had to contend with another powerful chairman, before directly asking the reason for this summons. Chairman Koo Soo-young's observation of his boldness sent a jolt of panic through Seongguk's chibi mind. He had been so exhausted he'd completely forgotten his act. With a quiet tap of his teacup, Chairman Koo Soo-young revealed the sole impetus behind their meeting, his insatiable curiosity. The chairman revealed that director Jeon Seongguk and team leader Jason Lee of Samjeon had contacted him, a disclosure that landed like a shockwave for Seongguk. The chairman explained that across all his discussions, a single, recurring name had been whispered, a name that now piqued his interest. It was a name utterly out of place in the high-stakes conversations of corporate titans. The very mention of an 8-year-old boy, confirmed by a thunderous internal shock, revealed the true subject of their scrutiny, setting Seongguk's senses ablaze. Chairman Koo Soo-young began listing Seongguk's improbable accomplishments, from catching a director's eye for a child model debut to starring in a solo variety show with the national group FUZT. He continued, detailing Seongguk's entanglements with Samjeon, his Hwazong land purchases, his advisement on overseas investments, and even his connection to Elon Musk, each revelation further flustering the boy. The chairman concluded his litany of achievements with the stunning recent purchase of land in Pangeo, each word tightening like a powerful, glowing grip. Chairman Koo Soo-young chuckled, admitting he had to repeatedly scold his investigator for the unbelievable findings, despite the man being an excellent subordinate. He then posed a rhetorical question, his gaze thoughtful, challenging the very credibility of such an outlandish tale. He concluded his thought with the stunning revelation, all of it had been spearheaded by an 8-year-old boy. Seongguk's internal alarm bells rang as he realized the chairman had already completed his background check, prompting him to feign humility, which was immediately countered by a sharp inquiry about the Jason meeting. Chairman Koo Soo-young, genuinely impressed, let out a soft chuckle as he leaned in, his tone now direct, "Tell me, Seongguk." The chairman's probing question, "How far ahead are you looking?" compelled Seongguk into a moment of anxious introspection, a quiet gulp betraying his thoughts. Seongguk acknowledged the formidable mind before him, a founder like Jeon Seongguk, whose discerning gaze had seen through countless talents, a gaze he now knew he could not avoid. Realizing he could not hide, Seongguk decided to embrace the challenge, his voice ringing with determined confidence as he declared his vision for after the IMF crisis. Chairman Koo Soo-young reacted with palpable shock at the very notion of the IMF crisis ending, quickly pivoting to question Seongguk about the gold collection movement. Acknowledging Seongguk's interview, Chairman Koo Soo-young dismissed the gold collection movement as a fleeting, temporary surge of emotion. Seongguk firmly contradicted him, asserting that the gold collection movement would only swell, significantly lessening the nation's crushing burden. His declaration that the gold collection would ultimately hasten the end of the IMF crisis exploded around the chairman, leaving him utterly stunned. As Chairman Koo Soo-young echoed his disbelief about the IMF crisis ending, Seongguk internally acknowledged the chairman's skepticism, understanding the weight of his own claims. Seongguk's chibi thoughts floated amongst gold bars and mischievous devils, acknowledging the uncertain longevity of donations and the dark truth of funds targeted by corrupt individuals and complicit corporate news. Yet, the narrative assured, this movement would eventually alleviate national debt, leading to the IMF withdrawing its ultra-high interest rates and granting Korea recognition for its strength and will for self-reliance. He passionately declared that winning the immediate fight was merely the first step, the true triumph lay in post-war reconstruction, confidently proclaiming that the IMF crisis would end. He pressed on, stating that a new, transformative vision was essential to revive South Korea, a pronouncement that left Chairman Koo Soo-young utterly stunned. When Chairman Koo Soo-young echoed his words, Seongguk, surrounded by a cascade of glowing stars, enthusiastically declared his ultimate goal, to build a corporation. His vision transcended national borders, dreaming of a corporation that coexisted, developed, and looked beyond Korea to the entire world. It was a dream to build nothing less than the #1 corporation in all of South Korea, radiating with ambition against the backdrop of a dynamic Korean flag. The chairman's hand trembled with the weight of Seongguk's words, a profound testament to the truly massive, incredible vision he had just heard. Chairman Koo Soo-young's calm deduction that this grand vision was why Seongguk had rejected the successor position left the chibi boy completely exposed and sweating with shock. With a gentle, knowing smile, the chairman revealed that Jeon Seongguk himself had shared his intent to consider Seongguk as his successor. The chairman shrewdly deduced that Seongguk's meeting with Jeon Seongguk had ended poorly, a realization that drew a frustrated sigh from the chibi boy, confirming he had been completely read. Chairman Koo Soo-young's repeated pronouncements of "amazing" left Seongguk utterly speechless, a quiet chuckle filling the space between them. With a coy, blushing smile, Seongguk's chibi self returned the compliment, suggesting that the chairman himself was truly the more amazing one. As Seongguk reflected on how ridiculous his grand visions might sound coming from a little boy, the chairman offered a knowing, understanding the boy's internal conflict. The chairman then revealed he knew another child who spoke with the same ambition, a declaration that sparked curious wonder in Seongguk's chibi mind, another genius like me? The chairman's somber confession, "my dead eldest son," struck Seongguk like a bolt of lightning, transforming his curiosity into profound shock. As a starry vision of his past self flickered, Seongguk grew pensive, realizing he did, indeed, remember the chairman's tragic story. His son had died tragically in a car accident in the US when he was just 10 years old. The chairman's heart-wrenching revelation, "that child was also like you," caused Seongguk to wince, the shared essence between them creating a profound, empathetic shock. The chairman's son, a tender spirit, envisioned businesses and looked toward a future he would never see. He was a kind-hearted boy, deeply concerned for his country and community, and in the chairman's rain-streaked grief, he believed his son to be a more amazing child than even himself. With a tender touch, Seongguk began to offer solace, his voice quiet as he started to speak of death. He offered a profound truth, born of his own experience: death might not be the end, but rather a new beginning. As the chairman registered his words, Seongguk pivoted, asking if he recognized the painting, identifying it as a print by Damien Husky. The chairman confirmed it, explaining that the butterfly print contained Damien's profound philosophy on life and death, far beyond a simple aesthetic. He elaborated, surrounded by glowing blue butterflies, that death was not merely pain or an end, but a serene beginning for another new journey. He then revealed the print's poignant title, Resurrection, a word that resonated deeply with their conversation. Seongguk then offered a profound comfort, expressing his belief that the chairman's brilliant sun was now shining brightly in a more wonderful form somewhere beyond. A single tear traced a path down the chairman's face, his voice choked with emotion at such a heartfelt sentiment. Seongguk reflected that he had never considered it this way before, a sincere feeling born of his own incredible truth: he was currently living a new life beyond death. The chairman, glowing with a newfound inner peace, softly thanked Seongguk, affirming that he would now believe his son was somewhere in a better place, shining brilliantly. Seongguk staggered, clearly exhausted, as Elon called out his name with genuine concern. Elon asked if his talk with the chairman had gone well, to which Seongguk's chibi form resignedly replied he was utterly exhausted, but Elon persisted about their investment discussion. With a surge of renewed determination, Seongguk's chibi self roared, "Of course. Let's do it right now," while internally urging himself to endure, having already handled 2 chairmen. His mind drifted to a dreamlike escape. Once home, he would simply play, munch on cookies, roll around, and finally, deeply rest. A nagging sensation that he was forgetting something important pricked at Seongguk's thoughts, even as Elon cheerfully suggested they depart. He casually dismissed the feeling, convinced it was probably nothing important. Cheerful sounds of children filled the air as vibrant school flags fluttered under a bright, cloud-dotted sky. Joyous shouts rang out from 2 excited girls, celebrating their admission beneath the proud banner of Global Elementary School. Then, with a sudden, heavy thump, Seongguk stood before the very same banner, his eyes wide with shocked realization, the forgotten truth now glaringly obvious. The excitement of admission to Global Elementary School filled the air, with petals fluttering like a dream as young Seongguk rushed forward. Inside, a gentle teacher welcomed the new students, guiding them to form orderly lines in their fresh, welcoming environment. The principal's formal address resonated through the bright assembly hall, marking the official beginning of their elementary journey. In the classroom, their teacher offered warm congratulations, acknowledging this significant milestone for the young students. A surge of youthful excitement filled the vibrant classroom as Seongguk and his new classmates eagerly shared their joyful thoughts about school. Nearby, Lee Si-hee, a classmate, seemed to gather her courage, her expression shy and nervous as she prepared to speak. Seongguk's internal alarm bells rang, a wave of distress washing over him as the shocking realization hit: a celebrity was among them. A nervous, strained laugh escaped Seongguk, a thin veil over his deep discomfort in the unexpected situation. As the cheerful shouts of other children praising the celebrity echoed from outside, Seongguk could only wish to vanish completely. Just weeks ago, Seongguk had celebrated Lim Sunmi's wedding in a whimsical Hong Kong, a memory now feeling distant and unreal. It was there he had met Elon, igniting a greedy, energetic spark within him for making money, which seemed to cascade effortlessly. But the reality of his past life's burdens, like final bosses, hit hard as he knelt amidst the rubble, facing 2 glowing, hooded figures who refused to let him go. Still, he managed to decisively dismiss them all, shouting for them to get lost as they spoke of rejecting a successor position and giving comfort. He had truly believed he could finally find some peace and rest upon returning home, but a silent premonition of disappointment lingered. Yet, the noisy chaos of break time, filled with screaming and running children, left Seongguk utterly annoyed, his hands pressed over his ears. A vein pulsed in his forehead as Seongguk, overwhelmed by the cacophony, seethed with extreme frustration. His tiny fist slammed down, the impact resonating with his simmering rage. The overwhelming noise fueled Seongguk's fury, but he knew the blame was his alone for forgetting elementary school, forcing him to endure this new reality. In a somber reflection, he recalled skipping elementary school in his past life, only to realize with despair that he had made the very same mistake in this one. His mind reeled in surreal shock, the bizarre reality of his situation making him question if any of this was truly happening. As Seongguk despaired at the thought of being trapped in elementary school, his parents, Jeon Ji-sung and Kim So-young, celebrated his admission with heartfelt joy. His despair deepened, realizing he was condemned to 6 years of this, listening to classmates struggle with fundamental concepts that he already knew. With every damn echoing behind him, Seongguk clutched his head, utterly overwhelmed by the sheer frustration and despair of his situation. Why are you here? Lee Si-hee asked, her voice tinged with surprise, pulling Seongguk from his thoughts with her direct question. Lee Si-hee then explained her mother's belief that Yongsan Elementary was the prestigious destination for all the rich and famous children. Seongguk sat calmly, recalling that the highly sought-after offer had indeed come to him. An official invitation had arrived from Yongsan Elementary, strongly recommended by Samjeon, and even his father, Jeon Seongguk, had encouraged him to enroll there. Outside a grand building, Kim Hyunjung playfully stuck out his tongue, contrasting with the stern, serious demeanor of Seo Yerim beside him. But Seongguk had chosen a different path from Samjeon, a decision that now left him slightly annoyed during his less-than-ideal break time. He had firmly rejected Yongsan Elementary, unwilling to get entangled with Samjeon again and having already experienced that school in his previous life. He hadn't anticipated this outcome, now overwhelmed by a crowd of children curiously asking why he had come and complimenting his TV appearances. A ghost of his true self hovered in distress as Seongguk, wishing desperately to be left alone, attempted to speak just as the teacher's voice intervened. The teacher's gentle words brought a shift, admonishing the children not to bother Seongguk, who looked up in surprise. Two girls, one shocked and the other nervous, quickly defended themselves, claiming their curiosity was the only reason they had approached Seongguk. Teacher Han Jong-yun, holding his homeroom notebook, then explained with a slightly condescending tone that they shouldn't ask about everything, especially since Seongguk was a celebrity who earned money and worked with adults. With a vibrant blue glow emphasizing his tactless words, the teacher enthusiastically declared that Seongguk and his classmates were on completely different levels. Lee Si-hee and another child exchanged bewildered glances at the mention of levels, but Seongguk was utterly aghast, his eyes wide with shock. Outraged, Seongguk leaned forward, ready to challenge the teacher's nonsense and demand an explanation. But the teacher, Han Jong-yun, merely winked with a sinister green glow, assuring a terrified Seongguk that he understood everything perfectly, only deepening Seongguk's bewilderment. Seongguk silently questioned the teacher's strange behavior and his talk of levels to small children, as the teacher calmly instructed everyone to return to their seats. As the teacher cheerfully asked if everyone was settled in their assigned seats, Seongguk couldn't shake the nagging suspicion about his true intentions. Two children sat pouting, already resigned to the semester-long seating arrangement the teacher had just announced. A soft sigh escaped Seongguk as the teacher suggested greeting desk partners, and a voice tentatively said hello to his tired, blushing face. In a burst of whimsical pink, a shy, bald child in traditional clothing, Choi Jong-woo, introduced himself with a soft sniffle. Seongguk could only tilt his head in silent, uncertain confusion at the new face before him. His confusion deepened, his expression stark in the stylized light as he processed the interaction. A scream of pure horror erupted from Seongguk as his desk partner, Choi Jong-woo, casually asked him to wipe his perpetually running nose. With calm authority, the teacher announced that the students should adapt to school life with their desk partners before the upcoming parents' observation class next week. Two children enthusiastically agreed, ready to show off their cool side during the observation class. A sly smirk played on the teacher's lips, outlined by an ominous green glow, as he announced that individual parent-teacher meetings would follow the class. The teacher stressed the critical importance of relaying this meeting information to their parents, while Seongguk nervously held a tissue, his gaze fixed on his desk partner. A dark suspicion crept into Seongguk's mind, his eyes narrowing with an ominous green glow as he stared at the calculating teacher. Seongguk's suspicions mounted as the teacher, a cunning smirk playing on his shadowed face, mysteriously flipped through the attendance book. Observing the attendance list with his name circled, Seongguk realized the teacher was acutely aware of his celebrity status and his parents' extensive restaurant business. A massive, blue-tinged shadow of the teacher loomed over a terrified Seongguk, who finally understood the foreboding truth: the teacher intended to exploit him for money. The day of open observation arrived, marking a seemingly ordinary start to a day that held more beneath its surface. Inside their bustling home, Kim So-young fretted over her attire, while Jeon Seongguk, holding a tiny, upset Seongguk, still fumed about missing the class due to work. Seongguk, feeling a blush creep up, wondered internally why his mother hadn't stuck to her earlier choice, recognizing the subtle anxieties of meeting other parents for the very first time. Within the whimsical landscape of her thoughts, Kim So-young hoped to look her absolute best so Seongguk would feel no embarrassment, while his father playfully suggested the most expensive traditional outfit she owned. Our young protagonist firmly shut down the idea of flaunting their wealth, even as his brother Mingguk piped up, suggesting the family's most expensive attire. Just dress modestly, Seongguk advised, his unexpected maturity catching his mother completely off guard. When his mother questioned if he meant like usual, Seongguk reasoned that drawing too much attention would only invite unwanted scrutiny, a quiet, knowing observation about human nature. His mother conceded the truth of his words, and his father, with a comforting arm around her, reassured her to simply go dressed comfortably. Seongguk mused on his potential overthinking, acknowledging that this was, after all, merely his son's school, yet a deeper unease still lingered. But in his mind's eye, the homeroom teacher loomed, impossibly shady, an ostentatious figure proclaiming money to be everything, eager only to befriend those of similar financial standing. With a resolute nod, Seongguk confirmed his decision. Modesty was the best approach, for his mother to avoid standing out was paramount. "You're already pretty enough, let's just go, Mom." Seongguk urged, as his mother, with a firm, quick embrace, entrusted Mingguk to his father before she departed. The school hallway buzzed with activity, leading to the one-to-one parents' observation class, already filled with a low murmur of anticipation. A child excitedly pointed out her seat, guided by a smiling woman, as the classroom slowly filled with parents and their offspring. Another mother, with a gentle smile, approached Kang Juzong, asking if he was Jongwoo's desk partner, initiating the first of many parent-to-parent inquiries. Kim So-young blushed with surprise as another mother instantly recognized her as Seongguk's mother, recalling an interview she had seen before. The classroom pulsed with a lively commotion as parents and children intermingled, a vibrant tableau of school life. "It's noisy as usual," Seongguk mused, acknowledging the chaotic energy of the classroom with a familiar hum, finding it dreadful yet somehow comforting. A gentle smile touched Seongguk's lips. The scene, for all its current disarray, resonated deeply, bringing back vivid memories of a past life. He recalled an identical observation class from his past life, where his parents, forever busy with work, never came, leaving him to attend alone. Just as now, his past life's observation classes had been loud and crowded, a sea of parents filling every corner. But then, a flash of pure surprise crossed Seongguk's face as he wondered, whose parents were these, dressed with such extravagant flair? The sight of a rival mother, impeccably dressed in a wide-brimmed hat and sunglasses, deepened Seongguk's confusion, causing him to genuinely question the nature of the parental attendance. Seongguk's displeasure was evident as he observed the overly dressed parents, just as the teacher's voice cut through the commotion, addressing the parents of class 1-to-1 to begin. The teacher, beaming with practiced enthusiasm, thanked the parents for dedicating their time, eliciting an excited cheer from one of the children. He continued, certain that the parents were eager to see their children's progress and the lessons they were receiving, his words glowing with self-assurance. The teacher expressed his hope that the class would answer their curiosities, prompting both Kim So-young and another mother to remark on his remarkably smooth speaking style. Then he turned to the students, challenging them to demonstrate their hard work, to which an eager child responded with an overwhelmingly enthusiastic shout. A subtle smirk played on the teacher's lips as he declared, "Good. Let's begin," signaling the calculated start of his performance. The teacher's hand dramatically tapped the chalk on the blackboard, signifying the grand opening of what he perceived as his personal stage. He intended to showcase just how outstanding his class was, and how exceptional his students could be, believing they would all stand out in his perfectly curated display. In the quiet hum of the classroom, a diligent girl wrote at her desk while Kang Juzong sat beside her, appearing deep in thought. In a vision of swirling gold coins and falling money, the teacher imagined parents, sufficiently impressed, would eagerly invest in his carefully crafted illusion. For that vision to materialize, the teacher, with an overly enthusiastic smile, posed a question to the class, inviting anyone to give it a try. Several children, giggling with excitement, eagerly shot their hands into the air, genuinely wanting to answer the question. While acknowledging their enthusiasm, the teacher's smirk suggested a different plan, as he paused, ready to unveil his true intent. Despite the eager hands, the teacher deliberately singled out Seongguk, asking if he would like to answer, catching the young boy completely off guard. Seongguk, flustered, pointed out that he hadn't even raised his hand, yet the teacher's unspoken logic dictated that the good-looking, smart children should always be showcased up front. The clatter of his thoughts echoed his annoyance, knowing full well this was all for show, to make the classroom look perfect in front of the parents. That teacher, what is he even thinking? Seongguk sighed internally, then reluctantly offered the obvious answer, 1 apple plus 2 apples is 3. Correct, the teacher exclaimed, his voice ringing with over-the-top praise, a sound that elicited a faint blush from Seongguk, who stood awkwardly before his peers. An unbearable wave of shame washed over Seongguk, his adult consciousness recoiling at the ridiculous sight of a grown man praising a child so lavishly for such a simple sum, his past self smirking in silent judgment. That's excellent, the teacher declared, his smile unwavering as he smoothly transitioned to the next question, still in control of his stage. Shall we have Seongguk answer again, the teacher proposed, pushing his agenda, while Seongguk inwardly fumed, wondering why he was being singled out when so many others yearned to participate. Whatever, I'm not playing along with this. Seongguk decided with a firm conviction, just as Kang Juzong unexpectedly called out, declaring that Jongwoo knew the answer too. Alright, Jongwoo, go ahead. Seongguk urged, his smile belying a deeper strategy, as Kang Juzong looked utterly surprised by the sudden, intense attention. You little brat, weren't you whining about wanting to look cool in front of your mom today? Seongguk demanded, his mind flashing back to Juzong's earlier pleas, realizing this was his desk partner's unexpected chance. Just answer it. Seongguk insisted, as Kang Juzong, blushing and nervously counting on his fingers, stammered through the simple subtraction, if you take 3 from 4, that's. A wave of blue energy rippled around Seongguk as he watched, utterly distressed by Kang Juzong's agonizing struggle to find the answer. Hey, 1, Seongguk whispered urgently, his eyes narrowed in concentration, it's 1. It's 1. Kang Juzong shouted triumphantly, his arms shooting into the air, a blush of exertion and excitement on his face. Cheers erupted as a child confirmed the correct answer, and Seongguk, exhaling a wave of glowing relief, visibly slumped, narrowly having averted a catastrophe. An unseen adult hand patted Kang Juzong's head in approval, and the bashful boy let out a deep exhale of relief. As students eagerly praised Jongwoo and clamored for their own turn, the teacher remained silent, his expression unreadable, eyes obscured in thoughtful contemplation. Regaining his composure, the teacher offered a gentle smile and a quiet, good job, projecting an air of positive acknowledgement. With renewed purpose, the teacher smoothly proposed that they move on to the next question. In the school hallway, Kim So-young beamed with enthusiastic pride, praising Seongguk for doing great in class. His mother declared he had looked so cool, deeply moved by his actions, but Seongguk, bashfully touching his nose, simply hummed in denial, saying it was just that. Kim So-young's face glowed with a soft, warm light as she smiled, her quiet happiness evident. In a private, stylized moment, Kim So-young leaned in to confess that she was far happier seeing him help his friend than merely answering correctly on his own. Thank you for growing up so well, his mother whispered, enveloping him in a warm embrace, to which Seongguk could only respond with a soft, affectionate, Mom. As his mother held him close, giggling softly, the thump of approaching footsteps signaled an unwelcome intrusion. The teacher's voice cut through the tender moment, calling Seongguk's mother for her individual meeting, prompting her to turn around swiftly in surprise. The teacher instructed that Seongguk could remain in the classroom, a suggestion his mother readily agreed to, leaving him alone, his small face stern and contemplative. As Seongguk looked up expectantly, his mother hesitated, clearly reluctant to reveal what they had discussed during the private meeting. Then, in a stark, shocking revelation, Kim So-young uttered the word bribe, and Seongguk's eyes widened, a sudden, blinding light of comprehension exploding around him. Seongguk, a child with the mind of a corporate king, pressed the unidentified women, demanding to know the truth of their meeting as a tangible tension filled the dim hallway. A blinding flash of insight struck Seongguk, and the word bribe reverberated through his mind, confirming his worst fears with a jolt that made his eyes glow with shock. Rage, sudden and volcanic, welled up inside Seongguk, choking off the very word as his eyes burned with an infernal red glow. The truth of the bribe ignited a furious stomp in Seongguk, leaving 2 women behind, concerned and startled by his uncharacteristic fury. Seongguk's internal world erupted in a frantic, kicking fury, as he mentally screamed at the absurdity of the teacher's demand, a sentiment so anachronistic it bordered on the unbelievable. A foot stomped with undeniable resolve, signaling that mere internal rage would not suffice. For his mother's safety, Seongguk knew he could no longer stand idly by, propelling himself forward with urgent determination down the school hall. A polite clink of porcelain echoed as the teacher's hand offered a cup, extending an invitation to make herself comfortable. The teacher addressed Seongguk's mother, his posture formal and his tone subtly off-putting. Kim So-young fidgeted, her cheeks warm with a blush of anxiety, wondering what critical insights the teacher had chosen to share in this one-on-one meeting. Her heart pounded, a nervous drum against her ribs, as Kim So-young admitted to herself that she had brought a gift, fearing to appear rude or unprepared. Offering a neatly wrapped box, Kim So-young explained the snacks were a thoughtful gesture from Seongguk's father, her voice filled with a hopeful anticipation. The teacher's hand clasped around the box, accepting the offering with a practiced grace and a polite assurance of gratitude. A sinister smirk twisted the teacher's face, his eyes gleaming with a greedy, unholy light as he triumphantly tore open the package, knowing he had found what he sought. Seongguk, in a moment of chibified confusion, pondered why the teacher hadn't simply asked Jongwoo's parents instead. But unlike her son, Kim So-young bore a different kind of burden, trying to project a serene calm despite the nervousness that still quivered beneath her smile. An unseen hand, reaching into the box of snacks, signaled the teacher's expectation of sincerity. A faint, confused sound escaped the teacher as he stared into the utterly empty box. "Excuse me, teacher." Kim So-young stammered, her shock visible as the teacher stared down, glowing with a blue disappointment at the unexpected lack of contents. Internally seething that the entire family was trash, the teacher forced a pleasant demeanor as he once again addressed Seongguk's mother. Kim So-young's eyes widened in alarm as the teacher declared his profound disappointment. A hesitant sigh escaped Kim So-young as she struggled to comprehend the accusation, only to have the teacher declare the issue was about Seongguk. The teacher's accusation that her son was quite sly hit Kim So-young like a physical blow, her face distorting with shock and fear. With a pointed finger and a dismissive smirk, the teacher criticized Seongguk for deflecting questions and seemingly showing off. The teacher's eyes narrowed, a cold, scrutinizing gaze implying more damning revelations were to come. The teacher's direct accusation about Seongguk's advanced studying caught Kim So-young completely off guard, leaving her shocked and illuminated by an unsettling glow. A frustrated sigh escaped the teacher as he launched into a condescending lecture about the perils of excessive advanced studying, warning it could be poison. Kim So-young gasped in disbelief as the teacher, with escalating venom, declared her efforts could even count as abuse. The clatter of a spoon against a teacup underscored Kim So-young's distressed denial of advanced studying, but the teacher coldly dismissed her, claiming an educator's unerring insight. With an accusing finger, the teacher challenged Kim So-young, demanding to know how Seongguk could possess such advanced knowledge entirely on his own. A thunderous slam of his hand on the table punctuated the teacher's furious declaration that any private advanced study was illegal tutoring. Tears streamed down Kim So-young's face as the teacher cruelly suggested she should spend her money on the school, not private education. His voice rising in a furious demand, the teacher clutched his shirt, insisting any financial contribution should be directed specifically on me, the teacher. Kim So-young's hand reached out in distress, a teacup overturning with a clatter as she struggled to comprehend his shocking words. Overwhelmed by the teacher's accusations, Kim So-young continued to cry, unable to form a coherent thought. The teacher aggressively pointed to himself, questioning the parent's intelligence before attempting to clarify his outlandish statements. "That's enough," Seongguk declared from the doorway, his small figure casting a long, ominous shadow. A cheeky smirk played on Seongguk's face as he asked if the teacher had clearly heard the principal. Seongguk addressed the principal directly, her stern demeanor confirming her authority. "Principal," the teacher shrieked, his eyes wide with abject terror as Kim So-young cowered beside him. The principal's hand clamped down firmly on the teacher's, an authoritative gesture that spoke volumes. Her voice sharp with condemnation, the principal berated the teacher for his disgraceful conduct, scolding a parent in private after an observation class. "What kind of disgraceful conduct is this?" the principal roared, her face contorted in furious disbelief. Amidst the chaotic scene, Seongguk rushed to his mother, his concern overriding the teacher's misunderstanding. Kim So-young, distressed, fretted that the principal must have been utterly shocked by the ugly confrontation. Despite her reassurance that "it's nothing," Kim So-young stumbled, and Seongguk, unwavering, pulled her hand, insisting they simply leave. Seongguk, eyes closed in resolute determination, cut off his mother's attempts to speak about the teacher, firmly reiterating that they were leaving. As Seongguk led his mother away, the principal continued her furious admonishment of the terrified teacher. The principal vehemently challenged the teacher's demand for money, who frantically tried to justify his actions before falling silent. Seongguk, his presence now commanding, called out to the teacher from the doorway. Surrounded by an electric blue glow, Seongguk, in a surge of powerful fury, admonished the teacher for spewing baseless lies at his mother. "Bullshit," the teacher exploded, his face inflamed with rage, before Seongguk cut him off. Seongguk delivered a chilling revelation: his mother was 2 months pregnant, implying dire consequences if the day's stress affected her. A demonic shadow loomed behind Seongguk, his eyes burning red as he promised to completely ruin the terrified teacher's life. Seongguk's glowing yellow eyes burned with an intense, final warning for the teacher to be ready. Speechless and trembling, the teacher could only utter a stuttering sound, overwhelmed by complete fear. "That insolent brat," the enraged teacher sputtered, as Seongguk calmly walked away. "Let's go, Mom," Seongguk cheerfully declared, pulling his surprised mother along, as if nothing dramatic had just happened. As Seongguk defiantly declared his intention to quit elementary school, Kim So-young's expression hardened with a newfound, resolute determination. As night fell, a calm serenity settled over the apartment building, marking the passage of time. Jeon Seongguk listened intently, his arms crossed, as the full story of the school incident unfolded before him. "So you want to quit school?" Jeon Seongguk asked, to which Seongguk passionately affirmed, refusing to endure such a teacher or a place that offered nothing to learn. "Did I do something wrong?" Kim So-young whispered, her voice laced with distress, but Jeon Seongguk immediately reassured her, agreeing that the teacher was indeed strange. Jeon Seongguk remained thoughtful for a moment, then calmly declared his understanding of the situation. "Seongguk, I support your decision," Jeon Seongguk declared, much to Seongguk's immense, unexpected relief, who had anticipated opposition. Both Kim So-young and Seongguk stared in utter shock, dumbfounded by Jeon Seongguk's unexpected and resolute support. A sharp sting brought Seongguk's journey to a frustrating halt as a sudden nosebleed erupted. His classmate leaned in with a concerned twitch, asking what was wrong as Seongguk clutched his bleeding nose. Even through his childish form, a flash of irritation crossed Seongguk's face. It was infuriating to be bound by such trivial physical limitations. The young strategist triumphantly recalled how he had exposed the corrupt homeroom teacher, declaring his intent to escape elementary school once and for all. But the triumph was short-lived, as his father, Jeon Seongguk, had unexpectedly acknowledged his decision, yet still imposed conditions. His father calmly laid out the alternatives, insisting Seongguk had options beyond simply dropping out. Seongguk insisted there was nothing left to learn, but his mother, Kim So-young, gently reminded him of the importance of social development. His mother sincerely wished he wouldn't grow old without learning how to get along with others, a sentiment Seongguk privately dismissed as an old-fashioned platitude. The thought of befriending his snot-nosed classmates disgusted him, especially when one of them noisily wiped their nose nearby. The shy child quietly offered his thanks, a small act of gratitude that briefly softened the cynical boy. Though frustrated by the lecture, Seongguk understood that this well-meaning counsel was a profound expression of his parents' love. With renewed determination and a fiery resolve, he decided to delay his grand exit, planning to wait for a more opportune moment while his classmate looked on in surprise. For now, he needed to make the most of his time, as a newspaper was unfolded with a dramatic flourish. Seongguk, serious and focused, began reading the paper, determined to make every moment count. A curious classmate interrupted, pulling on his hair, only to be met with Seongguk's irritated reply that he was simply reading the newspaper. When the child innocently remarked that only old men read newspapers, Seongguk defiantly declared that he happened to be one of them. With a playful jab, Seongguk claimed his past life made him old enough to be the child's parent, who then hilariously misheard past life as past wife. With an impatient wave, Seongguk shooed away the disappointed child, eager to return to his important reading. Then, a specific headline caught Seongguk's eye, bringing a look of surprise to his face. The article detailed a fierce power struggle within Samjeon, pitting Chairman Jeon Jae-hyung against Director Jeon Jae-jin for corporate control. A flicker of concern crossed Seongguk's face as he wondered if his past life's father was faring well. He was confident his father would emerge victorious, especially with Samjeon Motors sold and Elon's investment dividends secured. Seongguk chuckled, certain his father was merely feigning weakness, compiling a list of rivals to crush just as he always had in his past life. A bright-faced woman introduced herself as the new temporary homeroom teacher, stepping in for the disgraced Mr. Han Jong-yeon. Seongguk expressed his annoyance with a huff, while a curious classmate immediately asked about the previous teacher's whereabouts. The new teacher nervously explained that Mr. Han was a little sick, inwardly questioning if his illness was mental or a pang of conscience. Seongguk speculated that the school had quietly sidelined the former teacher to decide his fate, knowing the principal's involvement prevented them from simply sweeping it under the rug. He had planned to keep to himself, but his patience snapped as he slammed his hand on the desk, enraged by a new frustration. An empty desk drew his annoyed gaze as Seongguk wondered how many more days the student would be absent. A worried classmate confirmed his suspicions, asking if Jong-woo was absent yet again, to which Seongguk indifferently replied that it was obvious. Seongguk grew thoughtful, pondering the reason behind the snot-nosed kid's prolonged absence. A classmate in his thoughts recounted how Jong-woo's absences had escalated from occasional days to a full week. A serious expression settled on Seongguk's face as he called out to himself with quiet determination. He flinched slightly when his worried classmate voiced her fear that something terrible might have happened to Jong-woo. Seongguk dramatically feigned overwhelming worry, comically holding his head in exaggerated distress. His sudden call startled the new teacher, who looked up in surprise. Seongguk charmingly peeked over his desk, his sparkling eyes disarming the teacher. The teacher, though finding him undeniably cute, was still wary of the boy who had caused Mr. Han Jong-yeon's dismissal. She tried to compose herself, blushing as she acknowledged his cuteness, before finally asking him what he wanted. Seongguk cut straight to the point, asking for Jong-woo's home address, which caught the teacher off guard. Though genuinely worried about Jong-woo's absences, the teacher hesitated, explaining she couldn't simply hand out a friend's address. Seongguk persisted, offering to bring Jong-woo his notes and visit him if he was sick, his notebook sparkling with good intentions. He employed his full, child actor, aura, begging the teacher with sparkling eyes until she swooned, utterly captivated. The teacher, flustered and flattered, finally relented, giving Seongguk the address as he flashed a triumphant, devilish grin. A gasp escaped him as he gazed up at the dauntingly steep flight of stairs leading to Jong-woo's house. He shouted in exasperation, throwing his arms up in frustration at finding himself in such a desolate shantytown. He cursed his fate, admitting that Jong-woo's slight resemblance to his cherished Mingguk was the only reason he persevered through this frustrating ordeal. Complaining about the strenuous climb with his short legs, he nevertheless continued upwards, determined to find the right address. Finally, he arrived at a modest house with an old blue gate, the search complete. Seongguk knocked loudly on the gate and called out, unaware of a shadowy figure observing him. He called Jong-woo's name again as the gate creaked open just slightly, revealing a hint of the mystery within. His concern deepened as he saw the door, covered in scattered notes and debris, and called out Jong-woo's name with growing unease. A hand pushed the doorknob, revealing the front door was also unlocked. Seongguk cautiously peeked inside, a shiver of unease running down his spine. A sudden rustle startled Seongguk, who jumped back as a shadowy figure within cried out in surprise. Seongguk stared in shock at Jong-woo's condition, his mouth agape in disbelief. A small, dirty child, Jong-woo, exclaimed with excited surprise upon seeing Seongguk. Seongguk pointed, utterly shocked by the messy state of the house, as Jong-woo excitedly ran towards him. Terror etched on his face, Seongguk called out, his eyes darting around the unsettling room, sensing a deeper wrong. From beneath a blanket, surrounded by medicine bottles, Jong-woo weakly extended a hand, a desperate plea hanging in the air. Jong-woo's small hand reached out, sweat beading on his forehead, his desperate plea for help echoing in the grim silence. In the dim, neglected home, a child's gasp was swallowed by the sudden, terrifying sight of a woman lying unconscious on the floor. On the floor, Jong-woo's mother burned with a fever so high her breath came in ragged groans. The adult mind inside Seongguk's body screamed in panic, demanding to know what had happened to her. Through his tears, young Jong-woo confessed that his mother had been sick since last week, a quiet tragedy unfolding behind closed doors. The scattered packets of medicine on the floor were a testament to a child's desperate and inadequate attempts to save his mother. Cutting through the despair, Seongguk's voice rang with authority, ordering Jong-woo to snap out of it and get help from the neighbors. His urgency was absolute, they needed to call an ambulance, now. In the quiet of a clinic, the steady drip of N4 was the only sound until Jong-woo's mother finally began to stir. Her eyes fluttered open to a hazy room filled with unfamiliar light, her first thought a disoriented whisper of where she could possibly be. A man's voice suddenly broke the silence, informing her she was in a nearby clinic, the abruptness of his presence sending a jolt of shock through her. When she asked who he was, Seongguk simply replied that he was Jong-woo's desk partner, a memory from a school observation class she barely recalled. He explained how he had come to visit Jong-woo, only to find her collapsed, and that a neighbor had helped bring her here. In a flash of memory, Seongguk recalled giving the shocked and crying Jong-woo money, telling him to go eat with the neighbor. As she worried about the cost of a simple meal, the full weight of this neighborhood's poverty, a reality far worse than he'd ever imagined, settled upon Seongguk. The house had been a prison of destitution, with no phone to call for help, no electricity or water, and neighbors too afraid of the cost to summon an ambulance. He remembered the chaos, the panic on the neighbor's face as he'd run with another child on his back. In the end, it was Seongguk who had carried Jong-woo's mother on his own small back, running desperately towards the only help he could find. His hope dissipated into dust when he arrived, realizing it was just a rundown neighborhood clinic. But a quick assessment revealed a silver lining, it wasn't a clinic, but a free medical center staffed by volunteer doctors. The diagnosis came back as a combination of overwork, flu, and malnutrition, a conclusion that left her utterly bewildered. When he clarified that this was the reason she had collapsed, the truth landed with a gasp of dawning horror. When Seongguk asked what had happened to her family, a somber, blue light seemed to emanate from her as she retreated into a painful silence. A single tear escaped as she began her story, speaking of a time before everything had gone wrong, before the IMF crisis. They were once a proper, well-off family, until her husband's business partner vanished overnight, taking their future with him. As she spoke, a scream of recognition tore through Seongguk's mind, this was the classic, devastating scenario of the IMF era. It was a simple, tragic formula. Step 1, partner with a trusted friend, just as so many fathers of that time did. Step 2, suffer the ultimate betrayal as that trusted friend runs away with all the money. The final, inevitable result was bankruptcy, a reality he sighed at, knowing all too well what that time was like. Jong-woo's mother felt a flush of shame, realizing how much of her painful story she had just unloaded onto her son's young friend. Seongguk, however, acknowledged the foolish lady's despair with unexpected gentleness, simply calling her by her new title, Jong-woo's mother. In a vision of cascading gold coins, his true self emerged, eagerly asking if he could get involved in her family's situation. He told her to rest, insisting he would take Jong-woo to his own house, an offer of kindness so immense it left her speechless. And so, Jong-woo shyly introduced himself at Seongguk's home, where he was welcomed warmly inside. As expected, the two boys, both adrift in their own ways, quickly became inseparable friends. With that settled, Seongguk moved on to the next phase of his plan, decisively beginning his financial consultation. He grabbed her attention with a sharp call of her name, startling her from her thoughts. In his mind, he was a CEO in a suit, sternly telling her to throw away the wishful thinking of repaying her debt by working. He had already analyzed the joint guarantee debt her husband had left behind, every creditor, every bit of principal and interest. His eye glowed with cold, hard certainty as he delivered the one-word conclusion, impossible. With her meager income, she could work for a lifetime, even 100 years, and never escape the crushing interest, a truth so stark it made her wail in despair. Therefore, he recommended the only two viable options, personal rehabilitation or outright bankruptcy. He also brought up the IMF special support programs, options that flickered like distant, confusing stars in her overwhelmed mind. And to guide her through this bewildering process, he grandly introduced the man who would help, Attorney Kim. Attorney Kim from SKJ Entertainment's legal team presented his business card, the professional gesture so far removed from her reality that it left her stunned. As Seongguk tried to make a quick exit to let them talk, she cried out, panicked at being left alone with this high-powered lawyer. The attorney couldn't help but wonder if all 8-year-olds were so brilliant these days, to which Seongguk simply replied that he was a special case. Finally, he moved to the last part of his plan, establishing a foundation, for which he would provide the funds. He instructed her to create a donation foundation to help other struggling families, a plan so audacious she had to ask if he truly conceived it all himself. She took a breath, her hand resting firmly on the clipboard, and agreed to do exactly as he said. The attorney, whom Seongguk praised as CEO Kim, immediately saw the strategic benefit, tax deductions and a boost to the company's image. As Young-woo watched the news, a voiceover explained how the foundation would work, and the boy could only stare in awe at the sheer scale of Seongguk's idea. On the television, a news anchor announced that Chairman Jeon Seongguk, Seongguk's former self, had just achieved a clear victory in the fight for control of Samjeon Group. As the sun began to set, a voice called out that it was time for Seongguk to come home. He looked out the window, frustrated to see that the day had once again slipped away from him so quickly. Young-woo's mother thanked him with overwhelming sincerity, grateful for how he had saved her family and even handled her discharge from the clinic. He brushed it off, claiming that helping Young-woo study was just something to pass the time, though the poor boy looked utterly exhausted by the effort. But his inner thoughts revealed the truth: once he started something, he had to see it through, and he simply couldn't stand watching that idiot Young-woo spacing out. As Seongguk announced he was leaving, the woman called out, insisting he not go empty-handed. She held out a small, wrapped gift, remarking on how he was always the one giving her things. Running home under the sunset, gift in hand, Seongguk felt the deep satisfaction that came from helping good people. He started to unwrap the gift, remarking how it looked delicious, when a sudden, subtle shift in the air made him pause. He continued walking, humming to himself, his light footsteps pattering on the pavement. But then, another set of footsteps echoed behind him, heavier, more deliberate, and full of unnerving purpose. His smile faded as he glanced back, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. The feeling intensified into a primal fear: something was chasing him, and the world seemed to rush past in a blur of red panic. The gift, a box of fresh vegetables, spilled onto the ground, its contents scattering like his shattered sense of peace. A hand clamped down hard over his mouth from behind, and his eyes went wide with pure, unadulterated terror. A voice, chilling and triumphant, whispered in his ear, "Got you." The terror in Seongguk's young body was absolute as Jason Lee's gloved hand clamped over his mouth, stifling his desperate cries. A menacing purple glow surrounded Jason Lee's grip as his fingers dug into Seongguk's tiny arm, the threat a chilling echo in the silence. Jason Lee's form glowed ominously blue as he tightened his hold, promising a twisted fate that filled Seongguk with dread. But even as a child, Seongguk's eyes burned with furious defiance, recognizing the man's vile nature. The sudden, defiant shout of his name sliced through Jason Lee's cruel facade, leaving him utterly stunned and drenched in a cold sweat. A quiet shift echoed from beyond the worn doorframe, a subtle presence in the dim silence. Jason Lee's voice boomed an order for Seongguk to stay down, the sound echoing with the forceful clang of a heavy door as the child struggled against his bonds. A sharp pain pierced through Seongguk, his mind reeling as he tried to comprehend his disorienting surroundings. He wondered if this eerily derelict place was an abandoned house nearby, the metallic click of a lock underscoring his confinement as Jason Lee stood impassively by the door. A sinister smirk twisted Jason Lee's lips as he mockingly observed Seongguk's current state. Chubby. Seongguk thought, an enraged, pig-like chibi version of himself flaring in his mind, as Jason Lee sneered about him being well-fed. A sickening thud echoed as Jason Lee's foot connected sharply with Seongguk's face, a brutal shock of pain. Engulfed in a vengeful red glow, Jason Lee loomed over Seongguk, his voice dripping with bitterness about his own life crumbling while Seongguk lived easily. Jason Lee's question hung in the air, a grating provocation, but Seongguk met it with a fierce, unwavering glare. Ignoring the scurrying rats, Seongguk retorted, exposing Jason Lee's failed attempt to take over Samjeon by teaming with foreign investors, only to be foiled by his father. "Weren't you almost imprisoned for breach of trust?" Seongguk pressed, reminding Jason Lee of the headline that had nearly sealed his fate. "Damn it, I just couldn't understand." Jason Lee roared, his hand tightening into a furious grip on Seongguk's collar. His voice cracking with unbridled fury, Jason Lee railed against Chairman Jeon Seongguk, bewildered by how his plans were always preempted and blaming him for the company's past struggles. He recalled with bitter resentment how Chairman Jeon had ruthlessly removed Jeon Jae-jin from the board, severing all of Jason Lee's connections and power. Panic seized Jason Lee as he recounted the discovery of his secret ties to an American private equity firm, his eyes wide with growing despair. A past shock resurfaced as Jason Lee, on the phone, recoiled in disbelief, realizing Jeon Seongguk had known everything about his schemes. "You're canceling the contract." Jason Lee stammered, dread creeping into his voice as he feared being utterly cut off and abandoned. He flinched, a sudden jolt of terror causing his eyes to widen as he listened intently. Then, an ominous voice from beyond the door announced the arrival of Samjeon Security, sealing Jason Lee's fate. The insistent rattling and booming knocks against the door intensified Jason Lee's terror, as the security guards outside made it clear they knew he was trapped within. Kneeling amidst the ominous glow, Jason Lee wept openly, admitting his dire predicament and utter defeat. He gripped Seongguk's head, blaming Chairman Koo Soo-young with agitated fury, believing he had been betrayed after proposing a chance to seize Samjeon. The terrifying prospect of imprisonment, like heavy chains binding him, crushed Jason Lee in a wave of despair. His body seeming to crumple in denial, Jason Lee raged against the thought of prison in what he called a backward country, utterly unaware of Seongguk's quiet, assessing gaze. Seongguk calmly concluded that Jason Lee had finally lost his mind. The narration observed that the deeper Jason Lee's self-perception of brilliance, the more devastating his current shock must be. A determined wriggle was Seongguk's silent vow, he needed to escape before Jason Lee's unstable mind concocted another scheme. But his thoughts were violently interrupted as Jason Lee suddenly grabbed him, a swift, alarming motion. With a tense confession, Jason Lee revealed that while on the run, he'd heard a strange rumor. Seongguk's eyes widened in shocked recognition as Jason Lee described a cherished child who had seen through his plans and revealed them to Jeon Seongguk. Jason Lee's eye glowed with an unnerving red as he leveled a direct, piercing accusation at Seongguk. The wild light in Jason Lee's eye reflected a startled Chibi Seongguk as he definitively declared, "It was you." "What did you say?" Seongguk retorted with a mocking tone, but Jason Lee's hand fiercely grabbed his shirt, cutting him off. Still with bound legs, Jason Lee erupted in a furious outburst, blaming Seongguk and Jeon Seongguk for his downfall and accusing them of throwing him into hell. "Funny," Seongguk thought with a defiant anger, delivering a sharp, powerful kick to an unseen object. A comical thwack sounded as an egg suddenly shattered on Jason Lee's head, eliciting a stunned grunt from him. Jason Lee gasped in disbelief as Seongguk, now standing free and confident, hovered over him. His face flushed with righteous anger, Seongguk scolded Jason Lee for his ingratitude, calling him out for trying to scam Korea after being trusted with Samjeon. Seongguk continued to berate the now defeated Jason Lee, accusing him of clinging to private equity and acting like a spy, insisting his downfall was entirely his own doing. With a sharp burst of command, Seongguk gave his next order. As his feet rapidly pattered toward the exit, Seongguk commanded Jason Lee to get outside. But with a sudden crash and thud, Seongguk stumbled and fell, crying out in surprise. With a manic, desperate grin, Jason Lee seized Seongguk's leg, preventing his escape. Jason Lee maniacally declared his intent to use Seongguk as a hostage to exact revenge on Jeon Seongguk, as the child desperately struggled to break free. His eyes wild with delusion, Jason Lee cackled about returning to the US after striking a blow against Jeon Seongguk, his grip unyielding. Amidst a booming crash and a wall bursting apart, Seongguk, against all odds, defiantly declared his name and his victory. A swift whoosh preceded Jason Lee's confused gasp, his eyes widening at the unexpected intrusion. A white high-heeled shoe connected with Jason Lee's face in a swift, impactful strike. With a sharp impact, Seongguk's mother delivered a decisive kick, sending Jason Lee flying across the room as Seongguk watched in awe. Jason Lee groaned, incapacitated on the cracked concrete floor, his surprise mirrored in Seongguk's own bewildered expression. With a soft thud, Jason Lee collapsed into unconsciousness, a shocking sight for Seongguk. Seongguk startled, turning abruptly as his mother's concerned voice called his name. "Are you okay?" his mother asked, her concern palpable, and Seongguk, still reeling, began to recognize her. "The strange woman from the observation class?" Seongguk exclaimed, a surprised thought bubble confirming his recognition of his own glamorous mother. A male adult urgently warned Seongguk's mother, a sharp sound indicating a continued threat. As the room filled with light from the now open doorway, Seongguk and the concerned adult watched his elegant mother stand over the defeated Jason Lee. Still grappling with pain and disbelief, Jason Lee struggled to utter a single word. "Chairman Koo Soo-young's." Jason Lee gasped, his words revealing his assailant's true connection and leaving Seongguk utterly shocked. The man crumpled to the floor, the sound a dull, final thud that ended his desperate ploy. A triumphant smirk crossed Koo Yiri's face as she declared their success, while her associate could only stare in shock at her decisive action. Seongguk, however, could only manage an awkward laugh, the humiliation of being a damsel in distress stinging far more than any physical threat. The memory of her urgent arrival flashed through her mind, the moment the news broke, her hand had slammed against the wall with the force of her panic. And in the stark light of the abandoned warehouse, the reality of the danger she had raced towards was laid bare. Once the chaos had been resolved, a wave of relieved, almost unhinged laughter cut through the lingering tension. Secretary Yang finally arrived, calling for the boy, only to be met by the calm, assessing gaze of the woman who had already handled everything. She wryly noted his speed, but all he could offer was breathless gratitude for having been contacted at all. She was Koo Yi-ri of Hyojin, a name carrying such weight that even the chairman of Samjeon could only watch in imagined admiration. As dusk fell over the city, Jason Lee's furious protests echoed through the quiet residential streets. He refused to go quietly, screaming threats that he would drag every single one of them down with him. Her associate simply promised that Jason would be handed over to the police, his impotent struggles reduced to a mere caricature of rage. He then leaned in, assuring them that his firm would personally oversee the entire legal process, sealing Jason Lee's fate. The promise that the kidnapper would absolutely not get off easy settled over Seongguk with a strange, nervous finality. But for Koo Yi-ri, simply cleaning up the aftermath wasn't nearly enough to satisfy her. She turned on Secretary Yang, her voice sharp with accusation. It was Samjeon's responsibility to have kept that man under control. He could not deny it, Hyojin had graciously allowed them to handle the matter, and they had failed completely. He confessed that the man had escaped their surveillance, and they never imagined he would stoop to targeting a child. After another round of thanks for protecting Seongguk, she let out a small, flustered huff, unaccustomed to such earnest praise. Secretary Yang then turned to Seongguk, his tone softening as he informed him that his father, the chairman, had received a full report. But when he mentioned his father wished to apologize in person, Seongguk firmly refused, stating it was better they not meet for a while. This was all part of his grander strategy to position his brother as the true successor, a move he considered with a confident, knowing smile. Sensing the complicated family dynamics, Koo Yi-ri gently intervened, offering to take the boy home herself. When Secretary Yang tried to protest, she cut him off with a cool, unassailable confidence. A sense of dread washed over the secretary as she announced her intention to speak directly with the boy's parents. And, of course, with him, her glowing eyes promised a conversation that would be far more than a simple debrief. Seongguk's own sly smirk revealed he was more than prepared for whatever game she was playing. The news, when it was finally delivered, was met with a single, resounding cry of disbelief that rattled the restaurant. His father, Jeon Ji-sung, and his mother, Kim So-young, stared with wide eyes, unable to process what they were hearing. The words, kidnapping, and threats hung in the air, and his mother's love manifested as a frantic, worried embrace. He tried to downplay the incident and reassure her, but his words were muffled by a crushing, concerned squeeze. He explained that Sister Koo Yi-ri had arrived just in time to save him, a title that made his mother pause in surprise. Koo Yi-ri simply offered a serene, almost beatific smile. His father was utterly baffled by the presence of Hyojin's young lady, while his mother felt a nagging sense of familiarity she couldn't quite place. Yi-ri then solved the puzzle, revealing that they had seen her at the school observation class, hidden behind a hat and sunglasses. She then confessed, quite plainly, that she had been following Seongguk for some time. While his mother reeled from the shocking admission, Seongguk realized it was the only explanation for her impossibly perfect timing. Her reason was simple, delivered with a sly, knowing smile. She was curious about him. Her story began in the United States, where she and her sister had been finishing their studies. They had rushed back to Korea upon completing their degrees, only to open the door to a shocking discovery. The sight that greeted them left both sisters completely stunned. Their father, the man they remembered as broken, had transformed into someone they no longer recognized. The chairman who had been wasting away in grief was now refreshed, as if he'd reached enlightenment, speaking of how death wasn't truly the end. Seongguk squirmed, recognizing the very words he himself had used to comfort the grieving man. Koo Yi-ri continued, explaining that her father attributed this miraculous change to one single child. And that child, she declared, her voice ringing with certainty, was Seongguk. She recounted the tale of him comforting their father in Hong Kong, a story that baffled his parents and forced an embarrassed admission from the boy. Following him had been rude, she admitted, but necessary, an explanation that earned a silent, annoyed judgment from Secretary Yang. Feeling the power shift in his favor, Seongguk leaned forward, challenging her, was he truly worth all that observation? Her answer was absolute, delivered with a gentle, brilliant smile. He was a genius. And more than that, she added, he possessed a truly kind heart. He was, she declared, more than worthy of her father's sponsorship, a concept that left his child self utterly bewildered. A man then stepped forward, introducing himself as Hwang Chol-soo, the chairman of Hyojin's chief of staff, prepared to lay out the details. He formally announced the chairman's plan to offer full educational sponsorship for Seongguk, stunning his parents into silence. In honor of his late son, the chairman had established the Juno Educational Foundation, and personally selected Seongguk as its very first beneficiary. The immense weight of the offer settled on Seongguk as he began to calculate its true potential. The chief of staff elaborated that the sponsorship was functionally limitless, prepared to fund any education he desired, anywhere in the world. His father laughed nervously, suggesting that perhaps graduating elementary school should be the first priority. Koo Yiri's sharp disagreement cut through the air, her declaration that elementary school was a waste of time shocking his father. Seongguk, however, felt a surge of triumph. Finally, he had found an ally who understood. For a man with a past life that included an MBA, elementary school was a pointless prison, and convincing his parents to let him escape was his biggest challenge. His father stammered, weakly arguing for the importance of compulsory education. But Yiri countered that a person's education must match their level, a statement that earned a silent, ecstatic cheer from Seongguk. As a final blow, she brought up the recent scandal involving his homeroom teacher, leaving his parents with no ground left to stand on. Her hand slapped the table with a resounding crack, her decision made. With her characteristic force of will, she declared that they would go and settle the matter first thing in the morning. Even so, Seongguk couldn't resist a private jab at the weird outfit she wore to the observation class, a comment she found bafflingly unfair. On a bright, promising morning, the school bell rang, signaling the start of a day that would change everything for Seongguk. In her office, the principal calmly asked the purpose of their unexpected meeting. Seongguk beamed, proudly announcing that the woman who had come as his guardian was ready to speak, a declaration that left the principal utterly baffled. His father's voice was low and serious, promising he would be watching to see how the school handled this, and the weight of his words sent a chill down the principal's spine. Flustered, the principal tried to steer the conversation back to her own agenda. But Seongguk cut through the tension with a single, shining statement of intent: he was dropping out. The announcement struck the principal like a physical blow, her shock echoing through the office as she demanded to know what he meant. She furiously questioned if this was because of the incident with Mr. Han Jong-yeon, and Seongguk admitted that was only part of the reason. With unshakable resolve, he declared that, more importantly, there was nothing left for him to learn there. The boy's words stopped her cold. She suddenly recalled the substitute homeroom teacher saying the exact same thing. In her memory, the teacher had insisted that Seongguk's academic performance was unbelievably, almost impossibly, outstanding. If he was truly a genius, as she now suspected, then he refused to waste another moment relearning things he had already mastered. The principal desperately grasped at the rules, insisting that elementary education was compulsory and he had no choice but to attend. With a knowing smile, Seongguk coolly informed her that it wasn't quite as mandatory as she believed. He then laid his trap, asking if her approval of an early graduation certification wouldn't solve everything, a suggestion that left her stunned. The principal was floored. She couldn't fathom how a child could even know about such an obscure policy for gifted students. Her head whipped around, accusingly asking Seongguk's father if he was responsible, but he calmly denied it. He reasoned that, having just returned from the United States, he couldn't possibly know the intricacies of Korean elementary education law. Seongguk knew better. Preparation, as always, was everything. He confidently laid out his plan to bring in education specialists for an official evaluation to prove his academic level far surpassed that of an elementary school student. With his final, polite instruction for her to proceed, the principal was left utterly speechless, caught in the undertow of his strategy. Beside him, even his father could only express his sheer astonishment at what he was witnessing. Conceding defeat, the principal admitted that if he was truly a genius too great for her school to contain, she had no counter-argument left. She resolved that as an educator, it was her duty to begin the evaluation, a decision that felt wonderfully satisfying to Seongguk. Just as she was about to set the process in motion, she stopped herself, remembering one last, critical piece of business. The focus of the room sharpened as a new question was asked: was Mr. Han Jong-yeon still on the premises? With a menacing glint in his eye, Seongguk made his request to meet the teacher personally before he left, and the principal felt a tremor of fear. A faint, knowing smile played on his lips as he remembered an old saying perfect for the occasion. The disgraced teacher, Han Jong-yeon, stood before them, unable to meet anyone's gaze, as Seongguk's judgment echoed in his mind: trash belongs in the trash can. The teacher stammered, asking why he'd been summoned, and inside, Seongguk scoffed at the man's lingering arrogance. With an exasperated sigh, Seongguk reminded him that he would be leaving the school soon, but there was a debt to be settled first. He figured he should at least receive an apology, a demand that sent Han Jong-yeon into a sputtering rage. The teacher nervously tried to downplay the unfortunate incident, but the principal's sharp glare made it clear she wasn't buying it. He insisted he had merely said something that could have been misunderstood, a cowardly excuse Seongguk had seen coming a mile away. In his mind's eye, Seongguk pictured the man's pathetic defense, claiming he never said the word bribe, only that he accepted parents' goodwill. It was a classic gambit, playing dumb after pocketing cash with no paper trail, a tactic that would likely get buried by the authorities. But this time was different. Seongguk calmly informed him that an official audit from the Office of Education was imminent. The word audit struck terror into the teacher's heart as Seongguk revealed he had personally submitted the complaint accusing him of demanding bribes. Han Jong-yeon scoffed, then roared with defiance, daring them to bring 100 audits, certain a child's complaint meant nothing. He furiously demanded proof, and Seongguk quietly dismantled his defense by asking what would happen if there were testimonies from the parents. A single bead of cold sweat traced a path down Han Jong-yeon's face as the implication of that question crashed down on him. The teacher's mind reeled. Parents testifying was impossible, as they usually feared retaliation against their children. But this time, they had solid backing, with Seongguk cheering on his legal team like a tiny, victorious general. With a satisfied smirk, Seongguk confirmed that his legal team had already met with the parents and secured their statements. The final blow landed as he revealed they had also contacted parents from the previous 2 years, and the teacher's world collapsed. Seongguk's voice turned cold as he laid out the next step, a civil lawsuit to follow the disciplinary action, since the teacher clearly cared more for money than education. He twisted the knife, suggesting that perhaps it was time for the man to quit teaching and go make money out in the real world. The teacher's curse was met with Seongguk's silent, unyielding resolve. He was going to be destroyed. This wasn't just for him, it was for the innocent children who would remain in this class after he was gone. It was also for the real educators, like the principal, who would feel ashamed to be associated with someone like Han Jong-yeon. With the full force of his conviction, Seongguk delivered the final sentence, trash like him belonged in the garbage bin. The man's resolve finally shattered, and he collapsed to the floor, his voice cracking as he begged for forgiveness. As Han Jong-yeon knelt with his head bowed in utter defeat, Seongguk simply looked down, the victor of a battle he had orchestrated from the very beginning. The teacher desperately clung to his pant leg, pleading about his widowed mother and his waiting children, insisting he wasn't completely evil. Seongguk sighed, tired of listening to the desperate promises that he would never, ever do something like this again. He couldn't help but feel frustrated by the sheer predictability of it all, the sudden attitude shift, the shameless use of family as a shield. Still, a devilish thought occurred to him, there was one more thing he needed from this broken man. He offered a sliver of hope, suggesting he might not pursue the civil lawsuit if Han Jong-yeon granted him a single request, an offer the man accepted with frantic relief. Later, his father presented a sheet of paper to his mother, whose eyes widened in surprise. It was a letter of apology, in which Han Jong-yeon admitted to abusing his authority, regretting his rude remarks toward Kim So-young, and even calling himself trash. Seongguk had been furious, declaring that since the teacher had disrespected and scared his mother, he was to kneel and beg for forgiveness. He had forced the man to handwrite apology letters not only to his mother, but to every single parent from whom he had accepted bribes. While the civil suit was off the table, Seongguk knew the education audit would proceed as planned, and the end result was inevitable: he was fired. Though his father found the outcome satisfying, his mother's concern was far more immediate. Her son's future now mattered more than any revenge. She asked what he planned to do now that he'd quit school, but Seongguk simply replied with a confident smirk that he already had a plan. To his parents' utter shock, he proclaimed that a gentleman always plans far ahead, striking a heroic pose in his own mind. By the time June arrived, Seongguk was ready to wipe out all remaining educational requirements, leaving the school staff murmuring in confusion. In the tense quiet of a testing room, the proctor looked down at his watch, preparing to begin the final step. The teacher's voice cut through the silence, declaring that the exam was now underway. Amidst the drone of summer cicadas, a hushed, breathless whisper confirmed the first step of his new life's plan had succeeded. A wave of pure, unadulterated triumph washed over Seongguk. He had done it. The formal text was a key, unlocking the door to a future he would personally forge. His mother's voice cracked with disbelief, while his father could only stare, stunned by the news. Seongguk savored their shock, a small, knowing smile playing on his lips. For him, this outcome was never in doubt. His parents recalled a boy who seemed to be fooling around, never realizing he was operating on a level they couldn't comprehend. To his father, this wasn't just passing an exam, it was confirmation that his son was a true genius, a cause for unrestrained joy. His mother's simple question about the future was met with a name that sent a jolt of panic through his father. The father quickly brushed aside any complicated discussions, desperate to anchor this moment in pure celebration. In his elation, he declared his 6-year-old son's graduation a historic event, demanding a party for everyone they knew. Plans for the night were grandly rearranged. This was an occasion that demanded more than their usual offerings. The click of the handle was a formal announcement, heralding a report for the chairman. The news was delivered with deference, but the chairman dismissed it with the cold expectation of one who is never surprised by success. His assistant then extended the invitation, a test to see if the chairman would acknowledge the world his son now inhabited. The mention of Hyojin's powerful figures finally caught the chairman's attention. This was no longer a simple family affair. Confirmation of an entire educational foundation established for the boy only deepened the complexity of the situation. After a heavy silence, the chairman made his priorities clear, shifting focus to another child, another piece on his board. In his mind, Seongguk was already miles ahead, envisioning the path he would now walk alone. He coolly acknowledged the separate road the chairman would travel, a silent declaration of independence. The chairman's refusal to discuss the matter further was a command disguised as politeness, a dismissal that stunned his assistant. He would not attend, but his presence would be felt through a gift sent under his powerful name. It was a perfectly crafted message, a public display of support from a man who offered none in private. With a festive pop, the tense world of corporate strategy dissolved into a shower of celebration. The air filled with congratulations for Seongguk, a bright, happy moment blissfully unaware of the shadows it was cast from. As congratulations were exchanged, one guest's shocked reaction to the food was a testament to the family's hidden qualities. Seongguk's father humbly greeted the influential Koo Yi-young, eldest daughter of Chairman Koo. He confessed his nervousness, overwhelmed that such important people would grace their small family gathering. But Koo Yi-young dismissed his worries with a warmth that felt genuine, insisting that Seongguk was already one of them. She shared a humorous tale of how they'd barely restrained her own father from coming, a man whose public appearance would cause a scene. As his father reeled from the implications of such high-level interest, Seongguk's focus was already on his next target. After accepting her congratulations, he cut straight to the point. He had a proposal to make. Her request for a private word shifted the mood instantly, the party fading into the background. In a hushed whisper, Koo Yi-young delivered the news he'd been waiting for: Hyejin would sponsor his education. The confirmation sent a shockwave through him, a victory so profound it brought a flush to his cheeks. She was ecstatic, praising his decision and assuring him that her own father would be delighted. He calmly accepted her praise, then immediately raised the stakes, requesting arrangements to study abroad. His destination was specific, a single country that held the key to his global ambitions, the United States. She questioned his change of heart, remembering he'd refused a similar offer from Samjeon, but he simply stated that circumstances were different now. He internally contrasted his biological father's desire to control him with Chairman Koo's offer of unconditional freedom. The distinction was critical: one was a cage, the other, a key. His mind raced ahead to the American frontier, imagining a future of limitless business expansion with a future tech mogul. But first, there was one particular person in the United States he had to meet. A cunning smile spread across his face as he plotted to bring this vital figure to his side, leaving Yi-young to wonder at his sudden intensity. Unaware of the grand machinations, she simply agreed, ready to put the wheels in motion. As she promised to begin the search for schools, he interjected with an urgent timeline: he had to leave early next year. The reason he gave was a simple, beautiful truth: he wanted to be there for the birth of his new sibling. His desire to see his mother recovered and to meet the newest member of his family was a gesture of such thoughtfulness it caught her completely off guard. The praise was effusive: he was not just a genius, but a dutiful, loving son to the core. He accepted the affection, knowing that while being a good son was part of the truth, it wasn't the whole story. The real reason for the delay was strategic: he needed time to secure his family's financial stability before his long absence. With his next objective in sight, he moved through the party with purpose. He found Mi-young, the woman he had mentally designated as his manager, and called out to her. She teased him for dropping the formal titles, but he knew that in this domestic setting, professionalism would only earn his mother's wrath. Her playful tone shifted as she recalled the business they had discussed over the phone. The news that his brother Mingguk's audition had been scheduled was the second great victory of the day. It was a major role, a chance that could set his plan in motion, and he urged her to proceed. His logic was cold and clear: with so many financial needs and a long absence planned, he needed someone to become the family's new source of income. His younger brother, Jeon Seongguk, was the perfect candidate for the job. Loafing around was simply not an option. It was a responsibility his big brother would personally, and strategically, place upon his shoulders. The MVC broadcasting station stood as a monument to the world of entertainment, a world they were about to enter. He walked into the bustling waiting room with his younger brother in tow, the air thick with the nervous energy of hopefuls. He looked his brother in the eye, seeking a promise not of effort, but of success. Mingguk's passionate vow to succeed, made for the sake of the family and their unborn sibling, was more than Seongguk could have hoped for. With a final word of encouragement, he watched his little brother walk confidently toward the audition, a small soldier marching into battle. But a deliberate, stylish footstep cut through the moment. A voice called his name, and he turned, his confidence momentarily replaced by confusion. A jolt of pure shock, a feeling he had not experienced in 2 lifetimes, shot through him. The newcomer's gentle smile and simple question carried the weight of an unforeseen variable, a challenge he hadn't planned for. Seongguk's mind raced, struggling to place the face before him, a strange feeling of familiarity mingling with his utter confusion. A flash of recognition broke through his mental fog, unlocking a forgotten connection from his past life. As the name Lee Jae-hee from Deokpung paper spilled from his lips, the young man's warm smile blossomed, a vision of unexpected happiness at being remembered. Yet, the shock of recognition proved too overwhelming, and Seongguk instinctively tried to shut out the startling reality of the past meeting the present. His mind reeled at the stark contrast. The snot-nosed brat he once knew had somehow transformed into a melancholy young nobleman. The strategist's legendary composure faltered as he stared up at Lee Jae-hee, a wave of comedic dismay washing over him at their unexpected height difference. He declared his unwavering resolve to become an unparalleled man, a vibrant vision of his future self already winking into existence, before asking if Lee Jae-hee was also there for an audition. Lee Jae-hee revealed his supporting role ambition, prompting Seongguk to proudly declare his younger brother, Min-guk, was destined for the lead. Lee Jae-hee praised Min-guk's impressive acting, but his friendly demeanor was cut short by the heavy footsteps of an approaching presence. A booming voice cut through the air, chastising him for chatting, and a weighty shadow fell over Lee Jae-hee, leaving him flustered and startled. The ominous voice delivered a chilling threat, and pure terror seized the boys, leaving them frozen as a monstrous shadow consumed their vision. The manager's voice was a chilling command, his gaze a vice-like grip that seemed to demand immediate obedience from Lee Jae-hee. Seongguk's anger flared at the crude manager, demanding to know the identity of the thug, while Lee Jae-hee shifted nervously beside him. With a blush, Lee Jae-hee mumbled the embarrassing truth: the intimidating man was his own manager, leaving Seongguk stunned. Lee Jae-hee confessed the painful truth of his past, how his sick mother's medical bills forced him into child acting and the desperate need for management, a confession met with suspicion from his manager. A wave of sympathy washed over Seongguk as he heard the story, his concern tightening his fist as he pressed for the company's name, sensing the young man's discomfort. Lee Jae-hee hesitated, an uneasy smile gracing his lips as he mustered the courage to reveal the name. The name, Shinseong Entertainment, ripped through the air, and a profound gasp of shock tore from Seongguk, instantly transforming the atmosphere. The mere mention of Shinseong Entertainment plunged Seongguk into a dark recollection of its villainous chairman, a man whose arrogant laughter had turned to a grimace of defeat. Outrage twisted Seongguk's features as he understood the manager's thuggish appearance was no coincidence, but a direct reflection of Shinseong's notorious character. The manager's furious command was punctuated by a violent grab, his hand closing around the young man with brutal force. A pained grunt escaped Lee Jae-hee's lips, and a sharp, alarmed cry erupted from Seongguk in immediate protest. Seongguk stepped forward with a surge of protective fury, confronting the manager with a demand to know why he was assaulting a child. The manager merely snorted, a dismissive smirk spreading across his face as he belittled Seongguk for being just another auditioning child. Seongguk cut him off, his eyes glowing with righteous fury as he hurled a powerful accusation, reminding the manager of his past warnings and Shinseong Entertainment's downfall for its mistreatment of talent. The manager scoffed at Seongguk's defiance, even considering violence, until Lee Jae-hee's panicked shout of "Jeon Seongguk" stopped him cold. The name Jeon Seongguk echoed in the manager's mind, a sudden shock so profound it made him flinch, leaving a small trickle of blood from his finger. A horrifying memory clawed its way into the manager's mind, a monstrous, demon-like vision of Seongguk, the crazy brat, who had sent their chairman to jail. As a terrifying realization dawned on the manager, Seongguk coolly asserted his industry prowess, highlighting the manager's failure to recognize a true top-tier talent. The manager choked back his rage, defiantly asserting that his only duty was to manage talent, not to recognize every face, a furious defense against Seongguk's biting criticism. While the manager continued to spew insults, Seongguk calmly ignored him, his focus unwavering as he turned to Lee Jae-hee and pointedly inquired about the length of his contract. A wave of shock washed over Seongguk as Lee Jae-hee, embarrassed, revealed the exorbitant 7-year term of his contract. Lee Jae-hee attempted a forced reassurance that the contract was fine, but Seongguk's internal alarm screamed, "Oh dear," at the clear sign of trouble. Lee Jae-hee mumbled about his mother's soaring hospital bills and the desperate relief of a signing bonus, leaving Seongguk to lament the young man's consistent, pitiful bad luck throughout his life. Seongguk's voice was firm, declaring his inability to trust mere words and instructing Lee Jae-hee to send him a copy of the contract. With a confident gesture, Seongguk presented a business card, his directive clear: send the contract to this number. Lee Jae-hee's eyes widened in astonishment as he read the card, realizing it belonged to SKJ, the very agency Seongguk had created. A shocked exclamation erupted from Lee Jae-hee, but Seongguk merely smirked, proudly confirming his agency had not only grown, but now boasted its own in-house legal team. Turning his fury on the Shinseong Entertainment lackey, Seongguk unleashed a scathing threat, vowing to report any ridiculous clause in the contract to the Entertainers Association. With a face flushed with rage, Seongguk issued a dire warning: lay a hand on a child again, and he would ensure Shinseong Entertainment was shut down for child abuse. The manager spluttered in shock and denial, unable to comprehend such a serious accusation from a mere child. A sudden voice sliced through the tension, confirming Seongguk's words, and the manager startled as he turned to face the speaker. The new presence calmly introduced herself as Kim Mi-young, CEO of SKJ Entertainment, a name that carried significant weight. The manager's jaw dropped, a cold sweat breaking out as he recognized SKJ as the rapidly ascending major agency, home to Lim Sunmi and Song Hae-seon. The flustered manager tried to dismiss the situation, but Mi Young's resolute voice cut through his deflection, asserting that child abuse demanded reporting, regardless of agency affiliation. Mi Young delivered her chilling promise: SKJ would be watching Shinseong Entertainment's every move, a declaration that left the manager pale with terror. The manager, screaming defiance, scrambled to flee, but Seongguk's angry shout echoed behind him, demanding he not run away. Seongguk sighed in exasperation, while a profound wave of relief washed over Lee Jae-hee, who offered a heartfelt "thank you." Lee Jae-hee bashfully confessed that Seongguk always seemed to save him, a compliment Seongguk quickly, if playfully, dismissed. Seongguk offered the SKJ contact as a lifeline, then gently explained to Minguk that he couldn't break a contract immediately. Seongguk instructed Lee Jae-hee to contact him in 7 years, leaving the young man startled by the unexpected timeframe. Seongguk affirmed his promise, stating that SKJ would care for him the moment his current contract expired, a declaration that stirred deep emotion in Lee Jae-hee. Seongguk softened his stance, offering an open invitation for Lee Jae-hee to reach out anytime before then, a gesture that filled the young man with overwhelming relief and gratitude. As his number was called, Lee Jae-hee began his audition, performing alongside a lead role candidate, a moment charged with professional potential. Mi Young's sharp gaze assessed Lee Jae-hee's performance, admitting his surprising skill even as she noted his persistent misfortune, recognizing his undeniable usefulness. Mi Young's knowing smirk confirmed her amusement as Seongguk, off-panel, voiced his assumption that his actions were purely out of kindness. A self-satisfied chuckle escaped Seongguk, dismissing the notion that a first-class businessman like him would ever act out of kindness alone. With a gleeful cackle, Seongguk unveiled his ambitious plan: he would cultivate Lee Jae-hee for 7 years until his rough path blossomed into a magnificent flower garden of success. The latch clicked open as Seongguk announced his return home. Minguk eagerly greeted his brother's return, and Seongguk reassuringly told him the audition went pretty well. Just as Seongguk began to confidently predict Minguk's selection, a polite greeting from an unseen person interrupted him, leaving him slightly shocked. Seongguk's mind reeled in surprise at the sight of both Secretary Hwang Cheol-soo and his father, who offered a warm welcome home. Seongguk, still blushing from surprise, inquired about their unexpected visit, but Secretary Hwang merely chuckled and explained they were there to see his father. Secretary Hwang's words delivered a monumental revelation: he was there from the Jeon Group to present a business proposal to Seongguk's father, a fact that left the young strategist reeling in utter shock. The revelation that his father and Jeon were venturing into business together struck Seongguk with utter disbelief. His father, startled by Seongguk's sudden interjection, prepared to unravel the details. The Jeon Group, with the chairman's keen eye already upon it, had begun to cast its sights on expanding its food and beverage empire. A national convenience food competition, the words echoed through Seongguk's mind, a radiant shock that heralded an opportunity beyond his wildest expectations. Seongguk's quick deduction that they meant meal kits earned him a proud affirmation from his father. Even as his father marveled at his understanding of such a new concept, Seongguk humbly waved it off, claiming only a casual glance at the newspaper. Seongguk, grasping the magnitude of the competition, questioned if his father was truly being invited, a notion his father admitted would likely be unexpected. His father, consumed by the memory of the boss Sam from their last gathering, confessed that he had been powerless to resist its call. The boss Sam, his father declared with an almost divine flash in his eye, was nothing short of a life-changing revelation. He launched into a rapturous description of its perfect balance and texture, a culinary artwork that left Seongguk and Jeon utterly astonished by his fervent devotion. With a powerful cry, his father declared it nothing less than the greatest taste that existed under heaven itself. His father, clutching Jeon's hands in a desperate plea, insisted that such a flavor belonged to the entire nation and begged him to enter the competition. Seongguk quietly conceded that his father's boss Sam was indeed extraordinary. As he absorbed the fervent plea, Seongguk realized this was not just a competition, but a golden opportunity unfolding before them. This was bigger than a single restaurant. Seongguk could already send a colossal new business venture, and he passionately urged his father to seize it. Seongguk's strategic endorsement of Jeon's food division earned him a cheerful, proud commendation from his father for his sharp instincts. As Seongguk pressed his father to aim even higher, his father's resolve wavered, reminding him of the competition's inherent challenges. Despite his father's fears of facing formally trained chefs, Seongguk passionately declared that in a cooking competition, nothing mattered more than the pure, undeniable power of flavor. With eyes blazing with conviction, Seongguk asserted their decision: they would absolutely go for it. Seongguk's heartfelt praise of his father's boss Sam struck a deep chord, leaving his father profoundly moved. Seongguk reflected that even his own refined palate from a previous life, having savored every imaginable delicacy, was utterly captivated by his father's boss Sam, a dish truly deserving of recognition. Convinced by his son's words, his father turned his focus to the practical challenge, wondering aloud what kind of convenience food they could create from boss Sam. His father's conditional agreement to enter the competition, provided they conceived a truly worthwhile idea, was met with ecstatic cheers from Seongguk and Hyejin. As Seongguk passionately encouraged his father, the entire family enveloped him in a joyful embrace, their support shining around him like golden light. As autumn leaves rustled down, marking the swift flight of time, the eager voices of Minguk and Seongguk promised their full support. Standing by the window, Seongguk mused on the sudden turning of the leaves, feeling as if summer had just begun. He realized time flew because he was relentlessly busy, a stark contrast to the easy life he'd imagined after leaving school, having barely a moment to breathe for nearly 2 months. First, the joyous news arrived: Minguk had passed his audition. Seongguk dedicated himself to giving Minguk intensive acting lessons before filming began, and diligently checked in on Jae-hee whenever time allowed. Perched on the shoulder of a Shinseong planning executive, Seongguk's chibi form radiated a menacing promise: cross this kid, and face dire consequences. Beyond all that, Seongguk meticulously prepared for his study abroad, meticulously reviewing academic tests and candidate lists alongside the young man. The young man's eyes sparkled as he looked at one particular school in the brochure, prompting Seongguk to inquire about his preference. A wide smile broke across the young man's face as he confirmed his choice. Beaming with happiness, the young man declared his intention to attend that specific boarding school. Seongguk's mind echoed with the knowledge that that person, a pivotal figure in his grand scheme, resided within those hallowed grounds. Juggling all these ambitious plans while meticulously managing stock investments and real estate, Seongguk recognized the crushing weight of his ceaseless activity. A sudden rattling sound echoed, pulling Seongguk into confused attention. Seongguk gasped in alarm, his voice sharp with worry as he discovered his pregnant mother active in the kitchen. His mother, with a gentle protest, explained her yearning to return to the kitchen, eliciting a frustrated scolding from Seongguk about her need to rest. Seongguk confronted her, reminding her that help was coming, as the narration underscored the grim reality that her approaching due date required absolute bed rest. The doctor grimly detailed his mother's severe condition, citing signs of premature labor and the critical need for absolute bed rest, a plea Seongguk affirmed with unwavering resolve. With a sigh, Seongguk meticulously laid out practical solutions, planning for a housekeeper and food delivery to ensure his mother's much-needed rest. The narration noted her inability to rest, a testament to her lifelong industriousness, as she sheepishly admitted her true purpose was making snacks for his father. Seongguk's thoughts trailed off as he grasped the deeper reason behind his mother's actions, a sudden understanding of his father's current state. Realizing the extent of his father's anxiety, Seongguk decided he would personally bring him something to drink. A soft thud echoed as Seongguk approached. Carrying a tray with juice, Seongguk softly called out to his father. His father lay sprawled on the floor, a ghost of despair hovering above him, letting out a choked sound that spoke volumes of his profound distress. With a desperate effort, his father forced a strained smile, weakly acknowledging Seongguk. Seongguk, bashful but pleased, received his father's thankful words for the juice. Seongguk scolded his father for allowing a single competition to reduce him to such anxious disarray, to which his father meekly apologized, blaming his own soft heart. His father wailed that he simply could not cease worrying, embodying that universal truth: some people simply cannot function while awaiting competition results. Seongguk watched his father, now confirmed as one of those anxious souls, wishing only for the results to arrive, regardless of the outcome, to end the agonizing wait. A sudden, urgent cry from his mother shattered the silence, startling Seongguk. His mother rushed to them, her voice urgent and excited as she announced that Hyejin was on the phone. Seongguk and his father exchanged a look of worried surprise, the latter cautiously peeking from behind the door. His mother, pushing the receiver towards him, commanded her terrified husband to answer. With a trembling hand, his father picked up the phone, his voice barely a whisper as he introduced himself. Seongguk and his mother watched, their breaths held, as his father's halting responses revealed nothing of the news. A profound, stunned silence fell over his father, the weight of the news momentarily silencing him, as a chibi Seongguk looked on in disbelief. Then, his father's voice broke the silence, thick with emotion and brimming with tears of joy: he had passed. A joyful shriek erupted as the entire family exploded into an ecstatic, sparkling celebration, enveloping his father in hugs and laughter. His mother, radiant with happiness, urged him to set aside his worries and focus on the main competition, a concept that made his father thoughtfully ponder its implications. As the euphoria subsided, a chorus of chibi forms, including Seongguk and Minguk, were left to ponder the mysterious workings of the main competition. His father picked up the phone, a hint of nervousness in his voice as he addressed the caller as Chief of Staff Hwang Cheol-soo. As his father accepted congratulations and inquired about the main competition, Seongguk and his mother listened intently, caught in the shimmering anticipation of what lay ahead. His father, now radiating confidence, began to explain his plan to personally prepare and present his convenience food idea directly to the judges. The revelation that the competition would be a live televised cooking show filled Seongguk with ecstatic wonder, while his father reacted with utter horror. The vibrant energy of the MBC broadcasting station pulsed, welcoming viewers to a new stage of competition. MC Yochi's voice boomed through the studio, kicking off the live broadcast of Black and White Chef, Find the Convenience Meal Master, with palpable excitement. Before the official start, the MC announced a series of quick interviews, ready to delve into the contestants' stories. Amidst the buzzing crowd, the MC dramatically pointed out a very special team, the Boss Sam father and son, sparking excited cheers from the audience. With warmth and enthusiasm, the MC introduced Seongguk and his father, known collectively as Just Baby. The MC noted Seongguk's return to television, and the young boy, blushing slightly, confessed his sole motivation was to help his father. The MC praised Seongguk's thoughtful words as the audience erupted in excitement, drawn by the young star's presence, before he clarified the competition's main contestant and assistant structure. The MC pressed Seongguk's father on his choice of assistant, causing him to stutter slightly before explaining his usual solo efforts at the restaurant. He then revealed the heartwarming reason: his wife, the family's usual culinary support, was pregnant, and Seongguk's mother waved warmly from the audience. The MC burst with excitement over Seongguk gaining another sibling, confirming the news, but the father admitted he also lacked other culinary professionals to assist him. With a surge of pride, his father presented Seongguk, the glowing kimchi master of their family, to the entire nation. The MC's astonishment at the title, Kimchi Master, was met with Seongguk's confident wink, asserting his unparalleled skill in tasting and adjusting seasonings. His father boldly promised to unveil their family's cherished Bossam kimchi, while his mother beamed from the audience, cheering them on with immense pride. With a dramatic flourish, the MC declared the competition officially open, as Seongguk quietly recalled his own hand in crafting the very title, Black and White Chef. The 2-hour countdown for the convenience meal preparation began with a heavy pronouncement, and Seongguk and his father stood ready, their focus absolute. His father's voice held a touch of apprehension as he called out, and Seongguk responded with an eager readiness that shimmered in his eyes. With a powerful surge of conviction, his father declared their readiness, hands already moving with purpose. As his father stirred the boiling Bossam and jokbal with practiced ease, Seongguk's gloved hands flew across the cutting board, meticulously julienning the radish with incredible speed. Seongguk, enveloped in a radiant aura of pure concentration, began crafting the sauce they had perfected through countless rehearsals, its preparation almost a magical ritual. Then, a brilliant flash of inspiration ignited, a silent signal of culinary perfection. A gloved hand stirred the golden sauce with intense vigor, blending it into a silken, perfect consistency. It was the ultimate secret of flavor, a potent, shimmering essence infusing the dish with profound depth. The MC's voice cut through the studio, sharp and definitive: "Time's up." With that command, contestants reluctantly set down their tools, a collective sigh of mild disappointment echoing through the studio. The competition then introduced its formidable judges, a Michelin 2-star chef and a revered master of Korean cuisine, whose presence drew respectful applause. The older judges' gaze swept over the cooking station, lingering on the Bossam father and son team, sending a flicker of nervousness through Seongguk. The judge gasped slightly at the sight of Bossam and jokbal presented within a simple lunchbox, a concept far removed from traditional serving. He pondered aloud the audacity of serving such dishes in a portable format, asking for the inspiration behind such an innovative idea. Seongguk's father, blushing with a hint of shyness, explained his simple yet profound belief that the meat and kimchi combination offered a uniquely hearty and satisfying convenience meal. He added that jokbal's texture actually improved upon cooling, making it an ideal, chewable snack for convenience stores, a brilliant, subtle detail. While the concept made sense, the judge knew the true test lay in the flavor, and he took a thoughtful bite. A brilliant flash of pure delight burst from him as the flavors unfolded, an undeniable testament to its deliciousness. The younger judge, smiling knowingly, turned to Seongguk, asking if he himself approved of his father's creation, perhaps hoping for a simple, childish affirmation. With a radiant smile, Seongguk declared that he and his father had poured their combined efforts into every aspect of the dish. Seongguk recounted his father's daily, diligent dedication to making Bossam and jokbal for their family, asserting that food crafted with such love not only tasted incredible but also deeply filled the heart. He wanted everyone to truly experience that profound taste, he explained, urging them from the depths of his heart to simply enjoy it. The MC glowed with pride, proclaiming that Bossam father and son team's lunchbox truly wonderful, as the CHUBBY audience members, deeply touched, awarded them perfect scores amidst a shower of hearts. As the applause began to fade, the stage lights shifted, signaling the next, highly anticipated phase of the competition. The MC, with a trace of anxiety in his wide eyes, thanked the audience for their patience, announcing the results had finally arrived. The older judge, a knowing smile playing on his lips, urged the MC to announce the grand winner of Black and White Chef, building a crescendo of suspense. With a quiet, thoughtful breath, the older judge proclaimed the true winner would be the team that served not only delicious food but also the profound, undeniable taste of a family's love. Then, a joyous confetti explosion erupted, signaling congratulations to the Boss Sam father and team, leaving them wide-eyed in stunned surprise. In a flash of shared disbelief, Seongguk's father cried out his son's name, and Seongguk, equally overwhelmed, echoed, "Dad. We won. We won," his father cried, sweeping Seongguk into a joyous embrace, their shared triumph radiating through the confetti-filled air. From the audience, Seongguk's mother let out a joyful shriek, her face awash with tears of pride as she rushed towards her victorious family. She enveloped her beaming husband and son in a tearful embrace, congratulations pouring from her as the entire family shared in their hard-won victory. A soft, radiant light enveloped Seongguk as he closed his eyes, his heart utterly content. He was truly, profoundly happy. While the judges acknowledged the significant business opportunity and newfound wealth this victory represented, something deeper resonated within Seongguk. More than any financial gain, Seongguk reflected on the struggles of his past life, without parents, money, or education, and felt a profound gladness that he could, at last, instill confidence in his father. He had given his father the gift of believing he could truly accomplish something extraordinary, a memory now tinted with the joyous purple of fulfilled hope. The MC joyfully announced that the winning lunchbox would undergo commercialization, soon to be released in convenience stores nationwide. With a flourish, the MC urged the audience to eagerly anticipate its arrival. 2 months later, Seongguk rushed through the hallway, gasping for breath, clutching a shopping bag. He clutched the shopping bag, a symbol of his family's new success. Suddenly, a voice burst through, calling out, "Seongguk, sir," startling him. Secretary Hwang Cheol-soo, smiling warmly, welcomed him, his professionalism a stark reminder of Seongguk's previous life. Seongguk's father, beaming with pride, introduced their newest family member, his youngest daughter, as the entire family gazed at her with adoration. Named Jeon Ji-hee, the sleeping baby radiated an adorableness that utterly enchanted Seongguk and even Secretary Hwang Cheol-soo. Seongguk, his face bright with happiness, offered his heartfelt congratulations, explaining he had rushed over the moment he heard the wonderful news. He then unveiled the Seongguk and Dad's father and son lunchbox, announcing its official nationwide release began today, a moment he desperately wanted them to share. "Finally," his father exclaimed, his voice filled with joyous surprise, while his mother chuckled softly, recognizing the perfect timing for such a double celebration. In a quiet, chibi-esque exchange, Seongguk gently inquired about her difficult delivery, and his mother offered a heartfelt thanks for his deep concern. Secretary Hwang Cheol-soo watched Seongguk with a knowing, sly smile. He chuckled, observing Seongguk gazing adoringly at the newborn, and teasingly noted, "You've completely fallen for your little sister, haven't you?" Seongguk, flustered and overcome with emotion, stammered, questioning how little sisters could possibly be so incredibly cute, so soft, and so utterly tiny. His internal thought humorously contrasted this adorable baby with the terrifying John Minji from his previous life, a moment shattered by a sudden, insistent call for Seongguk's mother. A male guest, smiling broadly, greeted Seongguk's mother with a familiar, "It's been a while." His father gasped in surprised recognition, Director Kwon, and the guest confirmed he had rushed over immediately upon hearing the joyous news of their daughter's birth. Director Kwon, his eyes narrowed in a subtle smirk, then revealed he also carried exciting news, which he was eager to share with them without delay. The unseen voice began to question the urgency behind the exciting news, its implications yet unknown. Manager Kim Mi-young, with a subtle gesture, inquired if the big news revolved around a new program. The director stammered his confirmation, his nervousness palpable. With a soft rustle, Manager Kim Mi-young's voice sharpened, acknowledging their long absence and pointedly questioning his current status as representative. She let out a weary sigh, recognizing his boundless passion but finding his timing deeply misplaced. It was utterly disappointing, she declared, to talk business in front of new parents, a judgment that struck the director with a sharp gasp. The director quickly offered his apologies for getting carried away, while Ji-sung and So-young remained devotedly by their children's side. With a deliberate clink, Seongguk set his cup down, ready to steer the conversation. Seongguk cut straight to the point, demanding to know about the new program, catching the director entirely off guard. The director subtly exhaled, deftly shifting the topic to Seongguk's plans to study abroad, a cunning prelude to his pitch. He declared, with a thumping beat of anticipation, that before Seongguk left, they would create a lasting memory together, teasing the program's name. The director's dramatic reveal of "Just Baby, Epilogue, Reunited," struck Seongguk with an utterly stunned silence. Seongguk's mind went blank with puzzlement, the thought of a "Just Baby, Epilogue," and a reunion with Just, seemed utterly impossible. The director confidently asserted that public demand for a "Just Baby" sequel had been relentless for the past 6 years. Viewer bulletin boards buzzed with passionate pleas, fans yearned to see Seongguk and Just reunited, demanding a sequel to "Just Baby" and dismissing current programs as boring. It was Seongguk's recent cooking audition that reignited widespread interest, drawing attention from both his missed fans and high-ranking broadcast executives. Inquiries were now flooding in for Seongguk and the Just members, fueled by a star quality, the director thought, that simply never faded. Seongguk acknowledged the situation, but a deeper concern stirred within him, was accepting the offer truly the right thing to do? He reflected on his past, how he had carefully saved his earnings from child acting to pivot away from the spotlight and dedicate himself entirely to business. Appearing on television again felt uncertain, yet the director, bathed in a dramatic glow, voiced his profound personal hope that Seongguk would accept the offer. Seongguk's simple why was met with the director's immediate assurance that the broadcast station was planning a heavy financial investment. The director whispered of vast lucre, counting zeros, and instantly, Seongguk's chibi eyes transformed into shining dollar signs. Above all, the director cleared his throat, signaling a shift to something far more significant. His true aim, he revealed, was to create a broadcast that would offer comfort to people, a sentiment that visibly startled Seongguk. The director hinted at the unspoken reason for the public's enduring desire to see them, and Seongguk, immersed in the ethereal moment, confirmed his understanding. People didn't just yearn for him and Just, Seongguk mused, they truly missed the entire era when Just Baby first aired. It was a time when families gathered for dinner, watching television without a single worry or concern. A peaceful, relaxed time, long before the IMF crisis cast its shadow over the country. A warm, golden glow settled over Seongguk as he understood the profound, comforting power that Just Baby show once held. They're missing those days, before the IMF, aren't they? Seongguk clarified, prompting the director to excitedly declare that he truly understood. The director passionately insisted that the nation desperately needed comfort right now, a sentiment manager Kim Mi-young seemed to weigh thoughtfully. To the director's urgent question, manager Kim Mi-young replied with serene confidence, placing her full trust in Seongguk's judgment, believing So-young and Ji-seon would, too. Seongguk let out a quiet sigh, the decision made, before simply stating, understood. With a sudden surge of enthusiasm and sparkling determination, Seongguk declared, let's give it a go, but immediately added a crucial condition. He announced his appearance fee should be donated to the SKJ Charity Foundation, leaving the director utterly bewildered by the unexpected mention. Seongguk confidently explained that it was a charity he had recently founded to support families struggling in the wake of the IMF crisis. If we truly want to help people, Seongguk passionately declared, it's only right to share the profits first. A truth he knew meant real comfort came not from words, but from money, leaving the director speechless. Manager Kim Mi-young enthusiastically praised his beautiful way of thinking, pledging her own donation right away, which Seongguk cheekily accepted. While the director eagerly planned to contact the Just members, manager Kim Mi-young firmly interjected, prioritizing the preliminary meeting date, prompting a soft sigh of resignation from Seongguk. He had vowed never to appear on a variety show again, yet for the sake of the future SKJ projects he secretly planned, a quick appearance before studying abroad might not be so bad after all. He mused, the idea that people needed comfort truly resonated with him, a conviction that warmed his heart. A few days later, hurried footsteps echoed, followed by an excited cry of Seongguk. Jae-hyun, Lucas, and Byeon-seon, three familiar faces, joyfully rushed towards him, calling out Seongguk's name in unison. Jae-hyun exclaimed that Seongguk had grown remarkably since their last meeting, remarking on his newfound reliability. Lucas added his compliment, finding Seongguk even more handsome, suggesting he could easily become an idol later on. A gentle laugh accompanied Taehyung's soft warning for everyone to keep their voices down. Taehyung, the thoughtful leader of Just, cautioned them not to startle Seongguk, radiating a gentle warmth. When Taehyung asked if he had been doing well, Seongguk's response was a thoughtful, almost dismissive hum. Seongguk's thoughts drifted back to a time when they were all just a pack of energetic, panting puppies. Yet now, he mused, they carried a certain gravitas, having matured into respected veteran mid-level idols. Seongguk eagerly recounted seeing Byeon-seon and Jae-hyun in dramas, and Lucas himself on a sports variety show. When Seongguk mentioned Taehyung's work in movies, Taehyung playfully quipped that it was truly touching he had been watching over him. Seongguk's concern grew, they had all been forging new paths beyond idol activities, so were they truly alright with returning to a variety show? Is he worrying about us? Taehyung exclaimed with a choked gasp, quickly reassuring him that it was a genuinely grateful opportunity for them all. Above all, Taehyung continued, I heard you, Seongguk, wanted to give comfort to the viewers. A fact he'd learned directly from the director, which sent a jolt of shock through Seongguk. Jae-hyun, joined by Lucas and Byeon-seon, declared with a determined resolve that they would gladly join Seongguk's noble intent, ready to make it happen. Taehyung encouraged them all to perform as they once did, prompting a flustered Seongguk to cough lightly and concede, well, if it's for that. Lucas's excited call to quickly get the preliminary meeting underway filled Jae-hyun and Seongguk with a sparkling, shared enthusiasm. Lucas excitedly pitched a myriad of ideas, including a guerrilla concert, which first jolted Seongguk, but then made him quietly appreciate how good it felt for things to be this lively again. Taehyung's voice, suddenly serious, cut through the lively chatter, drawing Seongguk's questioning gaze. He apologized first, then made a serious request. Could Seongguk spare a moment for him after the meeting? Seongguk readily agreed, finding no difficulty in the request, though a hint of curiosity flickered within him. Seongguk pressed for some context beforehand, prompting Taehyung to begin. Well, Seongguk. Taehyung swallowed hard, the tension in the air almost suffocating. Bathed in an ominous red light, Taehyung then posed a grave question. Michael, do you remember him? At the mention of that name, Seongguk was instantly gripped by a profound, swirling terror. The name echoed in the room, unwelcome and sharp, and Seongguk wondered why anyone would dare bring up Michael now. With a look of profound shame, the man began to ask what he knew was an impossible favor. He gripped Seongguk's hand, his desperation a physical force as he begged him to listen. The plea was finally voiced, a shocking request to allow Michael to appear on their television broadcast. A nerve snapped in Seongguk's mind, that jerk was going to be on the show, and the director hadn't said a word to him. Panicked, the man frantically denied that it was a pre-planned ambush, swearing that no one else knew. He confessed that he had come to Seongguk first, hoping to gain his permission before approaching anyone else. A furious growl escaped Seongguk's lips at the thought of allowing the man who tormented his family anywhere near him. That was the outburst his anger demanded, but a colder, more calculating part of him knew the situation was more complex. He knew this man, Taehyung. And he knew that Taehyung, a man who followed the rules more strictly than anyone, would never make such a plea without an overwhelmingly good reason. Deciding to be the adult in the room, Seongguk resolved to hear him out before letting his anger take over. He leveled a steady gaze at Taehyung, demanding to know the reason he was willing to fight for Michael. Though he made it clear he still couldn't stand the sight of Michael, Seongguk reluctantly agreed to listen, and relief washed over Taehyung's face. With tears welling in his eyes, Taehyung thanked him, admitting again how shameless it was to even bring up Michael's name. But Michael's story, as it turned out, was a somber one. Taehyung explained that after the incident, Michael had returned to his family in LA, hoping for a fresh start. But his reputation followed him, and the rumors of his disgrace spread throughout Koreatown, turning the community against him. Drowning in hate and scammed while trying to launch a solo album, his life began to fall apart, a revelation that drew a small, pitiful sigh from Seongguk. The most shocking news was yet to come. Michael had apparently returned to Korea years ago. Taehyung somberly recounted that Michael's attempts to live a quiet life back home had also failed. Hearing he'd been scammed a few more times, Seongguk couldn't help but scoff. The man was a magnet for disaster, a complete pushover. Taehyung sighed, reasoning that a man who had only ever known the idle life was hopelessly naive in the real world. But then came the twist. Michael was now apparently running a burger shop in Itaewon. He had chosen that path because his own mother had raised their family by working a humble burger stand. As a former colleague, Taehyung confessed he couldn't just stand by and watch Michael's tragic decline. So, with grim determination, he had secretly gone to see him. Taehyung's plea became frantic again, insisting that if they did nothing, Michael might actually starve to death. He admitted Michael had once been absolute garbage, but passionately argued that he was now a man full of sincere regret. And so he begged, with every fiber of his being, for Seongguk to help him, just this once. Hearing Taehyung's pathetic wails, Seongguk realized with a smirk that the situation must be truly dire. He found it amusing that he now held the power to decide someone's television career, but he knew a decision had to be made. Seongguk offered a compromise. They would meet Michael first, a suggestion that made Taehyung light up with hope. As Taehyung thanked him profusely, Seongguk wryly noted the man's harsh words for Michael, questioning just how much he really cared. In a grand display of magnanimity, Seongguk declared himself a true adult, capable of overlooking the follies of a foolish young man. But he added a chilling warning: if Michael got cocky again, this broadcast would be his last. Days later, the show's host kicked off filming by announcing their location for the day, Itaewon. It was the fifth and final episode of Just Baby, Meet Again, and the hosts tried to stir up excitement for the grand finale. One co-host lamented that it was ending so soon, but the other simply laughed it off, keeping the energy high. The host then asked for the day's theme, and his co-host hesitated, building the suspense. With dramatic flair, the co-host announced that today they would reunite with a familiar old face. A murmur of curiosity ran through the crew as they tried to guess the identity of the forgotten figure. The assistant finally broke the suspense, shouting Michael's name and sending a shockwave through the hosts. The main host grabbed his colleague in disbelief, trying to process that they were about to meet Michael, whose struggles were the stuff of rumor. The blonde co-host then revealed that permission had already been secured from both Seongguk and the director, and the crew finally understood. The main host patted Seongguk's head, praising his broad-mindedness, as his colleague eagerly urged them to get going. The host's voiceover explained to the viewers that their former member Michael was now running a small burger shop in a corner of Itaewon. He led the way, pointing down a street where the shop was supposedly located. But as they ventured deeper, Seongguk began to question if this was the right path. His silence was heavy as they entered a desolate back alley, a grim and unappealing place for any business. The crew's concern grew, with both the host and his assistant questioning how far they had to go into the alleyways. The host voiced everyone's skepticism, wondering what kind of burger shop would ever be located in a place like this. When they finally saw the rundown storefront, Seongguk could only wonder if Michael had been scammed on the lease, too. Michael's sad attempt to sell burgers with a pathetic little song filled Seongguk with such second-hand embarrassment that he wanted to scream. The host called out his name, and Michael turned, his face a mask of shock as he recognized his old crew. He managed a faint smile, explaining he knew they were coming but had no idea it was for a broadcast. His eyes then landed on Seongguk, his expression softening with gentle surprise. Seongguk shot back a sarcastic retort, but Michael simply noted how much he had changed. Then, with a sincerity that seemed to glow, Michael offered the apology he had wanted to give for years. In a memory that felt like a dream, he reflected on his past immaturity, admitting the realization had come far too late. He extended his apology to the other members for dragging them down, and the host finally broke, his voice cracking with emotion. Shouting, "You bastard," the host threw his arms around Michael in a cathartic, tearful embrace, quickly joined by his colleague. While the others were lost in emotion, Seongguk's strategic mind took over, questioning how anyone could choose such a terrible location for a business. Michael sheepishly confessed that after losing all his money, he had opened the shop with the very last of his savings. But then he added that along the way, he had met his darling, a revelation that sent a ripple of shock through the entire crew. As a slow, steady step approached, Michael calmly prompted his beloved to say hello. Against a brilliant halo of light, he grinned and proudly introduced the love of his life, Eileen. Michael, overflowing with an almost childlike joy, announced his eagerness to introduce Eileen to everyone. With a dramatic flourish, Eileen announced her presence, the light around her almost otherworldly as Michael introduced his darling. Her simple greeting carried an intense power, a single eye gleaming with an almost supernatural light that suggested more than met the eye. Seongguk stammered a nervous greeting, his mind reeling with the stark realization of Michael's truly unconventional taste. Michael's mother, visibly flustered, cleared her throat and struggled to find appropriate words, attempting to praise Eileen's perceived health while betraying her unease. A voice from off-panel cut through the tension, asking the inevitable question of how the unusual pair had met. Michael began to recount their story, revealing that after his return to Korea, he had been utterly destitute, his spirit broken and all hope abandoned. He confessed a darker truth: with his last few coins, he had planned to drink himself into oblivion in Itaewon. His anger erupted, the shattering of glass echoing his desperate demand for more alcohol, determined to drown his sorrows completely. Slumped in the dim bar, Michael's chilling declaration filled the air, a raw, desperate vow to drink himself to death. A hand descended with an abrupt grip on his shoulder, and a voice cut through his haze, "Stop." Michael whirled around, his fury blazing, ready to lash out at the stranger who dared to interrupt his self-destruction. Eileen's calm, cutting words declared that sorrow could not be drowned, leaving Michael wide-eyed and utterly stunned by her serene resolve. Her eyes glowed with an unnerving, crimson light as she calmly offered to end his suffering herself, her knuckles cracking with a chilling implication. Michael could only gasp out ragged sounds, his face contorted in an almost primal fear at the true weight of her words. Yet, in that terrifying moment, Michael's shattered mind found her exquisitely beautiful, leaving Seongguk in the present utterly aghast at the revelation. Michael beamed, proudly declaring their instant romance, while Seongguk silently fumed, recognizing his friend as a true handful. He admitted Eileen had initially rejected him, citing his unreliability, but something shifted between them. Now, Michael revealed, Eileen had left her job to be by his side, affirming that supporting her darling was simply natural. Michael's fist clenched, a silent but powerful declaration of his unwavering resolve to make a comeback. With fists raised to the heavens, Michael passionately declared his grand ambition, to succeed and then marry Eileen. A hesitant, uneasy sigh escaped Michael's mother, as she gently interjected, hinting at a looming problem. The truth was undeniable: the shop's location itself, worn and unappealing, presented a significant obstacle to his dreams. Eileen's sister, initially offering to chip in for a better location, abruptly rescinded her offer with a firm, decisive no. As she gently patted Michael's head, Eileen's sister explained that he was currently on his own journey of overcoming failure, a crucial process not to be interrupted. She delivered a stark warning not to interfere with Michael's personal challenge, eliciting cries of dismay from his mother and the boys present. Seongguk, deep in thought, silently acknowledged the formidable nature of Eileen, recognizing her as an incredible woman. With a sly grin, Seongguk wholeheartedly agreed, affirming that Michael needed no financial assistance. Michael's mother looked at Seongguk in surprise as he confidently redirected their attention, reminding everyone of their original purpose: to shoot a broadcast. He declared with unwavering resolve that they would execute their plan properly. Seongguk announced the next step, a moment of truth for Michael's efforts. They would now taste the burger he had painstakingly created. A profound, delighted hum escaped Seongguk as he took a glorious, sparkling bite of the burger, his eyes closing in pure, unadulterated pleasure. His eyes shot open, a brilliant star igniting in one pupil as the unexpected, extraordinary flavor sent him into a cosmic shock of wonder. He declared it a harmony of the universe exploding in his mouth, praising the pure beef patty and special sauce with ecstatic, floating joy. Tears of sheer joy streamed down his face as he extolled the perfect blend of tomato, lettuce, and cheese, an insane harmony of meat juices and sauce overwhelming his senses. He finished his dramatic pronouncement, giving a delighted thumbs up and proclaiming the burger a true miracle of flavor, utterly delicious. The palpable enthusiasm from Seongguk's review immediately piqued the curiosity of a bystander, who tentatively asked for a burger himself. Michael's mother, beaming with pride, pressed him on the burger's taste, while a blushing Michael humbly suggested Seongguk's performance simply made it look delicious. Still munching contentedly, Seongguk insisted that while his acting might have helped, the burger was, in fact, genuinely delicious. With a cunning gleam in his eye, Seongguk mentally vowed to unleash the full, undeniable power of broadcasting upon Michael. He envisioned the shop overflowing with customers once his broadcast aired, a bustling throng that would ensure Michael was worked to the bone. Despite his internal plotting, Seongguk conceded the burger was actually quite good, even considering buying some for Mingguk, until Eileen's sister's voice cut through his thoughts. Seongguk visibly flinched and stammered, an involuntary shiver of intimidation running through him at her direct address. With a knowing, gentle smile, Eileen's sister acknowledged Seongguk's efforts in helping Michael. A soft pat on his head conveyed Eileen's gratitude, a surprising warmth from the otherwise stern sister that momentarily stunned Seongguk. Seongguk, beaming with an almost irresistible charm, cheerfully brushed off her thanks, his face alight with pure joy. Internally, Seongguk cheered on Eileen's sister, hoping she would keep Michael in line, all while imagining the vast future for the best burger shop owner. Michael's mother's sharp interjection cut through the lingering thoughts, a crisp sound punctuating her declaration of, "That's enough." A woman's hand slammed onto the table, its impact echoing her urgent decree. They could not put off their task any longer. With determined intensity, Yeri emphasized the critical need to seriously prepare for Seongguk's study abroad in the U.S., with next year quickly approaching. Seongguk responded with a casual, almost mocking gratitude, which earned him an angry retort about being the only one taking it easy. An older woman gently intervened, offering tea to soften the tension, which Yeri gratefully accepted. The room settled into a brief moment of mediation, marked by the quiet sound of tea being delicately sipped. After a moment of quiet, Seongguk thoughtfully broke the silence, inquiring about the current status of their situation. Yeri informed him that, thanks to his incredible choice of boarding school, her sister was personally negotiating in the U.S., working tirelessly on his behalf. Yeri, with a pensive frown, cleared her throat, admitting she had almost completed the documents but feared she might have overlooked critical details. To ensure nothing was missed, Yeri dramatically unveiled their expert, introducing Miss Grace Choi, who would assist them. Yeri explained Grace Choi's impressive credentials, revealing she was the esteemed advisor who had handled her and her sister's entire study abroad process. Yeri instructed Seongguk to greet her, a formal exchange of hellos marking the beginning of their professional relationship. Grace Choi, with composed professionalism, confirmed that the document preparation was indeed almost complete, just as Yeri had stated. Grace Choi then revealed that Seongguk's admission process was exceptionally unique, a super special case in itself, prompting his curious inquiry. With a stern gaze and eyes that held a hint of purple, Grace Choi revealed the uncomfortable truth: the boarding school was displeased by the very idea of a much younger, 8-year-old Asian child seeking admission. Seongguk's eyes glowed with a fierce blue light, his grim expression hardening with intense resolve against the blatant prejudice. As Michael's mother worried aloud about the implications, Seongguk, ever direct, simply demanded to know Grace Choi's true message. Grace Choi calmly listed the esteemed figures, from Yeri to Chairman Koo, who had all heralded him a genius, noting that he had chosen this challenging school himself. Her eye gleamed with an intense orange light as she laid down the gauntlet. If he was truly a genius, he would pass the admission test from those arrogant American professors on his first attempt. Grace Choi challenged him to prove his acclaimed genius, and Seongguk met her gaze with a confident, golden-eyed smile, ready for the trial ahead. As the year 1998 drew to a close, a quiet snow fell over the city, blanketing the world in a peaceful hush. On the television, Michael's burger ad played, promising a simple joy he and Seongguk once shared, but Michael's voice cut through the commercial noise. With a cheer that filled the small apartment, the family celebrated the end of a long year, grateful for all their hard work. Seongguk's father let out a weary breath, remarking on what a hectic year it had been, and his wife readily agreed. Between winning a cooking competition and the birth of their new daughter, Ji-hee, their lives had certainly been full. But the most astonishing event was Seongguk's decision to drop out of elementary school and study abroad, a choice that left his family reeling. His little brother Minguk's voice trembled as he looked up at him, a deep worry clouding his young face. The thought of being separated for years was too much to bear, and he tearfully asked if it was really true. Seongguk was taken aback, asking who had told him such a thing, but Minguk just stamped his foot, yelling that he knew it was real. In his small, breaking heart, a single thought burned: his big brother was a traitor for leaving him and Ji-hee behind. The narration in his head simply repeated the facts. He was disappointed, sad, and utterly heartbroken. Oblivious to Seongguk's growing unease, his parents only found the scene of their crying sons adorable, snapping another picture as his mother encouraged her husband. He sighed, accepting that somehow, this was just how things had turned out. A call from Koo Yi-young had laid out the American boarding school's two demanding conditions for his admission. He would need to complete at least 1 year of language training at an accredited institution and achieve top-tier scores on the American entrance exam. His first reaction was a flare of bitter anger, certain it was just their way of rejecting an unproven Asian kid. And yet, after thinking it through, he decided to accept their challenge. He assured his father that while he didn't need the prep, he was confident he could make that year count for something far greater. Turning to his still sobbing brother, he gently told him to stop crying. He explained that he was about to do something big and needed his help, a request that left Minguk stunned into silence. With a smile, Seongguk declared that while he was gone, Minguk would have to be the big brother. The title electrified him, and as Minguk excitedly asked if he really meant it, Seongguk entrusted him with taking care of the family. Minguk puffed out his chest and promised to work hard, earning a smile of deep satisfaction from his older brother. As he savored the moment, his mother's soft voice quietly called his name. She confessed that with him leaving right after the new year, she and his father were just as heartbroken as his brother. But she knew that once he set his mind to something, he always followed through, so they couldn't bring themselves to stop him. He met her sad eyes with a reassuring smile, promising her that 1 year would fly by. He then stunned his parents by vowing that once he was settled, he would bring all of them over to America. His only condition was that they make sure Minguk studied exactly as he had asked. He then revealed his hidden ace. A recent test showed Minguk's IQ was a staggering 140, making him a true genius. In his grand vision, he would train his brother properly and make him work for him for the rest of his life, a plan his mother could only gape at in disbelief. He acknowledged the journey would be long, but he promised he would come back safe. He urged them not to worry and to stay healthy, and the maturity in his voice left his mother speechless. It was a sad moment, but the time for their temporary goodbye had finally come. At the airport, Koo Yi-young smiled warmly, asking if he was ready to get going. For a moment, Seongguk was silent, the weight of the departure finally settling in. He allowed himself one last, quiet glance back toward the life he was leaving behind. His family's tearful cries followed him, their pleas to stay strong and healthy echoing in the terminal. A small smile touched his lips, the time had finally come. As Koo Yi-young asked if he was ready, he answered with a resounding yes, eager to move on to the next level of his life. His journey had brought him to New York, the heart of the American empire. As their luggage rolled across the floor, Koo Yi-young announced that this apartment would be his home for the next year. She explained it was where she and her sister had lived while studying, a comfortable and safe place for him to begin. She acknowledged he must be exhausted from the long flight, but his rest was already over. His first task was to head straight to Columbia University, where he had chosen to complete his language program. With a sharp, testing gaze, she reminded him that this was the path he chose and asked if he was going to complain about the difficulty. He met her challenge without a flicker of doubt, firmly stating, "Of course not." As she turned to leave, he thought to himself that she truly never stopped testing people. But he thrived under pressure, and with a surge of defiance, he welcomed any test she wanted to throw at him. Her expression softened, and she simply encouraged him to hang in there. She then revealed that it wasn't just her supporting him, but her sister and her father as well. Her family was rooting for him, and he thanked her, assuring her with unshakable confidence that she had nothing to worry about. As he dedicated himself to his studies, he renewed his vow to pass on the very first try. Spring turned to summer, and even his moments of leisure were spent preparing for the trials ahead. Autumn leaves fell, marking the steady, relentless march of time and his unwavering focus. Before he knew it, winter had returned, and his year of preparation was complete. At the prestigious Phillips Exit Academy, the results of his efforts were met with a single, thunderous cry of "impossible." An admissions officer was apoplectic, refusing to believe that a 10-year-old Asian child had perfectly completed Columbia's American language program. He railed against the possibility, questioning how anyone could achieve such a feat in just 1 year, on top of a near-perfect SSAT score. But the final detail shattered his composure. Seongguk had only missed a single question. The assistant stood unfazed, calmly stating that he had fulfilled every single requirement the academy had demanded. With a confident glint in her eye, she insisted that, as promised, they now proceed with the admission test. The flustered officer could only stammer, but his colleague cut him off, reminding him that a promise was a promise. With a resentful sigh, the man finally relented, giving the order to send the child in. As the man declared they would judge his talent for themselves, Seongguk stepped forward, bathed in a brilliant light, ready for whatever they had in store. The professor looked down, finally seeing the 10-year-old boy who had thrown his entire academy into chaos. But Seongguk offered only a bright, disarming greeting, as if he hadn't a care in the world. The professor cleared his throat, acknowledging the boy's remarkable results with a grudging formality. But beneath the composure, a burning resentment flared in his eyes. This would not be a simple test. He declared that they would specially grant him the test, a condescending gift that Seongguk found secretly amusing. He knew it was nothing more than the wounded pride of stubborn men, and he accepted their challenge with a simple, "Great." With unshakable confidence, Seongguk declared himself ready for whatever they had prepared. The professor's facade finally cracked, his voice dripping with venom as he spat out his disdain for the little Asian kid. He sneered, convinced that a high test score meant nothing. America was full of talents just like him. His threat to show Seongguk his place hung in the air, but the boy simply stood in silence, his expression lost to the shadows. And then, a smirk bloomed on his face, a silent promise that the real test was about to begin for them. Watching from afar, Koo Yi-young was aghast at the exam's brutality, a full debate with the professors themselves, followed by an essay. The sheer difficulty was beyond anything she or her sister had ever witnessed. When she protested their being barred from watching, Secretary Hwang drily noted that this was likely the faculty's idea of an accommodation. This was, after all, an academy that had only ever accepted the top 1% of America's gifted since its founding. Secretary Hwang considered the facts. Even those students faced a grueling exam, and never before had a 10-year-old even applied. Koo Yi-young clicked her tongue in annoyance. She understood the situation was unprecedented, but it didn't make it right. She worried the old professors would devour Seongguk alive, but Secretary Hwang simply smiled, asking if she truly thought he wouldn't be fine on his own. He reminded her of Seongguk's parting words, that it was nice not having to hold back, leaving her to wonder what he could have possibly meant. Inside the testing room, Seongguk felt a profound sense of relief. There was no need to walk on eggshells here. He no longer had to play the part of a helpless child, feigning ignorance with a desperate baby act. Just as he had in his past life, he would let them see the full extent of his mind. The chance to debate world-class scholars to his heart's content was a thrill, and with a brilliant smile, he invited them to begin. He tore through literature and history, his arguments leaving the panel of professors on the defensive. He filled the blackboard with scientific equations so complex they seemed to bend the very fabric of the room. When it came to economics, the professors themselves were the ones sweating under the pressure of his intellect. But it was his essay that finally broke them, leaving the head professor utterly, profoundly speechless. The heavy thud of the door opening marked the end of the ordeal. Koo Yi-young rushed forward, a proud smile on her face as she began to congratulate him on his hard work. But the professors who stumbled out could barely comprehend the word. They were utterly drained, gasping for breath. In a gesture of pure desperation, one of them grabbed Seongguk's hand, a golden light seeming to erupt from their clasped fingers. He begged, no, demanded, that the boy enroll in their academy, a shocking reversal that left Koo Yi-young stammering in disbelief. The assistant professor confessed she'd never seen a 10-year-old not only debate them as an equal, but teach them entirely new perspectives. Seongguk's insights had been so profound, the economics professor felt he'd been given a divine revelation for his next paper. Their desperation spiraled into a frantic panic as they offered anything, money, favors, to secure this once-in-a-lifetime student. Koo Yi-young calmly cut through the chaos, silencing them with a simple condition: she wanted him to transfer in the middle of the current semester. Secretary Hwang drove the point home, arguing that since his admission was confirmed, making him wait until fall would be a foolish waste of time. With a predatory glint in his eye, he reminded them that they had already acknowledged the boy's abilities, leaving them no room to refuse. The professors immediately, gratefully agreed, echoing that waiting would be an absolute waste of a prodigious talent. The head professor was already fantasizing about their next debate, while his colleagues began to argue over who would get to teach the boy first. Secretary Hwang calmly turned to his young charge, confirming that the negotiations were settled. With a triumphant grin, Seongguk confirmed he was ready to transfer immediately. However, the study abroad agent informed them that processing the admission paperwork would still take at least 2 weeks. She promised to handle everything, leaving Seongguk to wonder why this once pushy woman was suddenly being so kind. He thanked her for her consideration, but she corrected him with a gentle smile, insisting that she was the one who should be grateful. In her long career, she had helped countless brilliant students, but she had never seen anyone so completely conquer the pride of those arrogant professors. To her, being able to assist in his journey was nothing short of a true honor. Seongguk was genuinely touched by her sincerity. His life abroad was only just beginning, and it was already full of surprises. As the sun set over the prestigious academy, the agent looked forward to all that was to come. On the phone, Seongguk joyfully announced to his parents that he had, of course, gotten in on the very first try. He playfully exaggerated, complaining that the academy was now begging him to enroll and calling him every single day. He reassured them not to worry about celebrating. Yi-young's sister had already taken him to a fancy restaurant, and he promised they would all go there together as a family next time. Their response on the other end of the line baffled him, and he had to remind them of his promise to bring them all to America. He told them not to worry about ticket prices, sighing to himself as he realized his parents still had no idea who their son truly was. He was humming happily when a voice off panel noticed his excellent mood. Seongguk turned, explaining that he'd just been on the phone sharing the good news with his parents. But the familiar faces that greeted him brought a jolt of surprise. It was Byeomseon, a figure from his past, and Seongguk could barely hide his shock. Another man stepped forward, extending a hand and acknowledging Seongguk's newfound fame. The man's manager introduced himself as Bang Moo-hyuk, from a company called Great Hit Entertainment. The name hit Seongguk like a physical blow, a ghost from his past life appearing when he least expected it. A flicker of recognition seized Seongguk at the sight of Bang Moo-hyuk, the CEO of Great Hit Entertainment, whose presence always carried a professional intrigue. Seongguk's memory surged forward, revealing Bang Moo-hyuk's destiny as the mastermind behind an ultra-global idol group, a future already burning brightly in his reborn vision. This was Bang Moo-hyuk in his earlier days, expanding into the US market with grander dreams. As Seongguk extended his hand, the polite clap of their meeting a stark contrast to the weight of his future knowledge. Bang Moo-hyuk chuckled amiably, his words probing Seongguk's true nature as he noted both his innocent charm and undeniable strong will. As their hands met, a firm squeeze sealed the encounter, and Seongguk, embracing this new identity, echoed the greeting to himself, marking the profound symbolism of the moment. A murmur rippled through the elegant hall as two women arrived, one inquiring if she was late, while the other welcomed her sister, indicating the gathering had just begun. A butler, ever attentive, offered to prepare an apéritif for the new arrivals. Two elegant women settled at the table, their quiet presence adding to the calm social atmosphere. Seongguk, too young for wine, pouted slightly as he clutched his large glass of grape juice, a playful symbol of his innocent disguise. At the table, a blushing Byeomseon averted his gaze as Bang Moo-hyuk watched him with a subtle, knowing smile, hinting at an awkward dynamic. Sister Yi-young, beaming, lifted her glass, her joyful proposal signaling the start of a toast. The air shimmered with celebration as Sister Yi-young led a toast for Seongguk's acceptance into Phillips Academy, drawing cheerful exclamations from around the bright dining room. Seongguk, beaming with gratitude, thanked Sister Yi-young for her unwavering support, which she reciprocated with a warm wink. Bang Moo-hyuk's voice cut through the convivial atmosphere, calling out to Byeomseon, who seemed to fluster even further. Byeomseon, still skeptical, nervously chuckled, questioning if it was truly the prestigious Phillips Academy Seongguk had entered, to which Bang Moo-hyuk affirmed his brother's accomplishment. A sudden bead of sweat formed on Bang Moo-hyuk's brow, his expression turning stern as he insisted that Seongguk was truly different, perhaps even exceptional. Sister Yi-young, suppressing a soft laugh, offered her thanks to Byeomseon and CEO Bang Moo-hyuk for joining them, eliciting a flustered, "Ah, yes," from a blushing Byeomseon. Seongguk paused, his hand on his chin, as he pondered the true nature of his relationship with those present, a deeper connection sparking his curiosity. Seongguk's mind flashed back to his past life, recalling a news article about Byeomseon dating a chaebol's daughter, specifically Hyejin's youngest, in a forgotten scandal with an actor. Seongguk's brows furrowed in contemplative suspicion as he mused that while it had been Byeomseon and Yi-ri before, something had clearly changed. Then, with a flash of insight, Seongguk realized the profound shift. Byeomseon had fallen for Sister Yi-young this time around, the air sparking with a new romantic possibility. Seongguk's thoughts took on a darker, playful edge, declaring he would support Byeomseon's love from the front row, his wicked grin sending shivers of fear down Byeomseon's spine. As Seongguk inwardly reveled in his self-appointed role, his internal monologue was abruptly cut short by Bang Moo-hyuk's direct address. Seongguk respectfully answered his CEO, who immediately praised his incredible achievement of getting into Phillips Academy. Seongguk humbly deflected the CEO's query about his intelligence, attributing his success merely to luck, his charming smile concealing his true capabilities. Bang Moo-hyuk, intrigued and slightly wary, found himself skeptical of Seongguk's claim of luck, a tiny bead of sweat betraying his deepening suspicion. The CEO's internal monologue seethed with curiosity, wondering who this boy truly was, given the rumors of his dealings with figures like Elon Musk, as Seongguk radiated quiet, powerful confidence. Seongguk, ever charming, politely steered the conversation away from himself, suggesting he would rather hear Bang Moo-hyuk's story instead. Bang Moo-hyuk, thoughtful and inquisitive, then turned the question back to Seongguk, asking what had brought him to the US. At that time, Bang Moo-hyuk, already a talented composer, had boldly decided to transition into a producer, against the advice of everyone around him. Seongguk, his expression knowing and subtly scheming, then asked Bang Moo-hyuk if he already harbored a new business idea, hinting at his own prescient awareness. Bang Moo-hyuk, with a gentle smile, readily confirmed his purpose in the US, to research the market and, more importantly, to find undiscovered talent for his new venture. With passionate determination, Bang Moo-hyuk declared his unwavering need for individuals who excelled not just in music, but in dance and performance, demanding excellence in every field. Seongguk commented on the idea with a knowing smile, his internal thoughts already affirming the profound impact the group Bang Moo-hyuk would have on the world. The universe whispered of an imminent birth for that group, signaling the perfect, decisive moment for a strategic investment. Through the nascent global idol group, ATS, a fervent scream of adoration erupted from an unseen audience, celebrating their electrifying performance. With shimmering determination, Seongguk resolved to leave his indelible mark on the K-idol industry, his pen scribbling furiously as he charted his ambitious course. Seongguk, recalling the business basic of buying the dip, informed Bang Moo-hyuk of his intention to invest, then smoothly presented his business card with a rustle. Bang Moo-hyuk, taken aback, stumbled over his words as Seongguk explained that his investment amount was boldly written on the back of the card. Bang Moo-hyuk's eyes widened in utter shock, fixated on the numbers emblazoned on the business card. A cartoonish PBBBT sound punctuated Bang Moo-hyuk's exaggerated shock as he gaped at the truly immense sum on the card, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Seongguk, with an innocent and bright smile, charmingly explained his decision to invest, simply stating his appreciation for Bang Moo-hyuk's business idea. Seongguk's eye glowed with fierce determination, his internal monologue affirming Bang Moo-hyuk's instincts as undeniably correct. In a powerful internal monologue, Seongguk urged Bang Moo-hyuk to cast aside others' doubts and bring his visionary dreams to life. Bang Moo-hyuk, mouth covered by his hand, let out a disbelieving laugh, questioning if this incredible investment from a child was merely a dream. Rubbing his head in overwhelmed incredulity, Bang Moo-hyuk still couldn't quite fathom receiving such an unimaginable investment from a mere 10-year-old child. With newfound determination, Bang Moo-hyuk turned to Seongguk, vowing to repay his investment not tenfold, but 20-fold. Seongguk, outwardly gleeful, playfully accepted the promise, while his internal thoughts, tinged with a cunning, dark smile, assured him he would get back far more than that. Sister Yeong and Byeomseon exchanged surprised glances, observing Seongguk and Bang Moo-hyuk's animated interaction with perplexed amusement. Seongguk, smirking slyly into an old-fashioned cell phone, began to share his new plan, addressing Byeomseon. With a mischievous smile, Seongguk made a call, greeting the person on the other end as Sister Mi-young. Seongguk, in a moment of luxurious strategy, considered launching an idol business under SKJ, and began instructing Sister Mi-young to immediately start recruiting talent. The scene shifted to the grand, classical edifice of Phillips Academy's dormitory, a majestic symbol of academic pursuit. An assistant gestured towards the impressive structure, informing Seongguk that this would be his new residence, as two curious students observed from a distance. Seongguk, smiling, expressed his approval of the spacious campus, to which the assistant proudly confirmed its status as one of the top academies in the U.S. The assistant, with a reassuring smile, shared the good news that Seongguk's enrollment paperwork was progressing faster than anticipated, thanks to the professor's full support. Seongguk's smile brightened, content with the news, as he stated his intention to move into the dormitory as soon as his family arrived in the U.S. The assistant confirmed she would follow Seongguk's instructions precisely, a statement that caused Seongguk to react with sudden, wide-eyed shock. As the assistant called out in surprise, Seongguk abruptly dashed off, leaving her startled and reaching out as he sped away from the academy. Seongguk, glowing with purpose, ran past two other students on the grassy grounds, one of whom voiced surprise at the sight of an Asian kid among them. A sneaker landed firmly on the ground, signaling a determined step. Seongguk, recognizing the student diligently studying among the Grand Academy buildings, addressed him by an unexpected name, Mark Zuckerbus. Mark, startled and confused, looked up, questioning who had called out to him. Seongguk, his eyes glowing with an intense green light, simply smirked, a cunning intelligence radiating from his young face.